Poor Zapata. My little man.
Welcome to the News Hour. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer continued a week of Oval Office diplomacy today, arriving at the White House for meetings with President Donald Trump and his team.
Starmer is the second of 3 critical European allies to meet with the president this week. French President Macron was here on Monday, and Ukraine's president arrives tomorrow. On the agenda today, as with all 3 leaders, the brutal war in Ukraine and President Trump's efforts to make a deal with the invader, Russia's Vladimir Putin. Lisa Desjardins reports.
As UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer pulled up to the White House today,
President Trump, can you get a peace deal done in Ukraine?
Yes. Ukraine was top of mind before he and President Trump even got inside. In the Oval Office,
we're going to be discussing many things today.
Starmer, the Labour Party leader, made his pitch for the U.S. to include Ukraine and all of Europe in negotiations.
We want to work with you to make sure that peace deal is enduring, that it lasts, that it's a deal that goes down as a historic deal that nobody breaches.
But for his tougher asks, Starmer brought a sweetener. A letter direct from King Charles, inviting Trump for a historic second state visit 7 years after his first.
The answer is yes. On behalf of our wonderful First Lady, Melania, and myself, the answer is yes.
From there, Trump gave a show of confidence that a peace deal between Kyiv and Moscow would hold. Starmer, as well as French President Emmanuel Macron, have both agreed to send troops to the region to keep the peace if a deal is reached. The U.S., on the other hand,
I don't think we're going to even be necessary, but I don't think there'll be any problem with keeping the deal with the security.
Earlier this week, Starmer announced UK's defense budget will rise to 2.5% by 2027, a move clearly aimed at pleasing Trump.
We get along very famously, as you would say.
But as Trump praised Starmer, he indicated he trusts Russian President Vladimir Putin to stick to any peace deal.
I've known him for a long time now, and I think he will. I don't believe he's going to violate his word.
That in stark contrast to how Starmer and the UK has viewed Putin, as the press noted.
It sounds as though one of you completely trusts President Putin and one of you doesn't trust him an inch.
At the same time, Trump played up his relationship with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who will be in Washington tomorrow to sign off on a critical minerals deal. Reporters pointed out comments Trump clearly made about Zelensky online just last week.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that.
Trump stood by his push for tariffs, including with Europe. And throughout, both leaders stressed the importance of a strong U.S.-UK alliance. But Trump, not so subtly, reminded his counterpart about their relative strength.
Could you take on Russia by yourselves?
Well...
Awkward moments became more open disagreement when a reporter asked about Vice President Vance's criticisms of the UK. Earlier this month, Vance decried the UK as censoring free speech, particularly religious expression. Today, Vance seemed focused on the internet and how to handle inflammatory, sometimes threatening speech, arguing British policy blocking some was a U.S. concern.
What the British do in their own country is up to them, but also affect American technology companies
and
by extension American citizens. So that is something that we'll talk about today at lunch.
Starmer immediately responded with a polite back off.
Well, no, I mean, certainly we wouldn't want to reach across US citizens, and we don't, and that's absolutely right. But in relation to free speech in the UK, I'm very proud of our history there. This has been a very good and very productive visit.
Side by side at an afternoon news conference, the two leaders continued working on the latest version
Thank you very much.
of their country's special relationship. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Lisa Desjardins.
In the day's other headlines, controversial social media influencers Andrew and Tristan Tate arrived in Florida today from Romania. after a travel ban on the brothers was lifted. The pair briefly addressed reporters after touching down in Fort Lauderdale. They're charged with human trafficking in Romania, among other allegations. Andrew Tate is also charged with rape. They deny any wrongdoing. The dual U.S.-British nationals are vocal supporters of President Trump and have millions of followers online. Andrew Tate has described himself as a misogynist. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis said today that he had no part in allowing them into Florida.
No, Florida is not a place where you're welcome with that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media.
The Romanian case against the Tates remains open, and they still must appear before the court when summoned. And in the UK, Andrew Tate faces a separate lawsuit from 4 women who accuse him of sexual violence. Today, their spokesperson said a court lifted the seizure of some of their assets and that their bank accounts have been unfrozen. Mexico is sending an infamous drug lord to the U.S., along with more than 24 other prisoners requested by the U.S. government. Caro Quintero was convicted of murdering a U.S. anti-narcotics agent in 1985. It was considered one of the most notorious killings from Mexico's bloody narco wars. The extradition comes as top Mexican officials are in Washington in a bid to ward off the Trump administration's planned 25% tariffs on Mexican imports. In a social media post this morning, President Trump confirmed those tariffs will take effect next week as planned. The Pentagon is ordering transgender troops to be removed from the military within 60 days. The new policy was announced late yesterday in a memo from Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. It comes after President Trump signed an executive order last month calling on transgender troops to be prevented from serving openly. It's a dramatic shift from prior policy, which had prohibited discrimination based on gender identity, though the memo calls for exceptions for those supporting war-fighting capabilities. There's more on transgender rights, this time in Iowa. Protesters crowded Iowa State Capitol today as lawmakers passed a bill that would strip protections based on gender identity from that state's civil rights code. If approved by the governor, Iowa would be the first state to remove such protections. Opponents say it will expose transgender people to numerous forms of discrimination. Today's vote in Iowa comes on the same day that Georgia's House backed off a plan to remove gender protections from that state's hate crimes law. Turning now overseas, Israel's military released its first internal findings on the October 7th Hamas attacks today. The highly anticipated report found that senior officials vastly underestimated Hamas and then missed early warning signs. Meantime, an Israeli official says the military will not withdraw from the Philadelphia corridor along Gaza's border with Egypt, which is required by the fragile ceasefire agreement with Hamas. The first phase of the deal is set to expire this weekend. U.S. envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, is expected in the region in the coming days, and Hamas has said it's ready to negotiate. Israel's foreign minister said today they'll still participate in the talks for now.
Our delegation will go to Cairo and see whether we have a common ground to negotiate. We said we are ready to make the framework longer in a return to release more hostages.
Also today, Israel confirmed that the 4 hostage bodies handed over in last night's exchange match the names Hamas provided. Meantime, in Gaza, there were scenes of jubilation as some 600 prisoners who were detained by Israel, including women and minors, reunited with their families as part of the exchange. On Wall Street today, stocks ended lower after a pair of negative reports on the U.S. economy. The Dow Jones Industrial Average fell nearly 200 points on the day. The Nasdaq sank more than 500 points, or nearly 3%. The S&P 500 also ended firmly in negative territory. And famed actor Gene Hackman has died. Hackman and his wife, Betsy Arakawa, were found dead in their home in Santa Fe, New Mexico yesterday. Authorities are still investigating the cause, but a search warrant affidavit described their deaths as suspicious. Police say both had been dead for some time before their bodies were found, along with one of their dogs. An open pill bottle and scattered pills were also found close to Arakawa's body. As John Yang reports, Hackman was one of the great actors of his generation.
As Best Actor of the Year,
Better not have poisoned their dog. It's always these. They always like
everyman actor who won 2 Oscars,
kill their dogs too.
In
It's
some
fucking
79
pathetic
films in
when
a career
people do
that
this
spanned
shit
more than
and include
4
their pet.
decades. He was widely praised for his ability to bring a grounded and nuanced quality to flawed characters that allowed him to play diverse roles across multiple genres.
She's a small-town girl.
1967's Bonnie and Clyde was his breakout performance, an outlaw who was fiercely loyal to his family. He got his first of 5 Oscar nominations for the film. Later, he was the paranoid and isolated surveillance expert in The Conversation, the iconic villain Lex Luthor in Superman, and the no-nonsense FBI investigator in Mississippi Burning.
So few people ever get what they really want in life. It's a make-believe world, and as I say, it's what I wanted to do as a child, and I fulfilled a lot of my dreams.
Many of his best remembered roles were gritty tough guys. In 1971's crime thriller The French Connection, he portrayed a New York City cop willing to get his man at any cost.
All right, Popeye's here. Get your hands on your heads. Get off the bar and get on the wall.
And in 1992's Unforgiven, he played a brutally violent sheriff opposite Clint Eastwood.
See what kind of books Mr. Beauchamp is packing here.
It was against the law. Hackman was adept at comedy, too, as the manipulative yet oddly charming father in The Royal Tenenbaums.
My God, I haven't been in here for years.
Hey! And the staunchly traditional senator in The Birdcage. As the years passed, Hackman faced the challenges of an aging actor.
The older you get, the tougher some of the dialogue becomes. You don't retain all of it, so that part of it's becoming a little harder. I like it so much that I find it harder to do now because I'm maybe more intent than I've ever been.
Hackman was also a published author. He wrote or co-wrote 5 books, from historical fiction to westerns. Filmmakers and fellow actors showed their love for Hackman and his work in online tributes. Legendary director Francis Ford Coppola posted, "Gene Hackman, a great actor, inspiring and magnificent in his work and complexity." Gene Hackman was 95 years old. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm John Yang.
Still to come on the NewsHour, education leaders face a deadline to cut diversity initiatives under new Trump guidelines. The FDA cancels a crucial meeting to update flu vaccines, sparking concerns from health officials. And more pregnant women are experiencing life-threatening sepsis in the wake of strict abortion laws.
This is the PBS NewsHour from the David M. Rubenstein Studio at WETA in Washington, and in the West from the Walter Cronkite School of Journalism at Arizona State University.
Former USAID employees who've been fired or placed on leave by the Trump administration began making their final visits to the agency's headquarters today to pack up their belongings. Carrying bags of personal items, workers were surrounded by supporters cheering them on. They include Samantha Power, who served as the agency's administrator under President Biden.
The people who are walking out of this building are American heroes. They did not come to USAID for the money. They didn't come for the glory. You know, we rightly honor our men and women in uniform. These are heroes who don't wear uniforms. And they are being treated in a manner that nobody should treat their worst enemy, and they're being treated that way by their own government.
With nearly all of the agency's work abroad now suspended, our Laura Barone-Lopez takes a closer look at one USAID effort that's been caught in the political crossfire.
In a meeting with President Trump's cabinet this week, Elon Musk, the architect of the Trump administration's jobs cuts and contract cancellations, defended the actions his team has made over the last month.
We will make mistakes. We won't be perfect. But when we make a mistake, we'll fix it very quickly. So, for example, with USAID, one of the things we accidentally canceled very briefly was Ebola, Ebola prevention. I think we all want Ebola prevention. So we restored the Ebola prevention immediately, and there was no interruption.
But public health experts and current and fired USAID workers say Musk is wrong. USAID's Ebola prevention efforts have been frozen since the agency was largely dismantled.
Epic.
For more, I'm joined by Dr. Craig Spencer. He's professor at Brown University School of Public Health and survived Ebola after treating patients in Guinea with Doctors Without Borders in 2014. Dr. Spencer, you heard Elon Musk's claim that Ebola prevention is fixed and that there were no disruptions caused, but the USAID workers I talked to say that's not true. Where does Ebola prevention currently stand?
Well, let's be clear. What Elon is claiming, that Ebola prevention was turned off but has been turned back on again, is just flatly untrue. This is a theme that we've seen emerge, whether it's firing hundreds of nuclear weapons safety experts or bird flu experts at the USDA, scrambling to try to hire them back and saying that we fixed the problem. The reality is that there is no budget line for, quote, Ebola prevention, either at the USAID or anywhere across the government. The work that goes into preventing Ebola is the same work that goes into preventing other infectious diseases from breaking out in places around the country and around the world. That involves funding for USAID, sure. It also involves support for the CDC, where 750 employees have been laid off, some of our best disease detection experts in the world. It also involves supporting and working together with the World Health Organization, something that our government has made impossible and strictly said that you're not allowed to do within the past few weeks. All of these things together are what Ebola prevention is in this country. None of them have been turned back on. In fact, as of today, I can guarantee, after speaking with the people that would be doing these things, they remain turned off.
The Ebola outbreak in Uganda appears to be receding, however, but in the immediate weeks after the January 29th outbreak, you said that there was a lot of confusion in Uganda about how to get help from the U.S. Can you just give us a quick sense of what that was like?
Well, normally we would have these communication chains where the Ugandan Ministry of Health would call the CDC, would get in touch with the White House, where they would mobilize people in treatment, support, logistics. USAID would help set up security screening and border screening at the airport in Entebbe in Uganda. None of those things happened. I know none of them happened because I talked to the people that would have been on a plane normally to respond. I talked to the people that just weeks prior had been in charge of the NSC of global health in the White House, who said that there wasn't someone in that role for days, up to a week.
The administration seems to be claiming that they've created waivers or some of this aid is turned back on. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that he signed waivers for key aid, including PEPFAR, which is the program that delivers medication to combat AIDS. But the sources that I talked to and others have reported that aid is not necessarily reaching the people it needs to reach. How serious is that?
It's incredibly serious, and you're right. I've spoken to a lot of people that lead USAID programs all over the world.
Yeah, I think I fixed the chat so I can see it now.
Waivers, if they're coming at all, are not really helping. You don't have USAID people to pay those out. We have the funding that has been free. So you're right, those waivers have not been much of assistance. The result is that we had over 20 million people around the world, including 500,000 children, who were receiving HIV treatment as part of PEPFAR, the most impactful and successful global health program ever started under George W. Bush. Right now, 20 million people risk losing access to those medications. The result is going to be more infections of HIV, more people whose infections were controlled that will be uncontrolled, greater risk of global spread. And PEPFAR has also been essential for setting up disease detection systems all around the world.
Elon Musk claims that foreign aid is, quote, waste, it's, quote, fraud. And in a court filing this week, the administration said that they terminated 92% of U.S. foreign aid contracts. The White House argues that this money shouldn't be spent abroad, that it should be spent at home for Americans. So why should Americans be concerned about the dramatic cuts to international help?
Absolutely no one listening to this program has had smallpox. Maybe some people have been vaccinated against it. But the United States, along with the USSR, at the height of the Cold War, put together a plan to eradicate smallpox, one of the worst diseases in human history. And in 1980, they did. They spent $300 million together to eradicate smallpox from the face of the earth. And because of that, we saved billions and billions and billions of dollars by stopping the disease from spreading internationally, from having to vaccinate or treat for smallpox here in the United States. It was an unbelievably efficient and incredible return on investment The diseases that we're seeing in other places around the world can have a similar economic toll in addition to a similar human toll. It is in our best interest to detect and fight outbreaks where they occur, as opposed to waiting for them to come to where we are. As of right now, if the US is not going to show up and support health systems and this disease outbreak work around the world, countries will have no incentive to be transparent. They will have no reason to share with us that there is a disease outbreak. They will get bigger faster, they will create more of a risk on the ground, and there will be a greater chance that they impact us and infect us here in the United States. I promise you, we will regret this.
Dr. Craig Spencer, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
The Trump administration has threatened to pull federal funding from K-12 schools and universities that consider race in any way. The Education Department argues the Supreme Court's ruling outlawing race in college admissions applies much more broadly, including, quote, using race in decisions pertaining to admissions, hiring, promotion, compensation, financial aid, scholarships, prizes, administrative support, discipline, housing, graduation ceremonies, and all other aspects. The deadline for schools to comply is tomorrow. All of this is sparking confusion and legal challenges. For a look now, as part of our ongoing series, Race Matters, I'm joined by Angel Perez, CEO of the National Association for College Admission Counseling, and David Law, Superintendent of the Minnetonka School District in Minnesota and the incoming president of the School Superintendents Association. Welcome to you both, and thanks for being with us. Angel, I want to start with you because based on the guidance the administration has sent out, is it clear to you what compliance looks like? What does it mean to meet this deadline tomorrow?
Well, therein lies the challenge. It's not clear. The Dear Colleague letter was pretty evasive, and so colleges and universities have been really struggling. What does this mean? So, for example, maybe some of the things that they might consider is eliminating student clubs and organizations that are race-based. That might seem a little bit obvious, but what's not obvious is diversity is embedded into everything on college campus. So does that mean we can no longer have women's centers? Does that mean we stop our disability services? Does that mean that Hillel organizations for Jewish students should not exist? And so it's incredibly confusing, and an incredible amount of anxiety is taking place right now.
David Law, you get this letter from the Department of Education. And what do you think? I mean, how is your district navigating this guidance right now?
Well, the nicest thing about the public education across our country is it is a guaranteed right. So race-based admission criteria is irrelevant to us. Everyone who wants to come to public school or everyone of school age will come. For the other items, there's a lot of confusion.
Zapata has a completely different scent today. It's like
decisions for education back
because
to the
it was
state.
like a
and
kind
our
of
state
fishy
has very
smell.
Clear laws with the Minnesota Human Rights Act that protects the rights of students within our system and identifies
So I think
the kinds of
current
things that we should be
medication has
looking
changed
for.
the smell
So,
that he has, but also
clarity is key. There's
think
a conflict between
whatever
what our
is
Attorney General
going
and
on
our
with his
state
mouth is
legislation
what
has
actually
happened,
smells
and this executive
now.
order. And superintendents are, like our
But
post-secondary
also they
partners,
eat their own
scratching our
poop,
heads saying,
so-
well, which guidance do we follow? And
His
what
mouth
does
might
this
just
mean?
smell
And-
like whatever
and,
comes out of his butt.
You know, specifically
But
in
it's like
terms
a
of hiring,
earthy, musty,
we're hiring the best
coffee-ish
candidate no
type
matter
smell.
what. And I'd be happy to share some data on that too.
Well, Angel, we
And I
know
don't
the
know how to
American
Google
Federation of
that. Like
Teachers
a
have
fishy
filed a
smell.
lawsuit.
Like,
My
obviously,
colleague
that's
Courtney
easy
Norris
to
spoke with them.
identify
They say
and
they
get
don't expect
Google
any significant
results.
movement on that lawsuit before this deadline. So what are you seeing now? Is there sort of like a wait and see approach, or are colleges actively working to try to comply in some way with guidance that isn't necessarily very clear?
It's actually a little bit of everything. There are some institutions that are working to eliminate programming. Some institutions are actually scrubbing their websites around DEI programs. But then there's a lot of wait and see. I've also spoken to some college presidents who are saying we will not change anything until we absolutely have to. And so it's a mix.
What about you, David? What are you hearing from other superintendents? How are they navigating the moment, and are they rushing to put changes into place?
I don't think rushing to put changes into place is a good description. I think specifically in Minnesota and across the country, we're getting guidance about the executive orders as they come out through to the Department of Education, and we're taking that guidance to our local state associations or state commissioners of education and legal counsel for our school districts to say what applies to us. It's we don't think we're doing harm to our students. We think we're doing, and certainly in our staffing process, we're just trying to fill open jobs. So what we think we're doing is great work to support the public education of our students across the country. And when there's something clear that's in violation, I think we'll come back and revisit it. But right now we're just looking for clarity about what does this mean in a time when we're committed to meeting the needs of our students.
Well, David, there was a part of the Department of Education letter I want to pull out and get your reaction to, because this was, again, sent to K through 12 schools and university. It's outlining the Trump administration's policy. And this one part read, quote, DEI programs, for example, frequently preference certain racial groups and teach students that certain racial groups bear unique moral burdens that others do not. Such programs stigmatize students who belong to particular racial groups based on crude racial stereotypes. The word certain there, David, is doing a lot of work. I just want to get your reaction to that and what that means to you.
Well, across the country, our state set aside standards that are required to be covered within our classrooms, and we anchor our materials on those state standards. And so we have an obligation to our state to be instructing our students on what those state standards are, but we're certainly not trying to be divisive within our classroom. The likeliest spot where that would happen would be in the history of our country and things that have happened. Certainly not everything that's happened in our country are things that we're proud of, but we're not trying to divide our community through that process. We're about informing our students so that they can become critical consumers of information. So my colleagues across the state or across the country would say the things we're teaching in our classroom have been identified by our communities and our state as what our students need to know to be successful for the future. So that word certain, it implies a lot, but there's this long history of how we've defined what students need to know, and we are obligated to be instructing our students about what our state determines to be critical.
Angel, the threat here is that federal funding could get pulled. What kind of impact could that have on schools and universities?
That would be devastating. The reality is the majority of colleges and universities can't function or operate without federal funding. But I think it would be devastating if you take it away. Students are the ones who are actually going to suffer the most. And I'd like to connect a few dots here, that the reality is we actually have a demographic cliff that we're facing in this country. There's actually, starting this year, fewer students in the pipeline to higher education, just fewer high school age students. And the majority of students are actually going to be students of color, the largest multiracial students, and then Hispanic, Latinx students. And so if we don't figure out a way how to support, cultivate, retain them, we won't have a future workforce. We actually are going to have to do this through an economic imperative. So it would be devastating for institutions, but for students and the future of our nation.
I've got about a minute or so left, Angel, but regardless of how the legal challenges here play out, has this guidance already had some kind of an impact that will be hard for schools and universities to shake?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think the other impact that we're not talking about is the psychological effect on students who are currently applying to college. High school counselors are telling me that many of their students feel like colleges don't want them, or when they hear this news, they don't even want to go through the process anymore. And so again, this could be devastating given that we already have fewer students in the pipeline to higher ed.
Angel Perez from the National Association for College Admissions Counseling, and David Law, the incoming president of the School Superintendents Association. My thanks to you both. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alma.
The FDA has canceled a critical meeting of flu vaccine experts, making this the second vaccine policy meeting to be canceled since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. took over as Secretary of Health and Human Services. The annual gathering is key. Federal health officials must decide in advance which strains to target in the next vaccine, since production takes months. It comes amid one of the worst flu seasons in 15 years, with more than 19,000 deaths, according to the CDC, nearly 100 of them children. We're joined now by Dr. Paul Offit, one of the FDA committee advisors and director of the Vaccine Education Center at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. It's good to see you, Dr. Offit. So why was this meeting in particular so critical, and why did the FDA cancel it? What justification did they give?
Well, it's critical because it takes about 6 months to make this vaccine. So every March we meet, and we meet with representatives from the World Health Organization, the Department of Defense, the CDC, and we look at a map of the world and we look at how these viruses are moving across that map as a way to predict what strains are likely to come into this country. We then pick strains we think are most likely to cause this coming year's influenza epidemic, and then the manufacturers, the vaccine manufacturers, then use that information to make the vaccine for what is a 6-month production cycle, March to September. So it's a critical meeting, and it just got canceled.
And which justification, if any, was given?
There was no justification. We don't know who did it. We don't know why it was done. We were told later that the FDA will essentially take this in-house. They're going to make the decision themselves, presumably based on the same information, but we don't know that. What's good about this meeting is it's open to the public, it's transparent, and you can hear how we discuss what should or shouldn't be in this vaccine. And I think more importantly, we often do sort of a post-mortem for the previous year. Did we get it right the previous year? If we didn't get it exactly right, why didn't we? And how can that inform this year's selections? And I think that sort of open, transparent process is critical, I think, for the public to know what we're doing and how we do it.
This was not the first meeting of its kind to be canceled. What do you think is happening here?
I'm worried. You have the Advisory Committee for Immunization Practices, which advises the CDC, which also had a meeting canceled. And you worry that if you look at Project 2025 and the way they comment on the CDC, is that they think the CDC should no longer be a recommending body about vaccines, to sort of eliminate expertise. Just let the doctors and patients figure it out on their own. They don't need an expertise. And I just fear that we are slowly sort of tearing apart the public health process that has basically served us well. I mean, we live 30 years longer than we did 100 years ago, primarily because of vaccines. And I just think vaccines have become, I think, following this pandemic, to some, a dirty word.
Amid all of this confusion, we learned that the FDA and CDC are participating in an international meeting this week about flu plans for next year with the World Health Organization. And that's after President Trump took the U.S. out of the WHO. So what does that suggest to you?
Well, you know, you would think, if nothing else, the COVID pandemic would have taught us that it's an international community in terms of the way viruses move and affect people. What happened in China, in Wuhan, China, in 2019, clearly affected this world, as more than 9 million people died of COVID. And so we can withdraw from the WHO, we can say America first and just hope that we can close our borders to viruses that are continuing to mutate and cause harm. But it doesn't work that way. It's an international community, and I think our withdrawal from the WHO or our withdrawal from USAID
about a
was
minute
a
there.
mistake.
This week, Texas reported the first death of a child in the U.S. from measles. It's the first U.S. measles death in some 15 years. How worried are you about the potential of a major outbreak here?
Very worried. We've had clearly a decline in immunization rates. If you look at that Mennonite community, about 80% of those children were vaccinated. That's not enough. It has to be in the mid 95% range to protect against this disease, measles, which is the most contagious infectious disease, more contagious than any other infectious disease. And so it will find those people who are unvaccinated and cause an infection. I think this was a line that was crossed. This is the first measles death in a child in almost 20 years. That's a tragedy because, one, any death in a child is a tragedy. This was a preventable death. We basically eliminated measles from this country by the year 2000. It's come back largely because people have chosen not to vaccinate their children, in part because they're scared of the vaccine, scared that it has safety issues like autism, something that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has been promoting loudly and to many people for the last 20 years. And I think this is the result of that.
When it comes to measles in particular, are you confident that the surveillance that's in place right now is effective and prepared to meet the moment?
The way this The way this usually works is that state or local health departments take on those local outbreaks. And when they feel that it's gotten out of hand or they need more resources, then they turn to the federal government. So I do worry that with the federal government in some ways pulling back, I feel, in some ways in public health, that these outbreaks will continue. We're now at 9 states that have outbreaks. We've gone from 58 cases in 2023 of measles to 285 cases in 2024, and I am sure that number is going to be exceeded this year. Get to a couple thousand cases, and children will then die every year of this virus, and it's just unconscionable. And what you want to hear from the White House, what you want to hear from RFK Jr. right now is get vaccinated, and you don't hear that at all. Rather, what you hear is just this kind of glib statement from RFK Jr., well, every year we have measles outbreaks. Well, we didn't used to, but by 2000, we had eliminated measles from this country. It's come back because we've eroded faith in vaccines, largely because of efforts by people like Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Sobering insights, Dr. Paul Offiter. Thanks to you as always.
Thank you.
In the years since the Supreme Court overturned the constitutional right to an abortion in 2022, and since Texas instituted one of the country's strictest abortion bans, the state has seen an increased rate of sepsis among women who lost their pregnancies in the second trimester. That is according to a new investigation by ProPublica. Stephanie Sy has more.
Amna, ProPublica found that the rate of sepsis jumped by more than 50% in the 2 years since the Texas abortion ban went into effect. Sepsis is a life-threatening condition caused by the body's extreme reaction to an infection. In 2021, there were 67 patients in Texas who were diagnosed with sepsis after losing a pregnancy in their second trimester. That number rose to 90 in 2022, and in 2023, it grew to 99. Texas is one of 12 states in the country with a near total ban on abortion. To discuss all this, I'm joined by Lizzie Presser, one of the investigation's authors and a health reporter at ProPublica. Lizzie, thanks for joining the NewsHour. So your reporting team arrived at these statistics by looking at hospital discharge records of pregnant women who had experienced a second trimester miscarriage in the years before and after Texas's abortion bans. What exactly were you looking for in these records?
We wanted to understand if there were statewide trends in the complications that women were experiencing when they showed up to the hospital with a miscarriage. And when we looked at the data and we broke it out by different complications, sepsis was the one that we saw changed dramatically. And you can see in the charts that before the first abortion ban went into effect, the rate of sepsis for this patient population was remarkably steady. After the first ban was passed in 2021, it shoots up by more than 50%. And when we showed these charts to experts around the country, to doctors and maternal health researchers, they saw a really clear sign in the data. And they said that it was exactly what they had worried would happen, which is that women were experiencing significant delays in care and were contracting infections and developing sepsis at far higher rates than they used to.
Just to dig into the data you found a little bit deeper, you compared the rate of sepsis in women who arrived at the hospital carrying their fetus with a heartbeat or not. Following the abortion ban, patients who were miscarrying but still had a fetal heartbeat contracted sepsis at a higher rate. You see that higher line on this chart, 6.9%, than those whose fetus had already died when they arrived at the hospital, 3.1% rate of sepsis. Unpack how you analyze this data and how it relates back to Texas's abortion bans.
The way the law is written, if you're a doctor in the state of Texas and a patient comes into the hospital experiencing a miscarriage, those doctors often have to wait until one of two things happens. Either the fetus no longer has a heartbeat and the doctor can document that, or their patient experiences some life-threatening condition like sepsis, and then they can intervene. So what you can see in this data is that if you are a patient who walks into the hospital in Texas and you are experiencing a miscarriage, but your fetus still has a heartbeat, you're more likely to develop an infection because your doctor is waiting for you to get extraordinarily sick before they intervene. And that's what's so difficult to wrap your head around in this data. Like, what this shows is a statewide trend that doctors are saying to their patients who come in with miscarriages, whom they know are at a higher risk of developing an infection. They have to say to them, we cannot help you unless you become extremely sick. with a complication like sepsis.
The assumption is that these women were given less timely treatment, and that's what led to these potentially deadly infections. Were there any other possible explanations that you explored for the jump in cases?
There are a number of different possible explanations, and we spoke to many maternal health researchers and doctors about them. One is that there's been an effort across the state to identify sepsis at a much quicker rate in Texas hospitals. That effort, however, started long before the Texas abortion ban went into play. And so when we looked at the sepsis rates across all hospitalized pregnant women in the state of Texas, you saw a gradual increase starting around 2018. It is a steady rate of cases up until 2021, and then the number shoots up.
Lizzie, how many of these incidents have led to serious injury or even the death of a woman?
We can't investigate these cases just by the statewide discharge data alone. But last year, we dug into the deaths of 2 women who died after Texas banned abortion. And both developed sepsis after experiencing long delays in care when they were miscarrying. Right now, the state is not investigating deaths of pregnant women, maternal mortality, in the state of Texas in the years 2022 and 2023. And so it falls to journalists to investigate what's going on with specific individuals in the state.
What do physicians have to say about all this? Do they acknowledge that the law may be putting women in unnecessary danger? And is Texas doing anything about it?
They do acknowledge that. And last year, more than 100 OBGYNs wrote a letter to the legislature asking them to amend the law. And it seems to be that there has been some openness among legislators, even Republican legislators, even the author of the first abortion ban, known as the Heartbeat Bill in Texas, to amend the law. It just remains to be seen if the proposed amendments this session will receive a public hearing.
Lizzie Presser at ProPublica, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
For the first time in the 236-year history of the U.S. Senate, 2 black women are serving simultaneously. I sat down with Senators Angela Alsobrooks of Maryland and Lisa Blunt Rochester of Delaware for a conversation about breaking barriers, shaping history, and how Democrats aim to meet the current political moment. Senators Alsobrooks and Blunt Rochester, thanks so much for making time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'd like to start with some news because the GOP-led House this week passed a sweeping multi-trillion-dollar plan that supports President Donald Trump's policy agenda. How are Democrats planning to address it, especially if it makes significant cuts to the social safety net?
The billionaires have gotten what they paid for. You'll see in this budget that there will be significant cuts for Medicaid and other significant cuts that matter to the American people. There's nothing about this budget that really addresses the germane concerns of Americans around ability to afford health care and ability to be able to bring down the cost of groceries. This hasn't been the focus of this administration. Instead, it's been really lining the pockets of these billionaires and doing so on the backs of the American people.
How do you see it?
I totally agree. I mean, you know, a lot of times people say if you want to see their priorities, look at their checkbook. They're showing us exactly what their priorities are. I mean, you've got 72 million people in this country who are on Medicaid in some way. It might be a parent who has a child with a disability. It might be a family whose grandparent is in a nursing home. People are going to be touched and hurt if these things move forward. And so for us as Democrats, you know, we feel it's really important that, number one, we make sure people know what the stakes are. And number two, make sure that they recognize that we're all in this fighting to make sure that the cost of eggs are not skyrocketing, even though this president said on day one he was going to address the economy. We put our priority, the American people, families of this country, and not on the billionaires, as Senator Alsobrooks said, which seemed to be the intention with tax cuts.
How do you make that message stick? Because one of the takeaways of the last election is that working class voters, many of them, didn't see Democrats as their champion.
Well, I think they'll see after this period. Again, what we've heard is we would bring down the cost of groceries. We're concerned about the cost of housing. And instead, you've seen anything but that. You've seen Elon Musk, who's unelected, who has really focused heavily on making sure that we cut in a way that I believe has nothing to do with efficiency.
When Democrats push back, I mean, do you risk being seen as defending the status quo when people in November were saying they wanted change?
I don't think the American people voted for this. Did they vote for us to cut critical funding to the National Institutes of Health, the people who are researching cancer and who are coming up with cures to diseases? We didn't vote for that. We didn't vote again to fire people who have to make sure that we have air safety or that our water is clean.
A third of the workforce that they're cutting are veterans. And so I think it's really important in this moment for us to amplify what's happening.
I want to talk about your history-making election victory. To be a black woman in the U.S. Senate is to be part of a small club. Carol Moseley Braun, Kamala Harris, LaFonza Butler. What does this moment feel like to you, and what does it feel like to do it together?
We call ourselves sister senators, and it's been just great to have her here serving with me. We recognize the privilege that it is to represent so many people who fought hard for us to get here. And you know what? Our voices matter. We believe representation, I believe representation matters, that all of us should be represented in these spaces, and that the solutions are incomplete unless every single lived experience is represented in this Senate, of every background. And so that means people from rural America should be here, the people from urban spaces, black, white, every background, Latino has to be represented so that our solutions are complete.
When you think about the quarter of a century it took to get from Carol Moseley Braun to Vice President Kamala Harris, and then almost a decade until we got from Kamala Harris to LaFonza Butler, the two of us came in immediately, seamlessly. We don't really talk about, oh, we made history. What we talk about is what kind of impact can we make on the lives of the people who sent us here, on our country, and who knows, maybe the world with the work that we're doing. It is really for us about the impact. But we also don't lose the fact that there may be a kid, just this week, a kid did a book report on me. You know, that was kind of strange, you know. Or just recently, over the past summer, the way I got to this job was after the unexpected death of my husband. And I had a constituent walk up to me and say, in a diner, you were sad, you were depressed, but you got up. And so I got up. And so you don't know whose life you're touching or impacting by being of service, but that's really what this moment is about. And I will tell you, it is really important to have a sister senator next to me. We sit next to each other in committees. We are on the same row on the Senate floor. And, you know, just to even, you know, say, you know, basic stuff like, well, what do you think about this? Or, you know, or you know, how do you wear your shoes on these hard marble floors? Like, you know.
There's marble throughout this entire building.
It's really different here. But to have that kind of support has been really, really a blessing. A blessing.
It's also important, I would imagine, too, to have mentors. And I know Vice President Kamala Harris, you count her as a friend and mentor, both of you. What advice has she given you?
Well, you know, so Vice President Harris has been amazing. She really has been, and I've been really blessed to have her for at least the last 14 years. She's been there as an advisor. She's told me a number of things that matter. She told me, you know, that you should be joyful even in these times that are difficult, that we have the right to go into these spaces and to bring joy with us. To never forget, of course, the people that we represent, but to not internalize it, to not make it personal has been helpful to me.
After getting elected to the Senate, I was just kind of running almost on autopilot, and it wasn't until the day that we were sworn in that I stepped on that floor and I raised my right hand and I looked in her face that it hit me, the significance of the moment. And she hugged me and whispered in my ear, enjoy this moment. And I think that was really important because so many people were focused on, you know, oh, we didn't win this race, or we didn't. And it was almost like she wanted us to not negate the success that Delaware and Maryland had done when they elected, for me, the first woman sent to the Senate, as well as the first person of color. And so that reminder I felt was really important. Don't forget, as you said, the joy of this moment.
How do you reconcile this moment with the challenges posed by the current administration's stances on race and diversity issues? Or do you reconcile the two?
No, I think what we know is we've been in difficult times before. When we speak about our grandparents, they have seen some difficulty. They know what challenge looks like. It gives us the resilience to walk through this moment, and I refuse to justify my being here. This administration has made, and unfortunately, have tried to make it almost a dirty word, the fact that we should care about inclusion and equality and those things, but I refuse to relitigate that. I don't think it's necessary. I think that we're going to continue working hard, myself and so many others, because we care about our country, we love the people of our states, and I'm here to serve them and to do everything I can to ensure that every one of us has the opportunity to experience the American dream. That's what this is about.
People have to ask themselves, who are you talking about? Well, we've heard it's women, it's people of color, it's people with disabilities. You could go down the list. Well, who you're talking about is America. Our strength is the fact that we bring these different professional and lived experiences. And this month, Black History Month, the theme this year is African Americans and labor. Of all times in our history to be pulling people out of the workforce, telling people they don't have a seat at the table, this is not the time. This is the time. We're stronger when we recognize all of the talent, the brilliance, the excellence that all of us bring to the table. And so folks can try to distract. We're going to keep our eyes on the prize, and that's making sure that people have good jobs. That's making sure that people have clean drinking water and clean air. It's making sure they have health care. We have our eyes on the prize. Ours is not about tax breaks for billionaires and ultra-rich people. It is about making sure that all of us have opportunity and have a fair shot.
Senator Alsobrooks, Senator Blunt Rochester, thank you again for your time.
Thank you.
And that is the NewsHour for tonight. I'm Amna Nawaz.
And I'm Jeff Bennett. For all of us here at the PBS NewsHour, thanks for spending part of your evening with us.
Major funding for the PBS NewsHour has been provided by
Cunard is a proud supporter of public television. On a voyage with Cunard, the world awaits. A world of flavor, diverse destinations, and immersive experiences. A world of leisure and British style. All with Cunard's White Star service.
You know, as somebody coming out of college, it can be very nerve-wracking, not knowing what to expect, whether you like your job or not, whether you'll make friends, whether you'll fit in. And here, I feel like it's so welcoming and such an inclusive place to work. You just feel like you're valued.
The ongoing support of these individuals and institutions. And friends of the NewsHour, including Leonard and Norma Florfine, and the Judy and Peter Bloom Kobler Foundation. The Ford Foundation, working with visionaries on the front lines of social change worldwide. And with the ongoing support of these institutions. And friends of the NewsHour. This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public
like
Broadcasting
a shotgun.
and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
watching PBS.
Welcome to Polar Coaster. I'm Dan Pfeiffer. Today we'll be diving into Trump's latest polling, explaining the latest weird stories from the MAGA media, and taking your Discord questions. With me, as always, is our amazing producer, Caroline Resson. Caroline, how are you?
Dan, I feel very funny being in the studio with you. We also are on opposite sides of the table, like two foes at a dinner table.
Yeah, I am in person in LA for the few of you who don't watch us on YouTube, and we're recording this in the large Pod Save America studio as opposed to the smaller studio, which where we often do Polar Coaster when I'm in town.
Yeah, so it feels very official. I don't know how I got here on this podcast with you, but I'm very happy.
You probably stumbled ass backwards into it like the rest of us.
I did. Okay, so we've got a lot to talk about today. Dan just slammed his laptop closed to prove the point that he doesn't need notes for the show, which is very impressive. I do. Okay, so I was listening to Pod Save America on Friday, as I always do. Friday show is my favorite show. That's real. And
that's
you
real.
and John,
Can we bring Lovett in here?
No, don't tell Lovett that. And he'll never listen to this, so it's perfect. So you and John last week were talking about Trump's honeymoon period. Looks like it's coming to an end. Are those just vibes, or is the public souring on Trump's economy?
So there are three reasons why Trump's honeymoon is coming to an end. The first is the things he's been doing, people don't like. Most of his agenda is unpopular. He has spent so much time talking about the Gulf of America in a recent poll that is the least popular, or I guess the most unpopular thing Trump has done to date, because people think it's stupid and they don't care. Second, the prominence of Elon Musk is dragging Trump down. Elon Musk's approval rating is pretty low. In a recent Washington Post poll, only about a third of voters approved of the job he was doing, rooting around in our federal government. There's a bunch of focus groups that were in a recent Puck newsletter from Peter Hamby, where people expressed all this concern and distrust about Elon Musk. Frankly, putting the world's richest man in charge of cutting funding for things like Head Start, probably not good politics. But by far the biggest problem for Trump is that he made huge promises about the economy and high prices in particular, and he has done nothing about them, and people are starting to get upset about it. And so you can see this in a couple of measures. In the Gallup polling, nearly 6 in 10 voters think the economy is getting worse, not better. In the Reuters poll, Reuters Ipsos tracking poll, his economic approval rating has come down significantly since January. But even in a more sort of precise and consequential survey, which is called Consumer Confidence Survey, which is a broad economic measure that is done that drives the market, right? It's not a political poll. It's not a media poll. It is something that businesses use to make decisions. It lets you know how the consumer is feeling about the state of the economy. If consumer confidence is up, people are more likely to buy houses, buy cars, go on vacations, those sorts of things. And when consumer confidence comes down, companies pull back on investment, production, et cetera, because they think those goods and services will not be purchased. So in the February Consumer Confidence report just came out, and it came down significantly from January. It's the largest single month drop since August 2021, which is when inflation really took off. And so that is very alarming. And even more troubling for Trump is that there's a measure inside there that's called the 12-month inflation expectations measure, which is how many people think that inflation is going to go up over the next 12 months. And that number went up from January to February. And so not only has Trump not had costs come down, because they obviously have not gone down, but he has not convinced people that he's going to bring them down over the next 12 months. And that's for two reasons. He hasn't really talked about the economy. He doesn't talk about it very much. He hasn't said anything about it. His economic policy can kind of be summarized into two things: tariffs and tax cuts. The tariffs are woefully unpopular. You have 7 in 10 voters in the Ipsos consumer survey that say that they think his tariffs are going to raise prices. You have other polling from the Marquette University Law poll, which shows significant numbers of independents and voters overall who think they're going to raise prices and they oppose the tariffs. Then the tax cuts were unpopular in passed in 2017. They're unpopular now. And so there is a real case that Trump won on the economy, and he made huge promises he hasn't delivered on them, and he's beginning to pay a price for it.
Is that typical for a presidential polling to be dipping this soon into the presidency?
No, this is a remarkably short honeymoon period. Newly elected presidents come in, approval ratings usually stay elevated for several months. Biden's, if you remember correctly, stayed above 50% until August of 2021 when the Afghanistan withdrawal happened, and then his numbers took a huge dip, and they never recovered. Obama's numbers stayed well above 50 and well above 60 well into the summer of 2009. The only president newly elected president to have a shorter honeymoon than Donald Trump this time around is Donald Trump last time around, because he didn't have a honeymoon at all. And so, yeah, it is. This is it's historically significant how short a honeymoon this has been.
And is there going to be a point where these lower approval ratings are going to start affecting his agenda? Like, is he going to be able to keep doing his crazy shit?
Well,
yes, that's the answer.
I mean, yes, because most of what he's doing is through executive action, and so he's not relying on Congress. But the big stuff he wants to do on immigration, on taxes, and the economy require congressional support. And he has very narrow margins, and the lower your approval rating, the less likely that some of these members in these very tough districts will walk the plank for it. Right? It makes it harder. Can he still bully these people into with threats of Elon Musk-funded primaries to do what he wants? Maybe even probably. But it's just easier to pass your agenda when your approval rating is high than when it is low.
Right.
And there will be less silence from Republicans about things they are deeply uncomfortable about, like DOGE cuts and layoffs in their districts and states.
Okay, so I feel like we're always talking, across every pod here at Cricket and just in the ethos in general, that Democrats aren't doing anything right now. Obviously, Democrats are doing something. They're working, at least. But how do Democrats capitalize on a moment like this?
I think you have to consistently point out that Trump has done nothing in the economy and that things are getting worse. Can I rant about something first?
Please.
One thing you see if you look at social media posts from Democrats is they talk about egg prices all the time.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, it can be as ridiculous as pardoning January 6th rioters does nothing to lower the price of eggs. Of course not. And the price of eggs is a huge news story right now. Eggs are incredibly high because of the avian flu outbreak. There have been herds that have been killed off to prevent the spread of it, and therefore we have a contraction in supply. Picking egg prices as the basket we're going to put in all of our political eggs could not be more short-sighted. There is only one good whose prices are going to possibly come down significantly between now and the midterms, and it's eggs. Because if eventually obviously we could have a massive avian flu pandemic, and that would be a much larger problem. But if this follows past practice of past avian flu outbreaks, flu season will end. They will get it under some measure of control. There will be more chickens. More chickens will produce more eggs. Supply will expand. Prices will come down. And so we're setting ourselves up in a situation where we're giving Donald Trump a potential victory on something when all the other prices, food prices more broadly, the price of bacon, butter, milk, remains incredibly elevated from where it was pre-COVID, and we should hold Donald Trump accountable for that. The price of housing is not coming down significantly. And so picking...
Salami. Those prices are skyrocketing.
Have you been buying a lot of salami?
I love salami.
Okay. Well,
I've been tracking it.
Well, meat in general prices are incredibly high, and they're up, in some cases like 40-some% over just
salami.
A couple years ago. Those prices are not going to come down because those corporations are not going to make less money from it. So my cautionary note to Democrats is obsessing over egg prices is like, if we can do things with lower egg prices because it's really painful for families, yes, but using that as an example of Donald Trump's failure is like yelling at someone about the sun going down when you know the sun's going to rise the next morning.
Yeah, that's so true. I never thought about that. Okay, so there was a new poll from YouGov that showed that more Americans trust the Trump administration than trust the media to get, quote, fair, full, and accurate facts. What did you think about that?
Not particularly surprised.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, the numbers are such that what it primarily says is that Republicans trust Trump more than they trust the media. We actually saw something similar in 2020 where more Republicans trusted Trump on information about the pandemic and vaccines than healthcare professionals.
What is that? Just people's hate for the media, or is it just a growing trust for Trump?
It's polarization. It's hate for the media, right? Republicans have been told not to trust the traditional mainstream, whatever you call it, media for decades now, and they do trust Trump, right? I mean, Trump has a 87% or whatever it is approval rating among Republicans, and the mainstream media has a 12% approval rating or whatever, 30. You'd have to look at whatever, but it's quite low. So it's not surprising they would trust Trump more than the media. And it's actually probably an object lesson for Democrats, the media, everyone else about how the world has changed, right? Where the media is in and of itself not necessarily a trusted messenger for many, many people, including the majority of Americans. Trust in media is at an all-time low. And it's particularly low for younger voters of all ideological stripes.
Right. And so we talked a little bit about this on Inside 2025, which comes out tomorrow, listeners.
Or today.
No, tomorrow. It's coming out Friday. And this comes out
good,
Thursday.
great. Leave this in. That's professional hosting/producing right there.
And when we were recording that, there was breaking news that Trump was going to be handpicking the press pool and who's going to be there asking him questions. Do these numbers alarm you, considering that's what's going to be happening?
I am sort of the view that the right has won the war on the media, and Democrats have to acknowledge that fact and start looking for alternative ways to communicate our message. And that this is the era in which there were these trusted, independent media brands who were going to be the arbiters of truth and fiction, of right and wrong, who were going to hold powerful entities accountable, who had the sway to bring down presidents like they did with Nixon, to expose scandals that could sink Supreme Court nominees or, launch investigations and impeachment hearings. Those days are over. It's just not how the world works anymore. These media brands don't have the reach or the credibility with, and this is not fair. I think this is a very bad trend for democracy. I would stipulate that. But that's just not how the world works anymore. And there's not any time in the foreseeable future where we're going to return to that world where there are referees in this game.
Wow. So do you think?
Dark, I know.
Do you think if the next administration is a Democratic president, that president also should just play the same game and pick whoever they want?
No, I don't, because I think we care about democracy and we should.
No, we're the good guys.
I know. Look, this is always hard, which is like I'm always arguing that Democrats have to stop defending institutions, but I also think institutions are important.
Mm-hmm.
But there is still value. There is tremendous value to democracy in the existence of of places like the New York Times or the Washington Post when Jeff Bezos isn't messing with it, or the Associated Press. And the way for us to think about it is the way I'd say it is, I would bring a democratic media strategy should include both our media allies and independent media or traditional media, I guess, and they should happen together. So, like the AP can be in the pool, and crooked media should be in the pool.
I was going to say, crooked media should be applying right now to be in the press pool. I don't know if we've done that or not yet, but...
Oh, it's a great question. I don't know.
That'd be really fun to get to ask. Just submit questions to Greg to ask Caroline Levitt.
Well, that's it for this preview. If you'd like to watch the rest of the episode and get even more great content, subscribe to Friends of the Pod at crooked.com/friends or through the Pod Save America Apple Podcasts feed.
I'm the brightest in the sky.
So we're asking for rare earth and oil, anything we can get.
He doesn't care about Russia or Ukraine. So this is a robbery now. Tesla has lithium go in its batteries. Elon wants that lithium.
I do think it's kind of gangster to try to strong-arm Ukraine into giving us what really isn't rightfully ours.
NATO has generally been kind of a force for good, yeah?
No, I find it to be very immature thinking to say NATO's either good or bad. Pierce, you and Tucker had your argument about this, but if you want to say NATO's a defensive alliance, I mean, I guess, except for all of the times when it's not.
There's no going back from a parade celebrating the mutilated, strangled bodies of babies.
What Hamas did is so stupid, but are we ever going to talk about the 15,000 dead children that Israel slaughtered?
There will never be peace in this region as long as the Palestinian people do not believe Israel has a right to exist.
When is it going to get through your thick heads that Palestine doesn't exist because of the murderous terrorist state of Israel?
On the third anniversary of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, President Trump is clear about what he wants, an end to the war. The US president has doubled down on his false claim that President Zelensky is a dictator and that Ukraine started the conflict. Zelensky says he'll give up the presidency for peace and offered to do so immediately in exchange for membership of NATO.
If it's about peace in Ukraine and you really want me to leave my position, I'm ready to do that. Secondly, I can exchange it for NATO membership, if there is such an opportunity. I'll do it immediately, without a long conversation about it. I am focused on Ukraine's security today and not in 20 years. I don't plan to be in power for decades.
Spoken like a true dictator, I'm sure we can all agree. Well, the US and Ukraine are also sparring over whether tens of billions in US aid, much of it spent in the US on US weapons, will have to be paid back. Trump's coarse words have muddied the waters, but the negotiating stance is becoming clearer. The United States wants a share of Ukraine's vast mineral wealth, and it also wants Europe, not Washington, D.C., to guarantee its security and future. And the president's personal attacks on Zelensky may be the uncomfortable cost of bringing Putin to the table. If he's not there, the war can't end. Trump said in a statement on Monday that the minerals deal is an economic partnership to ensure the American people recoup tens of billions of dollars. He also said that he's now in serious discussions with Putin about ending the war, and talks are proceeding very well. But so far, so good. But dealing with devils carries risks, laid bare in the latest chilling scenes from Gaza. Hamas turned the release of 4 dead hostages, 2 of them children, into a sick parade. One coffin contained the wrong remains. Others were stuffed with Hamas propaganda. 3 empty commuter buses in Tel Aviv that exploded in a botched terror attack. You can believe in the art of the deal, and not the people that the United States is dealing with. Well, the founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Cenk Uygur, host of the Part of the Problem podcast, Dave Smith, free press writer and author of Second Class, How the Elite Betrayed America's Working Men and Women, Batia Ungar-Sargon, and the host of Social Contract, the Republican presidential candidate, Joe Walsh, all join me. I'm also joined by the retired U.S. Army Brigadier and a former Assistant Secretary of State under George W. Bush, General Mark Kimmitt. Well, welcome to all of you. I want to start by playing a clip from an interview I did with the former British Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. There is this weird disconnect by many in America, particularly on the conservative right, who do not share our view, who seem to think that Zelensky is the real villain here, and that Putin was provoked into doing this to safeguard his own security because of NATO encroachment and so on.
No.
What do you say to that specific argument?
Totally mad. It's totally mad. It's through the looking glass. It's the complete opposite. And by the way, to say that I had some role in persuading the Ukrainians to fight for their country is a great...
Butcher denialism.
It's also a great piece.
The Boris Johnson, Bush denialism narrative.
Let me start with General Kimmitt on this, just from a pure military perspective, General. And thank you for joining me tonight. Who started this war?
Well, first of all, I think it's pretty clear that the Russians invaded in 2022. There's some questions, I'd say, historically about what happened in 2014. But if you're talking about what happened 3 years ago, it was clearly the Russians. There was no warning about it. There was no provocation on the part of Zelensky. There was certainly no movement of Ukrainian forces to threaten the Russians in the east. So this one goes to this one definitely goes to Putin.
And in terms of where we are in this potential peace settlement, it seems to be more and more that the jungle drums are beating. I got this feeling from Boris Johnson. I got it actually from interviewing President Zelensky 10 days ago or so. That there's a kind of general acceptance of various things, even if they're not being stated explicitly. One is that Ukraine will not, as part of the settlement, get full membership of NATO. That seems to be completely off the table. Secondly, there's likely to be a freezing of the territorial lines where they are right now. In other words, where they barely moved in the last virtually a year, actually. That kind of eastern slide, the 20% that Putin's taken, where things have been pretty well at a stalemate, that will remain under Russian occupation, but probably not without any sovereignty transfer to Russia. And that America will recoup some of the money it's put up to help protect Ukraine and to continue supplying protection perhaps as part of a united force, including Europeans going forward, by taking a chunk of Ukraine's mineral revenue going forward and minerals themselves. That seems to be where we're heading here. Is that your reading of this, and how workable would that be?
Well, if you're asking me, first of all, the battle lines have been at a stalemate for almost 2 years now. I wrote an article for the Wall Street Journal in July of 2022 predicting that we are going to see this World War I Flanders Field trench warfare. So nothing has happened on the ground of any consequence. But I think you've outlined what the basic framework of the American position is. And I think it's important to understand that the view from the conservative right is that if we're going to support a country in Eastern Europe like Ukraine, there should be a return on that investment, that the American taxpayer shouldn't have a total cost to them. If there's a return on that investment, mineral wealth, I think that's where the businessman Donald Trump comes in. I think he described it right. It will probably end up as a frozen conflict. The Europeans right now are talking about not only a frozen conflict, but a situation where it could well be the peacekeepers are put into the Donbass so that both sides withdraw outside. So it looks much like, say, Kashmir or the area between North Korea and South Korea. But that has to be negotiated. I think we're a long way from a settlement before we actually see what the architecture of the deal looks like.
Yeah, let me bring in some of the rest of the panel. So, Joe Walsh, I mean, I hoped and prayed that Ukraine could repel Russia, but my army brother, who I've cited a lot, but he was a colonel in the British Army, fought in Iraq and Afghanistan, and knows more about the things than I do. He said from the very start, there is not a chance that Ukraine is going to beat Russia. They just do not have enough firepower to do this. And he said that steadfastly through it to the point where I understood he's right. And I don't think anybody thinks that Ukraine can now win this war. Which brings me to Donald Trump and his blunt instrument way of dealing with these things. We saw it in Gaza. We're seeing it again with Ukraine. I don't like the way he talks about President Zelensky. I don't know why he has to demonize him in all this. I think calling him a dictator when you're not calling Putin a dictator is ludicrous. I think saying Ukraine started this is also ludicrous. However, if the bigger picture for Trump is taking a battering ram to an intransigent military scenario, just painted so well by General Kimmich, where it's just going nowhere. And excuse me, I spoke to Trump on the phone a few weeks ago, and he told me about the reports he was getting about the killing on the ground, and he said it was exactly like World War I, just big open fields and both sides gunning each other down, thousands of casualties a day. And he said this cannot go on. So I think he genuinely wants to end this senseless slaughter, and I've not seen a better idea, frankly, to getting this sorted than the kind of scenario that Trump has laid out, which is we get minerals and we supply some security, and the Europeans have to step up too and supply security, and that's how we move forward. Do you see a better way of resolving this? Here's Organised Censored is proudly independent. Our sponsors mean we can bring it to you for free. Support for today's show comes from Beam, who can help you out with an issue of utmost importance: sleep. Good sleep, as I can confirm, is the foundation of physical and mental health. Our daily performance depends on it. That's why we are delighted to talk about Beam's Dream Powder, a science-backed, healthy hot cocoa for sleep. It's tested for high-quality efficiency and formulated to ease your body into rest, supporting the 4 stages of the sleep cycle to help you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. Many other sleep aids cause next-day grogginess, but Dream contains a powerful, all-natural blend of reishi magnesium, L-theanine, apigenin, and melatonin. Helps you sleep, stay asleep, and wake up refreshed. If you, like me, need a good lie-down after an uncensored debate, you can try Beam's best-selling Dream Powder with 40% off for a limited time when you go to shopbeam.com/peers. Use code PEERS at checkout. That's shopbeam, BEAM.com/peers, PIERS, and promo code PEERS at checkout. Now, on with the show.
I don't know, Pierce, but even if you buy that benign view of Trump, that he just wants to end the war, I still don't know how you explain what he's done and said in the past month. If you wanted to end the war, then why are you only beating up on and bad-mouthing and lying about the country that was invaded? lying about, Pierce, that Ukraine started this war. I'm coming to you today, Pierce. The UN just passed a resolution earlier today on the 3-year anniversary calling on Russia to simply withdraw from sovereign Ukraine. The United States of America voted against that UN resolution. Think about that. The United States joined Russia and North Korea in voting against a simple resolution that says, Russia, get out of sovereign Ukraine. Every freedom democratic country in the world voted for that resolution.
You know why America has voted against it? It's because they know it's not going to happen. And they are trying.
Oh, shut up, Piers.
And I believe this. I think he is a guy who prefers peace to war. I think he proved that in his first term. So, regardless of the rhetoric, which I think is very unfortunate, I do think that the idea that America right now in this process is going to suddenly vote with the UN, which they feel is pretty discredited anyway, that they're going to vote with a UN resolution to kick Russia out, knowing it's not going to happen. How does that advance the cause of peace? It won't.
It's a resolution, Pierce, honoring the 3rd-year anniversary of Putin's invasion. For the United States to simply say on the 3rd-year anniversary that it was wrong for Putin to invade and he ought to withdraw, that seems like a fairly easy thing for the United States of America to do. But Trump can't do that because he will not distance himself from Putin.
Well, hang on, Biden wouldn't have done it either.
I think he would have.
Really? I don't think
he
so.
would have.
I don't think so. But let me bring in Batia. I mean, Batia, look, we're at a very febrile moment in this whole war, but we could also be at the beginning of the end of the war. And if that is what is going on here, and there's a recognition on all sides, it's got to come to an end, and we're now just trying to work out how that happens. What is your feeling about the kind of settlement it looks like is on the table?
So, Pierce, I so appreciate you being willing to admit this about Donald Trump because you have been such a stalwart defender of the Ukraine, and yet you are 100% correct. Donald Trump hates war. He thinks it's totally wasteful. He thinks it's bad for business, and he wants this to end. You know, from the point of view of the American people, there has never been widespread support for this. The American people have never understood why this is our job to fund this. And I think Donald Trump expected when he came into office to find Zelensky the one eager to have this settled, and Putin the one sort of holding off and being recalcitrant. And when he found the opposite, and when he found Zelensky totally unwilling to do the most basic act of gratitude and give the United States a stake in these minerals, I think Trump got very angry about that. Now, I want to address something that I think I agree with people. It seems a little mysterious. I hear people saying this all the time. Why is he, demeaning Zelensky and building up Putin? I think the answer to that is because Donald Trump is a deal maker, and he does not view international relations the way that the liberal post-world order saw things. The Obama administration, the Biden administration, they have this view of diplomacy that you need to sort of have two equals at the table, or as equal as possible. And so if your ally is the one who is stronger, you got to bring them down a little. If the person that you're not dealing with is weak, you lift them up a little. You get people to an even playing field, and then you can make a deal. And I think Donald Trump sees things in the exact opposite way. He sees them from a real estate point of view. You're never going to get a deal if both sides have equal power. What you actually want is a power disparity, because then the weaker party has more of an incentive to compromise.
Yapper.
And the stronger party is going to compromise as well, because they get to remain the stronger party. And I think he is playing Putin like a fiddle. He knows that if he goes out there and builds up Zelensky and makes Putin feel the exact same fears about NATO not being that buffer zone, and Ukraine not being a buffer zone, Ukraine being part of NATO, Putin will never come to the table. But if he says to Putin, I respect where you're coming from, I don't care about the history, I just want this to end, then that is what's going to get Putin to the table. And I think he assumed that because Ukraine has gotten $200 billion out of the American taxpayer, that they would be willing to come to the table too. And I think he's very upset that Zelensky has not turned out to be that way.
Okay, Cenk, you were laughing, but I mean, that could be entirely accurate.
No, there's no chance that's accurate. Sorry about that. Okay, so look, at the beginning, this was a giant mystery. I didn't understand what was going on. I might have said this on your show, Piers. I was like, why would we be attacking our ally? Put aside the fact that they're our ally. It doesn't make any sense in negotiation. You want to put leverage on the opposing party, Russia, so that they are willing to get to a deal that we can live with and our ally can live with. Putting pressure on your own ally who's in the weaker position makes no logical sense in a negotiation ever. It's the exact opposite of what you're supposed to do. So putting aside any feelings about Zelensky and Russia, this isn't about that. Just in sheer negotiation, it makes no sense. Okay, so, but now I've solved it because it's clear now what's happening. Because they want the mineral rights. So he's putting pressure on Zelensky because he doesn't give a damn about what kind of deal Russia and Ukraine strike and how much land one keeps or the other. Do you know what's in the mineral? We keep calling it mineral rights. Titanium and lithium. Oh, what? Who needs lithium? Oh, right. Tesla has lithium go in its batteries. Elon wants that lithium. So the deal that our Treasury Secretary pushed across the table to Zelensky when they were one-on-one and tried to bully him into signing was, we spent $100 or $200 billion in Ukraine. There's conflicting numbers. But look, we all want peace. We all want to stop spending that money. That's legitimate. The negotiations are perfectly legitimate. The drive for peace, perfectly legitimate. He pushes across a deal for $500 billion in mineral rights. And here's the most important thing that American voters have to understand. Those minerals do not go to us, the American taxpayers, the American citizens. They go to American corporations. We are going to get $0 out of that. But Elon Musk is going to get fabulously even richer. He wants that lithium, and he doesn't care about Russia or Ukraine. So this is a robbery now. And that's why they're pressuring Zelensky instead of Putin.
Okay, Dave Smith. It's a robbery. Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue: prosperity. US national debt is at crisis levels, inflation has made life more expensive for everybody, and the stock market is precarious. It's enough to make anyone's financial future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of the chaos and invest in something solid and reliable: physical, gold and silver. And there's only one name you need to remember: American Hartford Gold. This company has earned the trust of thousands of customers with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and glowing reviews you can see for yourself. They offer an incredible range of gold and silver bars and coins that can be delivered directly to your door, or they'll help you set them up in a tax
I know there's an ad
advantage
playing. I'm
gold
doing background
IRA.
work as well.
First-class customer service makes
sorry.
the whole process simple, secure, and straightforward. American Hartford Gold is committed to getting the truth out there and giving you peace of
In terms of the stuff, look,
It was
if you're
probably almost
trying to
over, but who
negotiate a
cares?
peace to this, and you accept that we're not going to get the Biden-Nancy Pelosi pipe dream, which was always a pipe dream. Your brother was correct about that, Piers, that we were going to, repel Vladimir Putin from Crimea. This was all just ridiculous. And hundreds of thousands of people died in the pursuit of this unachievable policy. And if we can all accept that we're going to get some type of settlement here, that we're going to have to negotiate an end to this war, and that Ukraine isn't going to be able to defeat the Russians militarily, then obviously it makes absolutely no sense to sign on to these virtue signaling UN resolutions. It makes absolutely no sense for him to be just out there insulting Vladimir Putin, which seems to be the demand from so many progressive Democrats. Like, listen, it's not a question of whether you think Vladimir Putin is good or bad. And I would agree with you. I mean, me and you do not see eye to eye on this issue, Piers, but I agree. It's not accurate to say Zelensky started the war. There are many factors, but Vladimir Putin is the one who invaded the country. But the point is, if you have a hostage negotiation, if someone with a gun runs into a school and holds a bunch of kids hostage and you send in the negotiator, you don't start insulting the guy and just virtue signaling for no reason and talking about how terrible it is to hold kids hostage and what a monster he is and I'm such a better person than him. I would never do anything like that. And the truth is, you do, in some cases, try to flatter the guy a little bit, try to get the best deal that you can get. You're trying to save lives here. And I'm not going to speculate like Cenk did on, I don't think this lithium's going to end up being turned over to Elon. And I think it's quite possible that Donald Trump does have some good motives here. And that the truth is that Joe Biden's policy with regard to Ukraine is the most reckless policy in the history of the modern American policy in general. To be on a proxy war with the two countries with the 90% of the world's nuclear arsenal, to be in a proxy war over whether the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev or Moscow, never made any sense whatsoever. And there have been close calls all throughout this thing. If you think about the Nord Stream pipeline, where we made the attempt to blame that on Vladimir Putin, which was never true. If you think about those missiles that hit Poland, which were Ukrainian missiles, which Ukraine immediately said was Russia, there were very close calls here. If you study the history of the Cold War, we came very close to nuclear war on a couple different occasions. And so I'm sorry, if Donald Trump is trying to bring an end to this war, then I think if he's successful in that, it'll be the greatest accomplishment of his life. And I'm all for trying to end this war.
Okay, General Kimmett.
It's inevitably going to end under this admin.
No, he's misdirecting, though. That's not the question. We all want the war to end. And I don't need him to yell at Putin. I don't need him to sign anything. I just need him to do rational negotiations so that everyone on here is happy and the war ends. And I don't need, Ukraine to win on every negotiating point. I just want to get the peace. If you want to get the peace, holding up Ukraine for a $500 billion robbery that is obviously going to go to help American corporations like Tesla who need that lithium, that makes no sense. And that hurts the cause that you care about, Dave, and that all of us care about.
I'm not as convinced, Cenk, this is all just some play by Elon. I mean, I think if America can do a deal that gets a lot of Ukraine's minerals in return for the substantial support America's given to Ukraine and would then continue to give, that seems to me a pretty pragmatic deal, actually. My question for General Kimmett would be this, which is, I wouldn't trust Putin as far as I could throw it. And I think that his actions in Georgia, in Crimea, now Ukraine, full Ukraine,
that's right. I have
all this suggests to me is the theory that many people have about him, which is that he wishes the Soviet Union had never been broken up, that he is intent on expanding Russia's territory, and that if he gets away with keeping 20% of Ukraine, then he'll either come back for more or he'll try and get it somewhere else and try and expand Russia's power and territorial reach elsewhere. And I've got to say, I'm very cynical. I think that's exactly what he'd like to do. Am I wrong to be cynical?
No, I don't think you're wrong at all. Now, look, he's paid a pretty heavy price in terms of what he's lost in Ukraine. Hundreds of thousands of dead, probably 10 times that amount wounded. But you've got to understand that the Russians can take pain like nobody's business. What he has lost in Ukraine is a fraction of what they lost in World War II. And he is testing NATO, there's no doubt about that. If he wanted to attack, he could continue this attack, not in Ukraine, but up in the Baltics, and take back that critical area up in the Baltics that gives him access to the Atlantic and the North Atlantic. The only thing I think that is holding him back is that it's not a matter of what he would lose. It's a matter of the fact that he goes from fighting one country, Ukraine, to fighting 27 countries in NATO. So I do think that he does not think for a moment about what he's lost in Ukraine and the effect it has on his population. That's the beauty of being an authoritarian leader. But I do believe that he has those long-term aspirations, as so many Russian monarchs have had throughout history, of expanding the Russian Empire well beyond where it is now. But I will tell you that I disagree with what Boris Johnson told you about, and to use your term, NATO expansion. The fact is that one could make a legitimate argument that the Russians have had a paranoia throughout history about the encroachment of the West. The word Ukraine means the frontier. The Russians have always wanted a frontier between themselves and the West. And if you want to make that argument, that there was some legitimacy of this concern of NATO enlargement and try to dismiss it, I would remind Americans about the Monroe Doctrine. We go ballistic when foreign countries get anywhere near the United States, as we've done in the past. We invaded Grenada, that great existential threat to America.
Okay.
We invaded Panama.
Maybe at work
yet
now.
Another threat to the freedom and
Maybe
liberty
I
of
broke Chad
Americans.
again.
And the only time we really had a legitimate reason for doing that was in '62 when the Soviet Union put nuclear missiles on Cuba. But let's be honest, Americans have the same paranoia about encroachment into our hemisphere as Putin does into what he believes is his hemisphere as well.
Yeah, I do get that argument. I know it's the one that he peddles loudest with his own people, but I think the paranoia stroke desire to not see any impending encroachment as they see it on their border is probably real. It doesn't mean they're right to do what they did. It just means the paranoia is you can understand why some of them, if not a lot of them, feel that way.
If I could just quickly add, right, because I think sometimes, and even in your question to Boris Johnson, sometimes people go like all or nothing with this, right?
I agree.
So it's not like
nuanced.
it was Vladimir Putin provoked, and therefore, if he was provoked, he's a great guy and he was justified to invade the country. Like that those second two parts don't follow.
Yeah.
But the point is, and I would highly recommend, just to back up what was just said here, if anyone wants to go read, because the CIA director for all 4 years of Joe Biden's administration, who was the CIA director while this entire war was going on, Burns, right? He is the one who authored the Niet means Niet memo that was sent to Condoleezza Rice, and this was not for the public. We only know about this because Julian Assange leaked it, but he said, he was, at the time, he was the ambassador to Russia, and he put out this entire document where he was like, look, these plans of including Ukraine in NATO is going to be a disaster. And I've been over here talking with everybody in Russia, not
Freedom
just
of
Vladimir
Information
Putin,
Act.
even his sharpest liberal critics. They all agree that this is the brightest of red lines for them. They will not tolerate Ukraine being a part of America's military alliance. And I just don't understand why of course, we would not tolerate that either. If China or Russia wanted to bring Mexico into their military alliance and then just announce, as they
he's
did
doing the
2
Mexico
months
narrative.
after this memo at the Bucharest summit, that they were going forward with that, and then there was, and then they poured tens, maybe over $100 million into a street protest, which overthrew the democratically elected president of Mexico, who was going to make a deal with us, and then went in the other. We would have the exact, and I don't think Washington, D.C. would be above invading Mexico if that's what they needed to do. We would never tolerate that, and we could recognize that Vladimir Putin is no angel, and also understand that the West put him into a situation where he reasonably could claim, I cannot tolerate what your plans are here. What's the point of us doing
Oh my God,
this?
bro.
It makes no sense. It's not
If
in
it
our
wasn't that,
interest.
he'd have something else.
I mean, Joe Walsh, the other part of
I
what
would add, and one thing I
Sorry,
would add
General,
as well,
yeah.
what I would add as well is Bill Burns was working for James Baker when James Baker told Genscher, as part of the reunification of Germany, that we would not seek to expand NATO to the east. Again, wise people like Bill Burns, James Baker understood this basic, perhaps unfounded, but genetic predisposition opposing encroachment of NATO, Ukraine, their frontier.
Yeah. Joe Walsh, I mean, the other part of this that I think is significant is we've got the British Prime Minister going to the White House on Thursday. Emmanuel Macron was there Monday. And Trump is quite right, in my opinion, about the disparity between what America contributes to NATO in terms of resource, money, weaponry, and so on, compared to the European countries. And through his own hectoring about this, many of the other NATO countries are now paying a lot more money than they were before into NATO. But he's also right that ultimately Europe should be moving quickly to be able to secure itself collectively from people like Vladimir Putin. And I don't understand why there's any kickback to that. I think what the UK spends about 2.3% of GDP on defense. It's nowhere near enough. We live in dangerous times. And I think that Trump is very, very accurate in saying Europe is not punching its weight and needs to do that. And people dismiss it as America first, isolationism and so on. Well, yeah, but it doesn't mean to say he's not right. I do think that many European countries need to wake up.
Well, and Pierce, and they have the last 4 years while Trump wasn't in the White House. European nations dramatically increased their share to NATO. Europe has contributed more to Ukraine than the United States did. But Pierce, to this notion of encroachment of NATO.
Yeah.
Excuse me. You either believe NATO's a good thing or a bad thing. There's a reason why countries like Finland and so many other European countries want to be in NATO. It's a good thing. It's a defensive alliance for freedom-loving democratic nations. Encroaching upon Russia, NATO's a good thing, Pierce. It makes all the sense in the world.
Yeah, but what about the point? Yeah, but hang on. What about the point Dave Smith made, which is surely correct? If it was America and there was a country doing this, I think America would respond very aggressively to what they would perceive as an encroachment.
Well, again, that aside for 1 second, what are we to do? Finland wanted to join NATO. Finland now shares almost 1,000 miles of border.
He got him. He got him with the Finland narrative.
The high heavens that if Finland joined NATO, there'd be hell to pay. Nothing's happened. What do we do, Pierce? What do we do, Pierce, if peace-loving nations of Europe
the answer
want
is
to be a part
obvious.
of NATO?
Look, Joe, I mean, look, aside from this, I mean, I gotta say, I find it to be very immature thinking to say NATO's either good or bad. Like, I don't think that's ever how you should analyze the world. And you know, you can say, I know you and Pierce, you and Tucker had your argument about this, but if you want to say NATO's a defensive alliance, I mean, I guess, except for all of the times when it's not, you know, except for Serbia and Libya and Afghanistan. But okay, if you want to claim NATO as a defensive alliance, look, what we should do is not expand it. And I'm sorry, but who cares if other countries desire to join NATO? That's not how we should be making these decisions. Of course, lots of countries would love to join NATO. I'm sure a huge majority of them, because, yeah, you get your defense subsidized and you get protection from the most powerful government in the history of the world, the United States of America. But that's not the question. The point is, why would we want to expand NATO right up to Vladimir Putin's borders? And look, the truth is that
it's already expanded right up to Vladimir Putin's border.
And I didn't say it wasn't.
If you can't, David, but Dave, again, every time I'm on with you, you accuse me of immature thinking. Granted, nothing is totally black and white, but would you not say generally over the course of history, here we go again, NATO has generally been kind of a force for good? Yeah?
No.
No, you can't say that. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I don't agree with that. I don't believe that NATO has been a force for good. I believe it's the exact type. It's the exact type of entangling alliance that our founders were unanimous in recommending that we don't get involved in. And Cenk, you can say I'm wrong, but dude, you're as anti-war as I am. So why are you standing up for the European wing of the American empire?
Hold on.
You know what this is, Cenk.
Dave, he's saying we're both.
No, hold on. So listen. You're both wrong and you're both right. So listen. I love, first of all, just quick side note here, that nobody can tell who's left or right anymore. This is beautiful.
Do you know what?
American
That's
politics.
exactly what I was thinking. The whole political pendulum has completely gone crazy. Where if we had this debate 20 years ago, everyone would have known who the right are and who the left are. It is impossible anymore to define people in the way
Maybe we should stop.
I like that.
I love it.
No, the chat isn't showing up in stream now. What the fuck?
Independent judgment and actually talking about policy rather than strict ideology on either side. So now, look, I agree with Joe.
I
the
fixed
UN
it
is
and now
very
it's
important.
broken again.
I know I'm a lone voice here these days in American media, but I 100% believe in the world working together. I think NATO is very important. I'm very supportive of NATO. And I think it has definitely been a force for good and has protected the alliance. Having said that, Dave is right. Just because you like NATO doesn't mean that NATO has to get closer and closer to Russia. I mean, Joe, you were saying that if you like NATO, then you should be for NATO expansion. How about if NATO said, okay, we'd like to expand into Chechnya in the middle of Russia? That's mental. That doesn't help the alliance. It hurts the alliance. It makes our job of defending both Europe and America harder, not easier. If we go and randomly put Taiwan in NATO, that makes no sense. So we've got to be judicious about who we put into NATO. And then now when we get back to, okay, NATO and America and Russia, the opposite side, have to get to an agreement, and that's good. We're all going to save money. We're all going to get to peace. We're going to save lives. We have to get to an agreement. But back to the negotiation, if two companies are having trouble getting to an agreement and they bring me in as a mediator, and then instead of helping them get to an agreement, I go, now I want money for my company. Well, that doesn't help the negotiations at all. It makes the mediation and the negotiation much more difficult because now you've entered a third party in there that had no business there, and he's demanding like some outrageous number, and then he starts attacking the people who brought him into the negotiation. Just so, look, we all want to get to peace, protect NATO without encroaching on Russia.
But Cenk, it makes no sense to see America as the neutral negotiator in that. Like, we're not coming into a deal to broker a peace. We are the other side of the negotiating table. Ukraine would have had to do whatever Russia wanted to do if we didn't give them a blank check. So it's just not exactly analogous. I mean, look, again, I think
But Dave, I agree with you on that. But then why are we attacking our own ally? That doesn't make any sense at all.
Well,
other than the mineral rights,
totally,
lithium is in the batteries in Tesla,
listen,
just in case you don't know.
Well, this is, also, I mean, never underestimate the fact that we are dealing with Donald Trump here, and if you said something to piss him off, he is
and you know
petty
what?
enough
On that
to
point,
then go around and attack you for a couple weeks over
You know
it.
what? On that very point, there was a
It's
report.
about the money.
Well, there was a report in the Financial Times actually overnight, right to that point, Dave, which was that apparently Zelensky, when he was first told that the Americans wanted $500 billion worth of minerals, lost his rag so spectacularly with whichever American official was relaying this information. You could hear his voice apparently screaming down the corridors, and that presumably got relayed to Trump, who already has a bit of a bad feeling about Zelensky, going right back to when he first came into power and the whole thing with Hunter Biden and everything else. And Trump is, he does take stuff very personally. I always say he's got the thickest skin of anyone I've ever seen in public life, soaking up stuff that would kill anybody else. But he also has the thinnest. And he harbors grudges, and he'll use that against him. And I think that's a lot of what's going on with Zelensky. I think he took against him personally. But that doesn't mean that ultimately, at the end of all this, there might not be the best possible deal that Ukraine right now could probably hope for, which may involve a bit of transaction on minerals, but ultimately may bring the war to an end that's killing so many of their people. Anyway, look, I want to change just briefly to the other war, which we mustn't forget, which is the war between Israel and Hamas. And Basti, I'll start with you on this. Netanyahu has suspended the release of Palestinian prisoners because of the, as he puts it, the repeated violations by Hamas involving the ceremonies, which he says have been dishonoring the Israeli hostages, cynically using them for propaganda. So he's now delayed the release of the 600, I think it was, Palestinians that were due to be released in exchange. Now that's obviously a ratcheting up of tensions here. But I've got to say, just watching this from a distance, these scenes of Hamas in full force, with all their regalia, putting coffins of babies underneath pictures of Netanyahu looking like the devil, beaming that to the world, sending back the wrong remains of that poor woman whose children were also murdered, etc., forcing one of the released hostages, it seems, to kiss Hamas terrorists standing there. We've got to. I'll show you that clip actually before we discuss that. Let's just watch that moment. Now, you heard the deafening roars of approval there for what appears to be a conciliatory kiss by this hostage, Omar Shemtov. But his father's come out and said he did it under duress. He was forced to do it. We don't know yet. We want to hear it from him. But it certainly looked that way. Somebody goes up to him, talks to him, and the next thing he's doing that for the cameras. And it's obviously a huge propaganda moment for Hamas. So, Batia, it's all messy, it's all horrible, but the overriding imagery is that Hamas haven't gone anywhere. This war was supposed to be the end of Hamas. They don't look like they're over. and they look like they have a lot of popularity still with Palestinian people in Gaza.
You know, it says in Genesis, God tells Abraham, whoever blesses you will be blessed and whoever curses you will be cursed. And I keep thinking of this as the perfect metaphor for those scenes from that parade. Because of course, to attend a parade in which the bodies of babies which have been strangled and mutilated are celebrated is accursed, right? To bring a child to a parade celebrating the strangling and mutilation of babies' bodies is cursed. To live under a barbaric rule like Hamas that would put on a show like that is to be cursed. To be so morally
Then
depraved
Israel's
is
10,000
its own
times more cursed.
punishment. And I think that is the point here, Pierce. This is the beginning of the end, not just of Hamas, but of the left that defended them. Because, you know, the left thinks Israel is the Palestinians' curse. It is the left who have cursed the Palestinians with their support because they are prolonging the moral depravity that has earned the disgust of every good human being on planet Earth. And I am so grateful that my government, Donald Trump, the United States of America, stands with the Jewish people against such pure, absolute evil, because it truly is going to be a new era. There is no going back from a parade celebrating the mutilated, strangled bodies of babies.
Okay, Cenk?
Yeah, so what Hamas did is so stupid, and I totally agree that it's immoral. But are we ever going to talk about the 15,000 dead children that Israel slaughtered? You want to talk about cursed? If you think the Palestinians are cursed because of 36 children killed during October 7th, how cursed is Israel for the 15,000 children that they slaughtered? They crushed their skulls. They lit them on fire. They destroyed and killed tens of thousands of children. And now you're saying, oh my God, because I see one with my own eyes, that's Israeli. Oh, the Israeli lives are worth, what, 10,000 Palestinian children? 100,000 Palestinian? Is there any number of Palestinian children that you would have any sympathy for? So screw Hamas, but that does not justify Israel slaughter after slaughter after slaughter and go, oh yeah, Hamas made me do it. Hamas didn't make you do it. Israel is reveling in it. It is now a terrorist state. It's rolling tanks into the West Bank. They've taken Trump's ridiculous plan in Gaza as a green light. And of course, this was all arranged ahead of time. That's why Netanyahu supported Trump. That's why Trump got $337 million from the Adelson family. So now they're rolling tanks into the West Bank to slaughter more Palestinian children. So I hate that both sides are doing this. And I hate that Israel is doing it 15,000 times more, because that's how many more babies they've killed and children that they've killed than the one that the entire U.S. and Western media is focused on. Can we not see that when it's an Israeli baby, that the whole world is like, this is the most important thing in the world? But I don't mind that 1%. But then don't tell me that 15,000
How many parades were there in Israel celebrating the casualties in Gaza? I mean, how many parades were there of Israelis celebrating the dead
more slaughter in Gaza? All right, let me bring in Dave Smith. Let me bring in Dave.
Because I actually think, listen, but first off, let me just say, I almost, look, that was sickening, that video, the reports of what was done to these hostages, and I don't know that all this evidence has actually been released, and we'll maybe find out at some point, but it's all sickening and horrible, and I hate to even use it to then try to win a political argument after it. I mean, look, there is no questioning, it is sickening to see like a big crowd celebrating these things. I do think, like, Batya, you make a fair point. It's like, yeah, okay, we don't exactly see the same type of kind of primitive brutality on the Israeli side. There is this tremendous bias, though, I think, toward I don't know exactly how to say this. It's like a more an anti-barbaric bias. So if Hamas runs in and is just gunning down random people, there's something where that triggers a certain reaction out of something, whereas, collateral damage or targeted strikes don't trigger that same response from people. The thing is that, if it's your kid on the side of that collateral damage, it probably feels awfully similar. And so when you ask, are there parades where, for, say, Israeli hostages or prisoners or whatever they want to call them? No, I have seen Israeli politicians as well as American politicians signing the bombs, including Nikki Haley, before they get launched into Gaza. I don't know. I mean, I find that pretty sickening also.
Yeah.
And to Cenk's point, there is just a certain, don't get me wrong, okay? I'm trying to be as charitable to you as I can. I would rather be next door neighbors with an IDF soldier than a Hamas militant, okay? There is a difference between the two. But when you're talking about the level of human suffering that Israel has inflicted on the people who were not members of Hamas, who were probably more victims of Hamas than anyone in Israel was, on larger numbers at least. There is just I'm sorry, it does seem after a while, a lot, as I say all the time, a lot of the people on the pro-Israel side just value Israeli life more than they do Palestinian life. And that is your right. That is your right. I understand, I value my children's life more than I value other children's lives. That's okay, that's my right. It's not reasonable for me to require the law or politicians to value my children's life more than other children's lives.
Okay.
And I think that's the essence of
let me bring in. I want to ask General Kimmich.
Can I just respond
hang on.
Piers?
Well, very quickly. Yeah, we're running out of time.
Very quickly, Dave. The whole of our civilization is based on the difference between barbaric, physical violence inflicted by one human against another and
Is she
the
gonna
kind
cry?
of collateral damage that tragically happens from justified warfare, as long as it is proportionate. Now, we could debate that. We have debated the question of proportion,
but
the entire Western civilization is
Batia.
based on that distinction.
Batia, I have Batia from the start of this war. Hang on one second. Hang on. I have said from the start of this war that there were two things that really concerned me. One was proportionality. Right? We know that 1,200 people were killed on October the 7th, and another 7,000 were wounded. But 1,200 were killed. Of whom a smallish, relatively smallish number were children. What we've seen, and obviously 250 more were kidnapped, including horrendously a baby and other children, and that was all horrific. And anyone who thinks otherwise, I have no time for. But I always say one or two things. Well, what is proportionate? And it seemed to me about the middle of last year, I began to sense that this was just getting grotesquely disproportionate. But mainly because I didn't see that the end game was going to be successful. The end game was supposed to be the eradication of Hamas, a terror group. There is no sign that they are eradicated. And in fact, US intelligence, and I'll come to General Kimmich here about this, the US intelligence reports about a week ago suggested that for every Hamas terrorist who's been killed, they've already been replaced by people with similar ideology. So my fear was always that a disproportionate response by Israel would actually fuel the ideology behind Hamas, make them more popular, not less. And that in the process, we've seen, as Cenk said, 15,000 children reported now to be killed. And that's just, whatever you try and say by justification, it is unjustified to kill that number of children. It just is, isn't it?
Well, I think we're having a little bit of historical myopia here. Maybe I'm just kind of old to remember the fact that we had 3,000 Americans killed on December 7th, 1941 by the Japanese. And by the end of the war, we dropped 2 atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And I suspect there were probably about 150 to 250,000 children that were incinerated in that attack alone. So I think that we are perhaps forgetting our own history and what we have done in a scenario of total war for the United States, for Great Britain, and for Western Europe. And candidly, I think it was the right thing to do because it was total war to destroy the Japanese leadership and the Japanese empire. The Jewish state, Israel, believes they're at total war with those terrorist groups. But you're absolutely right, Piers. Not only was Hamas celebrating that, but remember, today Hezbollah was celebrating the death of Hassan Nasrallah, and it sure looked like there were a lot of Hezbollah operators still fighting. It's the terrorist calculus. Kill one, create two. But in terms of the notion of, number one, the Israeli response to the Hamas attack on October 7th, they see it as total war. They are fighting as if it is total war, the same way America did the same in 1941 to 1945 against the Japanese alone. We lost 3,000, they lost 1 million. We dropped 2 nuclear weapons on Japan.
Yeah, I think you make very good points. Joe Walsh, final word to you.
I don't think so.
Okay, we've run out of time, sadly, but Joe, final word to you.
Just real quickly, I agree with Betya. The ideology, the hatred of Jews was there before October 7th. The belief that Israel does not have a right to exist was there before October 7th. It didn't need October 7th to go off the charts. There will never be peace in this region as long as the Palestinian people, Pierce, not just Hamas, do not believe Israel has a right to exist. Period.
But there will also never be.
It's just nonsense.
There will also
Palestine
never be.
Doesn't exist. When is it going to get through your thick heads that Palestine doesn't exist because of the murderous terrorist state of Israel? How many slaughtered children do you need before you say, oh, right, the Palestinians don't exist? And are the Palestinians in the middle of that slaughter as 15,000 of their children were lit on fire by Israel? Are they supposed to love Israel? Is that the ludicrous, insane demand? Oh, you don't love us enough, we're going to kill more of your children. No,
Well,
this is all of that's just propaganda.
I think
In
the
general,
bottom
I'm
line
sorry,
is the
but
bottom line is
the Mongols
at the
killed
end of this, you
800,000
only
people in Baghdad because it was all-out war. That doesn't mean Israel should do it. That doesn't mean the U.S. should do it.
you
today.
only get to peace when the Palestinian people have the same rights, human rights, as everybody else around them, and that has been the running sword in this conflict. And you can make a great argument for both sides throughout the 75 years, but the one, to me, unarguable point is that Palestinians in Gaza in particular have been living with diminished human rights to their neighbors. And that cannot be allowed to continue going forward. And it's going to be incredibly difficult to get to any lasting peace, incredibly difficult to get to a two-state solution. Everybody knows that. But ultimately, you've got to afford the Palestinian people the same basic human rights that we all enjoy. And until that happens, I don't see this ever ending. Anyway, we've got to leave it there. Fascinating debate by all of you. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it. Piers Morgan Uncensored is proudly independent. The only boss around here is me. If you enjoy our show, we ask for only one simple thing. Hit subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And in return, we will continue our mission to inform, irritate, and entertain. And we'll do it all for free. Independent, uncensored media has never been more critical, and we couldn't do it without you.
Who needs straw when you've got one like me?
You don't like certain speech? The best speech for wrong speech is more speech. The best speech for false speech is true speech. That's how it works. You have a debate and you trust we, the people, to figure it out, not some.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. I'm inspired by your First Amendment passion. You are the John Stuart Mill of the House of Representatives and the Voltaire of Congress, and you put me in the mood of Justice Brandeis. But I want to ask, I got to keep going a little bit because I have to know whether or not your First Amendment passion and principles, which I take to be completely true, and I've always known that about you, extend to one citizen named Donald Trump. Now, let's talk about Donald Trump for a second, okay? He is, after all, I think, the President of the United States. And check this out, okay? Everybody in this room who's sitting on this side of the dais is a politician, okay? We have people say stuff about us and say stuff about our rivals and our opponents all the time. I don't know if there's anybody here who's ever sued anybody in politics for libel or defamation. I'm taking that No, I imagine a lot of us have felt like, have you? I'll be curious to hear about that later, Mr. Issa. But the vast majority of us don't sue people even when we feel really aggrieved by the mean things that people say. And yet, Donald Trump gets to be president of the United States, and suddenly he decides he doesn't like Jim Jordan's approach, which is the answer to bad speech is good speech. The answer to false speech is true speech. The answer to nonsense is the dialectics of expression. That's the spirit of the First Amendment. Well, check this one out. Donald Trump personally suing CBS for $20 billion. The president of the United States is suing CBS for $20 billion. Why? What did they say about him? Did they lie about him? Did they defame him? No, it has nothing to do with him. It has to do with the way he thinks they unfairly edited a video conversation with Kamala Harris. He said that the way the video looked in the commercial for 60 Minutes was different from the way she appeared. The President of the United States is suing them for $20 billion and ordering the FCC, which is part of the U.S. government and under his unitary executive theory, reporting directly to him like a monarch. He's ordered them to go out and investigate CBS. And meantime, his close friend is trying to take over Paramount. And so he's, of course, completely entangled on the business side. That's not the first time. He did it to ABC with George Stephanopoulos, which settled a suit for him for, I think that one was $15 million. The President of the United States is shaking down the media. Would you guys really be so silent and taciturn about this if it was Joe Biden doing that? Honestly, I'm just waiting for one person to answer me honestly about it. Would you guys be okay if Joe Biden had been the one who had said destroy a grand jury subpoena against the Democratic mayor of New York for corruption? Would you be okay with that? But suddenly, because it's Donald Trump, you don't want to do oversight on it. It's the most amazing thing in the world. And there are young people watching, and this is the U.S. government. And we're going to be silent with all of these attacks on the First Amendment where the president is saying, I don't like the words you use. I want you to say Gulf of America, not Gulf of Mexico. Associated Press is now banned from this room. I'm kicking you out. I mean, come on. This is the United States of America. Well, any of my friends over there, all of whom understand and love the First Amendment, say it should apply even against the President of the United States. And I know you voted for him, and you'd vote for him again if the Constitution changes, and so on. But leaving all that aside, does the First Amendment not apply to him?
Thank God someone finally said it right to a Republican's face after years and years and years of the GOP claiming that they're the party of free speech, the party that decries the censorship being perpetuated by the evil communist Marxist Democrats. They've all sat idly by while it was their God King who's waged all-out war against the media. It was their guy who sued CBS for the non-existent crime of editing TV for an interview with Kamala Harris, which, to be clear, is standard practice in television. Don't believe me? Well, let's see what it looks like when it's done on the other side.
Broadcasters have a right to edit interviews. It's editorial judgment. For example, Fox, in June 2024, aired this.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, we would. But that wasn't Trump's actual whole answer. It was a taped interview. And as Semaphore noted at the time, Mr. Trump, in the full, unedited version, sounded a lot less definitive about releasing the Epstein files. Here's the whole answer.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. But I think I would, or at least...
Do you think that would restore trust? Help restore trust?
Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others. Certainly about the way he died. I'd be interested
you
in
enjoying
finding
your
what
little
happened there, 'cause
nappy
that was a
after
weird
your play?
situation, and the cameras didn't happen to be working, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, I'd go a long way toward that one.
Food?
Quite different, right? Now look, Fox had every right to make that edit. Now, did that edit make Trump look more decisive, less equivocating? Did it make Trump, therefore, look better? Yep. Was that why Fox did it? I have no idea. Maybe they just had some timing issues. Either way, it's Fox's right to do it. Just as it was Fox's right to do it when they had Trump's surprise visit to a Bronx barber shop on air, which they also cut down significantly, and coincidentally or not, flatteringly, Fox had the right to do it. And not just because cable and broadcast networks have different rules. Now, the 60 Minutes editing case would almost certainly fail spectacularly in court, according to legal experts. But Paramount Global, which owns CBS News, is currently trying to merge with Skydance Media. And in order to do that, Paramount will need the approval of the Trump administration, specifically the FCC, which, under its new commissioner, Brendan Carr, has suggested that Trump's news distortion complaint will be considered by the FCC before any merger can be approved.
So either Democrats should go ahead and sue Fox News for deceptive editing, or Republicans could acknowledge that networks have license to edit content how they see fit, whether for timing purposes or technical purposes or even political purposes. And if we're going to have a standard for Democrats, then they should be prepared to apply the same standard to Republicans. And of course, I should add one thing here, and I want to assure you that I'm not looking to victim blame, but let's not pretend that legacy media doesn't have some culpability here too. Take, for example, ABC News opting to settle with Trump in his $15 million defamation suit against the network. If ABC was looking to fight this lawsuit, they would win with both hands tied behind their back. The defamation lawsuit against George Stephanopoulos and the network was for comments that Stephanopoulos made, specifically saying that a jury found that Trump had raped Jean Carroll.
I don't know why.
That's slightly off. In actuality, the jury found that Trump was liable for sexual abuse, but the judge in that case, Lewis Kaplan, said, quote, "The finding that Ms. Carroll failed to prove that she was raped within the meaning of the New York penal law does not mean that she failed to prove that Mr. Trump raped her, as many people commonly understand the word rape." He added, "Indeed, as the evidence at trial recounted makes clear, the jury found Mr. Trump, in fact, did exactly that." In other words, not a stretch for Stephanopoulos to claim that Trump was an adjudicated rapist when the judge effectively came out and said exactly those words. Certainly not up to the bar of actual malice, meaning that Stephanopoulos knew the statement was false or that he acted with reckless regard for the truth, and certainly not up to the bar of Trump being able to prove that Stephanopoulos' comments caused him reputational harm or caused him financial hardship. All thresholds that do need to be met in a successful defamation case. But still, ABC News decided to pay the $15 million anyway. Why? Well, most likely because they felt that it was easier to obey in advance than to fight back against Trump. In fact, not only would they obey in advance, but they could match what the Zuckerbergs and Bezoses of the world were doing by heaping cash onto the president. And so not only do they get in his good graces, but they get some cover with this lawsuit too. They get to claim that the reason that they were forced to pay is because of this pesky little lawsuit, when in reality, they rolled over without putting up anything even close to a fight. It is about protecting their own access. By giving Trump permission to claim victory in this lawsuit, ABC News then opened the floodgates for a newly emboldened Trump to wage legal war against everybody in the media that he doesn't like. They have made the entire media ecosystem less safe, including myself, by the way, and ushered us one step closer to the very brand of illiberal democracy that Trump has threatened for so long. This is what it looks like when a media outlet puts its own interests above the very democracy they purport to want to protect. And so now, we're likely to see CBS do the same thing. Why? Because as Jamie Raskin explained, they are exposed in other ways that may require approvals from the federal government. And so I would use this moment to immodestly signal the virtues of independent media. I have no projects in front of the federal government. I'm not over-leveraged. I answer solely and strictly to my viewers and no one else. And whereas democracy dies in darkness was a nice little slogan that Jeff Bezos' Washington Post was happy to coast off of, only until the moment it was no longer
What the heck is
convenient,
this?
it is the entire
Oh,
ethos
it's like a
of my
little
brand.
fox
So
demon?
if you'd like to support the work I do, please subscribe
Or
to
a
this
bunny?
channel. And if you'd like to
You got
support me
rodent
beyond
teeth.
the social media platforms, knowing full well that YouTube or Facebook or TikTok or
Dracula.
Instagram could clamp down on my account if they're pressured to do so by this administration, which is not outside the realm of possibility these days, then please subscribe to my newsletter, where I don't have to rely on any platform. I'm just able to contact my viewers directly. Just go to plus.briantylercohen.com/subscribe.
Is this a new map?
Again, that's plus.briantylercohen.com/subscribe. I'll put that link in the post description of this video.
You can tell
In the
how good I
meantime,
am at the game.
Perhaps Jim Jordan can
If I don't
finally
even know
figure
if
out
it's
what
a
it
new
is that
map.
he actually stands for, considering Donald Trump is busy exposing him and his party for the frauds that they are on a daily basis. Before you go, just a quick note, if you'd like to see more of my content, which is always free of advertising, sponsorships, and paywalls, please make sure to subscribe to this channel using the subscribe button right here on the screen. And if you'd like to support my work even further, you can grab a copy of my instant #1 New York Times selling book, Shameless, available for sale right now. That link is also on the screen. Thanks so much for watching.
Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, made an announcement yesterday that I want to play for you. And given what one of the things we talked about today, just letting another example of threats against the media onto the very large pile, it is frightening that they're taking another step, the White House is, to leverage more control over media outlets. Then we'll go through a few clips from this press briefing. Every once in a while, I want to check in on these with you all so you can get a sense of, they're happening essentially daily, what these press briefings look and sound like. And it's bad, okay? That's what I can tell you. And this announcement is terrible. If you appreciate the show, please do click that subscribe button. I appreciate you greatly. I'm trying to have fun today, so you'll notice.
Oh, it is a new map. See, here's
you remember
Blade.
at the Trump speech at CPAC, he went, "I get angry. Don't get mad,
How do I
Donald."
get out of this
that
place?
weird thing. I'm sort of doing that, where I'm angry about this, but I'm trying to have fun, so that all of you can stay sane. So if I seem a little bit, that's why. Here we go.
As you all know, for decades, a group of DC-based journalists, the White House Correspondents Association, has long dictated which journalists get to ask questions of the President of the United States in these most intimate spaces. Not anymore. I am proud to announce that we are going to give the power.
Did I just hear a gasp?
Most intimate spaces. Not anymore. I am proud to announce.
Yeah. Literal gasp, understandably so from the reporters.
That we are going to give
You're
the power
going for
back
laughs,
to the
that
people
easy.
who read your papers,
I'm going
who
for
watch your
gasps.
television shows, and who listen to your radio stations. Moving forward, the White House press pool will be determined by the White House press team.
So while of course ultimately the power of access to the White House is the White House's, they have that power. But what has been done, because it used to be that even Republican and then definitely Democratic presidents alike understood that some independence of the media and thus some outsourcing of that power was really valuable. And so they would outsource that power to the White House Correspondent Association. And they would then make a lot of determinations based, it's a nonpartisan organization, so the hope was you can pick journalists based on reasons that aren't just partisan purposes, and then this organization wouldn't have the same interest in punishing outlets and restricting their access to the press room, restricting their access to asking the president questions, etc. It wouldn't be the president going, "I'm mad at that reporter, take him out," as much, because the association would deal with some of the logistics of that. And John Favreau responded saying this will allow the White House to ensure that no actual journalists can cover the president. Pretty soon it'll just be pure Trump fluffers like Gateway Pundit and OAN. And that's what this is about. Are there more pressing threats to the media right now than this? Yes. Trump's attack against CBS, the power he now is in an unprecedented way based on the executive order he recently signed taking over the FCC. His recent statements about the different outlets and what he wants to do with them and who he wants to get up there, etc. There are more pressing. But it doesn't mean that this isn't an example of another step, awful step toward getting any independence of the media eliminated. That ultimately would be their dream scenario, it seems, and it's really scary. So just because we talked a lot recently, so go find a bunch of segments if you haven't heard these rants. I've been talking a lot about the free press attacks recently, but this is another example so that we can get through more of this in a timely manner. Let's move on. Before I show you the next Levitt part where she's reacting to criticism of the new deputy head, deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino, who you're seeing on screen. And even by the look that he's making, you can tell maybe not deputy director material, but let's hear him out. Let me play this for you, and then I'll let me just play it for you.
Folks, this guy has
you need to clean your chin because it's
grapefruit for balls, Trump. That's why this happened. Period.
It's probably the medicine that
Let's
you
play
refuse
Never Have
to
I
put
Ever
in your
real quick.
mouth.
Never have I ever referred to someone's little friends to the south as grapefruits. Never have I described
dick cleaning time.
Someone's no square as grapefruit. Now, if you just put a finger down, you are disqualified from being the deputy director of the FBI. Dan, you are now disqualified. I'm sorry. Oh, goodness.
Are you serious?
999. Listen, this guy has
2 charges for
you
the
ever
thing.
heard
So
of the
at least
the Death
I know
Star?
for a fact I'll get it.
He has a Death Star
game.
He has picture 2. You get the point. Here is Caroline Levitt, very upset that people think a right-wing podcaster who, yes, was in the Secret Service at one point, amazing, but then he went on to be an absolutely crazy conspiracy theorist, MAGA podcaster, and shout about how big people's balls are. And Caroline Levitt says it's despicable that some people would be uncomfortable with that.
Another one, if I'm sorry, thank you. On the FBI, the president also announced a new deputy director of the FBI, Dan Bongino. From what has been reported, and maybe this is not accurate reporting, you can tell me, the FBI director, Kash Patel, informed Republican senators that it would be an individual named as the deputy who was a special agent currently at the FBI. And of course, Mr. Bongino is not. Well, what was the reason for naming Mr. Bongino to this position? And was Mr. Patel not correct in making that assurance to those senators?
I'm not sure if anybody in this room has listened to Mr. Bongino when he talks about the past corruption.
Sorry, I clicked wrong. I don't think anyone in this room has really listened. Have you really? You might have been hearing, but did you really listen? Mind, body, spirit, listen. Head to toe, listen. When Dan Bongino talked about Trump's balls.
Talks about the past corruption at the FBI, when he talks about his experience serving for the United States Secret Service. This is a man who loves his country and who has honorably served.
And he really loves Trump.
Our country in ways that many people have not. He understands the depth of the corruption at these institutions, which the American people re-elected President Trump to shake up. And I think it's quite despicable to see many networks in this room who have had chyrons on their television screens labeling Mr. Bongino as a far-right podcaster. He is not. He is a former law enforcement agent. He is a former Secret Service agent who put his life on the line to protect this country, and that is why the President of the United States has entrusted him for this important role. He's also an outsider to this Washington swamp, and we often see that when...
All right, outsider. You know what's interesting? Well, first on this whole outsider thing, I really do get the appeal of someone who hasn't been swimming in the swamp, which don't swim in swamps. But you know, that idea, they have new ideas. They're an outsider. They're not bought or paid for. I get it. And it's good in some situations. But the outsiders they bring in, the folks that they bring in that are supposed to be representative of that, makes me really idealize the swamp creatures. I've never wanted an insider, corrupt, swampy, politician of politicians more than when I compare them to the outsiders that they choose to bring in. But yeah, Kash Patel said that that the deputy director would be an active agent to address some of the concerns of people thinking, why are some of these not qualified enough wacky conspiracy theorists taking over the FBI? And you know, to address that concern, it was, oh well, I'll get an active agent, active leader in the FBI to be my deputy director. And then he picks Dan Bongino. And so asking that question,
I don't think people understand how insane this is for real, though.
You can serve in the, like, as an example, they don't say that Pete Buttigieg could never be wrong because he served in the military, do they? No. They never say, well, I should trust him because he served in the military. And so you can respect someone's service in, you know, different facets of law enforcement, military, whatever, and realize that since that time, or maybe while they were in that position, they went so off the deep end that that doesn't automatically make them qualified. And one of the things we've been seeing is, have you ever said to someone, I'm really, one time I said to someone, I'm just really upset about this. And they said, no, you're not. And I was like, what? Okay, then. That's a lot of the Trump method right now. It's concern is expressed and the response is, no, that's not, you don't feel that way. That didn't happen. Listen to this exchange.
They're excited.
So some of those cabinet members were caught off guard by the email from Saturday. A few departments said they were caught off guard. The FBI was, the DOJ was.
Did anonymous sources say that, or did the cabinet secretary say that?
The cabinet secretaries and others have said that they were not aware that this was happening. So I'm wondering, like, will there be a give and take tomorrow at the cabinet meeting? Is Elon Musk or the president open to any type of dialogue about who is actually in charge of the chain of command of these workers?
I would reject the premise of your question, Jeff. The cabinet secretaries have not said that. I know anonymous sources, probably career bureaucrats, have leaked that to many of you in this room. But as I said at the beginning of this press conference, everybody is working as one team, and the president respects the decisions of his cabinet secretaries to tell his staff, their staff, not to respond to that email because they did so out of interests of national security, and they don't.
Hey, Luke, when you shouted at me and told me that I was terrible, it really hurt my feelings, and I felt invalidated.
You're very round.
I didn't feel seen.
You're very
and I just
round today,
wish that you
Papa.
would be better. Okay. No, you didn't feel that way. Actually, when I said that to you, you realized that I was correct, and that I'm handsome, and that that I'm never wrong, and that you actually were being too sensitive. That's how you felt. Should I try that in my personal life? It's an interesting strategy that she's utilizing there. Just because people are terrified, because one time when something leaked, Trump was talking about death for them. Maybe because just because people are terrified, so they have to anonymously leak this stuff, doesn't mean it's fake. Doesn't mean there isn't real concern coming from within your administration. Here, a reporter asks about, just think about this, what a disaster of a moment we're in. Here's a reporter asking, hey, y'all seem to be treating rather inhumanely people by doing a bunch of stuff to them whenever you're holding them before deportation, even bringing them to Guantanamo Bay. And reportedly, the people at Guantanamo gay. Yep, that's what I meant to say. Guantanamo gay. I think we should just wrap up the show here. No, sorry. Guantanamo Bay. And wait, really quickly, that reminds me of, do you remember when Trump at his speech went, and we will make America gay?
We gotta keep our country gay. Burp, burp. Is what he said.
Back to this. At Guantanamo Bay, they're not being treated humanely based on reports. And these are migrants, right? And Levitt doesn't seem too concerned.
related to Guantanamo Bay, the other to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. I wanted to get your response to some Washington Post reporting of the migrants who stayed over at Guantanamo Bay for the last 2 weeks. They told the Post they were rarely let outside. They were shackled and placed in what they described as cages and alleged that they were not treated as human beings. Does the White House have any response to those conditions?
At Guantanamo Bay? It's a promise the president campaigned on, that if you invade our nation's borders, if you break our country's laws, and if then you further commit heinous, brutal crimes in the interior of our country, like raping and murdering innocent, law-abiding women and girls, and committing heinous acts of violence, then you are going to be deported from this country, and you may be held at Guantanamo Bay. These are criminals we are talking about. Don't forget.
So we have always prioritized deportation for people who commit violent crimes and who are undocumented immigrants. That's already been the case. Obama had some of the highest numbers on that. But what we're talking about here is cruelty for performance. Even when it's
performative cruelty.
We went over this in the bonus show. If you're not getting the bonus show, why? What have I done? If you're not getting the bonus show, please click the join button below. We talked about this on the bonus show. And essentially what it breaks down, a little graphic from MSNBC, is that because Trump is interested in the imagery of the militarization of deportations, he is spending up to 8 times the amount on flights to deport folk so that they can use planes. And I'll read here from Emily. A lot of waste is occurring in this very administration over political stunts. Example, to look tough, we were using military planes for deportation. Not only is the use of the plane more costly, they have to take longer routes to avoid Mexican airspace. So they can fulfill this imagery of, military shackles and we're going to bring them to Gitmo. They're actually just wasting money. You're wasting money. Bring. Hello, this is Doge. Hi, this is Luke Beasley. I'm calling to report on waste. That wasn't worth it. Yeah, this is the very waste that they say they're preventing, just for the imagery. Then there's a lot of questions given what Elon Musk is being described as in court. They go, yes, he's the head of Doge. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's not. Yes, he is. No, he's kind of. Well, he's an overseer of Doge, but he's really a special advisor to the president, and he's nothing to do with Doge, but he has all the control, but he's nothing. But he's a special advisor. Then Trump says, they asked me what is Elon's position? I say patriot. That makes it even more confusing. And then sometimes it is. Okay. With all that confusion, Levitt makes it even more confusing.
Thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about a federal judge yesterday was saying that they didn't know who the Doge administrator was and was asking the lawyer for the administration who it was, and the lawyer responded, I don't know the answer to that. Can you tell us who the administrator of Doge is?
Again, I've been asked and answered this question. Elon Musk is overseeing Doge. No, Elon Musk is a special government employee, which I've also been asked and have answered that question as well. There are career officials at Doge. There are political appointees at Doge. I'm not going to reveal the name of that individual from this podium. I'm happy to
most transparent
and
admin.
provide that to you. But we've been incredibly transparent about the...
What? Oh,
most
okay.
transparent
Listen,
admin.
anytime they say we're being transparent, it means they're not, because they always end really mangled answers with, and this is another example of how we're being so transparent. No, you can't do that. The sky is blue. Stop telling me that it's green. And so there, she says. So the question was, who's the Doge administrator? And she goes, oh my gosh, I've answered this so many times. Elon oversees Doge. Okay, cool. So he's the administrator. The reporter goes, and Levitt goes, no. Where did you get that from? Elon's a special government employee. Okay, then who's the damn administrator? Career bureaucrats. I thought you hated career bureaucrat.
Bro can't talk today.
Beer cats. I thought you hated career beer cats. And then she goes, but I'm not going to reveal that from this podium. Oh, okay, so it's secretive. No, I'll reveal it to you later. So you don't know. No, I know. Well, then tell me. I can't from this podium. So it's private. No, I'll reveal it to you later. So we are in a timeline that sucks. So here is this from NPR. Elon Musk's Doge takes aim at agency that had plans of regulating X. Elon Musk made a big leap late last month toward his long shot goal of turning X into an everything app, a service that could encompass a broad range of services. So they're implementing a feature called X Money Account. You know, it's interesting. The service would be directly regulated by the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau under expanded oversight powers it had finalized late last year, allowing the agency to police things like privacy issues, fraud, and how disputed transactions are handled at mobile payment apps. And now, all of a sudden, the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, is in Musk's crosshairs. But we've been assured that Trump will make sure there's no conflict of interest and that Elon can self-govern on that front. Well, then what do we have to be worried about? Share your thoughts in the comments.
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Federal courts have ordered a pause to much of President Trump's agenda in a trio of rulings involving refugees, federal spending, and foreign aid. In the first ruling on Tuesday, U.S. District Judge Lauren Ali Khan in Washington, D.C., ordered the White House to pause its spending freeze on grants, loans, and other financial aid. In a second ruling, U.S. District Judge Jamal Whitehead in Seattle blocked Trump's executive order suspending refugee admissions and funding. And in a third case, U.S. District Judge Amir Ali in Washington, D.C., ordered the Trump administration to comply with his order from 2 weeks ago to unfreeze billions of dollars for foreign assistance grants and contracts. U.S. federal workers face fresh uncertainty after billionaire Elon Musk gave them a second chance to respond to his order that they justify their jobs or risk termination. Musk's latest directive came in a post on his social media site X late Monday. It contradicted guidance from the Office of Personnel Management, telling workers they could ignore Musk's earlier email ordering them to summarize their accomplishments or risk losing their jobs. On Tuesday, Trump added to the chaos and uncertainty with these comments.
Well, it's somewhat voluntary, but it's also if you don't answer, I guess you get fired.
On Tuesday, Doge quietly dropped false claims from its website about what it called its 5 biggest savings to U.S. taxpayers. The reversals included Doge's claim of $8 billion in cuts at Immigration and Customs Enforcement. The figure was, in fact, $8 million. Elon Musk will join President Trump's first cabinet meeting scheduled for today, even though Musk was not confirmed by the Senate to a cabinet post and is listed by the White House as a special government employee. The White House said Tuesday Musk is not the head of Doge, the Department of Government Efficiency. Instead, the White House said Doge's interim administrator is Amy Gleason, who's worked at the U.S. Digital Service during Trump's first term before Musk rebranded it. The New York Times reports Gleason is on vacation in Mexico, was not aware the White House planned to make her role public now. Meanwhile, 21 Doge staffers have quit in protest of Musk's actions, writing in a joint resignation letter, quote, "We will not use our skills as technologists to compromise core government systems, jeopardize Americans' sensitive data, or dismantle critical public services," they wrote. The Republican-led House of Representatives has narrowly approved a budget framework for much of President Trump's agenda, proposing $4.5 trillion in tax cuts and a $2 trillion reduction in federal spending over the next decade. Among other provisions, the budget would likely slash about $800 billion over a decade from Medicaid, threatening health care coverage to more than 72 million people. All 215 House Democrats voted against the budget. On Tuesday, the Congressional Progressive Caucus launched a campaign for an alternative budget, the, quote, "Tax the Greedy Billionaires Coalition." Ukrainian officials say at least 7 people were killed overnight as Russia launched a wave of deadly drone strikes on the capital Kyiv and parts of eastern Ukraine. Separately, Russia said it shot down scores of Ukrainian drones launched into the Russian-annexed region of Crimea. The fighting came as the White House hinted Ukraine is prepared to sign a deal granting the U.S. access to Ukrainian resources, including oil, gas, and rare earth minerals. Trump said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will visit the White House Friday to sign the agreement. Meanwhile, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov says a delegation of U.S. diplomats will meet with their Russian counterparts in Istanbul Thursday to restore diplomatic ties after the U.S. and Russia withdrew embassy staff at the start of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine 3 years ago. Israel and Hamas have reached a deal on the release of 620 Palestinian prisoners, including women and children, imprisoned by Israel in exchange for the bodies of 4 Israeli hostages who died in Gaza. The swap will take place Thursday after Israel delayed the release of hundreds of Palestinians in a move Hamas officials said was another attempt to sabotage the Gaza ceasefire. This comes as the United Nations is urging Israel to allow mobile homes and shelters into Gaza after 6 Palestinian infants died from hypothermia due to the freezing cold. Meanwhile, school children have joyfully returned to school in Gaza for the first time since October 2023.
After an absence of about a year and a half, we returned to school. The feeling is indescribable. Honestly, it's a unique and special feeling. However, there's a slight flaw. It's not really a school. First of all, the walls are destroyed. There are no benches, no blackboards. We even brought our prayer mats with us to sit on. And they were barely enough. There are no teaching materials available to help us study. Despite all of this, we overcame these conditions.
Nearly all of Gaza's schools have been destroyed by Israel. In Syria, at least 2 people are dead after Israel's military launched air raids on the capital and parts of southern Syria. On Tuesday, low-flying Israeli warplanes rattled residents of Damascus before dropping bombs on the nearby town of Kisweh. Separately, Israel bombed sites in the southern province of Daraa. Israel's military later said it had struck military command centers and multiple sites containing weapons. The attacks came just hours after Syria's transitional government demanded Israel withdraw from Syrian territory it's occupied since rebels ousted Bashar al-Assad in December. International Criminal Court prosecutor Karim Khan arrived in the Democratic Republic of Congo Tuesday in a push to end violence that's seen Rwanda-backed M23 soldiers overrun cities in the eastern DRC, killing more than 7,000 people while displacing hundreds of thousands. Speaking to reporters in the capital, Kinshasa, Karim Khan laid out his goals for the visit.
To try to make sure there is a consistent, there is a comprehensive, there is a sustainable and holistic approach to justice that draws the poison of criminality away from the soil and allows the people and your children to march forward to, God willing, a brighter future after these very dark days that you're going through right now.
On Tuesday, the United Kingdom announced a pause on some bilateral aid to Rwanda and other diplomatic sanctions over Kigali's role in supporting M23. The Trump administration's announced a new visa ban targeting Cuban officials who are tied to a decades-old program that primarily sends Cuban doctors and healthcare workers to assist other countries. Secretary of State Marco Rubio erroneously described the program as forced labor. Cuba began deploying doctors around the world after the 1959 Cuban Revolution to disaster sites and during disease outbreaks, such as the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic and during the Ebola outbreak in West Africa. Cuba's Foreign Minister, Bruno Rodriguez, slammed the restrictions as part of Rubio's, quote, personal agenda, unquote. Rubio's, the son of Cuban immigrants, has been persistently advocating for harsher sanctions on Cuba despite the catastrophic impacts. The White House has announced plans to handpick the pool reporters who will be allowed to ask President Trump questions breaking from decades of precedent that saw the White House Correspondents Association determine which journalists have close access to the president. Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt announced the changes on Tuesday.
A select group of D.C.-based journalists should no longer have a monopoly over the privilege of press access at the White House. All journalists, outlets, and voices deserve a seat at this highly coveted table. So by deciding which outlets make up the limited press pool on a day-to-day basis, the White House will be restoring power back to the American people.
The White House Correspondents Association condemned the changes, writing, quote, "This move tears at the independence of a free press in the United States. It suggests the government will choose the journalists who cover the president. In a free country, leaders must not be able to choose their own press corps," unquote. On Monday, a federal judge denied a request from the Associated Press for a temporary restraining order after the Trump administration cut off AP's access to cover major events at the White House unless it agrees to follow Trump's order that it refer to the Gulf of Mexico as the Gulf of America. The Trump administration's moving forward with plans to force millions of undocumented people to register with the federal government or face criminal prosecution. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem threatened undocumented immigrants with being hunted down and deported if they fail to register, fulfilling another one of Trump's executive orders signed on his first day in office. This comes as a group of elite military contractors, including former CEO and founder of the for-profit mercenary company Blackwater, Eric Prince, has offered to set up so-called processing camps on military bases and deploying an army of private citizens to arrest immigrants. The blueprint has an estimated cost of $25 billion and would certainly face legal and operational challenges. Prince is the brother of former Trump Education Secretary Betsy DeVos. In Tennessee, Republican lawmakers have introduced a bill that would prohibit undocumented immigrants from pursuing most lawsuits, such as suing for medical malpractice. This is Nashville civil rights attorney Chris Smith.
Deprives undocumented immigrants of the right to bring a declaratory judgment action. That's the vehicle under Tennessee law where you can challenge the constitutionality of the statute. So by saying you can't even file lawsuits to challenge the constitutionality, it's a complete stripping of rights of undocumented people.
The U.S. Supreme Court has ordered a new trial for Richard Glossip, who's been in Oklahoma's death row for nearly 3 decades. Glossip has for years maintained his innocence after being convicted as the mastermind behind the 1997 murder for hire of his former employer. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast with Glossip's spiritual advisor, anti-death penalty activist, Sister Helen Prejean. In a victory for labor rights, the food delivery app DoorDash has been ordered to pay nearly $17 million for secretly using customer tips to subsidize the wages of its delivery workers here in New York, instead of allowing them to keep their tips on top of their guaranteed wages. The payout will go toward thousands of DoorDash workers, most of whom are immigrants who made deliveries between May 2017 and September 2019. In a statement, Gustavo Arce, a leader with the group Los Deliveristas Unidos, said on X, quote, "I am proud of our fight, and recovering this money that belongs to the workers is a great victory. Personally, I'm always grateful to the thousands of New Yorkers for their generosity, but we're always on the sidelines of someone who wants to take advantage of us. But we are here to fight for justice and dignity, si se puede," he said. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. Democracy Now! Is funded by viewers like you. Please give today at democracynow.org/give.
Maximum Pulse! We are back, and I am thrilled to be joined by Mike Figueredo, host of The Humanist Report, co-host of Leftist Mafia. Mike, thanks so much for coming on the show today.
Thank you for having me. Speaking of Leftist Mafia, Matt tells me to tell you hello.
Oh, well, I mean, I saw him yesterday, but I guess hello back to him.
He made sure I told you so.
Good to hear. Kowalski from Nebraska writes in and says, in reference to Leftist Mafia last night, please tell Mike he needs to get over his fear of flying, go to New York City and have fun at a gay club, We only have 4 months until ICE gets turned on the LGBTQ plus community, and you're banned from flying and having clubs for the next 4.5 years. Have you never been to New York City, Mike?
No. I've been to 3 states: Washington, Oregon, and California. I've never flown.
Wow.
I've never been to a club. So Kowalski is expecting me to get on a plane, conquer my fear of flying now, and go to a club and be around all the people. Kowalski, that's a very tall order. But
That is
I
a very
appreciate the
tall order.
sentiment.
So I know people who don't fly too, and have fears of flying. Like, what has this news cycle been like for you? Is it very validating?
So, I've never been afraid of crashing until this year. It's just that I am a weird person where I'm claustrophobic. If I'm in a car too long, it's the same feeling. So it's not that, like, I wouldn't fly. It's just I've never really traveled a lot, never had an opportunity. And I feel like I would probably freak out, but after a couple of hours, I'd be fine in a plane. It's just a matter of, like, okay, do I need to fly? Can I drive instead? Can I take a train? No, because those derail in the United States, and there's not a lot of them. It's just a lot. But
Yeah.
if the opportunity presents, I would love to come to New York.
All right, well, maybe someday. But it is just incredible to see, like, I don't know. I think that the Democrats should be making more of, like, the plane crashes. I know that they probably think it's untoward, but the Republicans did a whole political movement based on people's fear of needles, and now we have RFK Jr. as Health and Human Services Secretary, who's canceling meetings about vaccines that are supposedly routine, as we have one of the worst flu seasons in quite a while. They've taken down the advertising for basically the CDC has, I think, directed under RFK's direction to stop advertising for flu vaccines during this period. And we have measles outbreak, an outbreak in West Texas that's getting worse and spreading into New Mexico. I mean, it's just crazy how rapidly you can, the world is responding, or the country is responding, and not in a good way, to these cuts. Like, you just see how important government is. Within 1 month, Trump got inaugurated a month ago, and it's already like this.
It hit you fast, and to see how they fired people who were working on bird flu, I think it was at the CDC or maybe the NIH, I'm not sure. But then they didn't want to fire them, so they tried to hire them back. And then you have them at these different agencies where they're firing people at the nuclear agency, NNSA, and then they couldn't hire them back because they didn't update their contact information and their government email was disabled, so they had no way of reaching them. It's just such a cluster F that I can't help but laugh, but at the same time, I don't want to laugh because it's so serious. There's a lot going on. And on the subject of RFK, before he ran for president, I'm sure you all talked about this at some point on your show, he talked about placing people on SSRIs into labor camps. He calls them wellness centers. And then one of the first things he did when he was confirmed as health secretary was he signed an order to reassess the prominence and abuse of SSRIs. So on the subject of, like, me getting on a plane, if they take away my SSRIs, it's going to be a lot longer before I'm able to function and do something like that.
Well, this has been kind of a crank thing for a while. This came up yesterday, but if you remember, Tom Cruise got into that weird argument with Matt Lauer on the Today Show over it, criticizing the usage of SSRIs and how it just
but that's
keeps
because he's a
clouded.
Scientologist.
There's a fear, I think, of healthcare that is exploited by this movement. We've talked about this before. Just the fact that we don't have socialized healthcare in this country, where people can not have anxiety about interacting with their healthcare providers. Mostly it's like, you already have anxiety if you're sick, but then in this country it's financial anxiety. Can you go bankrupt if you have cancer? And right now the Republicans are talking about slashing or cutting to the bone Medicaid, which provides health care for 71 million people in this country, mostly low income and disabled. And they're particularly going to target the 20 million that were added under the Affordable Care Act, which expanded Medicaid. And so what does that push people towards? Oh, more of these crank online influencers who tell you, oh, this is the way to be healthy. Just buy my product, buy my supplement, and stop taking X drug.
Yeah, we're going to have a massive crisis in this country if that happens. I mean, Medicaid, for those who've never been on it, I've been on it, and it is phenomenal healthcare. That's how I got on SSRIs in the first place. I was stabilized. I was kind of like spiraling. It was difficult to work, to stay in school. But then I got on the medication that I needed that I just wasn't able to get because I didn't have insurance. And then I was better. You know, you're never perfect, of course, because access to mental health care is still, it's difficult for some people in the country. But yeah, without that, there's going to be so many people who lose everything if they can't get SSRIs, if they don't have the basic healthcare that they need. They're going to lose it all. And one thing that I think that the Trump administration doesn't realize is that people are already like, you can sense that there's a revolutionary fervor in this country, especially after the Luigi Mangione support that they were surprised by. But I mean, if you take away people's healthcare and they lose everything, and the bread and circus that they usually use to distract us doesn't distract us anymore, people are going to start taking to the streets. I mean, you're already seeing people activate pretty much everywhere around the country.
Yeah, you are seeing that, and you're also seeing this kind of reaction to Democratic leadership that I don't necessarily think we've seen in quite a while. If you could pull this up, Bradley. The split ticket aggregated 3 separate polls that have come out recently. This aggregate says Democrats may risk their own Tea Party moment. I'm like, risk? Please.
So a good time.
This is not published by a leftist as far as I know, so it's...
No, these are, I mean, 3 separate, right, exactly. 3 separate polls, Quinnipiac, CNN, and Data for Progress, polling Democratic voters, showing that it's the plurality opinion in Quinnipiac, which we covered the other day. 49% say they're dissatisfied, Democratic voters, with congressional Democrats, 40%. But it's greater, and this is more my experience in these other 2 polls. CNN, 73% of Democratic voters are angry with congressional Democrats, and 67%, according to Data for Progress, are angry with them. This is a real opportunity. I've never seen this kind of reaction. This is the party that, throughout Nancy Pelosi's tenure as Speaker of the House, consistently the voters gave her high approval ratings. Obama will always get high approval ratings despite our misgivings with his leadership. But right now, there's an appetite among Democratic voters who are like, wait, you're going to kiss the ring for Donald Trump, Morning Joe? You've been telling me that resisting him is the most important thing ever. And I don't know how we channel that most effectively, but I'm looking at primary challenges. That's where my head is at right now.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think we genuinely have a real opportunity. I've been to town halls whenever I had the chance, whenever my senator or representative showed up, and I was always on an island. Like, I'd get hissed at by liberals for asking questions and for attacking leadership. Ron Wyden held 2 town halls in Oregon, and I drove out to one of them. I've never seen liberals this antagonistic towards Democrats. Multiple people were shouting at him, why aren't Democrats doing anything? Why aren't you putting your body on the line? Why aren't you getting into good trouble like John Lewis? And then when you leave the town hall, you know, there's all these staffers fielding questions, and I saw this lady just like yelling at them. Why are all of these old people still in power? Why is Ron Wyden in power? He's so old. Why doesn't he step down? And then like I approached her and I egged her on, of course. I'm like, yeah, and Jerry Connell, they just voted for him over AOC. And she's like, yeah, this is ridiculous. I'm like, yes, I'm feeling the fire. They are genuinely pissed off at leadership. And I think that when you see Hakeem Jeffries promoting a book at like the worst time ever, and they're protesting outside of that store, I actually think we have an opportunity to maybe do some damage in a primary, actually get somebody who's progressive. I'm not going to hold my breath because the Democratic Party is very reluctant to change and they're not just going to give up power willingly, but we actually have a time where liberals are genuinely terrified and they're pissed off and they're directing that anger at Democrats. And I never thought that this was possible. Part of it is I think that there's a lot of trust that's been lost with MSNBC, people like Joe and Mika, where they kind of, they were told for years from these people that Donald Trump is terrible, he's a fascist, he's like Hitler, and that was all true. But then when they immediately go to kiss the ring once he's elected, they see that as a betrayal. They don't accept your rationalizations of it. So I think that's led to this growth in people seeking out alternative sources. Midas Touch just became like the #1 podcast, surpassing Joe Rogan.
It eclipsed Joe Rogan, yeah.
That, which is so crazy to me. So I think that there really is an opportunity right now within the Democratic Party to try to radicalize normie Democrats.
I guess because
And
they're
this
so
was something that
combative,
I
right?
saw
They're always doing
right
the...
after the election, just speaking with liberal family members. That's anecdotal, of course, but like them saying to me, I'm pissed off at the Democratic Party, and I've never heard that before because, you know, if you know liberals, they've always been very deferential towards Democrats. So I think that we need to try to use this some way, try to get them to understand that the establishment is their enemy, and do something with it. I don't know what yet, but just to have
I think
that
if Jeffries is
opportunity there is, I
primary,
think,
he's
really
fucked.
it's cause for optimism.
Well, as opposed to just the kind of reflexive, you know, how dare these Justice Democrats go after our representatives, or you know, seniority is the most important thing. I think people do feel failed by their representatives. Do we have that thing about Hakeem Jeffries' book? I mean, it's funny, we were just chatting about this before coming on air, that he did this ABC's speech on the floor, on the House floor before, and we made fun of it. But apparently he was so enamored with his own poetry that he's turned it into a children's book.
Money grab.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it can beat. I'm not sure if it can beat our FBI director's children's book, The Plot Against the King.
Oh, you have it!
Oh, we do. A viewer sent it to
Oh,
us.
I'm so jealous.
Yeah, it's great. Kash Patel makes himself one of the main characters, and he's the wizard that's always by Donald Trump's side. And even in the first term, apparently he was a main character, according to Kash Patel. But here, this is outside of what Jeffries' book signing.
This was a book event in Chicago.
Okay, here we go. That's awesome. So for people that can't hear, we don't need a book tour. What do we need? People to stand up and fight back. I'm encouraged by this, even amongst like the horrors. This is what gives me hope, is the fact that we are beginning to see people being activated. And we played a clip earlier before you came on, Mike, of a bunch of constituents in a safe Republican district just, you know, booing their representative about these Doge cuts. Because in Atlanta, that's where the CDC is based. It's an employer. The federal government employs millions of people in this country. And just because these anarcho-capitalist freaks are trying to gut the administrative state because they're mad at regulations, doesn't mean that regular people are going to be on board with this kind of thing.
Yeah, this is something is happening in the country that I think is really important to watch. To go back to my town hall, there was a moment where somebody had asked the question about healthcare in particular, and this guy had United Healthcare, and he talked about how they were denying him coverage. And as he's saying that, you know, the Senator Ron Wyden, a Democrat, establishment Democrat for those who don't know, he was just sitting there and giving him like the typical platitudes, and I yelled Medicare for all, and the entire crowd like cheered. I'm like, liberals are cheering for Medicare for all now? Like, I want them to understand that they need to be radicalized in this moment, and I'm trying to find the best way to communicate that to them, and I feel like you all are doing the same as well, because like I don't want to scare them away. I don't want to be like, hey, we should violently seize the means of productions. I'm trying to get them to, like, I'm trying to plant the seeds, and I think that now is the time to do that. And if you look back to Obama's last term in office, that was followed by Bernie Sanders' rise. And that was when we really had an opportunity to almost elect Bernie Sanders. So if there's somebody that isn't a charlatan that comes along, then at least at the presidential level, we can make some change, you know, assuming we still have free and fair elections in 4 years. But just the mere fact that people are becoming aware to the game that's being played, and they know about Social Security, and specifically know that the solution is to lift the cap, as you all were talking about, I think that is really, really a good sign that they're plugged in and they can speak specifically about these policies.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
This is Khartoum, a city of over 6 million people. Until recently, this place was a major hub for trade and communications, with rail lines from Egypt, Port Sudan, and El Ubaid. The people had a pretty normal life. Tourists often come here to experience the rich culture of Sudan, take in the beautiful view of the meeting point of the Blue and White Niles, amongst many other things. But then, on April 15, 2023, everything changed.
Hundreds of civilians have been killed.
Over 6.5 million people have left their homes.
It is war.
People of Khartoum woke up to sounds of gunfire, bullets flying everywhere, and bombs dropping on buildings as war broke out in Sudan. The weeks and months that followed saw more than 12 million people displaced from their homes. The city they once knew is no more. But how did we get here? I want to tell you the story of Sudan. A story of greed, selfish ambitions, and international interference. One that has seen families torn apart, entire communities wiped out, hospitals bombed, aid workers blocked, and countless lives lost. I will show you how different powerful countries are taking part in this endless conflict, all because of the strategic location of this country. This might just be one of the worst wars you've never heard about. The question is, who is fueling this crisis and why?
7 million people are internally displaced by the war.
The Sudan question began with this man, Omar al-Bashir. But before I tell you his story, let me take you back a little to a time when the whole of this region was just Sudan. You see, Sudan's story didn't begin with its independence in
I think we're at the dawn of a new era. I think it's going to be very exciting.
We are at T-minus under 33 minutes and counting.
I'd love to have SpaceX be the company that brings humanity to Mars, and I hope I see it while I'm still alive.
I mean, are we going to Mars or not? Right now, we sure are messing a lot of stuff up in our area here.
Brownsville, Texas sits at the southernmost tip of the United States. It's a border town of 200,000 people. 10 years ago, it was upended by the arrival of a very famous new resident, the richest man in the world. Many residents are glad that this $350 billion company moved into a town that has struggled with high unemployment for decades.
We need this area to grow. It's the poorest county in the nation. If we don't grow, we're gonna die.
Come here, Elon! Did you see his rocket yesterday?
President Trump has promised to support Musk's vision for interplanetary travel.
We will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching
It's
American
gross.
astronauts.
Don't say that word. That's not a good word. That is not a good word.
On the planet Mars.
We're gonna pursue our genocidal warpath.
Feels like.
But what's actually happening in Brownsville,
Literally Manifest
where
Destiny
Elon
was
Musk has
created
already
by
staked his
fucking
company's flag?
slavers.
We're a disadvantaged community that's being exploited by a billionaire for his experimental space
We teach it wrong.
fantasy.
Very, very, very wrong in school, I gotta say. At least here, which, you know, my education is
We
pretty
used to
good
go
in
a
New
lot.
York, so.
I mean, before I even married, we would go, and he would go with his family also. And then once we married, we had boys. We were there probably every weekend.
It was just a very serene place. I mean, it's still beautiful when you can get there.
Renee and Ida Mandrano live just 17 miles from Boca Chica Beach, where SpaceX launches the rocket Starship, the largest and most powerful rocket ever built, and the one that Elon Musk says will take humanity to Mars. The Starship, which includes the booster Super Heavy, is a 5,000-ton rocket made of stainless steel, designed to carry up to 150 metric tons of cargo, which Musk says is necessary for his Mars colony.
The launch is here. The rocket is right here, and you can hear it, you can feel it, you can see the fire, you can see the raptor, you see the smoke, and then all of a sudden you hear those booms. Our dog Miller was running around. It was loud. It sounded like
a bomb?
huge, dangerous, super explosive bomb.
What was once 1,400 acres of beach and wetlands is now home to SpaceX's building facility, launch pad, and a continuously growing town where employees live, called Starbase. The rocket launches 5 times a year, but right now SpaceX is applying to launch 25 times a year.
It's a shame that it got to this point, as big as it is, and it's probably going to get bigger.
Musk came to Texas to pitch his private space launching facility in 2013.
This will be the first commercial orbital launch site in the world.
And warned that the company was also eyeing Georgia, Florida, and Puerto Rico.
We are looking at other potential launch locations.
The year before, Musk had spent $12,000 in campaign contributions and hired a lobbyist to court local politicians. SpaceX spent a total of $219,000 on gifts, trips to SpaceX headquarters in California, and even a Lakers game. Texas is a billionaire-friendly state. They have no corporate tax or state income tax. But SpaceX wanted more, and Governor Rick Perry and the state officials were eager to win this bid. In exchange, Musk promised millions in growth.
Our competition for this in Texas is very serious.
First met with Elon, he explained the project to us. Then he asked us, do you know why I'm doing this? And he kind of, backs away from the table and looks at us and says, humanity can no longer sustain itself on this planet, so I'm gonna help with that by colonizing Mars. So at that moment in time, number one, I thought, I'm fired. How am I gonna go back to the poorest community in the United States and tell my leadership, hey, let's use our hard-earned tax dollars to incentivize and recruit a company to our community. And the reason that they're doing this is because they're gonna save humanity by colonizing Mars. It was just so out there.
Gilberto Salinas co-founded the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation, an organization that allocates city taxes to attract businesses.
People laugh at us, but we're like, if we're able to align everything, it might be just that deal of the century.
Salinas' organization chipped in $5 million in incentives, and the state approved an additional $15 million, as well as a 10-year waiver on county taxes. 10 years later, in 2024, SpaceX released a report claiming they had invested $3.5 billion in infrastructure and created 3,400 new jobs. To Salinas, Musk had kept his promise.
I think any business person will say, you invest $5 million and 10 years down the road, those $5 million are going to turn into $3+ billion. Yeah, I would do that deal any day.
In 2014, SpaceX broke ground.
The future of South Texas takes off right behind it. This was the frontier at one time, and it's the frontier again.
Musk is really good at getting government subsidies. In the last few decades, he's gotten hundreds of billions of dollars from federal grants, tax incentives, and state contracts for his companies Tesla and SolarCity. SpaceX was near bankruptcy, and Musk was deep in debt when NASA gave the company a massive handout in 2008.
NASA called and told us that we'd won a $1.5 billion contract. And I couldn't even hold the phone. It's like, I just blurted out, I love you guys.
They saved you.
Yeah, they did.
Financially and maybe even emotionally.
I'll tell you what, that was definitely helpful. Yeah.
But do those subsidies really pay off for towns like Brownsville?
We are a low-income community. We're primarily brown and indigenous. We have a very unique and beautiful community.
Becca Hanosa is a local environmentalist and activist who has been fighting SpaceX for years.
Our people here, we do need jobs. Most of us are in survival mode, and we're in survival mode because we've been exploited so many times by so many different industries, and now SpaceX is part of that.
Musk has a reputation for forcing high speeds on his workers and lacks safety standards at his work sites. Reuters reported in 2023 that there had been 600 injuries at SpaceX locations since 2014. One worker has been in a coma after an on-site accident for 3 years. Another lost vision in one of his eyes after being struck while moving a beam.
Ya no miré yo nada. Entonces también yo le gritaba a mi amigo, perdí mi ojo.
Musk's work site in Boca Chica has an accident rate 6 times higher than anywhere in the space industry.
Lo que yo miré, he visto yo allí en ese trabajo de la especie, no hay suficiente seguridad. Ahí no hay.
Besides the $5 million Brownsville gifted to SpaceX when they first arrived, the Greater Brownsville Incentives Corporation has since spent another $1 million to attract space-related startups. Hanosa says it reminds her of a different time in South Texas's past. about 100 years ago when rich landowners and politicians in the lower Rio Grande Valley tried to lure white settlers to the region to farm. The lower valley was majority Tejano, Mexican Americans who had lived there before Texas was even a state, and it still is today.
They advertised our low-income people as cheap workforce and cheap land, come here and exploit.
Since Musk's arrival, the launching site and the SpaceX campus have grown much faster than Hinosa and the Medranos ever imagined.
Never did we think that they would be taking over the entire area. It was just Elon Musk is going to come in, he's going to build a little pad, he's going to have a launch, and that's it. But now it's totally different than what was explained.
The thing that bothers the Medranos the most is that they can rarely go to Boca Chica Beach, a beach the state of Texas and the city of Brownsville promised the public would be able to visit. The Texas state constitution guarantees access to all public beaches, but in 2013, the state amended the Texas Open Beaches Act to carve out space activity. Now the state is free to close the beach anytime SpaceX wants to launch a rocket, and it turns out that's a lot.
They'll send a text and they'll say Boca Chica Beach is now closed. And if we're planning to go out there, that's it. Unpack everything. And then 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock at night, I'll get another text. Boca Chica Beach is now open. Well, who's going to go out there at 10 o'clock at night?
You're on their time. You know, you're on SpaceX time.
Local people call Boca Chica Beach the poor people's beach because this is where people come to fish. We come to the beach with our families because it was free and open to the public. And SpaceX is changing all of that rapidly.
Boca Chica Beach is not only a popular spot for fishing and swimming, it's also a complex ecosystem, one of the most biologically diverse in North America, and home to endangered and protected species, including the ocelot, sea turtles, and the piping plover.
SpaceX is trampling over this entire site, singeing the wildlife, burning down part of the wildlife refuge. This region, most of the native habitat has been destroyed because of real estate development, industrialization, farming. We only have 3% left, and that 3% is being destroyed by SpaceX.
Hinosa co-founded the Texas Environmental Justice Center, and along with other national and local environmental organizations, is suing the FAA and SpaceX for violation of the National Environmental Policy Act, or NEPA. In order to build on the site, Musk had to do a thorough environmental impact statement, or EIS, under the National Environmental Protection Act. These reports are really comprehensive. They include impacts to air quality, carbon emissions, water usage, wildlife protection, as well as cultural and economic impacts. Initially, SpaceX got approval to launch the Falcon 9, a reliable and after years of testing, safe rocket that takes cargo into lower orbit. But in 2018, SpaceX announced they would be launching the Starship Super Heavy, a rocket 20% larger than the Falcon 9 with 10 times the thrust. In a press conference, Musk said they would be testing their new rocket in Texas instead of the Kennedy Center in Florida because
it's got a lot of land with nobody around, and so if it blows up, it's cool. If it blows up, it's cool.
This is a perfect example of a time the FAA should have conducted a second EIS, but instead did a simplified environmental assessment, or EA. Officials concluded that there would be no significant impact of launching this much larger rocket from Boca Chica Beach. That same year, before a single rocket took flight, SpaceX started a fire during an engine test that engulfed 68 acres of brushland in flames and burned through the night. In spite of this, the first launch of Starship was scheduled for April 20th, 2023, aka Weed Day. Here's how the launch was supposed to go. Starship was meant to orbit the Earth, with the booster landing in the Gulf of Mexico and the spaceship re-entering the atmosphere and landing in the Pacific Ocean. Instead, the launch pad exploded, sending debris across Boca Chica Beach and scorching more than 3 acres of land. A dust cloud poured over the nearby Port Isabel. Buildings shook and windows shattered.
See it on the ladder. It's like a soot. Big old layer cake of it. And they're trying to tell us it's sand.
SpaceX hadn't installed flame diverters, or a simple and very necessary water deluge system, sending shards of concrete and rebar all across the beach. The spaceship also failed to separate from the booster.
The entire Starship stack continuing to rotate. We should have had separation by now.
And spiraled in orbit before exploding and landing into the Gulf of Mexico. Elon looked disappointed, but SpaceX assured viewers it was a success.
You never know exactly what's going to happen. But as we promised, excitement is guaranteed.
What Elon Musk and what SpaceX tells people is that we are so efficient, we have to develop our rockets by just testing them in the real world. We're not going to use as many computer models to make sure that everything's perfect. And if it blows up, then we're going to get even more data. It's actually good if it blows up.
Eric Roche is an environmental engineer who writes about SpaceX at his blog ESG Hound.
Those failures have externalities. Every time you launch a rocket, there's a sound wave, there's pollution, you are disrupting people's way of life.
Roche documented the damage after that first launch. Burned nests and eggs, dust and chunks of concrete, and scraps of metal on the beach.
NASA launches mostly from Kennedy Space Center, which is thousands of acres that was allocated by Congress. And so it has a buffer built in. Whereas SpaceX's launch site in Boca Chica is a tiny little spot of land, and it's surrounded by land that they don't own. It's very close to populated areas. And so those externalities are going to be magnified just by orders of magnitude.
The Kennedy Space Center was built using eminent domain, approved by Congress in 1964. But Musk hasn't gone through that same process. He's just slowly expanding the scale and scope of his operation. Roche says it's eminent domain by fiat.
I have never experienced an earthquake until SpaceX. The earthquake that I experienced in my apartment, which is over 20 miles away, is an earthquake caused by a billionaire.
Before Musk could launch again, the FAA grounded the Starship and launched an investigation, conducted by SpaceX, but overseen by the FAA. They found 63 things that needed to be changed before the Starship could launch again. Musk and his fans goaded officials on Twitter, which Musk owns and has renamed X.com. The investigation closed in September, and the second launch was in November 2023. It was another failure.
The Super Heavy booster has just experienced a rapid, unscheduled disassembly.
But in 2024, during Starship's fifth flight,
Such a
the
funny
reusable
word for
booster
blowing up.
separated and returned to the launch tower, which was a major accomplishment for SpaceX. However, not a single one of the launches has successfully gotten cargo into orbit. Musk continued to publicly beef with the FAA, and in September 2024, the FAA charged SpaceX $633,000 for safety violations at its Cape Canaveral station. Musk threatened to sue in return, but never did. As the 2024 election approached, he became increasingly vocal that a Trump victory would free SpaceX from unnecessary regulations.
I feel more optimistic about it with the Trump White House. The biggest impediment to progress that we're experiencing is overregulation. The bureaucracy in the U.S. has been growing every year.
And after Trump took office, the head of the FAA, Michael Whitaker, stepped down after serving only 15 months of his 5-year tenure. Musk had told him to resign on Twitter just a few months before. We went to Texas in January 2025, just as SpaceX was gearing up for their 7th launch of the Starship. Before every launch, people come from all over the country to tailgate, talk rockets, and perform light shows with their Cybertrucks.
Oh my god.
The idea of colonizing the moon and going to Mars is also just really inspiring.
And it's inevitable. I think the Earth is not infinite in its resources, so we got to start looking elsewhere.
That same week, the FAA was hosting a public forum to talk about SpaceX, increasing the number of launches a year from 5 to 25. Both Madranos and Becca Hinosa were there.
An EA is a concise document used to describe the anticipated environmental impacts.
Residents were able to talk to SpaceX representatives and make comments to a court reporter. They asked about damages to their foundations and windows. They wanted to know how 25 launches a year would impact the fisheries and the wildlife.
The information that you're giving us is based on the 5.
Yeah.
Not on the
2022.
So that's also assuming that the climate is going to stay the same.
The window.
It takes about 30 seconds. It can be shaken.
Space hacks. I was checking because I was like, space checks also works because he gets those checks.
I mean,
for
they had a
doing
hard time
nothing.
just with 5 or 6 and keeping all the debris that fall in the Gulf or fall in the Bay or fall wherever it falls.
The FAA told us there wasn't a significant impact. We know that's not
No
true.
one
And what it
didn't
looks like is the
this isn't
FAA
showing
once
up in my
again
chat. I
just
thought I fixed
making
it.
steps to give SpaceX whatever license they want.
The FAA still hasn't announced whether or not SpaceX will be allowed to launch 25 times a year. The 7th launch was late, a week late. So the beach was closed on Friday, and then Saturday, Wednesday, and Thursday, when the rocket finally launched. It ended with an explosion over Turks and Caicos.
The vehicle just exploded. The stunning aftermath could
Oh,
be
now
seen
it's
by
an
passengers on
explosion
a
and not a
plane.
rapid
The same
disassembly,
flight to
huh?
Miami was rerouted to avoid the debris. Other flights were also diverted.
The FAA ground SpaceX again. In December 2024, SpaceX made another surprise announcement. They would apply to incorporate the town of Starbase. For Starbase to become a town, they'll need 201 residents and a majority vote. Luckily for the future town of Starbase, the vast majority of residents in Boca Chica Village are now SpaceX employees that rent from their boss. As SpaceX was developing the Starship, they were also buying up houses in a tiny unincorporated resort town just a few miles from Boca Chica Beach. Boca Chica Village had just 38 houses, mostly occupied by part-time residents that winter in Texas. In 2019, SpaceX offered to buy out all of the residents, saying that with new FAA safety regulations, it wasn't safe for people to stay in the village.
This letter that SpaceX sent out is more of a bully attack, a hostile takeover.
But at the same time, SpaceX was moving their employees into town and expanding. Soon there were Airstream trailers lining the block, and a new name for the street that was once called Weem Street. Meme Street. If incorporated, Starbase could fund its own utilities, infrastructure, or security forces, and it could create its own local ordinances. It would no longer be a part of Brownsville.
It's one thing to come and try to work hand in hand with the community that's here, but it's another thing to absolutely, and I see this, the actual takeover of everything.
SpaceX has already proven to be a bad neighbor, and that's why most of us don't want it anymore.
You're gonna see Elon Musk a lot in the news these days for his role in dismantling key parts of our federal government. But the real purpose of Doge isn't efficiency, it's deregulation. Musk has shown he wants no oversight for himself or other billionaires like him. The story of Boca Chica is crucial to understanding Musk's playbook for seizing public resources and justifying his campaign as part of a grand vision for humanity, whether that's landing on Mars or creating a more efficient government, a revolution for the people, as he's called it.
I wonder, like, in 10 years, when he's done with whatever he's going to be doing, what's going to happen to this area? Who's going to pick up all this mess? Who's going to clean it up?
Thanks for watching The Classroom for More Perfect Union. We cover the small and large ways that the 1% are reshaping our world. Boca Chica is an extreme example, but you might also live in a community like that. If so, comment below. And as always, like and subscribe for more videos like this one.
Siberia has a very dark history that actually echoes into the modern day. Russia is very afraid of China taking Siberia from them. China has actually made a move to reclaim a portion of their historical lands from Russia. Russia has disproportionately been conscripting and recruiting from Siberian villages, a deliberate attempt to keep the Siberian people separate because Moscow has always feared their unification. Hey guys, Paul Warburg coming to you back from Utah today. And today I am at a crossroads. Literally. Everywhere I look, there is a trail. There's a trail there, there's a trail there, there's a trail there. There's two trails behind me, and they all converge at this one spot. Now this is a massive trail system that goes off in every direction for miles and miles and miles and miles. But theoretically, if I wanted to control everything that goes on here, I would just have to stand and control this one spot. That is going to come into play a little bit later in this video, as we explore a very important topic. Today we're asking an important question. Could Russia ever lose Siberia? Would any Siberian territories ever secede from Russia? Or could any Siberian territories ever be forcibly taken from Russia? Which at first might sound like kind of a crazy topic, until you realize that actually within the past year, Russia has already lost some Siberian land to China, who happens to have taken a crossroads in Siberia from Russia, which we'll talk about a little bit later in this video. As we all know, because of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, Russia is right now at the weakest point it has probably ever been since the Soviet Union collapsed. That is creating lots of different events, some of which people are noticing, some of which people are not noticing, just due to their sheer volume. And today I want to shed light on some events that very few people have noticed. Now, as we open up today's discussion, it's important that we start by level setting on what Siberia actually is, beyond just being a massive wilderness zone in the eastern half of Russia. Siberia, of course, is famous for its harsh winters and for being one of the most desolate places on Earth. But most people don't actually know Siberia's history, which plays very deeply into the topic we're going to discuss today. What Siberia is actually a collection of very sparsely populated republics with several different nationalities of people who have been there for a very long time. And Siberia has always been approached essentially as a resource colony of Moscow. If you look at Russia on a map, especially if you look at satellite nighttime photos of Russia on a map, you will see some stark differences between Western Russia and Eastern Russia, roughly divided by the Ural Mountains that run like a spine and cut the country in half. On the western side of the Ural Mountains, you will find pretty much every major Russian city, with a few exceptions that are now in Siberia in the modern day. This includes things like Moscow and St. Petersburg and the Russian seat of power.
See?
This is
None
where
of
the
that showed
Russian
up.
elite have always lived, and it is the more temperate, more comfortable part of Russia that is more conducive to large populations. It's basically a big flat plain that is fertile and very similar to any other Eastern European country. On the eastern half of the Ural Mountains is cold and harsh Arctic conditions that
It has
very
to
few
do with
people have
something
ever
to do
lived
with
in.
our
Now,
account sharing.
Siberia has a very dark history
guarantee it.
that actually echoes into the modern day and leads to some of the topics that we'll discuss in this video about if Siberia might ever be willing to secede. When Moscow first discovered Siberia, they discovered that it was full of a very valuable resource. At that time, furs, which were worth their weight in gold because the animals in Siberia endured such harsh winters. These animals developed very thick fur coats to fight back against this weather, and that made their fur coats very valuable in Western Europe, which did not have access to furs that were this high of quality. But the problem was that the conditions that created these furs also made them very difficult to collect. People from west of the Urals and the more temperate parts of Europe, including Russia at that time, did not exactly want to go into Siberia and be mountain men and collect all of these furs for themselves. So Russia found that they had to do something very dark to take advantage of all this wealth. Along with discovering furs, Russia very quickly found out that there were native populations in Siberia, which, unlike Russians and unlike Europeans, were very used to living in this harsh weather and had adapted to do it very well, and who survived by hunting. So what Russia did was they quickly began to develop strategies to subjugate these people and to get them to hunt for them. These people didn't value anything that Russia had to offer, except for their own lives. And so what Russia would do was they would do false flag attacks, false raids on these villages to scare them, and then they would come in and offer protection in exchange for furs. And in this way, Russia very quickly spread across all of Siberia, all the way to its eastern coast, and developed trains of people that would basically bring them furs from the Far East to specific forts at specific areas that Russia would then collect and take back to Moscow. Not dissimilar to how the American West was conquered, but Russia in particular was rather brutal. So then, when we look at Siberia's history, what we actually find is a vast land with a huge number of different nations that historically have lived there and have given their allegiance to Moscow, either because they were forced to or because they were deceived into doing it. And this is something that has played out through all of Russia's history, from the time of the Russian Empire to the Soviet Union moving forward, where Russia was always trying to do things to prevent the Siberian people from unifying and revolting against them. The independent Siberian nations were too small in population to ever break free from Russia itself. There were actually several wars fought to try to prevent Russian aggression, and several tribes were actually almost completely
I don't know.
wiped out in some of the bloodiest wars that actually existed on the planet at the time they were fought. Now, even when you look at a modern
do I
map of Russia, you can see how this is played out. And it's part of why Russia is actually, by name, technically, the Russian Federation, and not just Russia. And if you look at a map of Russia, even today, it is a map of different nations that theoretically are republics that have independence and have their own governance structures. This in particular was a way to keep these regions separated and to prevent them from unifying together. And that is why the republics were made so diverse, even though their populations were so small, and it would have been easier to govern them by unifying them. When you look at maps of Soviet railroads in particular, you can also see this, where the way that railroads were developed in Soviet times was to keep these republics separate from each other, but as connected to Moscow as possible. So there was basically a hub and spoke model to their railroads, where you would have railroads going from independent republics that would connect to Moscow, but that wouldn't connect to each other. Now, some people will say, well, that's just because it was more efficient to do things this way, but that's not true at all. The Soviet rail system was built by forced labor, by gulag labor, and Stalin was known to build railroads that made no sense from a practical standpoint to places where there were very few people, as long as those roads connected back to Moscow. And so we see again a deliberate attempt to keep the Siberian people separate, because Moscow has always feared
Embed on
their
Twitch.
unification. Finally, even today, we see modern Russia continuing the same trends. Since the war in Ukraine has begun, there have been numerous different stories and numerous different articles from so many different sources pointing out that to fill their military ranks, Russia has disproportionately been conscripting and recruiting from Siberian villages, with a couple of very stark examples where some Siberian very small cities, very small towns, have had a very large percentage of their male population essentially wiped out. And this even resulted in some desperate stories that made headlines, like a couple of Siberian men that actually crossed across to Alaska in some of the most treacherous waters on Earth in a rowboat to escape potentially being forced to fight in Ukraine. These people were basically put in the front line as cannon fodder, and many of them died as soon as they got there. And this was seen by many as sort of an intentional move by Russia to do two things. First, to keep the costs in Moscow and St. Petersburg low, so that your average Russian didn't notice the true cost of the war, but also at the same time to remove potential opposition, potential strength, young men from these regions and territories that weren't as loyal to Moscow as people to the west of the Urals. So there is a very quick road across history showing how at different points Moscow has tried to keep Siberia under its thumb. The reason I've laid things out like this is to show many different potential motivations for Siberians to want to break off from Russia, and there's so many more that I could list. But is that actually a realistic idea? Well, maybe, maybe not. On one hand, the reason that this is unlikely is because Siberian population is so low. It is difficult for these people to unify, and even if they did, would there be enough to actually stand up against Russia, and would it be worth it for them? Well, maybe not. And so a lot of people will discard this idea and make it seem crazy. However, on the other hand, you have to ask what the Kremlin themselves actually shows through their actions. And what the Kremlin shows through their actions all throughout history is that they do very much fear Siberians unifying and breaking apart. And in the modern day, there is a particularly strong reason for the Kremlin to fear this, and that is where the rest of this video is going to go, which is China. Siberia is a very resource-rich, population-sparse region that sits directly above China, which is a very resource-poor, population-rich country, which in particular lacks a lot of the resources that Siberia actually has. And even more than that, large chunks of Siberia historically belong to China. In recent Russian history, we have seen some very interesting trends, where in Russia there has been very strong anti-Chinese immigration rhetoric. Now, the reason that this rhetoric is surprising is twofold. First, Russia has a demographic crisis, and Russia actually needs immigrants in order to keep their country afloat in the long term. They need more population because they do not have enough population to support those that are growing into old age. But as that demographic crisis has become worse because of the war in Ukraine, and as Russia has had a labor crisis where they don't have nearly enough workers in their country, where you would expect Russia to want as many Chinese immigrants as possible, lately Russia has actually been ramping up the anti-Chinese immigration rhetoric. And it shows that Russia fears Chinese immigration for a particular reason. They are afraid, and they will say this explicitly, that Chinese people will come into their territories and that they will slowly, culturally, break these regions away from Russian influence. And so Russia is very afraid of China taking Siberia from them. Now you might say, well, aren't Russia and China friends? And the answer to that is kind of maybe.
I can't get the chat to show up properly.
You have to remember that Russia has a very particular history when it comes to their allies that makes them approach everything with a sense of paranoia. Validly so. Russia, if you remember, in World War II, helped Nazi Germany invade and conquer Europe. And then Nazi Germany turned around and invaded Russia in return. And so Russia is always looking at their allies with a sense of paranoia. And it turns out that when it comes to China, Russia actually has war games preparing for a Chinese invasion of eastern Siberia. And these war games are chillingly similar to the situation that Russia finds itself in today. The war games basically predicate a scenario where what would happen if Russia were weakened by war or conflict in the West, where they were forced to divert military resources from the East, and where they were diminished in strength. And they predicted that under those circumstances, China might actually militarily invade Russia and try to take their historical lands from them. The craziest thing about this is that Russia's paranoia has turned out to actually be true. Because within the past year, China has actually made a move to reclaim a portion of their historical lands from Russia. And it comes down to a place that at first seems insignificant until you start really looking carefully at all of the details. A place called Bolshoi Ussuriysky Island, or the Great Ussuri Island, which turns out is one of, if not the most strategic points on Russia's border with China. Bolshoi Ussuriysky Island is an island that Russia and China have feuded over in the past, and that they have actually fought wars over when Russia was still the Soviet Union. This is an island that sits at the confluence of two major navigable rivers that run along China's border with Russia and go all the way out to the Pacific Ocean. This is a very strategic point on the map that provides China, potentially, if they were to take it, with access to the Pacific Ocean that bypasses the Koreas, bypasses Taiwan, and bypasses Japan. We'll get back to that in a moment. And Bolshoi Ussuriysky Island is the key to all of this. Bolshoi Ussuriysky Island is what you could call a choke point, like where I'm standing now, where I can see everything that goes on in all the trails in every direction. If you control this island, you control all of these navigable rivers. And so because of this, China and Russia have long had an agreement where they would split the island and where neither of them could develop on it or build on it, so that there would be no military fortifications and no aggression. He who controls this island potentially controls the eastern half of outer Manchuria. And that is why directly across from this island, Russia has built their largest city in the region, Khabarovsk. But last year, China claimed this island from Russia. They did it quietly, they did it in a way that not many people noticed, but Russia effectively conceded it to them. What China did is what China does all the time. They released a new map where they claimed lands that they wanted as their own that were disputed by other nations. China has done this with things like the South China Sea. China has done this with the Himalayas on their border with India. But notably, every time China does this, the nations that they are taking land from always militantly object to it. But Russia did not object to it. Russia tried to shove it under the rug and to not draw attention to it. What Russia did is they said, we're good with China, we don't have any problems with China, but we are going to let Chinese companies start developing on the island directly across from Khabarovsk. And so Russia has basically been forced to concede an objective of major military strategic importance to China because of their war in Ukraine. So are we just making a mountain out of a molehill here, or is there something more to this? Well, maybe it's a mountain, maybe it's a molehill. But the molehill looks a lot more like a mountain when you understand the history behind this region. Because it turns out that China has historical claims to the regions that Greater Ussuriysky Island controls access to. China historically owns Outer Manchuria, which is now Russian territory. That land was basically forcibly taken from China during what China calls the century of humiliation, under unfair treaties, where China was basically devastated by foreign wars, by the Opium War, and forced into a position of weakness where they made concessions that they weren't happy about. And the Chinese government has a 100-year plan where they are trying to undo the century of humiliation. This means that they are trying to undo the effects of all of these unfair treaties, and they are trying to return China to greatness, because if you remember, China was at one point the largest, most powerful empire on Earth. What's interesting is when you think about this, a lot of people have a lot of anxiety about China's plan to reverse their century of humiliation. A lot of people have anxiety about China attacking Taiwan and reclaiming their historical lands. And they have a lot of anxiety about how China's force will be directed against the West and against the United States.
It's so annoying.
But the reality is that China has just as much reason, if not more reason, to have beef with Russia. Because Russia holds all these historical Chinese lands, the United States doesn't hold any. Now, when you look at if China were to have a military plan to take back Outer Manchuria from Russia, Bolshoi-Ussuriysky Island would be the first step. Because basically, if China could navigate along the Amur River up towards the Pacific Ocean, they could cut Outer Manchuria in half, they could cut off supply lines to and from the Russian port of Vladivostok, and they could basically isolate this region. So this is the strategic piece of territory that China would use if they were going to try this. Now, potentially, the final piece of this puzzle is Taiwan. Unless you've been living under a rock, you have probably heard a lot about China's plans to invade and recapture Taiwan, which is part of their historical lands. This is huge news. Everybody talks about it. But few people think about that the major problem with China's strategy here is that everybody talks about it. If you know anything about Chinese military history and how China approaches world conflicts, all of their military literature goes directly against this. China, of course, is responsible for literature like Sun Tzu's The Art of War and a lot of other literature from the Warring States period And this is the literature that they use to still train their military officers in the modern day. And a quote from that I find particularly striking is this. In The Art of War, there's a quote that says, "All warfare is based on deception. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night. Then when you move, fall like a thunderbolt." Now, when I think of China's plans to attack Taiwan, there is nothing about those plans that is dark and impenetrable as night. There is nothing about those plans that are secretive. In fact, China has gone in public and talked about their plans to reunify with Taiwan. They've been very public about sending naval patrols and air patrols around Taiwan. And they have used this as their reason for remilitarization. There is a possibility here, though, that China's real target is not Taiwan at all, but that their real target is reclaiming Outer Manchuria or other historical lands from Russia. And that Taiwan is actually a cover so that nobody asks questions as China does massive remilitarization. Now, I don't hear anybody talking about this, and I really don't know why. Because when you think of world history, no country that has ever embarked on war or a military campaign at the scale and the size of what Taiwan would be has gone around and talked about it in public all the time. When we think of D-Day, for example, a huge amphibious invasion, there was so much deception wrapped around that because the campaign really literally hinged on deception. Amphibious assaults are so difficult, they cost so many lives, and so to prepare for D-Day, the Allies did crazy things. They did false codes that the Germans believed, they planted information on bodies that floated up on the perfect beach for Nazi Germany to intercept those plans and think that they knew where the Allies were going to attack. The Allies, of course, built entire fake armies out of dummies and parachutes to deceive the Nazis and make them think that they were going to attack somewhere that they weren't. Now, the further that you read into Chinese military literature, the more clear this starts to become.
Nothing will work.
There are so many suggestions in Chinese military literature about the tactics that the nation
to get Chad
should
to
take.
show up.
For example, there is literature that talks about hiding a dagger behind a smile. In other words, making people think that you're their friends and then backstabbing them. There is Chinese literature that talks about watch a fire from across the river. In other words, cause chaos in another country or allow chaos to happen in another country and then go in and pick up the pieces. There is Chinese literature that talks about, even more explicitly, it says, loot a burning house. And so when you look at what China is actually doing with Russia right now, a lot of these tactics are potentially on display. China has, of course, supported Russia's war in Ukraine, but not really, not that much. They've given them just enough support for Russia to probably believe that China is on their side. But China has also been unwilling to support Russia in a lot of ways. China has been unwilling to allow Russia to build a gas pipeline that would go down to Chinese territory, even though Russia desperately needs that revenue. China has bought some oil from Russia, but they've done it at steep discounts. They have been just close enough to Russia's corner of the world to be Russia's only friend, potentially getting Russia to maybe give them some secrets, maybe give them some information, maybe cozy up to them. But it's very possible that China could be planning an Operation Barbarossa-style invasion to betray Russia and take back their lands. Of course, from a practical standpoint, this would make more sense for China than invading Taiwan would. Invading Taiwan would turn pretty much the entire world against China, and China would almost certainly face massive military opposition to the point that the objective would be impossible. And even if they captured Taiwan, the most valuable thing there, the semiconductor fabs, would be destroyed and they would be of no value to China. On the other hand, if China goes into Outer Manchuria, they get all the same potential benefits that Taiwan would offer them, but nobody's really going to be upset if China invades Russia after Russia just invaded Ukraine especially if China uses the same reasons that Russia used to invade Ukraine, which is what they would be doing. Outer Manchuria accomplishes the same major objectives for China because the main reason China would want Taiwan would be to secure access to the Pacific Ocean against potential anti-ship missiles on all the chain of islands that would basically surround China. But going up the Amur River and into the Pacific Ocean allows China to accomplish the same objective with much less resistance, and they would get a lot more value out of it because they would get a lot of contiguous land in Siberia that has a lot of things that they need. We started this video by asking the question, could Russia ever lose Siberia or portions of Siberia? And we've addressed two major reasons that this could happen. First, the Siberian people themselves could revolt against Russia, and they have a long history of wanting and trying to do so. And second, China could invade Siberia. And a third is that there could actually be a combination of both. China could invade Siberia while also supporting internal secession movements to keep Russia busy. So Russia has really put themselves in a massive quandary by invading Ukraine and failing. And what we see play out over the next several decades is going to be very interesting. Now, if you appreciated this video, if you thought I explored angles that you don't hear anywhere else, that's because that's largely true. I look in a lot of corners that a lot of people are afraid to look, and that allows
Honestly,
me to make
I wasn't listening
connections
to any of
that
it
few
because I
other
was trying to
people
fix
make.
my shit.
If you appreciate having these unique perspectives, can I ask you for a quick favor? Would you consider becoming a patron of this channel? It's completely voluntary. I'm not putting anything behind a paywall. It's just a way for those who like these videos and appreciate these videos to support this.
Oh, this is what
With
we
that
should
in mind,
say.
I'm going to talk a lot about this topic in the future, so be sure to subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one.
It's completely voluntary. We're not
Red
putting
Skull is
anything
the reason I
behind
left
a
the US
paywall.
and moved to Spain. Back in the day, I gave way too many of my life hours to work for him. I worked strategically so that I could make sure I always exceeded expectations. I worked a lot because there was a lot of work to do, but when my time came to be cut, I was cut. And when it happened, it was my time and I was absolutely exhausted. I'd waited 5 years for this day to come. There are usually cuts when he wants more stocks or he needs to make numbers look good. I guess that's how companies are run right now. Instead of enhancing products and services to improve their numbers, they cut staff. He also seems to like doing a product unveiling when he wants to drive up interest in the stock. Remember the Gen 2 Roadster? It was supposed to come out in, I think it was 2020, and now they're saying something like 2026, while showing off a robot bartender. I swear, he's the genesis of Terminator and the Matrix franchises, realized. His robots and AI are for the Terminator part, and the Parasite class, they'll become the biofuel for the Matrix that'll run his robots. When I first started working for him, I thought he was a visionary. The company mission really aligned with my values. When the company mission changed, it aligned even more closely. How robots fit into that mission is far beyond me. He had me hooked for a very long time. I dismissed most negative news stories. I claimed they were biased. They didn't understand the mission. It took me a while to deprogram. Luckily, I deprogrammed before it was time for me to go. In the fall of 2017, that's the first time I saw cuts. One day I went into work. As usual, we had our morning team meeting, and by the end of the meeting, our store leader, he advised us that some of our team was no longer a part of our team. It was kind of like a magical door had opened and they were just ushered right through it. It took a long time for the rest of us to recover from that day. Everybody called it the Red Wedding, like the Game of Thrones. There were cuts everywhere. Team members who were super dedicated, who would do anything to drive the company mission forward, they were let go. The cuts were solely based on data. People were judged on their productivity. Their productivity was based on one number. That number did not tell the whole story. It turns out that people who were actually highly productive were fired due to non-disclosure agreements. I can't go into further detail. Realize that data can be read in different ways. It can tell multiple stories. It can be manipulated. It's kind of like using AI. If you ask AI a question in a certain way, you'll get an answer that will support the question that you're asking rather than the answer that is best suited to solve the problem. What helped us get past everything that happened was the Model 3 launch. It was really cool, the store that I worked at, because we got to see a lot of the cars before they appeared in public. We were one of the first stores to deliver the Model 3s as well. As with all the Tesla launches, the Model 3 had its own issues that everyone had to work through. This car was supposed to be the thing that drove Tesla into the big leagues, and it was. The problem at the time was that production wasn't hitting its targets. In the summer of 2018 is when there was a huge culture shift in the company. 9% of the company was laid off. It was mostly salary roles, but it was also when the solar product was pulled out of home improvement stores and door to door. It was really successful selling outside of the showroom. The solar product would now be sold through online interest forms, and if you visit into one of the showrooms. Back then, anyone not interested in a car didn't actually visit the stores, so shifting sales from an outbound approach to an inbound approach really confused me. The solar product was popular with people who didn't want to drive electric. That's because electricity is expensive, and it just made sense to produce your own. Because solar is cheaper overall, how does it not make sense to just swap a bill and then at the end of your solar loan, you don't have a bill anymore? Additionally, a niche high-cost product was being rolled out, the solar tiles, and there were no specialists to drive forward the adoption of this product that would cost at least 5 times more than the traditional solar retrofit. It just didn't make sense to me. This is kind of when I started to deprogram. I started to see Red Skull less as a visionary and more of a Twitter troll. I made an account on Twitter around this time because company directives were coming via tweet. It was super frustrating being with customers and finding out from them changes that were happening at work. As I became more disenchanted, I took a risk and moved to the solar sales team. It got me out of the building and on the road. My role was just to close orders. My territory was East Florida, so I went from Ocala to Palm Coast to Delray. And in addition to selling solar, I had to sell cars. I was good at it, and I hated every single moment of it. There was one day I had to drive from Orlando to Delray Beach for a consultation. And then my next consultation, I had a test drive scheduled for. So I had to take one of the test drive cars. The drive down to Delray from Orlando was about 3 hours, and then I had to drive from Delray to Palm Coast, and that drive was almost 4 hours. I had to supercharge, I think 3 times that day. I left home around 6 a.m. and didn't get back home until 11 p.m. I never knew whose house I'd end up in, and in a state like Florida, it's really important to know where you're going to end up. That fall, sales was directed to stop field consultations and to ramp up Model 3 deliveries. I was so happy. I found myself going to my old store every day, and through helping out that team doing the deliveries, I was offered a promotion a month later. And then shortly after that, the solar reps were absorbed into the vehicle sales team. With a simple tweet, he relayed some impending changes. In a blog post, the staff found out what the changes were. The sales team isn't needed to sell cars. Customers can place orders online now, and online is the only option to buy the cars. Stores are set to close. Additionally, new car pickups are only allowed to last for an hour maximum. The sales teams that were left behind, they were demoralized. I had moved on to leadership on the delivery team. We were stressed. Without the sales team doing what they do, customers were confused. Yeah, they had up to 1,000 miles or 7 days to return their car if they didn't like it, but the delivery team didn't grow, whereas the volume of work had just increased so significantly. What Red Skull didn't understand is that, yes, it takes less than a minute to order a car online, especially a car with so few options. Pick your model, pick your range, your interior, your wheels if you're going to get full self-driving, but what about the rest? How would you pay for your car? Who will talk about the rest of the options for you? Is it cash, loan, lease? What if you're buying through your business? What if you're buying with your trust? How do we make sure you have everything you need for your appointment ready? If you got outside funding, what do you need to have so that your car can be released to you? What if you have a car for trade-in? Like, there's so many questions that the sales team went through before the car was ordered. I know the delivery team can take care of that. That's on top of ensuring vehicles arrive from factory and rescheduling customers when transporters are late, making sure your paperwork is correct for your delivery appointment, ensuring that your paperwork is signed correctly so that it can be registered on time, ensuring that you know how to drive your car because you never had a test drive because you ordered online, taking in your lease that expired and you're turning in. There's so many parts that weren't even considered. Moving sales online was kind of like that Thanos snap. Yes, it's easy to order cars online, but it's quite difficult to sell cars online. When Red Skull made this change, I knew that he had no idea what he was doing. This is when I started preparing for my exit from the company. I was promoted twice more before it was my time to go. I gave many more life hours, but my dedication was focused solely on the company mission. It was no longer about helping this person I once thought of as a visionary achieve his goals. With each of the scenarios that I mentioned, it was an attempt to streamline operations and make the company more profitable. That is, without improving processes. Each time, what ended up happening was spending on overtime increased. Processes such as adjusting production so that all the vehicles come in 1 month out of every 3 would have saved money. It would have saved on premiums paid to transporters due to surge pricing. It would have saved on staffing overtime. It would have saved on customer recovery. There are so many processes that could have been improved without eliminating staff, but saving money and increasing sales. What I'm saying is he looks at numbers but doesn't know how to read them. He puts friction in places that it needs to be removed. When he tries to streamline, he makes processes more challenging and costly because he doesn't understand business. He has our social security numbers. Red Skull's track record of operational incompetence and disregard for data-driven decision-making should alarm you. Whether he's running his companies or dismantling the government, his failure to interpret critical data leads to chaotic layoffs and erratic strategies. These are hallmarks of a leader who prioritizes spectacle over stability. Now, under the guise of Doge, he has replicated his dysfunction at a catastrophic scale. Mass firings of thousands of federal employees, including veterans, healthcare researchers, and cybersecurity experts, budget cuts to education, public health, environmental programs. From dismantling the CDC's capability to gutting nuclear security teams, his brand of efficiency is a smokescreen for incompetence. It's a pattern of destabilization that proves that he understands neither governance nor the human cost of his whims. Or maybe he does understand the human cost and just doesn't care. Trusting him with power isn't just unwise, it's dangerous. Oh, and I promise you, he will not give you a $5,000 dividend. I would hold my breath as much as the people who held their breath after putting down $50,000 when he revealed the Gen 2 Roadster back in 2017. They're still waiting for a car that was supposed to come out in 2020. I guess it was his plan for an interest-free loan. In my next video, we're going to talk about what I would do if I had to leave the US tomorrow. Click here to subscribe. It's going to be on Astro Rico. Okay, thank you. Bye.
Alright guys, I got a bunch of breaking news I wanted to talk to you about. These days, the second I get off the air, there's like 7 or 8 stories immediately that I can cover. There's just like no break whatsoever. It's one thing after another after another. So let's start with this. Chuck Schumer came out and announced who's going to give the Democratic response to Trump's State of the Union. Apparently, the State of the Union speech is upcoming this week. I believe it's on Tuesday. And of course, as per tradition, there's a Democrat who responds. Chuck Schumer picked Senator Alyssa Slotkin, a Democrat from Michigan,
It's so annoying.
to do the Democratic response. And let me tell you a little bit about Senator
The
Slotkin.
matchmaking
She voted
is
for
dog
8
shit
of Trump's
in this game.
cabinet
Like,
members,
I swear.
which makes her
Like,
one of the Democrats that voted for
thanks
like
for the raise.
the most Trump cabinet
I'm
members.
still trying to get my
She voted
chat
for
to
the
work,
Laken
as you
Riley
can
Act,
see.
which of course kills due
Only the
process
test
for
haven't showed
immigrants.
up on screen.
She was a George W. Bush National Security Advisor. She was the first Democrat ever endorsed by Liz Cheney. She's pro-Israeli genocide, pro-TikTok ban, anti-student debt relief, anti-Medicare for all. So Chuck Schumer picked, like, one of the biggest MAGA sellouts and collaborators that we have in the Democratic Party to be the next rising star. Now, thankfully, she's not going to be the next rising star. She's going to crash and burn. She will not resonate with the base at all. But this shows you how out of touch Chuck Schumer is, Hakeem Jeffries is, how out of touch the Democratic leadership is. This is like the last person you should ever pick for this position. But they can't see straight. They're still playing by the rules of like 1992. They think the more moderate, the more centrist you are, the more you sell out to Republican policies, the better off you are, the more appealing you are to the electorate.
Check out our new favorite commentators.
We are in the middle of an authoritarian coup. There's no question about it. The larger players appear to be Russia. But don't take my word for it. Let's listen to Professor Jeff Jarvis on CNN last night say it directly to the embarrassing MAGA, and I say this loosely in quotations, pundit Scott Jennings.
You said it was destroying the newspaper because they failed to endorse Kamala Harris. I mean, what does that say about a newspaper that you have to endorse a certain political party and for it?
That's not the way it happened. What happened was that the editorial board had an editorial done and ready, and that was the process.
Right.
And then suddenly to say, oh, now we're not going to endorse. They've endorsed other things since. It was the process by which it went under there. And there's other things going on constantly in the paper. I now use the hashtags Broken Times and Broken Post. The headlines in both papers, I think, are constantly off, constantly trying to soft pedal what's going on. You're not going to like what I'm saying next, but we are in the middle of a totalitarian fascist coup in this country. And when we don't call it that, when we soft pedal it, when we don't have a real discussion about it. At least here, I could say those words, we can have that discussion, but you will not see those words in the New York Times or the Washington Post.
So the attack starts, obviously, the press, because the facts are not popular to the cult. So they have to attack the press. They have to
But I heard
suppress
facts don't
the
care about
press.
feelings.
And the Washington Post, which was so integral in exposing corruption during the Nixon campaign, their motto was democracy dies in the darkness. And I think there's no question that today democracy dies with Jeff Bezos.
Absolutely. It is unbelievable to me that he is now, the lead editor resigned. He's now going to be in charge of the content of the editorial board. And I always think, are Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk sucking up because they want to put rockets in the sky? But that's a discussion for another day. What bothers me about this is we see the White House press corps, which has always been chosen by the correspondents in Washington. Now it's going to be chosen by the White House. The AP has already been kicked out of the Pentagon and the White House briefing room because they refuse to call it the Gulf of America. And facts matter.
Okay, yeah, we've heard all this.
They often say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. And that sums up the Democratic Party. After Kamala ran a whole campaign,
he's not wrong.
Hitler, and getting absolutely steamrolled. Defeated liberals are once again screaming about an impending fascist coup and a dictatorship under President Trump.
You're not going to like what I'm saying next. We are in the middle.
Oh my God, it's literally the same thing. Oh my God, it's literally the same fucking clip. Oh my fucking God, bro.
On CNN and MSNBC all day long. We are in dictatorship right now.
The things that I'm speaking out about now, about the threat to our democracy, the prices at the grocery store are going up because democracy is being taken away.
And legendary Hollywood director James Cameron is also coming down with a bad case of TDS, and like one of his movies, looks
I
like
fucking
he's
hate Jesse so much. He's got to be the most annoying Fox host,
Take a look
bro.
at this video. These are arms.
I was literally thinking in my head, we gotta get to Africa stuff. I can't do it anymore.
On the 21st of June 2024, a 40-feet container with registration number MAEU 165396, originating from Turkey, was undergoing a routine check in one of Nigeria's ports when suddenly the importer started trying to bypass the usual protocol.
Every one of these
agents of
that just voted for Kash Patel, they are
of the Nigerian Customs Service
in the middle of the test of their lives. It is their Churchill moment, and they can't do it. And they are so fucking stupid. The next generation of dads would read about what you would be doing in this moment, and you're not even going to be in it. You fucking idiots!
Gutfeld is not the worst. Gutfeld actually made me laugh yesterday,
to say the least.
or the day
but
before.
Today we're discussing who's been our best player on the left, and if they can hopefully lead us to some dubs. I think that stands for W. W stands for wins. Joining us as always, you know him, you love him. It's Tim Miller. Tim, the Democrats clearly need new management and leadership. Is this what it's like to be a Mavericks fan right now?
I think it's actually possible that the Mavericks fans have it worse than the Democrats. That's the only positive thing. The best analogy I could think of is whoever you think is the best Democrat out there, imagine if they switched sides and became a Republican tomorrow. That is what the Mavericks fans are going through.
Yeah, that's what our best player did. That's what Trump did.
That's a good point.
Fuck.
So maybe we are in the Mavericks boat. Fuck. And you guys got me. I'm Max Christie in this deal.
Oh, yeah.
Horrible.
On today's show, we are watching highlights from AOC, Bernie Sanders, Chris Murphy, Jasmine Crockett, Hakeem Jeffries, and James Carville, who's in the running to be Democrats' MVP. Up first, we go to AOC. Alexandra Ocasio-Cortez is her name. Federal Workers Rally in New York, where she makes Elon Musk public enemy number one.
Elon Musk is not going after efficiency. He's not going after making these things better for people. He's trying to steal Medicaid so that he can enrich himself. We have an obligation to resist kings. We have an obligation to resist oligarchs. We have a sworn duty to this nation to resist oligarchy, including any billionaire that tries to undermine our Constitution. America is not for sale. They're just like you, and they're just like me. And he's running around because he thinks he's got a bank account with a lot of zeros in it, that it makes him some kind of super citizen. I don't think so. This is America.
You like that? That
was for me.
Sending the thrill up your leg?
It really did. First of all, this is Speech Center. Let's start with form before we get to function. I think that clip looks... Okay, I don't like the little flappy bits. That stuff. But the lighting, the look of that shot was fucking awesome. Like there's some sort of big spotlight on AOC. I love that she's surrounded
after my
by
own
this
heart
crowd.
commenting
This
on
goes
lighting.
against my former Republican nature. But I like the populist part of AOC. I like these billionaires are coming for your Medicaid. They're coming from your health care. I think that's a good place for her to be. The thing for AOC, if she asked me for my opinion,
did you hear the joke that he told?
I would just say, I want as
It was
much
a simple joke. He just
AOC
said
as possible, and like as little.
Wolf Blitzer would be rolling in his grave. Not that he's dead. He just likes to get in there and roll around. And like,
AOC is possible.
it was enough for me to get
on the bar,
and then immediately Jesse came in and started making it cringe by saying like, "Oh, too soon" or something.
And are trying to screw you over, and you're struggling to pay the bills. And he's
it is
in there
exactly.
with his
That's what
little
Jack said.
big
Is that it was a pretty good joke too.
Trying to decide whether or not you're going to get the money that you paid in, and that's bullshit. And fuck him.
The thing I like about this clip the most is I like where she says basically having more money doesn't make you some kind of super citizen. And I like where she just says this is America. And I need more Democrats to start saying this is America.
Said the Wolf Blitzer and the
not,
grave joke
we're
is
sliding
fine.
towards becoming hungry and we're on the verge of autocracy and it's happening here. We need to just simply say it is not happening here. This is America. It will not work.
If you jump in the lobby and get on the stream
allergic
itself
to autocracy.
They want to turn us
I know
into
how to
Russia.
keep it running
They're
through
trying to.
OBS.
We're his rich buddies that are, that own the oil companies or whatever, get special treatments. Like, that's not how we do it.
What am I doing?
Right? That's not how we do it at Coyote Ugly. The shots cost the same for everybody.
Invisible
Let's
woman.
go to Bernie Sanders fighting oligarchy speech in Iowa City, where he's holding everyone accountable.
Fuck off. Fuck your couch.
It says here, Democrats.
Trumpism will not
She got a booty,
be
though.
defeated
Fuck your pool table.
by politicians inside the D.C. Beltway. It will only be defeated by millions of Americans in Iowa, in Vermont, in Nebraska, in every state in
Halfway
this
through your
country.
ride? I mean,
We have a
You got time.
political
The
which,
numbers will
as
last a while if you
result
want
of this disastrous
to get to your
Supreme Court
computer.
decision on Citizens United allows billionaires to
How do I play
literally
Invisible Woman?
buy elections. You get one vote, they buy elections. And I should point out that the role of billionaires in politics, it's not just Musk, it's others. It's not just Republican billionaires, it is Democratic billionaires. It is the corruption of the two-party system.
On style there, I like the outfit. All right, that looks like it was like a 7-for-1 Jose Banks sale. It's wrinkled. I don't even think he folded it in his suitcase and just crumpled it up in there. I don't think the Democrats have quite figured out how to land this billionaires attack. Like, they do think that billionaires is a magic word and people hate them and it's like billionaires are bad. And I think you're going down the right track, but there was nothing in there that's like, how are they screwing you over, right? What are they getting out of it?
Democrats, I think, have kind of shied away a bit over the years by just being explicit and saying, like, we're going to tax the fuck out of these people. I think that, like, making the social media companies the enemy, like everyone being glued to their phones the enemy, I think is a big, big part of what comes next. Like, they are stripping us of our humanity. They are pitting us against one another. They're making fools of us. And we have to stop it.
Look, the policy stuff, that'll come later, and whoever emerges from, these cast of candidates in 2027, like, people have different policy platforms. I just feel like in the meantime, it's like, they're bad. Why? There's a certain number of people where that's enough. The billionaires are bad and they're taking over, and that's enough. But I think that to broaden that message, you gotta give people something to hold on to.
I have a foot cramp. I have such a bad foot cramp right now. Oh my fucking god!
That comes with a set of positive prescriptions. Like, that's what gives Bernie ultimately his power, and he's had those for a very long time. So when he says we must take on the oligarchy, we must stop them, when AOC says it, when Bernie says it, it carries more weight than when, like, Kamala Harris says it. Next, let's go to Senator Chris Murphy, who makes an emotional plea to Republicans to not vote for Kash Patel. Spoiler alert, permission denied, I guess. Yeah, they voted for him. They voted for him.
The man that my Republican colleagues are about to vote to lead the FBI believes that there is irrefutable proof that the agency he is about to lead secretly organized the violent assault on the Capitol. That is bananas. My Republican colleagues know that. That is a lie. You're going to put at the head of the FBI, the agency that can arrest anyone they want, put people in jail, a man who thinks that anyone who disagrees with Donald Trump politically is an enemy of the United States. This is the worst possible moment to put a person like Kash Patel in charge of the FBI. It is heartbreaking to see so many of my Republican colleagues, many of whom I admire, put loyalty to Donald Trump ahead of loyalty to this country, and more specifically, loyalty to that sacred principle, the rule of law.
The fact that by the time he got to the vote, it was basically a foregone conclusion that Kash Patel was going to become the head of the FBI does not mean Democrats shouldn't be giving impassioned and honest speeches about why he is dangerous and why these Republicans are some of the biggest fucking weasels and scumbags in American history. Every one of these Republicans that just voted for Kash Patel, they're the exact kind of people, especially the men, exact kind of dads that when they go on vacation with their families, what's the book they're reading when they're by the pool or at the beach? It's the Eric Larson book about Churchill. It's The Best and the Brightest. It's the Founding Fathers book by what's his name, McCullough. They are reading the classics of pop, heroic, American and global history.
Did none of it sink in? Did not one page sink in?
And it is fucking ridiculous that these are the kinds of people that have spent their adult lives reading about the moments when history's great figures realized they were facing their tests and took it seriously and passed it. And they are in the middle of the test of their lives. It is their Churchill moment. It is their moment. And they can't do it. And they are so fucking stupid. They're stupid on their own terms. They are missing their chance. It is an amazing chance to be a leader, to have their moment. They're there. It's happened. The book is now real. You're in it. The next generation of dads would read about what you would be doing in this moment, and you're not even going to be
Dad?
You fucking idiots!
This is our Rick Santelli moment. Love it. I've been waiting for this. The new Tea Party will be the dad history Tea Party. I like that he has that Cash Patel hoodie up there, the KS$H, the Cash crypto coin. Democrats need more people that are out there trolling these guys back and throwing shit at them. And is Chris Murphy the most median class president from Connecticut, the perfect vessel for that? No, probably not. But the fact that he's out there doing it, I think is great. And the fact that he's not too embarrassed to go out there and make fun of them a little bit, I think is needed. Anyway, attaboy Chris Murphy.
Huge fan of Chris Murphy, completely agree. Now let's hear from Jasmine Crockett on MSNBC, where she tells the people not to wait for the midterms to make progress and take action now.
We saw that in the state of Iowa, they swung a seat 27 points so that a Democrat could win. I say we have nothing to lose. We need to go out. We need to talk to those people that finally understand that the only mission that Donald Trump has is making sure that he can line his pockets, line Elon's pockets, and any other billionaire, all at our expense. It's not just going to be the people you dislike that are going to miss out on their Medicare, Medicaid, or their Social Security. Or down in the state of Florida, where 2 of these seats are, they are talking about getting rid of FEMA. It is time to wake up, and it doesn't mean that you're a Democrat if you vote Democratically.
So, look, I think Jasmine Crockett is great. I think she's been out there. I think she's strong. There's a moment where someone said, what would you say to Elon? It happened just moments before we recorded this. And she said in this great way, fuck off. But not in the way a person who doesn't say fuck off says fuck off, but a person who does know how to say fuck off says fuck off.
If you could say directly to Elon Musk, what would you say?
Fuck off.
I also like the F off. It is a related point to my swing at every pitch hobby horse, which is there are, 216 Democrats in the House or something like that, and 47 in the Senate. You can have 8 of them that are dropping F-bombs. But not everybody has to do the same thing, right? There's value out there to having people like Jasmine Crockett who are throwing the heater. And I think that the right thing to do is everybody should be on message. Everybody should be saying the same talking points. And I guess I don't know if I agree with that anymore. I've changed my mind on message.
There is still a message we need to drive, but collectively we need to have a bunch of basically, let's say there's a message, it's at the center. There's a
What's great about Invisible Woman is you can actually control the positioning of your team.
Billionaires want to be in charge of your life instead of you.
They're gonna see the they're gonna see the shields and shit, and they're gonna go to them
all over the place to get everyone to see the message. You may never even, sort of like a black hole. You may never even say this message. But you know
I love Mantis, but she's definitely more reactive to the rest of the
around
team.
It that are actually visible.
Yeah, we're aligned again.
We're aligned.
We need some more. We need to bring Scott Jennings on.
Tim and I,
so
we
can have
Lonely
some
Scott. Tim and I, the way in which we started unaligned in our lives.
Mm-hmm. And just the centrifugal force.
It's unbelievable.
It's brought us
unbelievable.
together.
Now we go to Hakeem Jeffries in Oakland, where he tells a story about MLK and how he must press on against literally everything that comes to mind.
It was in March of 1956. Dr. King was gathered in a setting not unlike this, speaking to folks about the movement and where they go from there. And Dr. King said that we've got to press on. What we all have to do every day, every week, every month, throughout the first 100 days and beyond, throughout the year,
I fucking hate Jeffries
through
so
the
much,
midterms, and then beyond, we got to press on for our children, press on for our seniors, press on for our dreamers, press on for voting rights, press on for civil rights, press on for racial justice, press on for social justice, press on for economic justice, press on for reproductive freedom, press on for democracy, press on until victory is won.
Well, we gotta press on.
Yeah.
Are you pressing on right now?
We are pressing on. You and I are pressing on. We're podcasting. I'm podcasting every fucking day, whether I want to or not. Here's the thing, though. I'm worried about Hakeem. I think in a different kind of moment, he would be very good. I think that during the West Wing era, having kind of like a corny cheerleader as the Speaker of the House. But I don't know, man. With Schumer waving his cane in the Senate and Hakeem doing this corny speechifying, I need somebody with a knife in their teeth right now. You know?
Yeah. The era of rhetorical excess is kind of over. Like like his ABC speech never worked for me. Yeah. The press on.
Schumer fucking
like,
cracks
even,
me up,
you know,
though.
by the way,
I
same
fucking
thing that
love
Joe
Schumer
Biden did when
for
he
the
left,
meme.
same thing that Kamala did in a couple of her speeches, where it's like, it's all going to be okay. We're going to fight on. It's like, hey, let's close the fucking bedtime stories. What are we going to do?
I will judge Hakeem writ large on his speakership. We'll be able to judge it much more clearly in a month.
Yeah,
after we have a big budget fight
the fights have
happening,
just started, for sure. And finally, here is James Carville fact-checking Sean Hannity and keeping it real about how he feels about the modern-day Republican Party.
I think the Republican Party is against the minimum wage. I think the Republican Party stands for more tax cuts for people making over $400,000 a year. I think the Republican Party wants to get rid of a woman's right to choose. I think the Republican Party wants to destroy Medicaid. I think the Republican Party would like to get rid of Medicare if they possibly can. I think the Republican Party supports Vladimir Putin. I think the Republican Party is weak when it comes to communist China. So there are a lot of issues of which I have profound and deep disagreements with the Republican Party. They spend $41 billion. They spend $41 billion. The federal budget is $6 trillion. I did the math, Sean. It actually comes to something like 0.014%. So take the 41
I do not
billion,
care about this guy.
put it against the $6 trillion,
Everyone
and
holds
see what
him
you've
up.
done when your president is responsible for more federal debt than any president in the history of the United States.
If only we could Benjamin Button him. If only we could
Let's get him in
Benjamin
reverse.
Button James
We got to get him in
Carville.
reverse. What if he became an even? What if he just gets older, but also like he gets smaller, you know? but even more curmudgeonly, and becomes kind of that'd be cool.
But more vigorous.
Yeah.
I don't know about the University of Georgia shirt there. This is Speech Center, so boo dogs. I don't know if he lost a bet. Besides that, I have no notes. And it's not that fucking hard, I guess is my other thing. Again, when people are like, what do you want from Democrats? It's like, there it is. He's just blunt. It's just blunt. He's just like, this is what they want to do. This is bad. This is unpopular. We should not do that. I'm not going to get tricked by your stupid gimmicks about the USAID when you guys want to take health care from poor people. Eat a dick, Sean. Like, it's not that hard, and James Carville can do it. So and he's 190, and so I assume a couple of other people could be able to do it.
Yeah, I think there's two ways in which James Carville makes it look easy. One is he is smart in this moment because he knows what the pitfalls are, and he's been doing this a long time, so he knows what traps not to fall into, which he makes look easy, but it is trickier than it looks, right? You're talking to Sean Hannity, he's going to throw a bunch of stuff at you, it gets hard to stay on. But the second part of it, which I think goes to the larger conversation that we're having, is he's not afraid of getting in trouble. He's just comfortable. And that gives him a freedom, and it's the freedom to just speak bluntly. And I think a lot of Democrats, they're a bit afraid to just talk. This is something you hear all the time, like Democrats keep talking about trans rights, they're going to lose all 50 states. And look, there was the ad about Kamala Harris saying she's for they, them, Trump is for you. Like, I think that ad may have done a bunch of damage. But A, it wasn't ultimately about trans issues. It was about her not understanding the struggles of ordinary people. And B, a Democratic Party that has the credibility on the economy that someone like Bernie Sanders has, a movement that has credibility with people, has the space to maneuver to either take positions that people may not always agree with or to persuade people. I mean, Donald Trump has so much space to operate because he knows he has a few set of core issues that his base trusts him on so completely that he can put a pro-choice environmental lawyer who ran for president as a Democrat at the Republican Health and Human Services Administration and get basically total Republican consent to it. He knows that. He knows that. He has the space to operate that somebody like, imagine Kamala Harris saying, I've decided to make Mike Pence head of human services. Inconceivable. And that is because Democrats don't have fucking credibility. And like James Carville in that clip shows you what credibility looks like.
I agree. My final point on this is if you're just kind of comparing apples to apples, I think James on Hannity just run in circles around Tommy.
Wow.
Jesse Waters.
I don't think that's
run
fair.
in circles.
I don't think that's fair. I disagree. All right. What do you think, Tim? Let's wrap it up. Out of these clips, Who is our best player right now? What do you think?
Crockett.
Well, I mean,
you need
Carville,
more
as I said at the
Crockett.
top, was obviously going to be the best player. I hadn't seen the clips, and he was. But that's not really a fair answer since he was the one non-politician that was shown. I give the nudge in the very moment to Chris Murphy. I think AOC has the potential to be the best player. I think that she is kind of like the draft pick with the most upside. I think she's doing a lot of good stuff. Just a few like wokey, lefty, feelingsy things that I want to kind of like deprogram from her. But she's got a lot of room to run. A lot of room to grow.
Yeah, this isn't like a cop-out. I don't think we can do it with just the Bernie AOC message, and I don't think we can do it with just the Chris Murphy message. I kind of think this is the team. Maybe other people may disagree with this. My feeling is that something has really changed for Bernie in the past couple of months. There's a way in which this feels like he's kind of approaching his last ride, and there's like a power to that and a moral clarity to that I really appreciate. And so for me, like, where Bernie goes right now is sort of where I think probably we're heading. Tim, thank you so much. Next week on the show, we have Stephen A. Smith. No, we don't.
I'm going to prove him wrong.
Yeah, prove him
I
wrong.
can do this. I can do this game better than you, Steven. Come on the show. We
Caked up still,
I can
buddy.
shout you. I
Yeah.
can shout you down.
We'll both shout
We can
you
talk
down.
about Luka Doncic.
Yeah, we could talk about him, that guy. Thank you, Tim Miller. As always, check Tim out at The Bulwark. They're fighting the good fight over there. Like, subscribe, leave a comment for us here on the Love It or Leave It team. Tim, you're out of time. We're out of time.
See you later, love it. Go Nuggets.
Get out of the way, Iron Fist.
No worries, I've got your back. Coach gonna be very looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Help is here. Capture the mission area. Feeling fantastic. The spider nest is non-functional. Tired. You needed some help, didn't you? My life energy flows strongly. Chin up.
The creatures of the deep are so real.
Now I see them. Control these.
Bro, Captain America needs to not overextend like that.
Let me help.
Almost about out.
Oh, I need assistance. Help is here. Anyone willing to help? In control here. You needed some help, didn't you? You made me. We are undefeatable. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Bad choice, kid.
Chin up. Mantis has returned. The area is almost yours.
were determined to see the contents of the container as they've had it under surveillance for a while. After several back and forth, the service impounded the container and began the process of inspection. What they found was shocking. First, they had to make their way through items like doors, furniture, plumbing fittings, and leather bags. And when they got to the real content of this shipment, they found this: 764 units of Tomahawk black pump action rifles, 10 units of Venicaron silver pump action rifles, 50 units of Venicaron double barrel rifles, 20 units of Venicaron single barrel rifles. There were also some exclusive series, Sterling high quality live ammunition, and 70mm plastic shotgun shells. This is not just a stash of weapons. It is the fuel that powers a billion-dollar criminal industry, a trade that thrives on secrecy, corruption, and chaos. But the faces behind this large shipment of weapons remain a mystery. Over 40 million illegal weapons are in circulation in Africa, with more than 6 million of those said to be in the hands of civilians residing in Nigeria alone. But if the Nigerian Customs Service has been active seizing illegal consignments like this, how then did these weapons get into the country? Hang on, this report from 2019 might give us a clue. According to the Premium Times, a sitting governor of Ogun State had illegally imported substantial quantities of arms and ammunition into Nigeria during his time in office. The items included 4 million rounds of ammunition, 1,000 AK-47 assault rifles, 1,000 bulletproof vests, and an armored personal carrier. These imports were allegedly made without necessary approvals from the authorities. However, when summoned to answer questions, the governor denied the allegations, saying he had the permission to carry out these imports. The governor detailed how he sought the permission of former President Goodluck Jonathan and followed all due process.
Watch out, Illuminati's gonna sue you if you're typing out on your graphic.
What he failed to tell Nigerians, however, was that he
or
was
is it highlighting that she was gonna sue Legal Eagle over
of 13 armored personal carriers. There was no mention of AK-47s and ammunition. So, how did he bring this large cache of weapons into the country? Well, between 2010 and 2017, a total of 21.5 million weapons and ammunition were shipped into Nigeria, some if not most of them illegally. According to the Nigerian Customs Service, they intercepted 10,598 such firearms and 114,929 rounds of ammunition valued at approximately 9.5 billion naira between 2018 and 2024. This is a lucrative industry with a market cap of over $1 billion, and it goes far beyond Nigeria. This trade is closely linked to transnational criminal organizations and heavily funded by individuals who profit off insecurity in different regions of Africa. But while you may think this trade is only carried out by shadowy figures working in the background, investigations have revealed how some African governments are also implicated in this illegal arms smuggling. For example, in 2013, a prison director in Niger reportedly sold his entire stockpile of weapons to Boko Haram. This trade was said to have been facilitated by a military officer stationed in Niamey. In another instance, weapons intended for peacekeeping forces were allegedly diverted to armed groups in northern Somalia. As world powers continue to intensify their fight against insecurity in the Sahel, I'd like to take you on a journey behind the scenes where supplies are being distributed. A journey that will reveal the true story behind every bullet fired in this region. A story of corruption, violence, and profit. The question we would like to answer here is, where did these bullets come from? Who profits from this endless circle of terror? And why is no one stopping it? This is the story of the criminal gang behind the illegal arms smuggling plaguing Africa. War is a business, and a very profitable one. The global arms market is said to be worth $363.7 billion in 2024. There's a whole industry dedicated to war, which is one of the reasons why conflict will never end. For every peacekeeping mission, billions of dollars is allocated to military contractors. These guys supply the manpower in cases where mercenaries are used. Others supply arms and ammunition. Now, where it gets tricky is that the militants, armed bandits, robbers, and terrorists whom these security forces are fighting in these endless wars on insecurity also have their own suppliers of arms and ammunition. You don't see videos of Boko Haram or ISIS members.
Boko Haram did not do 9/11. That was Al Qaeda.
There are certain people making truckloads of money from supplying these bad guys with military-grade weapons and ammunition. When you consider the fact that there are more than 40 million illegal weapons circulating in Africa alone, you begin to see the size and scale of the hidden market we are talking about here. According to this report titled West Africa Sahel Connection, there are an estimated 12 million small arms circulating in the Sahel region alone. Countries like Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, and Niger serve as transit points for these illegal arms. Most arms dealers stick to black market where they get help from corrupt government officials or criminal organizations to facilitate these transactions. In North Africa, Libya is ranked as the epicenter of the firearms black market, thanks in no small part to the activities of the US and its NATO allies back in 2011. Weapons from Libya have since been fueling terrorism in the Sahel, with armed groups in Mali taking advantage of this supply route. But guns are not always trafficked from outside the borders of these affected countries. Some of these weapons are sourced locally and supplied to these terrorist groups. Ghana is said to have the most sophisticated local firearms production in the region. Local blacksmiths produce approximately 200,000 illegal firearms annually. This figure contributes to the large number of unregistered weapons in the country. For just $9, blacksmiths can craft firearms for you. These weapons are then sold to intermediaries and traffickers who smuggle them across borders, supplying both local criminal elements and conflicts in neighboring states. These weapons are sold at prices ranging from $90 to $150 each, depending on the type and technology of the weapon.
Player by
AK-47, for example, is said to be very durable and has a low production cost. This makes it one of the most trafficked assault rifles globally, and its price varies by region. In 2021, AK-style weapons were priced between $750 and $1,300 in northern Mali, depending on the model and condition. In Niger, prices range from $1,200 to $2,500, mostly influenced by local demand and availability. When we head over to Burkina Faso, reports claim that the weapon was sold here for $1,700 back in 2019. And coming back to Nigeria, the National Security Advisor reported back in April 2024 that government efforts to combat illegal weapon trafficking had increased the black market price of an AK-47 to about 5 million naira now, approximately $3,000. But the question is, has this increase in black market price deterred these guys from going for the same weapon? Also, where are they even getting these weapons to sell in the black market? A 2022 report by the Office of the Auditor General for the Federation revealed
the
that
Czech Republic,
nearly 180,000 firearms were missing from the Nigerian police armories in 2019. The report submitted to the National Assembly disclosed that 88,078 of those missing weapons were AK-47 rifles and 3,907 other assorted rifles and pistols from different police formations nationwide. The question is, who stole those weapons and to whom were they delivered? Are the stolen weapons part of the stash being sold in black markets for 5 million naira? Now let me show you something very interesting with the supply chain used by the cartel fueling this illegal trade. This is the Nigeria-Benin Republic border. A few years ago, there was a report in Punch newspaper disclosing how 5 members of a trans-border robbery gang were arrested along this route. The suspects were disguised as commercial motorcycle operators. they had AK-47 rifles and 2 magazines loaded with 60 rounds of live ammunition hidden under the seats of their motorcycles. Upon further investigations, authorities would learn that these weapons had been used in multiple car snatching and armed robbery operations along this border. These are the end users of the arms smuggled into the country. 4 years earlier, in May 2017, the Controller General of Nigeria Customs Service announced the discovery of 1,100 pump-action rifles disguised as wash hand basins. The shipment passed Lagos ports before being confiscated. An SBM intelligence report published in 2021 estimated that there were 6.2 million smuggled arms of this nature in the hands of civilians in Nigeria. But this figure must have gone up since then, as arms seizures have grown significantly in recent years. Between 2022 and May 2023, men of the Nigerian military and other security agents reportedly intercepted 385,079 firearms and ammunition. The military also seized 66,692 firearms between January and April 2024. There have been hundreds of weapon seizures and interceptions by the Nigerian Customs Service. But how are these weapons getting in? West Africa is reported to be a major hotspot for arms trafficking. Several countries serve as key transit points for arms dealers scattered across the region. Niger is said to be one of those key transit points, with traffickers using established smuggling routes to facilitate movement of weapons across West Africa. Weapons sourced from Libya, Mali, and Nigeria are reportedly taken through northern Niger from Libya's southwestern border. Some of these routes connect Niger to southern Algeria and continue to states like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Nigeria. Côte d'Ivoire is another important hub for small arms smuggling, with major trafficking routes intersecting at tri-border areas involving Burkina Faso, Mali, and Ghana. In recent years, weapons seized in countries like Burkina Faso, northern Nigeria, and central Mali have been traced back to stocks originating from Côte d'Ivoire. In Mali, arms diverted from Libyan stockpiles were reportedly used to start widespread violence following events of the Arab Spring back in 2011. Since then, Libya has been the primary source of illegal weapons in Mali, with Niger being the route used for this smuggling. However,
even
a large
the CIA
number of
got
illicit
in on
weapons in Bamako, Mali's capital city, are produced in illegal workshops within the city, with nearly 80% of seized weapons originating from these local sources. And when we move to Ghana's notorious neighbor, Nigeria, illegal arms have been used in communal clashes, insurgency, and criminal activities here for decades. According to Small Arms Survey, Nigeria's porous borders allow smugglers from different countries to bring in arms and ammunition at will. The smugglers use speedboats to connect to the high seas and then ferry the arms back to shore. The smuggling routes typically pass through Niger, Chad, and Cameroon, where traffickers use various methods to conceal and transport weapons into Nigeria. Most of the weapons, such as the Russian AK-47, the German G3, Czech machine guns, and Serbian rocket-propelled grenades, known as RPGs, are supplied by illegal dealers and sellers who are paid through the proceeds of stolen crude. On land, traffickers often conceal arms in large shipments of legitimate goods, including weapons which are usually hidden and transported in lorries carrying items from Burkina Faso, rice sacks from Benin Republic, second-hand clothing called okrika, and even animal products. According to an investigation by The Whistler, there is a highly organized smuggling network operating along the Idi-Iroko border in Ogun State and the Seme border in Lagos State. This network is run by individuals who call themselves crossers, and they facilitate the movement of contraband and other goods between Benin Republic and Nigeria. These smugglers are familiar with the border areas, and they have close connections with security officers such as corrupt custom officials who sometimes aid their activities. The investigation uncovered 2 methods of smuggling used here. One involves what is called flying through the approved border, and the other is using unauthorized or illegal routes to cross into the country. When a smuggler flies goods or vehicles,
stand still, harder
take
storm.
the goods
Jeez.
or vehicles through Seme or Idi Iroko borders after paying necessary duties for some of the goods or vehicles. This method is coordinated with custom officers who may even encourage smugglers to use this system as it benefits both parties financially. Smugglers typically pay for a fraction of the goods they transport, and the officers turn a blind eye, receiving a share of the payment. According to one smuggler that was interviewed for this story, when transporting vehicles, they negotiate with custom officers to pay duty on half of the number of vehicles and fly the remaining ones without further checks. The Whistler uncovered that some custom officers actively collaborate with smugglers by creating fake duty papers and manipulating vehicle registration codes. These fake documents allow smugglers to evade government taxes and generate significant profits for themselves and complicit officers. For transporting contraband, dangerous goods, or dutiable items such as arms without any intention of paying duties, smugglers rely on unapproved routes. These routes allow them to bring in goods without paying any duties or attracting the attention of authorities. These smugglers have also organized themselves into groups or associations where they appoint leaders who work directly with customs officials to make their operations smoother. And the authorities are not disputing the existence of this operation. A customs officer reportedly confirmed that there are over 200 illegal routes from Benin to Ogun State, making it nearly impossible for customs to monitor all of these entry points. Well, why monitor entry points that will be useful to your own alleged smuggling activities? According to an intense investigation done by investigative journalist Fisayo Soyombo, Nigeria's Customs Service aids smugglers by providing insider information to them. But who are these actors behind this smuggling operation? Findings from research across Nigeria revealed a complex cast of actors, including criminal organizations, terrorist groups, state and non-state actors, tribal entities, and local communities contributing to the ongoing arms trade in the region. Boko Haram has been able to smuggle arms into Nigeria using various methods, such as the use of specially crafted skin or thatched bags attached to camels, donkeys, and cows, where arms are concealed and moved across the borders with the aid of herders. Its members are said to work closely with merchants involved in cross-border trade to help stuff their arms and weapons in goods that are transported via heavy trucks, trailers, and lorries. Given the huge size of the goods loaded onto these vehicles, sometimes very little or no check is conducted on them by security and border officials. We also have low-level transporters who are critical to the illicit arms trade. These individuals often work independently, transporting small quantities of arms across unmanned and uncontrolled borders. Some travel on motorbikes, others use small and old vehicles that will not arouse suspicions from the authorities. They rely on the lack of border enforcement and use concealment techniques to avoid detection.
Is like one of the
For
ones they
large-scale
made just so people
we
would
have
cosplay.
organized smuggling rings that typically control the movement of arms across larger networks. These groups operate from capital cities and regional hubs, coordinating routes, schedules, and distribution. They rely on low-level transporters and maintain connections with corrupt officials, tribal networks, and even government forces to facilitate the trafficking process. Government, forces, and politicians are also involved in arms trafficking. Corruption at border points allows traffickers to bypass checkpoints or receive insider assistance. Military-grade weapons such as AK pattern rifles are sometimes diverted or rented out by members of state forces to illicit users. You see, the illicit flow of firearms significantly fuels terrorism across Africa, enabling violent extremist groups to expand their operations and escalate regional instability. This market that seems to have made some millionaires overnight has a human cost to it. In December 2023, a series of coordinated attacks by armed gangs in central Nigeria resulted in significant loss of lives and injuries. Local government officials reported that over 100 people were killed and hundreds wounded in this incident. The violence primarily affected villages in the Bokos area and extended into neighboring Barakin Ladi. when officials arrested some persons suspected to have carried out that attack, they recovered these weapons from them. Benue State has also experienced similar violent attacks by armed groups often called bandits in recent months. Like in April 2023 when armed groups killed at least 74 people in 2 separate attacks within the state. A year later in August 2024, a similar attack by the same bandits led to at least 30 deaths. Barely 3 months after this attack, armed gangs stormed a community and kept it under siege for 3 days. Dozens were killed in this incident. So, what is the government doing to curb this arms smuggling that is fueling insecurity in this region of Africa? In October 2024, Nigeria's National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, announced that the federal government of Nigeria is investigating the Gulf of Guinea as a primary conduit for arms trafficking into the country. Nigerian security forces have conducted multiple raids to intercept smuggled weapons. But despite all of these efforts, the government has so far failed to disclose the identities of the wealthy fellows behind this billion-naira worth of arms shipments into the country. So my question is, how can we stop arms smuggling without prosecuting the smugglers?
New perspective. The area is almost yours. We are undefeated.
And I'm saying this very clearly, this is exactly what the Ethan is doing as well. Okay? That is exactly what Ethan is doing as well. And the only difference, and this was shared, I saw, because when I go on my subreddit, I still see the H3H3 Productions post. This was shared in the H3H3 Productions subreddit, Ethan's own subreddit, of his former co-host, Speaker of the House. Enough is enough. Pro-Hamas mobs have no place on our college campuses. Barnard College and Columbia University must put an end to the anti-Semitic chaos on campus. Okay? Yeah. Pro-Hamas. American college students protesting ridiculous expulsions in an Ivy League institution of other American college students who did the most unthinkable thing of all time, which is hurt the feelings of the genocidal state of Israel. Okay? Are we pro-Hamas or just pro-Palestine? This right here is a fantastic question, chatter. It is not that they are... The point isn't that these students are like, we love Hamas, we love October 7, we want October 7 to happen. Even then, okay, that is not the point. They're saying everyone is pro-Hamas. They're saying Hamas is bad, it's a terrorist group, everyone is pro-Hamas. All Palestinians are Hamas when they're doing a genocide. Everyone that defends Palestinians are also Hamas. The entire point of this is literally to say you are not allowed to protest against Israel. You are not allowed to be pro-emancipation. You are not allowed to say you are anti-apartheid. You are not allowed to say you are anti-genocide. Okay? That's it. That's it. The point of this is not to like gut out the people who are pro-terrorism. Like, also, what do you mean? What is, let's say someone is pro-ISIS even, okay? Let's say someone is pro-Nazi Germany, okay? And plenty of them are in the Republican Party especially, okay? In the previous administration, the previous Trump administration, not only did they advocate for to come to college campuses and harm the actual students, they would have gone crazy if you actually deported or
look
not
at how
deported,
she stands
but,
too. Like this hand up here. Oh, served in it.
Do you really believe that these people give up about anti-Semitism? That's it. They're using Hamas's terrorism designation, okay, to say everyone and anyone that is anti-Israel is deportable or is prosecutable. And for the record, make no mistake, they're also moving in this direction already. It doesn't just extend to Colombia. Here's the Newsmax article. DOJ Anti-Semitism Task Force will put Hamas supporters in jail for years. When protesters face jail time, universities start losing millions of dollars in federal funding. You're going to see a change in their behavior. When you see court orders protecting Jewish students, visas of anti-Semitic students being revoked, you will see a major change, he added. announcing a tour of 10 universities accused of harming Jewish students and allowing harassment. Okay? That's it. And for the record, just make no mistake, and I'm saying this very clearly, this is exactly what the Ethan is doing
just
as well.
lining up for magic.
Okay? That is exactly what Ethan is doing as well. And the only difference, and this was shared, I saw, because when I go on my subreddit, I still see the H3H3 Productions post. This was shared in the H3H3 Productions subreddit, Ethan's own subreddit, of his former co-host's Twitter post saying, America First Party is threatening to put people in jail for hurting Israel's feelings about this country, man. And his fan base of supposedly progressive people were actually excited at the prospect of someone like myself going to prison under the Trump administration. Amazing. I don't know if they've deleted it. I screenshotted it when I saw it. They might have been a little embarrassed about how riled up people got under the post. Just normal social democrat things. Yeah. Their top post in their sub is pretending you can't go to Gaza because Palestinians will harm you, not Israel. Oh, I can tell you, it is not the Palestinians that would harm me. It is 100% Israel. Okay? That is the only reason.
I don't trust anyone.
Anyway. Mods removed that post with the following comment. Hi, thank you for your post. We did, however, remove it as it comes too close to agreeing with Trump's policy, which does not represent us as a community. We need to be careful about what we project into the world. It's important to maintain our support for Palestine while opposing Trump's continued slide into fascism. Thanks for understanding. Cheers. Oh, nice. I think they would cheer if he got killed. I don't know about that. But yeah, no, I saw the comments instantly under it. Hold on. Where is it? Yeah. What are you afraid of, Hassan? Says Lexi Nope. 3 awards instantly in 20 minutes. Look, hold on. I wonder if it's being brigaded by a very active Reddit community. That community is being brigaded by a very active Reddit community. 3 awards on it. Bro, I can't see shit. Okay, well, it doesn't focus, man. Shut up. I don't know how to do it, okay? I guess I could send it to myself and then show it here. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah. You're the biggest online anti-Zionist voice. If you don't think they would have said... No, it's not even just me, chatters. It's not me. I'm not saying I'm some special person, okay? I'm saying that anyone and everyone that is doing any kind of journalism that Israel doesn't like is directly in the crosshairs, as Israel has demonstrated time and time again that they are willing to kill journalists. So what are we talking about? Or really anyone that is anti-Israel within the crosshairs of an IDF soldier. Americans. I mean, they've killed aid workers, man. I don't know what we're talking about. I found the link to the post. Oh, damn. By the time they deleted it at 157 upvotes, 102 comments. To be clear, this should concern you for obvious reasons. I can see the very near future where any support for Palestine is supporting Hamas. Think about who's in charge of the DOJ. We already had something like this called the Red Scare. People were teachers, actors were as well. Thank God there's still people pushing back on this shit. Jesus Christ. Hopefully they can understand what the community is turning into. Hassan is absolutely vile, but we shouldn't support this. Hassan should face legal consequences for his participation and direction in a targeted smear campaign. What? But that consequences should not involve jail time? What smear campaign? Some of those activists are insane, but if you don't think this will be abused against good faith protesters, then you are wrong. Hassan is an idiot, but don't let this make you think the actions of a fascist are justified. I think they're mainly focusing on... What they're mainly focusing on is the protests on university campuses where people were blocking Jewish students from coming in. I don't think they were rounding up online activists. Doesn't make it better. Targeting protesters is wrong. How is blocking Jewish people from entering parts of their campus protesting? There was a specific incident where they were checking people's before giving them permission to be there. That's probably a hate crime. It should already been prosecuted. Thanks. This article proves my point. Legal action was already taken. Further attempts to target protesters assault on free speech. 3,100 college campus students who engaged in the lawful, constitutionally protected act of protesting, okay, as protected by the Constitution, were arrested in a deliberate effort, under the Biden administration, mind you, in a deliberate effort to squash any sort of free speech from taking place. It's called a chilling effect. That is the entire purpose of this, is to arrest and prosecute people for criticizing Israel, so that other people that see that think twice before they also engage in Many of those protesters that were arrested were Jewish, by the way. Why not exactly? Guys literally trying to sow anti-West sentiment in the West. At what point can we say enough is enough? His actions may not be violent, but his devout followers thinking they're justified will be. The progressive community, by the way. What an incredible fucking take. Incredible. I'm not saying this bill's a thing that should happen, but when it comes to specifically to Hassan, I think there's a good case to be made to limit his growth that will inspire future violence. The amount of power these people think you have is insane. I know. Wonderful. They've been made to believe this. They think I fucking control subreddits and Discord servers and I mean whatever. I don't know what the fuck Ethan is telling his audience, but clearly there's plenty of people in this supposedly progressive community that's willing to be like, yeah, honestly, it's not so bad. Ethan thinks you are directing all of the subreddits that criticize and make fun of him in an effort to smear him. That's what they mean by the smear campaign. They think you're doing what D does. Dude, at some point they have to understand that at some point
I haven't heard anything from like that close to that from Ethan.
Doesn't even have any control over my own subreddit, let alone other subreddits. What the fuck? The only time we've ever done like any sort of enforcement was ironically to limit the amount of Ethan posts. Weird, because you haven't convinced anyone that he's a piece of shit. He did that all on his own. Yeah, no, literally. Their subreddit is just a snark page about you now. Yeah, I know. Ironically enough, it's always projection. It's literally always projection. He's been complaining about fucking subreddits coming after him that are comprised entirely of his former fans, while simultaneously he has directed his community of very active Redditors to basically turn their relatively active subreddit into a fucking snark page that on any given day will complain about my shoes that they think is ugly or complain about my fizz or whatever, which by the way, you know, I think they look pretty good. I think I'm gonna be fine before I'm sure that this recognition will extend the subreddit thinking like, oh, well, he noticed us. He sees our posts. My community doesn't like the shoes either. I like them because my community doesn't understand swag. Okay. Margiela tabbies are fucking wearable art, but were they $1,500? I think it was cheaper than that, but I mean, it was still very expensive. Yeah. They're Margiela tabbies, chatter. Yeah. I had to get them for the red carpet fit. I'm a fucking fashion girly. Frames only or lenses too? What? No, we're talking about the shoes. We're not talking about my glasses. Vans are $50. You're a grifter. Yes, I know. I'm a grifter. That's why if only Hassan didn't like dead Jewish, like this is such a psychotic thing to fucking assert, dude. Like you're a real freak. I hope you know that.
Wait.
And you very clearly don't
nobody's
give a shit
gotten a
about
kill.
anything. Have you? Here, you have them cheering on a buddy of a certain Nazi.
What?
Shout out to Harley. Also,
what?
Again, in terms of fits, stones from glass houses. You know what I mean? You're a fan of Ethan Klein, and you're talking about other people's fits. It's pretty funny. Who's that? I don't know where. He's Epic Mealtime, and I've linked up with him. He seemed like a nice guy, but I don't know. I don't know what his like recent opinions are, because I remember him like working out with Sam Hyde and then feeling bad about that decision because he's a fucking Nazi and a pedophile. Okay, Sam Hyde is, and I don't know if he's like homies with him again or some shit. I think I saw. If I'm not mistaken, I think I saw something that he said that was literally like him defending Sam, being like, "Oh, it doesn't matter if he's a Nazi or not. Like he's nice to me personally, and I'm like more afraid of Hamas than I am of like American Nazis." Yeah, he was in Creator Clash. I know. I don't know. It's just sad, man. I wish people didn't have these opinions, but there's not really much you can do about it at a certain point. Oh, this is what... Oh, yeah. Epic Mealtime is a hypocrite. So dude goes out to bat for Ethan, which, whatever. I know he's a pro-Israel enthusiast, too. Talks about how we need to stop anti-Semitism, yet in the same thread glazes Sam Hyde, which is insane if you ask me.
That never happened.
What is this? No, it's time to block you. Sure, man. You really care about Jews. Keep virtue signaling. You will never criticize Sam Hyde, who's an actual anti-Semite after you train with him because you're a coward. The meanest shit said to me on this app didn't come from him or his audience. The meanest shit said to me on this app came from people that I agree with on 99% of issues. It's been very strange since October 7 for someone like me. Do you disagree with what I quote tweeted? I'm not talking about him being mean to you. I don't care how he treats you. If you're genuinely concerned about anti-Semitism, you won't be playing defense for him, training with him, and supporting him. That person hates Jews more than any Hamas supporter. Your outrage is fake. You're wrong. He's had me in his home. He's done quite a lot for me. Meanwhile, I've seen Hamas supporters kill and attack Jewish people. I've seen Hamas supporters spit on the dead bodies of Jewish people as they were paraded around town. So what the fuck are you even saying? He's had me in his home. He's done quite a lot for me. Again, I don't care about how he treats you. He always admits his racism doesn't impact his relationships. How do you explain the Jewish conspiracy theories, the Nazi march, the Roman salutes, being friends with Nick Fuentes? The existence of bad Hamas supporters... The existence of bad Hamas supporters doesn't disprove what I said. Similarly, there are Jews who spit on dead bodies as well. Doesn't mean Jews are evil. And then a Coinbase, coin tracker app. Fantastic way to end this Twitter thread. But yeah, it is pretty crazy, I think, to be like, nah, Sam Hyde was nice to me personally, even though he is like a literal fucking neo-Nazi. Like, that's insane, dude. He is, like, I promise you, okay? I promise you, an American neo-Nazi is always going to be infinitely more harmful to you as a Jewish person living in America than people that you're perceiving are anti-Semitic. Okay? For their pro-Palestinian position. A regular YouTube guy using Ben Shapiro logic for American anti-Semitism is pretty interesting. I mean, that's actually shocking. That's a shocking thing to say. He's French Canadian. Okay, again, an American neo-Nazi that has, you know, Canadian neo-Nazi fans as well is going to be infinitely more harmful to your existence as a French Canadian Jewish person living in America than people that you are suspecting of having anti-Semitic reasons for supporting Palestine. That's crazy. Epic Mealtime guy was in a Tom McDonald music video as well. Wait, what? You're getting farm for drama content. I promise you don't need to talk about these losers. It's just sad to see because I thought Epic Mealtime guy was a good guy. You're fucking disgusting. 10 years on the internet and you've defended the worst shit I've ever seen, and H2's community helped me realize this. How the fuck can you defend this shit? Wearing tabbies in public? What is wrong with you?
This video was brought to you by Brilliant. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, Turkey has pursued a delicate balancing act, trying to present itself as pro-Ukraine, but not overtly anti-Russia. This strategy has proved remarkably successful in lots of ways, and Turkey has emerged as a key mediator in the conflict. However, last week this tone suddenly changed, and the Turkish government came out in support of Ukraine restoring its pre-2014 borders, joining NATO, and even offered a post-war security guarantee. So in this video, we're going to take a look at how Turkey's Ukraine posture has changed, and what might have motivated this sudden shift. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing and ringing the bell. So let's start with a bit of context and explain how Turkey has positioned itself throughout the Ukraine war. True to form, Turkish President Recep Erdogan has tried to play both sides, and, well, he's sort of succeeded. For starters, Turkey has enjoyed a series of diplomatic wins since the invasion. Erdogan has pretty good relations with Putin, despite Turkey being a NATO member, and Turkey hosted the first round of negotiations between Ukraine and Russia in March 2022. While these negotiations promptly collapsed, Erdogan then played a key role in negotiating the Black Sea grain deal in July 2022, which allowed Ukrainian farmers to export their grain via the Turkish Straits, with monitoring from the Turkish authorities. As well as burnishing Turkey's diplomatic credentials, Erdogan's ambivalence also has helped the Turkish economy. Turkey's economy looked pretty vulnerable when the war began. Thanks to Erdogan's unorthodox monetary policy, inflation was already running at about 50% year-on-year in January 2022, and the sanctions-induced rise in global energy prices threatened to make everything a whole lot worse. However, Turkey weathered the storm pretty well. Turkey refused to join with most sanctions, which meant that they were able to both import Russian energy and act as a transit hub for Russian oil and gas. Lots of Russian cash also flowed into Turkey to avoid sanctions, which provided Turkey with a much-needed source of foreign currency, while Turkish defense companies made serious money selling drones and infantry carriers to Ukraine. In 2023, Turkey refused to immediately let Sweden and Finland into NATO, which both pleased the Kremlin and allowed Turkey to extract various concessions from other NATO members. Then, just last year, Turkey again stepped in as a mediator to negotiate a prisoner swap, which included American journalist Evan Gershkovich. You get the idea then. Turkey has played both sides, continuing to trade with both Russia and Ukraine, while using its unique position as a relatively Russia-friendly NATO member to position itself as a much-needed mediator. However, in the past couple of weeks, Turkey has started sounding conspicuously pro-Ukraine. This really began on Tuesday last week, when, just a few hours after Russian and American officials met in Saudi Arabia, Zelensky paid a surprise visit to Ankara. At the joint press conference afterwards, Erdogan insisted that Ukraine and Europe should be included in the negotiations, reaffirmed his support for Ukraine's territorial integrity as, quote, non-negotiable, essentially implying that he expected Ukraine to retake all of its pre-2014 territory, including Crimea, and even came out in support of Ukraine's NATO membership. This all directly contradicted the Trump administration, who had pursued negotiations without Ukraine or Europe, suggested that Ukraine will have to accept some territorial losses, and dismissed Ukraine's NATO aspirations as unrealistic. This was followed by similar comments from the Turkish foreign minister, who this week reaffirmed Turkey's support for Ukrainian NATO membership, suggested that Turkey could act as a security guarantor in the event of a ceasefire, and encourage Europe to pivot away from the US, arguing that reducing dependency on the US will make them more resilient. Now, it's important not to overstate all of this. Turkey has always supported Ukraine's territorial integrity, and Erdogan has a bit of a habit of flip-flopping on foreign policy. Nonetheless, it's at least true that Turkey sounds a lot more pro-Ukraine all of a sudden. And, well, this is good news for Zelensky. So, what's motivated this shift? Well, as we see it, there are at least 4 possible reasons. Firstly, Erdogan has made it clear that he still wants to mediate, and is probably trying to keep Ukraine on side by convincing Kyiv that they won't force an unfavourable deal on them like the one that Trump is apparently trying to negotiate with Russia. Second, it's part of a wider turn in international opinion against Russia and the US. This became glaringly apparent in Monday's UN General Assembly vote, where just a handful of countries voted with the US and Russia against the European resolution calling for an end to the war in Ukraine. This is essentially because, while the war looked a bit like a NATO-Russia proxy war before, which meant that countries which weren't super keen on the West were reluctant to throw their weight behind Ukraine, now Trump and Russia are apparently on the same side, it looks more like plain old neo-imperialism, the big countries bullying the small countries. Erdogan has long advocated for a multipolar world, rather than one dominated by the traditional superpowers, so it's not surprising that he's resisting Trump here. Third, Turkey wants Russia out of the Black Sea, which is why Erdogan is so keen on Ukraine recovering all of its pre-2014 territory, including Crimea. But fourth, Turkey wants to leverage its military power to get something out of the EU. For context, Turkey is one of the largest armies in NATO, with more active troops than any European army. Erdogan has noticed that Europe needs a military power to guarantee Ukraine's security without American support, and he's offering to help if the EU gives him something in return, like letting Turkey join the EU. Erdogan actually made this explicit on Monday, when he claimed that Turkey's accession into the EU is the only way to solve the continent's security and demographic crises. This isn't the first time that Erdogan has tried to play this either. Literally hours after Trump won the US election in November, Erdogan told reporters at the European political community that, quote, Turkey's full inclusion in the European Union defence efforts is indispensable for Europe's peace and security. Now, while it's hard to imagine Turkey actually joining the EU anytime soon, Erdogan might still be able to negotiate something like a closer economic relationship with Europe, or at least get the Europeans to turn a blind eye to his ongoing crackdown on opposition politicians. This also creates a bit of a dilemma for Europe. If Europe does actually decide to build a new security architecture outside of NATO, and we're saying Europe, not the EU here, because it will probably include the UK too, would this include Turkey? On one hand, Turkey has a strong army, a thriving defence industry, and sits at a strategically valuable position along the Black Sea and at the confluence of Europe and the Middle East. On the other hand, Erdogan has proven a somewhat unreliable and occasionally two-faced NATO ally, and certain European countries, most notably France and Greece, could be very resistant to the idea. Now, the thing is, often in politics, we need to understand a wide variety of topics to truly grasp what's going on. And fortunately, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, can help us do just that, with thousands of lessons in maths, science, programming, and AI. And not only that, their interactive lessons teach you by doing, instead of just asking you to mindlessly memorize stuff. In turn, this helps to build your critical thinking skills and become a better thinker. For instance, Brilliant's newly updated maths courses help you to establish a strong foundation in algebra. It then helps you to build on this, teaching you how to conquer calculus, all while maintaining an emphasis on problem solving and reasoning. The thing I like most about this, though, is that their mathematical courses help you to develop your mathematical intuition and fluency, skills that you can use in the real world. As we've told you before, data skills are absolutely necessary for navigating the modern world, and Brilliant is the best way to get them. To try everything that Brilliant has to offer for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/TLDR or click the link in the description. And by doing so, you'll get 20% off your annual premium subscription.
Disappear so easily.
Today, a handshake briefly cuts the tension between two world leaders. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer entered the White House alongside President Trump, walking into a meeting aimed at ending the war in Ukraine.
Right now, we don't have a deal. We have Russia, we have Ukraine. I think we're very well advanced.
Starmer brought with him a letter from King Charles inviting Trump to a second state visit. The meeting comes 1 week after U.S. officials began negotiations directly with Russia and without Ukraine at the table, leaving Ukraine and its European allies scrambling to respond. Ahead of the visit, the UK announced a big increase in the British defense budget and has agreed to help improve peace once a deal is made.
We've already making sure that any deal, if there is one, I'd like to hope there is. I'd like to make sure it's a lasting deal.
President Trump has refused to acknowledge Russia's start of the war and has praised Vladimir Putin while falsely calling the democratically elected Zelensky a dictator.
Did I say that?
He's getting through now.
I can't believe I said that.
I am ready to put on a show.
Trump said Putin would have to make concessions to land the deal. Asked what they might be, he instead pointed to a concession for Ukraine.
What concessions would you like to see?
Oh, I don't want to say that. But I can tell you that NATO you can forget about.
Trump and Zelensky are set to meet tomorrow and sign an economic deal giving the U.S. a share of Ukraine's rare earth mineral deposits. The administration has framed this as a way to recoup some of the aid the U.S. has provided to Ukraine. How the deal impacts future peace remains unclear. But Cristiano Ferrero, ABC News, Washington.
Don't give them an explode, or else.
This is a Fox News alert. The Epstein files have been released. Fox News senior national correspondent Kevin Corke has been pouring through all the documents. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Evening, Laura. I don't want to oversell this because I don't think there's a whole lot to sell, at least so far. We'll probably learn a lot more tomorrow morning by that 8 a.m. deadline that the AG has given the FBI in New York to turn over everything in their possession. But let me back up for just a second. The Attorney General, you recall last night, called it breaking news. She promised that we would get the Epstein files today, and while that turned out technically to be true, what we've seen so far, critics have argued tonight, really hasn't lived up to the dramatic billing. Now, we began the day with somewhat high expectation, having seen some influencers with so-called Epstein file folders. But that began to fizzle just a bit because we really didn't get a lot of new information. So once we saw that, we wondered, what about the Attorney General's? Was she holding back? Well, she actually wrote a letter, Laura, to the FBI Director, Kash Patel, suggesting that the FBI's New York office, which collected material from the SDNY, that's the Southern District of New York, it seemed to be, for lack of a better description, stonewalling, holding back key materials. Now, the FBI director, obviously concerned about this, went on X, and Director Patel wrote a fairly lengthy post in it. He said there'll be no cover-ups and no missing documents and no stone left unturned. And anyone from the prior or current Bureau who undermines this will be swiftly pursued. He went on to say if there are gaps, we will find them. If records have been hidden, we will uncover them, and we will bring everything we find to the DOJ to be fully assessed and transparently disseminated to the American people as it should be. So you may be wondering, okay, after all that, Kevin, what do we have? Well, so far we do have 7 flight logs. We have an Epstein contact book. We have a masseuse list, which strangely was redacted. Now, I should add this as well, Laura. Many of the names that we saw on the flight logs, at least so far, mirrored some of the names that we've seen before. There was obviously a criminal action that involved Ghislaine Maxwell. Some of the names on that flight log list, we've already seen those before. But what was interesting so far tonight, and I'm still going through it, we did see a few names in that contact book I told you about. Among them, Michael Bloomberg, Alec Baldwin, and former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair. Again, we're still going through it. As I get more information, I promise to pass it along, but that's what I have so far.
All right, Kevin, always great to see you. Thank you very
You too,
much.
my friend.
Why would I need healing? Anyone willing to help?
Indian media report that talks are wrapping up for a Philippine acquisition of India's Akash short-range missile. If the $200 million US deal goes ahead, it will be Delhi's second major missile sale to Manila after the BrahMos in 2022. Meanwhile, a mysterious Chinese submarine is being developed at a shipyard in Guangzhou. How would China use the new weapon? And how do these developments affect the balance of power in the region? Hello and welcome to Taiwan Talks. I'm In Kavat. Joining us today are Tony Hu, former U.S. Department of Defense Senior Director for China, Taiwan, Mongolia, and Guo Yuren, National Sun Yat-sen University Institute of China and Asia Pacific Studies Professor and Director. A very warm welcome to both of you on the show today.
Thank you.
The Philippines is looking to buy more military hardware amid increasing tension with China as part of its $35 billion modernization program called Horizons. In 2022, the Philippines clinched a $375 million BrahMos anti-ship missile deal with India, and it says more BrahMos missiles systems are expected in 2025. As part of the Philippines' aims to counter China's military assertiveness, Manila is also eyeing India's Akash surface-to-air missile system with a range of 25 kilometers designed to intercept aerial threats. An Akash battery can track up to 64 targets and engage up to 12 of them. Tony, let me come to you first. So we're showing right now on screen a map of the Philippines with a 300-kilometer or 162 nautical mile missile range of the BrahMos all the way around the Philippines. Why is the Philippines introducing this short-range Akash missile and also more BrahMos missiles?
Yes, actually, Philippines is doing something that Taiwan is doing because they can't afford to match ship-to-ship, airplane-to-airplane with China, so they're going asymmetric. So BrahMos is a tremendous missile. It flies at 3 times speed of sound, and they are sea skimming. They only fly at about 10 meters. They can actually fly as low as 3 meters off the water. So it's a very hard missile to defend against. And so this put China at risk as they try to force Philippines and showing their military capabilities to intimidate Philippines. But now Filipinos have their own way of pushing back against that type of intimidation. Of course, Akash is also perfect because China is expected to use many of the airplanes to threaten Philippines.
In terms of the target area that we showed for the BrahMos, which is what we said is 300 kilometers, 162 nautical miles. So, Professor Guo, that almost covers the Philippines' EEZ. We can see from the map that Scarborough Shoal, Second Thomas Shoal, Mischief Reef fall within this range.
Yes.
What's the significance of that?
As we all know, China's strategic concept against the U.S. is what we call A2AD, aerial denial and anti-access and aerial denial. And as Tony just mentioned, including the island chain of Japan, all the way from Okinawa to southwestern island of Japan, Taiwan, and of course the Filipino island chain. All these countries have been doing asymmetric warfare. We can also call it anti-A2AD. We want to form a very strong hold for the first island chain, anti-air and anti-ship, not allowing Chinese aircraft or vessels that easily penetrate the first island chain. So I believe what the Filipino government been doing for the past couple of years, as also Tony mentioned, is to fulfill this kind of strategic concept.
Right.
And for right now, the Philippines eagerly need, including modern jet fighters, which the U.S. government did promise to sell F-16.
The Viper jet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, again, the submarine from India.
Yeah.
And also mid-range missile as well.
Oh.
So they prioritize all these three items as, to fulfill this kind of strategic concept.
And Tony, do you sense there is a sense of urgency on the Philippine side for these acquisitions? You know, has it got anything to do with the hotspots of Scarborough Shoal, Mischief Reef, Mischief Reef being a fully militarized Chinese island, Second Thomas Shoal, Sabina Shoal?
Yes, I think Philippines finally realized the deficiencies in their defense design in resisting Chinese. So they are a bit in a hurry of building up those self-defense capabilities. So it's a positive change, the fact that they're devoting resources toward it. So
Is it a reflection of the escalating threat, though, Tony?
It is absolutely a reflection of that threat, and the Filipino people supports this because they also see the threat that the Chinese ships that's chasing away the Filipino fishermen in their own EEZ. So I think there is, within the Filipino population, there is a very widespread feeling of being bullied by China, and that the Philippines needs to stand up on its own.
Right. And Professor Gore, let's talk about submarines. We know as part of Phase 3 of Horizons, the Philippines also wants to acquire submarines. Now, Romeo Brawner, who's the Chief of Staff of the Philippine Army, he said that 2 subs would be a dream. And I quote, "We're an archipelago, so we have to have this kind of capability because it's really difficult to defend the entire archipelago without this." So what kind of mission do you think the sub is actually targeted to, or is it more deterrence?
The most threat that subs could pose is actually stealth. Not allowing the enemy to know your location, your capability, and your plan. And so that's the major reason I believe the Filipino government needs submarine so much. But the problem is, again, money and domestic politics.
Right.
It requires a lot of money, not only buying, purchasing, but also to maintain, and especially to maintain the subs to be capable, ready to fight at any time.
Right.
And second of all, these June 12th, the Philippines is going to have congressional election. And the current situation is not looking very well for Marcos Jr.'s government. So, the Congress might, stop the government to have special budget for the 2 submarine procurement.
Sounds also similar to Taiwan.
Yes,
right.
Tony, where is Manila likely to be looking then for these subs? I mean, understand that France, South Korea, Spain, Italy have tendered. For example, could the Philippines at some point purchase Taiwan's Haikun Narwhal submarine?
My personal gut feel is that the Filipinos will go toward Korea. Philippines has purchased the F-A-50 fighters from Korea, and they purchased 12, and they have very positive experience with it, and they're buying 12 more. What's good about the Koreans is not only the submarine is very good, it's well made, it also has the kind of high quality things where, like Indian subs, unfortunately, couldn't match up to it. Plus, the follow-on support. Filipino had a good experience with follow-on support with F-A-50 fighters. So I suspect that goodwill will lead them toward decision toward a Korean sub. That's my gut feel.
Okay. And very briefly, Professor Guo, what does the second major missile sale, if it goes ahead, what does it say about Indian-Philippine ties? Or does it reflect a deeper sort of bilateral relationship between India and Philippines, a flourishing one?
Yes, of course. Yeah.
India is the world's largest arms importer, but since 2020 border conflict with China, Delhi has pursued increased exports of its own defense industrial manufacturers. As of March 2024, India's defense exports have exceeded $2.4 billion, marking a nearly 150% increase from 2020. As India provides more arms to the region, what does that say about its influence? And also, what benefits does it bring to the countries that it supplies to?
Well, India has a very robust defense industry for many years, and they are able to produce helicopters, tanks, submarines on their own. So the fact that they are willing to export, especially to countries that's against China, it indicates that it itself is not intimidated by China. As you know, India and China has border conflicts themselves. So they're trying to increase influence, but I don't think they have as good of an overall plan as far as how to utilize that influence. So right now, yes, missile sales to the Philippines, but there is a lot of other things in Asia that India can push itself into. It's more successful in South Asia area and some other smaller countries in other continents, but Asia, I think it's a new start for India, and it's doing it not only for its economic benefit, but also, I think, for a lot of political reasons.
Yeah, so does it represent a challenge to China?
To China,
do you see it that way?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay, and Professor Guo, Indian reports say that the military has prioritized now not a third aircraft carrier. It will replace its older of the two existing ones, but it will not seek an increase in that capability. What is driving, and instead, it wants to invest in submarines. So what is driving that shift in priority?
First of all, India's position, especially as subs, is trapped by Russia. And India is trying to get away from technological dependency on Russia. So right now, Indian government is trying to purchase submarines from Germany, or to talk about technological cooperation with Germany and even with Japan. And second of all, Indian government aiming, as you just mentioned, from 2020 to 2030, they established this defense industrial corridor to boost up its defense supply chain, as the government say, and aiming to improve its own indigenous technology, especially with AI, with subs, and with missiles.
Right.
Yeah.
Does that reflect also an asymmetrical shift on India's part away from an aircraft carrier? And how does that reflect perhaps what China is doing, the threats that it poses?
I'm not sure it's asymmetric per se. I think India has determined its sphere of influence is around Indian Ocean. Aircraft carrier is a power projection, okay? 2 aircraft carriers to manage power projection in Indian Ocean is sufficient. It's what they believe. And submarine is a definite deterrence factor, as Professor Guo said earlier, that it's so unpredictable and stuff. So they decided to go with that. It's not necessarily asymmetric per se, but it's a defense strategy concerning how far you want to project your power. And in India's case, they're not interested in projecting power into the Pacific or Atlantic. Indian Ocean is where they're at, and it's not that big, it's not that far.
Right, okay. Now, Chief of the Staff of the Philippine Armed Forces, Romeo Browner, also said Manila is keen for South Korea to join the Squad, an informal security grouping of the Philippines, Australia, Japan, and the United States established in 2024. He said of South Korea, "We believe they also have a stake in the security aspect of the region." Browner said he also supports a visiting forces agreement with South Korea, something that South Korea's ambassador to the Philippines confirmed Seoul was giving thought to in September 2024. Professor Guo, so let's talk about South Korea. What does the addition of South Korea contribute to the Squad that it doesn't already have?
The situation been a little bit different as we are talking right now. Before 2025 it was President Yoon's administration. He was quite keen to improve or to increase security relations, not only with Japan or US, but also with the Philippines, sometimes even with Taiwan. But again, with this indictment of President Yoon, domestic politics situation in South Korea becoming quite different. And I would say maybe this June or July, South Korea will have a presidential election. And from current situation, the Chairman Lee of Democratic Party in South Korea is gonna win the election. And he has very different political ideology. Right. And so I think after he run the government, Mr. Lee run the government, he will put a stronghold to stop cooperation with the Philippines. Right. So the delivery of 2 frigates from South Korea to the Philippines might be the end of the bilateral security cooperation, although President Yoon already signed this strategic partnership agreement with the Filipino government. But again, Mr. Lee has very different foreign policy view with President Yoon.
Right. Okay, so Tony, do you see this as Brona appealing to South Korea? These countries together, the Squad, have shared interests in this region for security.
Yes, absolutely, and I suspect Philippines will also request the United States to use its leverage to maintain the Squad, and because Filipinos know the more alliances they can get into, as they have done in the last 2 years, with some kind of agreement, various kinds of agreement, even with UK and Canada, and certainly with Japan, and so it's hoping that it could get Korea also involved. Their relationship with Korea is actually fairly good, like I mentioned, the right of purchase and things. So they're hoping to maintain that even through the next presidential election. And so absolutely, Philippines is hoping Korea will join and be concerned with its security.
Right. Okay. Now, according to a report by the Navy News, satellite images in January reveal that China's Guangzhou shipyard is likely constructing a new unreported type of submarine. The vessel is approximately 45 meters long and 5 meters wide, with large X-form rudders and no sail. China remains the only country known to have built sailless submarines. Okay, so there's no sail, there's X-form rudders. What are these features for?
ASW, anti-submarine warfare, is actually quite critical for China to push this A280 strategic concept. So we think the picture, the lessons from Ukrainian battles could see the importance of drones, especially attacking surface vessels. So 2 domains are becoming more and more important after the lesson from Ukrainian war. One is space, the other is underwater. So I believe that's a reason why with the technological breakthrough of AI, so you put it together, that's the reason why China is putting so much attention to underwater warfare.
Right. And Tony, why has this submarine been called unreported? There's kind of a secretive element to it. How does the West or other countries do it differently?
Well, this submarine is kind of strange because it is too large to be an unmanned submarine, and it's too small to be a manned submarine. And its feature indicates it's probably an unmanned submarine. And
it's probably a
unmanned submarine. Because if it's manned, it requires certain sustainment system, such as water processing, waste processing, mass lodging, and certainly you need some kind of things for you to be able to observe and stuff. And in the U.S., when you look at unmanned submarine, or actually around the world, unmanned submarines are used for surveillance, for decoy, and for intelligence collection, for removal of underwater mines and stuff. So they're not that big, okay? They're not used as shooters. Like this submarine appears to have torpedo tubes. Submarine, it's very hard to identify front and foe on the water. So if you don't have positive control, positive rules of engagement, an unmanned submarine can shoot your own ships, your own submarines. So if you want to maintain such tight command and control, then you need some kind of linkage with the command control unit. Then submarine will expose its position. So you want to remain stealthy. Usually that's why a manned submarine, they have human in the middle. As they detect certain things, they can determine if it's friend or foe. Can an AI help it? Sure it can, but final decision to kill, I think you still need a man in the loop. So to have an unmanned submarine that big, carry torpedo, it makes the world wonder, what is China doing?
So you're saying that the size is in order to carry the torpedoes, and more of them?
It looks like it, from the graphic picture, it looks like it has torpedo tubes in front. Now, like I said, if it's unmanned with torpedo, it's a dangerous weapon system to themselves, not only to others, but to themselves too. So does China have a doctrine, has a strategy, has a tactics developed for a weapon system like that? So I think that's why the rest of the world is wondering, thinking the same way. So what is it for?
Yeah, there's too many questions.
Too many questions.
About this. Let's move on to essentially the detection of these submarines. Professor Guo, I'll stay on you. So China has developed a so-called Great Underwater Wall. It's meant to be based or modeled on the US's SOSUS, which is a sound surveillance system. I believe it's been renamed to IUSS, Integrated Undersea Surveillance System. And it's basically a surveillance system which is both underwater but also surface ships, there's cables, sensors, sonar, drones to monitor activities. How effective do we know this network to be? And how much progress do you think the US is making? In 2023, it announced that it would revive its network.
I believe it's realistically it's quite difficult because the system of the US is basically jointly cooperate with a lot of countries because you want to put all these sensors in right locations. Sometimes, or most of the time, it's locates in other countries easy, sometimes even territorial waters, when the location is very geostrategically important. And I do not see any, Beijing has that kind of political capacity, for example, to position sensors, Basi Channel, or all these important waterways surrounding South China Sea. So I think it's pretty much still a concept, but realistically, especially when it comes to political reality, I do not think those countries will support China's plan. Yeah.
Tony, your assessment?
Well, almost the entire system of underwater surveillance is classified. So I don't want to get into it. However, it is a robust system. It is a system because you got the sensors. They detect some kind of information. If you don't have a database to analyze that information and say what just went by, it's nothing. Okay, so the U.S. has an entire system in place for many years, and you're correct. It just went through a major upgrade, and also new locations, it's a critical piece of our surveillance system. We want to know, especially when the Chinese ballistic missile submarine, things that carry nuclear missiles that can hit the United States, leave port and go through some choke points. We want to know, and we will have somebody there waiting for him and track him, because this is something that can threaten the homeland. You know, an attack submarine, it shoots other ships. It's okay, you know, the damage is limited. But these nuclear missile-equipped submarines are the ones that we will maintain tracking. And this is a system that we count on to help us.
And China wants the same thing, though, Tony. So
China already has
how
it.
far, do you think that their system?
See, once again, they might have a sensor. Do they have the data to support it? And that's the question. How good are they in the data that they have? Do they have the data? Obviously, U.S. continuously update and listen. Whenever they have a new ship, new submarine come out, we have things that listen for it and make sure that become part of the library. And all the submarines and all the other anti-submarine system gets updated. Does China have such robust? I don't know. I haven't had access to classified stuff for over 10 years, so I don't know.
Right. Okay, we're going to have to end it there. Thank you so much, Tony Hu and Guo Yuan, for joining Taiwan Talks today. If you liked our show, please search for us on YouTube, give us a thumbs up and hit subscribe to our channel. Thank you for watching the show today. Stay safe and see you.
You don't have to fight alone.
Game on! Taiwan's national team takes the field, ready to conquer the World Baseball Classic qualifiers. Meanwhile, CPBL spring training is in full swing, with teams gearing up for an electrifying season.
但新目标就是希望自己的身体可以保持健康，这是非常重要的。
On the court, the stakes are higher than ever as basketball heads into its dramatic final stages.
抢投一个大号三分，
Athletes across the island are prepared to give their all in 2025. This is the moment. Game on Taiwan.
三分炮！
I live to fight another day.
Taiwan Plus original series, making waves beyond Taiwan. The Pursuit of a Cinematic Dream, Tsai Ming Liang, New York Festival's TV and Film Awards, Bronze Award. A documentary where Tsai reflects on his cinematic process and the future of his career. Road to Legacy, 57th Golden Bell Awards, Best Sound Design. A series that introduces 10 indie artists and bands and their road to musical stardom. More Film Festival approved Taiwan Plus originals. Bringing Taiwan.
President Trump says Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelensky is going to visit the White House this Friday to sign a critical minerals deal. The U.S. and Ukraine have been trying to hammer out a natural resource agreement, which would give Washington access to Ukraine's untapped mineral riches. In return, Ukraine would continue to receive military aid from the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio explained how the deal got done.
So my last indication was that it was very close to the finish line. We were on the, not even the 1 yard line. We were like at the half-yard line, like almost like when the Eagles push the quarterback across, that tush-push thing. So it's close and it's good. Look, it's a good deal. It's an important deal. We still want to end this war. I mean, that's the important thing the president's made very clear. He campaigned on that.
The Ukrainian president says the economic agreement could also be part of future security guarantees.
U.S. President Donald Trump shared an AI-generated video on social media depicting Gaza as a beach resort, with himself and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu sunbathing together. The AI video was criticized by people living in Gaza who saw it, saying the images did not include its current inhabitants.
Suddenly, while I was checking my mobile phone, I found that Trump, the President of the United States of America, published a video that he wants to rebuild Gaza after displacing its people. So we are asking him, why displace its people? Why doesn't he come, welcome, come and rebuild Gaza with its people in it? Its people can rebuild it. He can pay money, fix things, and free us from this occupation.
The video Trump posted on his Truth Social platform also featured belly dancers, a giant gold statue of himself, and images of Elon Musk throwing money into the air.
It's Gaza. It's a war-torn area. We're going to take it. We're going to hold it. We're going to cherish it.
Trump has previously said he wants the U.S. to take over Gaza and that displaced Palestinians could be moved into Egypt and Jordan.
The one who is saying those words, if we say to him, leave your land, would he be happy? Trump or others, or foreigners, would they be happy by their own displacement? They wouldn't be happy, because it's his land. I have lived in Gaza. Now, I don't want to go to Egypt. I would live the rest of my life feeling that I have been wronged and like a stranger.
Palestinians and Arab countries have rejected any displacement of the territory's inhabitants and said Gaza must be part of a future Palestinian state.
As we talk about federal workers who have been summarily terminated, NBC 10 Philadelphia's Brian Sheehan is on with a guy named Robert McCabe, a former IRS employee. Check this out.
Tell me what happened today.
So, I mean, I went in at my normal time. When I arrived there, you know, everybody was in a very downtrodden mood. And when I went to my computer, you know, everybody was having some technical issues. Like none of our computers were really loading up either the programs that we needed to operate or like Teams. My story is the Teams. You know, that's kind of how I figured out that we were getting fired today. Was when I went in, I logged into Teams and I sent you the photo of what I saw when I went to log in. And that's when I left my cubicle and I went around to everybody else I work with. I'm like, hey, what's your Teams look like? Some were having trouble, some were able to log in. It was very, very chaotic. I mean, there was no organization to it at all. And basically we just sat around for the rest of the day. I mean, talk about government efficiency. We literally sat there and did nothing all day long while we waited for our fate. So again, we got our email saying that we were fired after sitting around all day knowing we were fired. And then we turned in our equipment about an hour or so later, and then we were escorted out of the building.
What do you make of what happened to you and your colleagues today? We hear about 400 employees, including yourself, were laid off.
I mean, it's unfair. I mean, I was unemployed, so I was laid off. I was laid off before this job, and it took me 8 months to apply and go through all the background checks and everything I had to do to get this job. And then 4 months later, now I'm in the same boat I was in before. I don't know how to feel. I'm kind of numb right now. You know, I went out to lunch with one of my buddies after immediately it happened, and you know, what can you do at this point? Aside from reach out to the news organizations, reach out to our senators, reach out to our representatives. I mean, it was an illegal firing. My performance was good. I was doing everything I was supposed to be doing. I was even one of those government employees that went every day of the week. I had to report every Monday through Friday, 7 to 3:30. That was my tour duty, and that's what I served. And here I am.
Just to be clear, almost like 6,500, maybe 7,000 IRS agents were fired. Now, the reason why he was fired is because he's considered a probationary, and I don't know what probationary means in the terms of this. Like, it could be 6 months, the first 6 months on your job. Again, if you were promoted within an agency, you are also a probationary hire and you can get fired. The IRS, for every dollar spent at the IRS, $7 is returned. They will screw up IRS direct file. That's going to be a casualty, saving your average person a ton of money. They didn't have to file with TurboTax. They didn't have to file with the HR Block. And it's going to screw up, without a doubt, people's tax returns. They're going to be more angry at the IRS. This is not about efficiency. If it was about efficiency, in terms of saving the U.S. dollars, you would add 6,000 IRS agents. And they would be dedicated to auditing people like Elon Musk, billionaires, millionaires who are avoiding taxation.
Right, because I mean, like the filing services, the private filing services now are tax deductible. So we're essentially paying them to, like H&R Block, to do taxes for people.
When we could be doing this for free.
Yep.
Super easy. Super easy. Super easy. I think with the IRS direct file, I don't think you can do it if you have any 1099 income. It's all W-2. You can do it if it's 1099 interest, but not non-employee compensation.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
Because Mila and I were going to try and do it. But there it is. And the guy was unemployed for 8 months. It's not easy to find a job.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Apparently I'm wrong. When I say it's not easy to find a job after you've been summarily fired, I guess I'm wrong. And who better to know than Sean Hannity, multi-millionaire. Here he is on his radio program trying to justify what's going on with people fired. Now, 30% of the workforce are vets. Personally, I don't think you as a federal worker should be treated any better or worse because you were a vet. But a lot of these people did go through absolute hell in certain situations. And certainly on the right, ostensibly, they care about the vets. Of course they do. But here is Sean Hannity explaining to his audience why people got to suck it up. You know, I'm sure your landlord or your bank will allow for you to take a couple of weeks or months off of paying them because you're such a good guy. Remember now, these are people, a lot of these people just got promotions. So put yourself in the mindset of somebody who just got promoted. Oh, we've arrived. Honey, we can afford that we can afford those car payments now. We can afford to, we can afford to build that fence in the backyard or whatever it is. And because you were just promoted, you got fired. Or I'm in civil service. I know there's a cap on what I can make, but I know this is a secure job because I go in and I do my job well every day. I got a good review and government work. Again, I'm not going to become a millionaire, but I am doing good for people and I'm doing a good job, so my job's secure. Nope.
Eric is in Wisconsin. Hey, Eric, how are you? Glad you called.
Hey, Sean, thank you so much for all you're doing. We sure appreciate it here in Wisconsin, and we tried to help out this election cycle. So,
well, you helped out big time. You did. Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, all of you helped. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wish we could have got Tammy Baldwin out of there, but it didn't work out too well. So, but
yeah, well, you came close. I mean, unfortunately, you don't win every game you play.
Yeah, right. But hey, I just awesome stuff that Doge is doing with Elon Musk, and we sure appreciate that out here is we're kind of farmers and taxpayers and all that good stuff. But one thing I'm concerned about.
I'll tell you something. I like
moron.
We'll get to this in a second. USAID, what the annual budget is. But farmers get a big piece of that. Significant piece of it. The taxpayers and farmers in Wisconsin, they're not going to see a single dime of savings. But they're going to see a lot more in terms of costs. Because the profit making by corporations who are now not going to have to worry about regulators is going to come at the expense of the consumers, of the citizenry. Continue.
Yeah, that out here is we're kind of farmers and taxpayers and all that good stuff. But one thing I'm concerned about, Sean, a little bit, and I'm concerned the liberal media might run with this, is one of our tenants just recently got laid off from the USDA, and he's disabled, multiple deployments overseas, and yeah, the guy is without a job now, and I'm just afraid that stuff like this is going to get out there. And I know you got a soft spot for military and police.
Pause it for 1 second.
EMS
I love the fact that it's his tenant. I'm worried he's not going to be able to pay me for rent. I'm a little concerned that this guy I'm not going to pay me for rent. I wonder if Sean's going to say, well, I know you're going to do your part and not charge him rent for however long it takes him to find a job.
Right. That's the thing about this so-called waste is so many of these things are providing good jobs, and
the government doesn't provide jobs. Government doesn't provide jobs.
Well,
government doesn't create jobs. Isn't that what we were told?
I think that might be. We might be able to look back.
Would we have to go all the way back to 8 years, 10 years for that? Go ahead.
All those guys, and just a little concerning that we don't let these guys, fall off the wagon here and get neglected because they've done so much for our country.
Look, I don't like to see anybody in a position where they're going to lose their job. In the case of USAID, and obviously your friend, I'm sure, is not a part of this, but there was, tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars just thrown down the drain and stolen from the American.
First off, he doesn't address the USDA, which is what the worker was working at. So they just use USAID because it's the low-hanging fruit where everybody thinks that there are tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars of fraud and waste because it all is going out the door to foreign governments. The USAID budget is $40 billion annually. Of that, a minimum of $2.5 billion goes directly to U.S. farmers. Now, I don't know how much it costs to ship that food, but those are also American companies that are shipping that food. And those farmers have to be paid to grow that because otherwise they wouldn't be able to survive. This is not about the USDA loans that we've heard, farmers getting screwed over because of it. It's not about SNAP cuts that are coming in the Republican budget. When they complain about USAID, it's like, why would we spend $10 million on Sesame Street in Iraq? Haven't we done enough to those people there? Didn't we blow up their whole civil society? Why would we spend $1 to replace it? Why would we spend any money in Afghanistan? Who cares if Ebola is spreading like wildfire in certain parts of Africa? I mean, what could possibly hurt us here in the wake of a pandemic? Why do we care about providing support? We could just ultimately bomb them. Why would we even provide any aid? And then these people in the same breath will be like, but China's our #1 competitor and we must defeat them. What do you think China's doing? But all right, so he focuses on something that has nothing to do with this person, this vet, getting fired from USDA.
People and our children and grandchildren. It's just unfortunate he worked for them. With that
Wait, go back. He didn't work for them. He worked for USDA, but he's going to hear USAID every time because that's just a better story. Go ahead.
Was, tens and tens and tens of billions of dollars just thrown down the drain and stolen from the American people and our children and grandchildren. It's just unfortunate he worked for them. With that said, there are going to be a lot of job openings. A lot of people, for example, retired and took the early retirement and payout. And then there's
Pause it for a second.
going to...
They shifted the buyout to early retirement because there is an early retirement program that you can take and that people by and by take with some regularity in the federal government. And now they said, you can't get your early retirement unless you sign the buyout thing to make it look like people are taking the buyout. Not that many people have. There's usually 150,000 people who turn over in the government annually. And so far, the number that I've seen floated is 60,000, but that includes the normal attrition.
Get ready.
Because you can't do the early retirement thing. Now, I'm sure people are getting nervous,
I sense your concern.
but they're lying. They're having to lie about this.
If this battle is to be won,
And
because you are on
if you're looking for encouragement and hope, the idea that they're having to lie about this is a good sign.
battle starts in 5.
Go ahead.
and took the early retirement and payout. And then there's going to be jobs hopefully created in the energy sector when we blow that out, which I believe the president's going to do as quickly as possible, and other opportunities.
Pause it for a second. What does it mean to blow out the energy sector? We already know that we have been drilling and producing more oil than at any other time in the history of the country. What is the energy? More people going to work at gas stations? What exactly is going to happen if you blow out the energy sector? Was it more people are going to work on oil rigs? Is that what he's talking about? This disabled vet is going to go work on an oil rig? Is that what he's talking about? I mean, what happens when the energy sector? This is going to be offset, incidentally, by all the cuts to like solar and wind power, and people who've been working in those industries. I mean, you understand that we're weeks away from looking at a number. Every federal worker you cut, every federal dollar you cut, every federal grant you cut causes in the private sector this many people to lose their jobs and this many people to lose money. If they're successful at what they want to do, aside from leaving Americans less safe, they are going to also leave them poorer. And then hopefully, if they're lucky, they'll be able to say, oh, but we're going to give you a tax cut. Of course, most of that money is going to rich people. Go ahead.
That out, which I believe the president's going to do as quickly as possible, and other opportunities. You know, we all have to think of the what if you lose your job. Everybody has to have that in the back of their head. My entire career, I assumed I'd be fired any day.
Pause it for a second.
And
now, if Hannity had been fired 15, 20 years ago, he could live off his millions and millions of dollars a year.
So efficient.
And here's a taste of Republican leadership. Always have anxiety about your job. Always. Always. That's the way we should live. Anxiety. Are we going to be able to pay for our kids? That's why healthcare, bad idea. Cuts down on worker anxiety. This is him being sympathetic now. Remember, we don't want the liberal media to make something out of this this vet. Go ahead.
In the back of their head. My entire career, I assumed I'd be fired any day. And with the, but smart, innovative, hardworking people will always be in demand, always. And it sounds like I'm describing your friend. And I would just urge that person, do not get discouraged. And I don't know if he's getting the buyout.
Sean, why don't you hire him?
I mean, I'm sure he's smart and innovative and this and that. Like, multiple tours, disabled vet. I mean, this is a guy who wants to get out there and be an entrepreneur, I bet.
He just accidentally got hired by the government.
Yeah.
Or not getting the buyout, I'm not sure. If he is, that would mean he has until October 1. He will get paid until then. That gives him time, and that gives him time, to find a job that he's going to, thrive in and be successful at and be happy and secure again. And however, to continue to spend tens of billions of dollars on wokeism, transgenderism, DEI, and the Green New Deal abroad as the country veers off into bankruptcy is not an alternative. It's not an option for us. And he can't do this to the American taxpayer either. And he's just caught up in that, unfortunately for him. There are good people that are going to be, hurt because the people that have done this to the country have put them in vulnerable positions. It's really not Donald Trump that put them in the vulnerable position. It's the people that wasted all this money that put them in the vulnerable position, in my mind.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's tough to see, and especially for veterans that have done so much. We got.
You know what? But there will be other opportunities that are now going to emerge in a new economy, and make sure that he makes available to him that I would have go and get that government payout till October 1. That buys him time. And you know what I say to people that are out of work all the time? I say,
I mean, obviously, like, he's just desperately hoping that this guy took the buyout. And of course, there is no budget line item for the budget for the buyout. Incidentally, that's a fictional buyout at this point. There is no money available for a buyout. That doesn't exist. It's in no budget. But they have to lie. They have to lie because they realize how bad this sounds. The guy calls in, I'm afraid the liberal media is going to talk about this. I'm afraid this liberal media is going to talk about this real person who's going through this real thing.
How we're purging veterans from the civil service.
And, he's my tenant, which means that I could be out some money.
Right.
So this is really serious.
That's so perfect that he's a landlord.
Yep.
I do like how Hannity both accidentally reframed him, the USDA employee, as a USAID worker, and also reframed this guy as this guy's friend, not his tenant.
Yep.
But hey, a new economy coming, folks.
Hey, the new energy blowout, whatever that means. New economy.
Folks, if we have time, call into Hannity and tell us about your call if you make it on.
Yeah, exactly. Here is Brian Kilmeade on Fox and Friends this morning. And they're all like running cover now for this. Because there are people at town halls going like, hey man, what's going on here? Now let's be clear. The people who are showing up, they voted for Trump. That IRS agent, he voted for Trump. That doesn't mean that they were necessarily MAGA. He said that, well, I thought this guy was a business guy and I thought he would come in and do things efficiently. This sort of mythology around Donald Trump. He's a business guy. He's going to do things efficiently. I didn't think he would just willy-nilly cut things. Well, here's the thing is that, like, we are uneducated as a country as to what it means to be a billionaire. It means, A, they don't pay taxes. Everything they do is structured to avoid paying taxes. His Trump Foundation is structured to avoid paying taxes. They don't care about the IRS. Inefficiency? Trump just ordered $200 million, I think it was, to DHS to make videos thanking him for stopping immigrants from coming into the country. That doesn't seem to be terribly efficient. But now when they see the implications of what happens when you cut willy-nilly, and we haven't even seen the implications of it. We're just seeing the first round of like the direct implications on workers. We haven't even seen the knock-on effects. And hopefully, Democratic politicians and others will draw the connection between you fire someone at the USDA and SNAP benefits are late. You fire somebody at the USDA and, hey, wait a second. Why are we having problems with our food supply? You fire someone at the USDA and maybe like, how did this bird flu get so out of hand? But in the meantime, what they're doing is they're just bailing water, and they're having to lie. And like I say, that's a good sign. They've run out of actual, like, there's no ideology here. MAGA just loves Donald Trump. There are people who voted for Donald Trump because they thought they were getting something slightly different, an efficient businessman, or getting rid of all the wokeism. And people wake up and like, is the wokeism gone yet? It is? How come it's raining? Like, isn't this supposed to affect the weather?
And almost every agency wants them to come in. So go ahead and gut Treasury. Because you know what helps? Because cabinet secretary's got certain responsibilities, and the president's got to get elected, and people. But when you have someone from the outside come in and make some tough cuts, you could say, I don't have my hands in that. The blowback they're getting in some of these town halls is real. I'm sure there's some. People in there that voted for Trump and said, I walked into work and I lost my job. But that's going to be one of the casualties of having to take a $2.7 million federal workforce and knock it down to maybe half of that. So I think we got a heads up on it. As I think the president would do himself a favor, and the Treasury Secretary especially, just saying, hey, we have a $7 trillion budget. We only make $5.9 trillion. The revenue gap is $2 trillion. This is part of closing that gap, is lessening the responsibility. It's not punitive.
Okay, first off, he starts out by saying, well, at least we can bring in Musk and pretend like it's his fault. We can bring in a consultant. and this again also, Democrats should be out there, get rid of the word MAGA. There's no MAGA Republicans. There's Republicans. Donald Trump is a Republican president. Musk is working for a Republican administration. This is what Republicans do. This is 15 years ago. I sat on a stage. I got invited to that Aspen Idea Festival or something once in my life with Janine. And it was some game show or talk show that we were supposed to do that's sort of supposed to be somewhat fun. And so they had us interview Grover Norquist, and it was supposed to be fun. And Grover Norquist was the head of an organization. I don't even know if it exists anymore. Taxpayers for America, fairness, bullshit, whatever it was. And they were the prototype Tea Party. It was Americans for Tax Reform, and they ran Toomey, I think it was, in Philadelphia, who we now think of as like, oh, he's an old-style Republican. No, he was a lunatic. And I remember interviewing, and maybe this was in like 2010, because I feel like I talked about it on this show. We're talking to Grover Norquist, and we're trying to keep it light because it's supposed to be fun. And he immediately launches in about federal workers and all the benefits they get and how unfair that is for other workers. And I was like, well, maybe we should give those to other workers. And their project to demonize federal workers was in full swing 15 years ago. And probably before then. The idea, I mean, you go back to, what was it, 2008, where, they're talking about, maybe before this, cutting the Department of Education, getting rid of government agencies, getting rid of the IRS.
I don't feel like I've
cutting
gotten
federal
any better.
workers. Clinton capitulated to it by setting up a committee, and it took, of course, they
Hi, BB.
studied it for 8 months and ended up cutting, I don't know, a small percentage of the workforce.
Oh, hi, Zapata.
But they studied it at least. But it was garbage
Hi,
then,
buddy.
too. Our federal workforce, relative to our population, has been static.
Both of them
for
have just
40
been
years.
conked out. They played
If
so
they're
long
concerned
that they
about the
slept all
deficit
night.
or the debt, then why are they going to promote a $4.5 trillion tax cut? Why would you cut revenue if you're concerned about this? Because they're not. They're not concerned about the
And all the
deficit.
people they
They're
represent
not concerned about the debt.
have so much money. Like it's so absurd.
They don't care about those things. They don't.
Your face still crusty?
They're gonna try and vote on a bill tomorrow, I think, that's gonna cut like $800 billion of
He's trying
Medicaid,
to rub his face on everything.
among other things. And Trump gives away the game. Well, we're not going
line
to touch
of dust on
Medicaid,
his
except for
rock.
all the illegal immigrants that are taking Medicaid, and all the DEI and wokeness and transgender stuff. And that's going to be $800 billion.
Villain, I'm not judging.
You're an idiot. Well, you also may just be ignorant. But it really is, there's two classes of people who believe Donald Trump when he says, three classes of people when he says, we're not going to touch Medicaid. One is somebody who just doesn't follow these things. Two is someone who hasn't gone back to the last time he was president and his attempts to cut things then. And three, one who's just being willfully ignorant
Hopefully that will help.
or lying. Maybe that's four.
30 seconds before you attack.
They don't care about the deficit or the debt. Because for every one of these agencies that gets cut, dollar for dollar, it probably puts, it is a transfer of wealth.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The
Guardians of the Galaxy value all life.
Wow. You getting dusty? All the dust is on the mat. It's not under the mat, pal.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. We don't have to fight alone.
That's what I need.
Clearly you needed some help. The mission area is yours. Chin up. We did it, Spider.
Oh, he's so dusty. I gave him, like, I'm not sure if I said it, but I put dust all over his mat, too, so he could, like, because he's trying to, he's got crusty fur from his chin, probably from the medicine, but I'm not sure. He's trying to rub his chin, so I figured if I put it on the fabric, too, that will help him really rub it out.
I need assistance. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Help is here. Us against the world. Need some help. We are undefeatable! Glory is almost yours! My anger is healthy! Chin up! It pleases me to be helpful. Anyone willing to help?
How is it, pal?
One may feel empathy for an enemy and still destroy them. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready! How many of Hydra's secrets are hidden away in your brain?
Hard to tell. Why?
I saw this giant robot that they built. If I had access to its schematics...
Not gonna happen, kid. If Hydra made it, it's nothing but trouble. Trust me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
He's just a little baby.
Past may be pretty cloudy. If we don't win this, the future is pretty clear.
Shields up!
But he's not well. I think that's the number one thing that we have to explain to people.
Anthony Scaramucci was briefly Donald Trump's White House communications director. He is the founder of Skybridge Capital and the co-host of a great podcast, The Rest is Politics USA with Katty Kay. His book, The Little Book of Bitcoin, What You Need to Know That Wall Street Has Already Figured Out, is out now. Anthony Scaramucci, good afternoon from us. How are you?
It's great to be on. And I like the way you said briefly. You didn't say that I was unceremoniously fired because you're a polite person, but That was very nice of you. Thank you.
Well, like your podcast colleague, Catty, we're English ladies, Anthony, and we behave accordingly. Okay,
The cringe.
Bitcoin,
I'm gonna tell her you said that, by the way, when she's overly riffing me. I'm gonna say that she's an English lady and that she needs.
Buddy, the dust isn't under the mat. It's on top of the mat, pal. It's just easier to watch him on my monitor. I could look back and forth between him and the game. I'll get back to the news in just a second. You know, I'm just making sure he's okay. Because he's very sick. He almost died the other day, so I don't know how he's even alive. But he is, so how you feeling? How are you? Hi, buddy. Hi. See how much he's wiping his mouth. You want a pumice stone? Do you think that will help you? Look, I'll give you a stone, but you can't escape when I open the door to put the stone on your door, okay? Sound good? You want a stick? Want a stick? Such darling boys.
Needs to behave accordingly.
Yeah, okay. Well, you sock it to her. You've got our permission. So make the case for Bitcoin. I mean, I'm very scared of it. I wouldn't go near it. But you say it's portable, it's valuable, it's incorruptible, and it's good for the unbanked. Why?
Yeah. Well, I mean, for all of those reasons that you just said, but I mean, at the end of the day, what was created about 16 years ago is a decentralized ledger. And so if you think of your bank is basically a spreadsheet. You know, your assets are on one side of the bank, my assets are on the other. Let's say that you work for an auto dealership and I wanted to buy a car. Well, we're just moving digits from my account over to your account, and then you deliver me the car. And so when you stop and think about a transfer of value, it's really a technology between us. Money is effectively a technology that we're using so that we don't have to barter with each other. And so these computer programmers known as Satoshi Nakamoto figured out a way to create this immutable, unbreakable system that's quite scarce. There's only 21 million of these tokens on the internet. And they made the case that if this proliferated, this would be a very hard asset. You know, the Bank of England couldn't make any more of it. The Federal Reserve Bank of the United States couldn't make any more of it. And so it had a little bit of an inflation hedge to it as well. And so what we're saying here at Skybridge and what I wrote in the book is that this is a form of digital gold. Now, it may not be people of your or my demography, but younger people, our children, particularly my children in their early 30s, have accepted a digital world, and they recognize that they can use this decentralized, fully transparent spreadsheet as a way to transfer value between each other. And the reason why I think it's good for the unbanked is that you don't need a bank account to do it. You know, I had some officials here in this office from the government of El Salvador during the UN General Assembly meetings in September of last year, and they said that wallet-to-wallet transfers between their expatriates that live here in the United States to their moms and dads in El Salvador, if they could do it over the Bitcoin network versus having to pay a Western Union or some other wire service, they could save over $400 million a year. And so this is going to be part of our future. This is sort of like an operating software for value transfer, value transactions, and it's cheaper. The same way you and I are doing this phone call or this Zoom call, and it's virtually costless. But if we did something like this 40 years ago, we probably couldn't have a television connected to it, but we could have a phone call together. It would have cost us, the telephone company was charging us per minute 40 years ago. Well, the banks are still thinking like that. They charge us per transaction, or if you have low amounts of money at the bank, at least here in the United States, they charge you a monthly service fee to have that money. And that's why millions of Americans are unbanked. But Bitcoin provides them this other alternative. It's sort of a way to transact without having to use the third parties of the banking system.
Okay, I think you've made a spirited case for the Bitcoin, or for Bitcoin, I should say. Can we move on to what's going to be a pretty seismic day in British politics tomorrow when our Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, goes to visit Donald Trump at the White House? How should he play it, Anthony?
I mean, okay, listen, everyone doesn't want to say this because he's the leader of the free world, but Trump has obviously got something wrong with him. I don't know if you saw that artificially intelligent Trump Gaza video that he posted on his own Truth Social network.
Something wrong with him.
Anybody looks at that, whether you're a clinical profiler for MI6 or the CIA, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to know that something's wrong with Trump. It's like if someone in British football broke their leg and the bone was sticking out. You don't have to be an orthopedic surgeon to know that there's a broken bone. So I would say to Keir Starmer, the guy is unwell, and he's surrounded by willing sycophants that want to pretend that he's not unwell. And you'll do yourself and your country a service if you are polite to him and you give him some gratuitous flattering, but you try to stay away from him if you can. Don't get too close to his orbit because he'll end up eating you. He harms everybody in his path. He's not well liked. He's not well liked by his family members, not well liked by his staff, but they're there because he's a powerful person.
Well,
I would just tell Keir Starmer, stay away from him because he's a dangerous guy. In a couple of years, he'll burn himself out. The United Kingdom will exist, and Donald Trump will be long in our rearview mirror.
Yeah, so you worked for him and you liked him well enough to do that. Millions of people voted for him. What's changed?
Well, I did work for him, and I did like him. I'm not. You can't corrupt history. I have to own the mistakes that I've made in my life. But what I didn't see in him, which he's now shown to the world, is this: he's in singular service for himself and the attention that he's getting and the money that he can potentially make. He's not in service of the world. He doesn't think about himself as the leader of the free world the way I think you or I or other people would like to think about that role and that, frankly, responsibility. And so, no, I didn't see that. I made that mistake. I've owned that mistake. But then again, there's shortcomings on the Democratic Party because of the way they handle themselves with this improper intergenerational transfer of power in their party. They could have beaten Donald Trump. Remember, he only won by 1.5% of the votes, and that was with the party in full disarray, with a president, unfortunately, that was cognitively sunsetting. And then they forced Vice President Harris into the race 107 days after the election.
We don't have too much time, Anthony. And I know that you have on X recently said that you think that Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, might eventually, perhaps quite soon, just give up. He just can't do it anymore. Do you stick by that?
Well, just take a look at his body language. Look at the body language that he was with Macron in the Oval Office. Rubio has stood with the West, and Rubio has stood with the liberal democracies. I don't think he loves the Secretary of State that we're voting with North Korea, Russia, and China on certain issues, and we're basically lying about who started the war who started the Ukrainian war. And so for me, I think he's going to break. I think he's a principled guy generally, as principled as politicians can be, and I expect him to say no mas and to walk away from this. I don't think he's going to be able to do this much longer.
And I thought I probably was almost unshockable when it came to Donald Trump, but actually, the AI video that he shared today, and you've already referenced it. I mean, is it a new low? Can things get worse?
Well, first of all, there's no level of low. Okay, so as low as you think he can get, if Dante was writing about Trump, there wouldn't be 9 circles of hell. There would be an infinite level of circles. You can't get low with Donald Trump. He's going to find a way to get lower. And so next week there'll be something even more disturbing. But he's not well. I think that's the number one thing that we have to explain to people. And we have to be honest about that. People fear him They fear his retribution. They fear people like Kash Patel. But this is the United States. We still live in a free country and have the right to speak out. And we'll see how long that lasts here in the United States. But I have a tendency to believe that our government and our people will outlast the corruptible forces of Donald Trump.
Yeah,
Well,
don't
we've ended
worry.
on a positive
Just-
note. Thank you very much,
just,
Anthony.
you know,
love the podcast, which
the
is The
poorest
Rest
of the
is
poor will just
Politics
get
USA
fucked,
with Katy
you know.
Kay. That was Anthony
But we don't
Scarricci,
need
and his
them. They're
book
not
on
contributing
Bitcoin
to
is out
society
now.
anyway, huh? Like, of course the country's gonna outlast Donald Trump, but there's a bigger fucking issue at hand.
I was wrong. Everyone line up and laugh. There's no chance this version of the bill gets put through. There's no way. After all, the GOP-led Senate just put forward a watered-down version of this bill that made it through, and they'd have to pass this bill on an incredibly slim margin, and it's going to have to go through a bunch of follow-up bureaucratic votes, which are going to whittle down the chances of it actually getting passed more and more over time. But yeah, line it up. Everyone, why don't you? Everyone, to form an orderly line and get your hand out so that when you pass.
To a Fox News alert today, 2 of the 29 cartel members who were just extradited to the U.S. from Mexico, including one accused of killing a DEA agent back in 1985, will appear in a New York court today.
Chanley Painter is here with all the details for us. Chanley?
Hey, good morning. So at least 2 of those defendants will be arraigned today in Brooklyn federal court, according to Reuters, including a drug lord who is alleged to have been among those responsible for the murder of a U.S. DEA agent, Enrique Kiki Camara, in 1985. This comes as Mexico on Thursday handed over 29 high-profile drug cartel members to the United States as part of an unprecedented extradition as the Trump administration ramps up pressure on drug trafficking organizations, illegal immigration, and fentanyl production. According to prosecutors, the prisoners face charges related to drug trafficking and in some cases homicide, among other crimes. And among them are members of 5 of the 6 Mexican organized crime groups designated earlier this month as foreign terrorist organizations by the Trump administration, guys.
Chanley, thank you very much. So keep in mind, we heard from the president yesterday that the tariffs are coming, and we're going to talk about that throughout the morning. They're going to come down hard on Mexico to the tune of 25%. And when Mexico heard about it, he started negotiating with the president, Sheinbaum, down in Mexico. So what did she do? Just a couple of days before the tariffs are supposed to go into effect, she releases these, we extradite into the United States, these 29 jailed cartel members, including somebody who is at the top of the most wanted list for 40 years. She also is pulling out all the stops, they say, this is Mexico's point of view. They've arrested more than 400 people since February, after she announced that they were going to send 10,000 troops to the northern border for them. They've seized 12 tons of narcotics, coke, meth, and 120 pounds of methamphetamines and fentanyl. It's all about trying to keep those tariffs from happening, but they're happening on Tuesday.
Yeah, Donald Trump's going to hold them accountable. He wants this to end. He wants them to protect the borders. He wants them to stop allowing individuals, especially cartel members, people bringing fentanyl over, trafficking children across the border.
But the cartel can't be hacked. I mean, Mexico is a narco state, and now because of the president's pressure, their number one enterprise, which is getting the people across the border, people pay tens of thousands of dollars to get across the border. That has been totally disrupted. Now you have the Mexican president turning over the bosses because just because they're in jail doesn't mean they're not running the criminal enterprise from jail as well. And their tunnels are being sealed with concrete. I mean, it's pretty much all maximum pressure against the cartel.
Yeah, 2 of the leaders are from a now defunct cartel. They've been in prison that long. There were cartel leaders, security chiefs from both factions of the Sinaloa cartel, including their finance operatives. Because guess what happens when they're here? We get to talk to them, and we get to interrogate them. We get to unwind them, and we say we can use their conditions as a way of getting them to talk. And it also goes to show those people that are now out and functioning in Mexico. This is what you're looking at. Retribution American style. You're going to be extradited out here. You're not going to have a cushy situation where the cartels, some would say, are more powerful than the government. So this is almost an out for the president of Mexico, perhaps to get control of their country for the first time in decades.
That's right. You're going to be in a box for 23 hours out of the day, no windows. And you may get some sunlight 45 minutes a day. That can get people tough.
Well, so she's trying to make nice with Trump. It's not going to work because he's going to still levy those tariffs on them. But what impressed me is just the fact that the DEA has had this picture of this agent who was murdered by this guy, murdered in 1985, up on the wall, and they've been looking for this particular guy. This particular kingpin was convicted down in Mexico, and he was supposed to serve 40 years in prison, but then in 2012, inexplicably, suddenly he's out. He was recaptured 10 years later, and we've been waiting to get our hands on him, and now we've got him.
You saw the video of him landing in New York City yesterday.
Nothing's certain in the tariff world. It could change at any moment. We're a Truth Social post away.
It's a negotiation, and I like that we continue to get stuff as he uses it as a negotiation tool.
Right. The problem with the negotiation is it scares the living daylights out of Wall Street.
Yeah.
Wall Street went a little south yesterday, but then again, he could say something and it'll go straight up today.
I'm Anthony Scaramucci, and welcome to Open Book, where I talk with some of the most interesting and brilliant minds in our world today. But joining us now on Open Book is a blockbuster best-selling author, New York Times #1 best-selling author, award-winning journalist, Michael Wolff. He's written a couple of great books about Trump, but also books about television. Phenomenal journalist. The title of this book is All or Nothing: How Trump Recaptured America. And it really is all or nothing, because he's either going to jail, Michael Wolff, or he's going to be the most powerful person in the world. A very binary outcome to him. So I think it's a great title. But I was telling my staff, because I've read all of your books, I think it's your best one. And I think it's your best one because it's the best researched. I feel like these are first primary sources you've gone to that have given you great detail about how things have gone on. So I just want to start right there. Tell us as much as you can about what is going on, and why are you surprised by the access that you had?
Well, I'm not. I mean, overall, over the many years now, I am surprised. But I guess I have grown quite used to it, since my life is a kind of, and now for nearly 10 years has been a constant, certainly daily conversation with people around Donald Trump telling me the unbelievable stuff that happens. So it's, frankly, I think they talk to me independent of the fact that I'm writing a book. Or actually, in spite of the book, I think they forget.
I'm gonna push you back for a second, sir. I'm gonna get you to think about this. I think it's because of. I actually think it's because of. I think that they have decided that you're accurately depicting what is going on, and they almost want an accurate depiction, even if it's not.
I accept. Yes, and I accept that. And I've often wondered about what's going on here. Why me? And I do think that the other books, they've thought, well, this is accurate. This reflects their experience.
No, listen.
But also at the same time, and it's a thing, as a journalist, this is a curious state of curious development that I actually like these people, and they like me, and we've become friends over this period of time, talking about this phenomenon in their lives and in my life too. Donald Trump, what does this mean? How did this happen? Everybody is trying to figure this out.
Yeah, and I have a big question for you. After reading the book and your other books, There's a group of stalwarts that stay with Trump. There's the Jason Millers and so forth, right? And there's a group of people that are locked in with him. But the core group of people, the Bannons have circulated out. The Hope Hickses have circulated out, as you aptly describe in one of the chapters. She's engaged now to a Goldman Sachs partner. She's out of the picture. But there is a carousel of people. Trump manages to find Hope Hicks lookalikes. He manages to find replacements for Steve Bannon or replacements for Kellyanne Conway. Everybody gets into a little bit of a sticky situation with Trump. Everybody. Right? Even the ones that stay with him get
100%.
A little bit
sticky. Sticky is a generous way to put it.
Generous.
Yes.
They get stung by him. They get beat up by him. They get bullied by him or tortured by him. Some ignore it and stay. Right, those are like the Dan Scavinos of the world. Others they get exhausted from it, they leave. But he always manages to recruit a new group of people: the Elon Musks, the Howard Lutnicks, the Susie Wiles. What is that? What is that about Donald Trump, based on your observation?
I think it's more about the presidency and the White House, or the possibility of the presidency. That's the intoxicant here, because otherwise it does strain logic. Everybody knows that 100% of the time you're going to end up fired, humiliated.
Oakland from Wisconsin.
Just a comment, because I've heard similar comments from other members of your party, and of course I love working with you guys. When Elon Musk or Doge or
it's oversight. Of course, all hell breaks
look into
loose.
some of the federal employees around here.
Oversight's the most dramatic fucking
here, because maybe we have
committee.
relatives, we have friends, whatnot, who work in the government. We hear some scare stories about people doing. And there are many hardworking federal employees. I'm glad we have good federal
Hi,
employees.
buddy.
But we hear anecdotal evidence of people doing very little. If President Trump is the head of the executive branch and he discovers some
You're getting all
employees
clean
doing
just to
very
drool
little,
on yourself
your
all
position is
night.
apparently that we must keep these people going through the next budget or what have you, and keep doing very little. It is obvious to me that both President Trump and the American public, upon discovering people who are doing very little work, should ask that those employees be terminated. It's not something he does joyfully, but that is what you do if you are running the executive branch. And it is ridiculous that we have to have President Trump attacked and the Republican Party attacked when an effort is made to find employees who are doing very little. I am glad that President Trump has assigned people to look into this, and there are critical things you can say about the Republicans, but I wish you'd focus on that rather than trying to claim that every federal employee here in this town is necessary.
Would you yield for a question?
Sure.
Well, because you're bringing up that it should be okay, and you see no problem with the Trump administration and with Doge doing this mass firing because, quote unquote, people are doing very little. How are they figuring out who's doing very little? I'm just curious.
Well, you'll have to ask them, right?
Oh, I'll have to ask them. So you're okay with being behind
look,
something that's happening, the mass firing of people, firing of veterans?
Congressman Groveman's time.
The president is in charge of the executive branch. I would assume at any given time, people are being hired and being fired. Probably more than have been the last 50 years around here, but they are. They are not going to report to Congress every time they feel a position is unnecessary. That would be absurd.
Gentleman yields his time to Mr. Gosar.
Glenn, I'd like to ask you about, wasn't there, this is not novel having somebody like this, wasn't Ezekiel Emanuel part of Obamacare? And I don't know what's more personal, or personal financial, or personal...
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Oh.
All presidents have unconfirmed advisors.
Thank you.
That is not a new thing either.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yields back, right?
Is it your position that the president can delete any agency created?
Oh, yeah. No, he yielded his time back. Chair recognizes Mr. Christian Morte from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just to very briefly address Mr. Grothman. I take you as being serious about wanting to improve efficiency in government and so forth. I think the issue is when you fire or give a pink slip to 200,000 probationary workers at one time, regardless of their efficiency, I think that's where there's a serious concern that's raised. But I want to just address one other issue, Mr. Comer, and that's the U.S. Postal Service. On December 14th, 2024, the Washington Post reported that the Trump administration was considering, at that time, a move to privatize the Postal Service and push thousands of federal service employees out of their jobs in favor of a broad privatization of the agency's essential services. Then, just last week, on February 20th, the Washington Post stated that the administration is preparing to, quote, dissolve the leadership of the USPS and absorb the independent mail agency into his administration, as you know, the Commerce Department, potentially throwing trillions of dollars of e-commerce transactions into turmoil. These reports are beyond troubling, and I respectfully request that you have a hearing again on the USPS. You had a very good hearing the other day where we were able to grill Mr. DeJoy, and I learned a lot. I think a lot of our members on both sides learned a lot. I think we need to have a hearing on this particular issue. As you know, the USPS is the foundation of our $1.92 trillion mailing industry, led courageously by numerous veterans, letter carriers who deliver 44% of the world's mail. More importantly, no private sector entity provides universal service across the nation. And without these letter carriers and others, more than 51.5 million households and businesses, especially in rural communities, Mr. Chairman, would have no guaranteed delivery. As a member of this panel tasked with oversight of the federal government's activities, including the USPS, I believe it's essential, it's imperative that we have this hearing, sir. I know that you and the ranking member care deeply about the USPS and what the administration is proposing to do with the USPS, in my opinion, is illegal. It is against the framework of the USPS, and we need to look into it. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Before I recognize Ms. Green from Georgia, I'll just respond that when we see a proposal or something, we will have something, either a briefing or a committee hearing or subcommittee hearing or something. I'm interested as well,
you got a wiggly butt?
to see what. You mentioned potentially throwing it into turmoil. Some would argue the Postal Service is already in turmoil right now with the delays in certain mail sorting facilities. So I agree with what you said. I know you're sincere, and I think Ranking Member Conley and I have demonstrated we want to support the Postal Service, and so when we find out more, we'll do something immediately. Have a briefing or a subcommittee hearing or full committee hearing. Okay. Chair recognizes Ms. Green from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Democrat colleagues across the aisle are complaining and pitching tantrums over Elon Musk and his Doge teams cutting waste, fraud, and abuse from the executive branch and the federal government. Claiming this is unconstitutional is an outright lie. Article 2 of the Constitution clearly states that the executive power shall be vested in a President of the United States of America. President Trump exercised that power by appointing Mr. Elon Musk as a special government employee. The President, via executive order, created the U.S. Doge service within the former U.S. Digital Service to implement the President's Doge agenda by modernizing federal technology and software to maximize governmental efficiency and productivity. Doge has been brought in exactly like the U.S. Digital Service during President Obama's tenure. This is not unconstitutional. 72% of Americans, this is on both sides of the aisles, you guys. These are people in your district, these are people in my district, agree that we need to cut the ridiculous amount of waste, fraud, and abuse because Americans, all of us together, are $36 trillion in debt. $36 trillion in debt is what should be unconstitutional. Not doing everything we can to save the American people their hard-earned tax dollars. You can protest all you want outside of departments of this government. You can protest all you want, but the American people disagree with you. You're protecting the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is not a business. Those are not real jobs producing federal revenue. By the way, they're consuming taxpayer dollars. Those jobs are paid for by the American tax people who work real jobs, earn real income, pay federal taxes, and then pay these federal employees. Federal employees do not deserve their jobs. Federal employees do not deserve their paychecks. And these are jobs that can be fired at will. But you want to know why? The American people can't pay for it anymore. We cannot afford it. $36 trillion in debt. If you want to make that your platform, your hill to die on, go ahead, because 72% of Americans agree with DOGE, agree with cutting the waste, fraud, and abuse, and agree with what this committee is supposed to be about, oversight. So continue your temper tantrums. I would love to win the midterms. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Frost from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. You know, in the mission statement that you've put out for this committee, it says it's to ensure that the economy, efficiency, effectiveness, and accountability of the federal government, which I think we all agree on. We all want to combat waste, fraud, and abuse. But the thing is that y'all are all looking in the wrong places. You want to talk about making cuts to things like Medicaid, which, by the way, over 35% of all the children in this country are covered under Medicaid. Over 100,000 people in my district are covered under Medicaid.
Yeah, but that's communism.
People like the grifter-in-chief Trump and President Musk are openly using their public offices to enrich themselves to the tune of billions of dollars. So if we want to look at waste, fraud, and abuse, which I'm down to do, why is there complete silence on the other side of the aisle about looking at the complete grifter that is the President of the United States and the richest man on the earth, which is looking into things like Social Security and different things like that? Why don't we investigate the real corruption?
Hold off. Point of order.
I reclaim my time.
Point of order.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Hold off. There was a point of order when you said something. Who asked for it? Mr. Higgins.
You don't have to be a... I have made my share of mistakes, but I am fighting every day to make amends.
I can refer to Elon Musk as the president.
The First Amendment has been suspended in this committee yet.
Yeah, y'all were fine with
all right,
your other
suspend for a second.
Someone just a few weeks ago.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I can do some amazing stuff. I should enjoy this more.
Goodbye for now.
Well, did anyone on our side make a meme coin right after being elected President of the United States?
Mr. Frost, before we proceed on all of this,
Mr. Chairman,
would you like to hold on? I'm the chairman. I'm recognizing Ms. Frost, and we'll recognize you. Would you like to revise your remark with respect to improperly identifying the President of the United States?
I'll say President Musk and grifter-in-chief Trump.
Hey, Mr. Chairman, point of order. If I wanted to challenge someone to a fight, they would know it. Thank you.
There's an extra fundraising video for her.
They look like they mean business.
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe that Mr. Musk is protected by the rules of the House or the committee.
That's better.
No.
We're looking at the disparaging the president now.
But I don't believe Mr. Frost disparaged the president. I believe he disparaged Mr. Musk.
Well, he did disparage.
Mr. Chairman, if Mr. Musk actually came here, then maybe the rules...
All right.
I heard no disparagement.
I'll say something else.
We'll save a lot of time.
I'll say something else.
Okay, all right. We're going to let chair recognize Mr. Frost. You still have 349. You're going to maybe revise the disparaging comment about the president because that's supposed to be our decorum here. And
it is supposed to be. President Musk and the President of the United States, Donald Trump, who is engaged in grifting of the American people, often use their public offices to enrich themselves. Someone on the other side was just asking, how would you feel if you called someone else from the
Hold off, Mr. Frost. Hold off. There's a pending motion for disparaging the president. So the motion was words taken down about disparaging the president. And the chair finds the words from the gentleman from Florida are not parliamentary because they constitute personalities toward the president, which if you sit in the House floor, that's always uttered by the presiding officer on the House floor. You cannot disparage the President of the United States. So,
Just what I needed.
Mr. Chairman, would you please read back to us the words that were disparaging? Because I didn't hear them.
if you're willing to request unanimous consent to withdraw the disparaging president comments about President Trump, I guess you could disparage Elon Musk if you want.
I will withdraw grifter in chief, and I will.
I withdraw that.
I will say the president's grifting because you spent the last 2 years saying President
Take
Biden.
down his words.
I can say that Trump is grifting. What I will withdraw is calling him grifter in chief. That is what I will
The chair
withdraw.
sustains the point of order, and the words in question are ordered stricken from the transcript of this proceeding. So the member is barred from further participation.
I challenge the ruling of the chair.
Is this Kane?
Okay, we have a motion to challenge ruling
Nice
the chair,
spot.
and then Mr. Gosar made a motion to table.
I mean, it's just bots. I'm just trying to get the
Second.
Conley's motion. So
Story
There's
progress.
a motion and second to
It's just
table
easy bots.
Mr. Conley's motion. The motion is not debatable. As many as are in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed signify by saying no.
No. Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
A recorded vote is ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Turner. Mr. Gosar. Mr. Gosar votes yes. Ms. Fox. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes yes. Mr. Cloud. Mr. Cloud votes yes. Mr. Palmer. Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Higgins.
This is what we call all hell breaking loose.
Mr. Higgins votes yes. Aye.
I don't think that
Timmons?
was really all hell breaking loose, huh? Oversight is way more dramatic most of the time.
I tweeted this. People were very upset about this. You know, supposedly Donald Trump is going to release all of the files, right? Has he released the JFK stuff yet?
No.
I don't know what's taking so long.
It turns out that's more of a bargaining chip when he talks about that stuff than actual promise.
Well, but he's going to release, what was the other stuff that he was going to release?
Oh, the Epstein files?
No, the other one, the UFO stuff, right?
Oh, yeah.
Is that released?
Right, yeah.
No? Oh, okay. Well, we know he's going to release the Epstein files, right? Because why wouldn't you? Now, there is a story going around that supposedly there are FBI agents who are destroying all these files. It's almost as if, like, they're trying to start this story as to why they can't release these files because they can't exist.
The dogs are eating the homework everywhere.
Yes, the dogs are eating the homework. We've got people who are destroying these files. Really? How did you catch those people? Who are they? Oh, you're not going to tell us? Oh, okay. Well, maybe you should just grab those files from them and release them. everybody knows that Donald Trump is going to release the Epstein files. Why wouldn't he? And, there was a funny thing about the editing of an interview, apparently, that happened with Fox. Fox had interviewed him about this. And this was back in July of 2024. And Fox cut it in a way where they asked him, will you release the Epstein files? And Trump said, yeah. And then they cut away.
Okay.
And apparently there was other things that he said after that sound a little bit weird and may explain why he's not going to.
I can't aim. That's my problem.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Pause it. Pause it. Okay, and that's where they cut for the original interview. Oh, okay. Yeah, 9/11.
We've heard
yeah,
this so
JFK.
many times.
I actually released a lot of it.
This narrative, we've been doing this
yeah.
narrative for like the whole month.
Okay, so I haven't really talked about Donald Trump
I think we
or
watched
the
some of
election
this
much
guy's videos
since
before
my
and hated
pre-election videos, and I think it's time. So here's an essay that I wrote that combines some philosophy and history, thoughts on Trump's Gaza into the Riviera plan, his musings about buying Greenland, the negotiations on ending the war in Ukraine, and one of the most popular campaign slogans and flags of the Trump campaign that look like this. No more bullshit, Trump 2024, because I'm not the first to point out now that this simultaneously refreshing and dreadful moment that we're in which the honesty of Donald Trump, in quotes there, is revealing, or maybe I should say the Trumpian moment of the world for this conversation extends well beyond the American president. So let me explain. I'm calling this Dear Trumpers, we have more in common than you think, from a leftist. So, Dear Trumpers, I want to make an appeal to you, not as a liberal, not as a Democrat, not as a conservative, and certainly not as a Republican, for I am none of those things, but as a leftist. And before I dive into my argument, I actually want to bring up something that I think illustrates where we really agree on the myth of the global political project and what it's really been all about. So remember when Donald Trump first got in office and suddenly announced, hey, I want Greenland, I want to buy Greenland, give it to me. The US is going to buy it. And the media and late night comedians had a field day calling him insane, laughing at the absurdity of it. And sure, it was bizarre in its presentation, as many things that Trump does was, but I actually think there's something worth thinking about there. Not about whether the US should actually own Greenland or not, that's irrelevant, but about the reaction to the suggestion. Because what happened was Denmark responded with something like, Greenland is not for sale. And I hope I wasn't the only one thinking, wait a minute, Denmark? Why does Denmark have control over Greenland? Why do they have any more claim to it than the United States or Canada or Sweden, for that matter? What the hell is going on here? And Denmark's claim over Greenland is just another remnant of an old colonial past, one that obviously never really ended. So when the Kingdom of Denmark arrived there in Greenland in the 1700s, there were around 8,000 Inuit people known as the Kalalit, who had already been living there for thousands of years and thriving in the Arctic through hunting and fishing and communal survival. But as is the case with many colonial stories, theirs is one of Christianization and forced assimilation and enforcing the Danish language and systematically erasing their culture. One of the most infamous examples and attempts at this forced assimilation was known as the Little Danes experiment in the 1950s, where 22 Inuit children were taken from their families in Greenland and sent to Denmark to be raised as Danish citizens, forbidden from speaking the language or practicing their customs. Many suffered lifelong trauma, caught between the worlds where, they were never fully belonged in either place. Anyway, there's also a strange twist to this story, that during World War II, when Nazi Germany occupied Denmark, the United States simply took control of Greenland, kind of holding on to it like a library book until the war ended and then handing it back. That's all just kind of the quiet imperialism part that rarely makes it into the mainstream narrative. And Trump, in his crude way, probably recognized the absurdity of it all and just said the quiet part out loud of, why didn't we get to keep it for doing that favor? So anyway, while everyone was laughing at Donald Trump for saying the quiet part out loud, the real absurdity was staring us all in the face. The media and liberals mocked him endlessly for the idea of buying Greenland, but in doing so, they casually ignored the fact that Greenland is still locked in a colonial arrangement that nobody seems to question, maybe other than leftists. This is exactly the kind of thing I mean when I think that we have something to talk about and the masks are coming off and the bullshit is really fading away and the real naked reality of global politics is being exposed. And this little weird Greenland moment kind of foreshadows the bigger argument that I'm making here. Trump isn't an outlier. He's just the first person in a long while to say bluntly, maybe, what the game has always been about. And so, this split in worldviews is really laid bare. The leftist, that's me, and Trump, see world politics for what it is, or what it has been. A giant game of risk, a realpolitik game of conquest and deal-making to see who comes out on top. A casino where you try to bluff, maneuver, outflank, and bet better than the other guys at the table and win. The only difference here, of course, is that Trump endorses that vision of things and wants to simply drop the pretense of having ever been about anything else. And I think that vision of things is dreadful, immoral, aimed really at a world not worth winning in the first place. And of course, that's a huge difference, but at least we don't have to be hung up on the bullshit about liberating the world or delivering freedom to distant lands or any of that hypocritical nonsense which the rhinos and liberals were so fond of blathering on about. Okay, so let me get really into my argument. So, in large measure, we actually agree on a few really important starting points to have a conversation. To quickly gesture at a few of these common things, the global system, which has formed over the last century, the international alliances, trade arrangements, and especially the United States' imagined role as maybe the policeman or defender of the free world in all of it, the policies of American deindustrialization and globalization, which without much of a plan, other than maybe foreign trade deals and the rapid flow of money and influence to coastal cities and tech companies. And importantly also, the confusion and hysteria of many liberals who seem to think that all of this can be fixed or addressed by obsessing over identity representation in an already broken system. So we agree that none of that is really working, nor has much of any of it been honest or ethical. So let me point at what I think is the underlying philosophy that has given rise to so many of those problems. It's called neoliberalism. And it's not just an economic system, it's a worldview, a totalizing logic that insists everything can be understood and valued through the lens of market rationality. It extends beyond Wall Street and libertarian finance, and it bleeds into every aspect of life: dating, education, morality, even personal identity. Everything gets reduced to a transaction. A marketplace where individuals are expected to collect forms of capital, whether it be money or social status, likes or credentials or influence, and then you exchange those for personal gain. Neoliberalism preaches that the best outcomes arise from unregulated self-interest, from the invisible hand sorting things out. Government's only real role in this view is to keep the gears of the market running smoothly, to ensure capital flows efficiently. Even if that means crushing worker protections, dismantling public institutions, or privatizing what was once a common good, there's no higher moral vision in the system. There's no divinity in the market. The only sacred thing is the market itself. And we are told that the market, by some mysterious force, knows us better than we know ourselves. That whatever it produces must be a reflection of our truest desires. And that this picture is, in essence, freedom. So, let's talk about freedom. This is a word that you Trumpers love, but it's not just you. It's a word that resonates with every human being. It's invoked endlessly, wielded to justify every philosophy, every political stance, every ideological position. But the problem is that freedom is not as simple as it's often made to seem. We all think we know what it means, but Different people define it fundamentally different. And neoliberalism, the system that I think both you and I, as a leftist, agree has failed us or is inadequate, insists on a version of freedom that is not only incomplete but dangerous, maybe even fatally flawed. I think you Trumpers probably conceive of freedom as mainly the absence of the government dictating to you what you or your children can think, learn, or buy. You want autonomy. You don't want to be inhibited by state directives, whether it's about wearing masks or school choice or how you run your business. And I, as a leftist, really do get that. Let me tell you that leftism has been profoundly misunderstood, slandered as maybe some philosophy obsessed with
Trump
big
supporters do not
government
care
control
what
and
you think
dictatorship.
leftism is, bro.
Not what leftism is. That's liberalism, big government liberalism, a separate thing entirely. If you really trace the history, leftists have often been the fiercest critics of government overreach, state power, and unaccountable institutions. I mean, the difference is leftism is skeptical of all power structures, where I think you Trumpers and libertarianism is a bit focused on the government versions. Many leftists, in fact, are anarchists, though that word has also been misunderstood and twisted a little bit beyond recognition. Anarchism isn't about chaos or destruction. It's about opposing entrenched hierarchies, concentrated power, and systems that exert control over people's lives, whether
Just don't
that power
call it
comes from the
leftism.
government,
Simple.
corporations,
Stop calling
or
it these
unelected
things.
elites. It's inherently skeptical of power, all power. Leftism is
People respond
anti-authoritarian.
better if you just say oh, I
Leftism
don't
is a
really
form
label
of
myself politically
radical
every time.
self-determination.
Every time.
And in that sense,
because
leftism
then they'll
isn't
start
about
asking you
bigger
questions and
government. If
immediately
anything, it's about
engage
bigger
with you
dignity.
on a
the ability
even
to live in a
playing
way
field
where
on
you
what
are
your
not
opinions are.
just free from
And,
coercion,
it's way easier
government
to break
coercion,
through.
but free to build a meaningful life, to pursue dreams without being boxed in by forces that distort your choices before you even get to make them. Because here's the thing. Freedom isn't just the ability to do what you want or buy what you want. It's the ability to dream of what you want to be without being manipulated, constrained, or shaped by powers beyond your control. And not just by the government, but also by the unchecked, unjust, and powerful manipulation of your own vices. This is where neoliberalism's version of freedom collapses, because it assumes that markets enhance freedom rather than restrict it. That as long as you're not forced to do something, then you're free. That people making choices in the market are exercising their freedom. But are they really? Or are they, more often than not, being nudged, manipulated, and steered? Are markets actually delivering the kind of world we truly want? Or are they simply constructing worlds that we can't resist? And is there a difference? I think we all know that there is. Because real freedom isn't just about having options, it's about having the ability to reject entire versions of the world that are being forced upon us. It's about resisting the forces, corporate, political, psychological, that shape us into consumers rather than citizens, into participants rather than authors of our own lives. And we see this every day. We see this in the way social media is designed to addict us. We see it in predatory loan structures that trap people in cycles of debt. We see it in food engineered to override our instincts, in surveillance technology that strips away privacy while selling us convenience. And we see it in the growing realization that sometimes we are begging the market to not offer us something that we cannot resist. So when people talk about freedom, we need to ask freedom for what and freedom for whom? Because if we're not careful, the world we will get will not be the one that we truly want, but the one that was easiest for us to fall into, the one that we couldn't resist. But the point I want to make here about neoliberalism's conception of freedom, and the inherent flaw in it, lies, I think, in two concepts that really dominated political conversation in the 20th century and are now coming to a head in the 21st. That's self-interest and self-determination. Taken separately, each presents a somewhat compelling description or vision of freedom, but when they collide, the entire framework collapses under its own contradiction. So let me give a brief historical sketch of how these ideas have played out over the past century. So before World War I, the world looked a little like this. This is a really cool map if you zoom into it and see the relationships, but the world was basically shaped by overt colonialism. European empires were in a race to extract wealth from Africa, Asia, and beyond, and they would justify their dominance with language about civilizing missions, maybe religious duty, managerial responsibility. Of course, the people being managed might have felt differently. And meanwhile, the United States at that time, a nation populated by many people who had fled that European kind of madhouse, was hesitant to fully engage in these global structures and was more isolationist, at least at that time, at the turn of the century. But this imperialist world order was unsustainable. Empires were overextended, running up huge debts, clashing over resources all over the world. The writing was kind of on the wall, something really had to break. And when World War I erupted, it wasn't, of course, just about alliances or assassinations. It was about global positioning and control and the redistribution of power. And in the background, there were ideological battles that were taking shape about how nations should define themselves in the aftermath of the collapse of this world. Who would be allowed to chart their own futures? And in this cauldron is where nationalism as an idea really began to take hold, and of course also where Zionism tried to get its foot in the nationalist door as well, with many. So self-determination became the rallying cry as the war ended. Woodrow Wilson, the American president, of course, championed this principle as the cornerstone of this new idea called the League of Nations. He argued that people should be able to define their own political and economic destinies, free from foreign control. This would be the principle, self-determination, that he was proposing would be the organizing principle of the new post-World War I world. It sounds, at face value, like something that you Trumpers might support. The idea, of course, was skeptical of intervention, resistant to external control, committed to national sovereignty. But in reality, the idea was really dead on arrival. So when colonial subjects from Africa, the Middle East, and Asia showed up to these post-war meetings at the League of Nations, eager to embrace this principle, they quickly learned that self-determination really wasn't meant for them. The European powers, fresh off the battlefield, had no intention of relinquishing their control over the wealth and resources of the global South. They simply maybe rebranded their empires under new terms, so spheres of influence instead of colonies, and mandates instead of occupations. The British and the French had already carved up the Middle East, it turns out. The Belgians clung to the Congo, the Dutch held on to Indonesia, the Danish to Greenland. Self-determination, it turned out, only really was applying to European nations, not the colonized world. And so, the League of Nations fell. War returned, more vicious than before, and when World War II ended, the United States finally emerged as a dominant world power, entering the conversation. And here's where we get the real contradiction, I think, between self-interest and self-determination. Because after World War II, self-determination reemerged as the language of liberation movements and nations that wanted their independence. So the colonies that were breaking free in Africa and Asia were beginning, to take their seats in a new global conversation table. That's what was called the United Nations. And in the 1950s through the 1970s, the world was filled with these new nations with different bold experiments. Countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia sought to forge their own economic paths. Some wanted forms of socialism, some wanted mixed economies, some wanted trade policies that prioritized their own industries rather than foreign investments. But across the board, many sought to retain the wealth that was generated and embedded in their own land, ensuring that their mines, their rivers, and their resources would benefit them, not European or American multinational corporations. And this is where self-interest clashed violently with self-determination. Because of course, it's not in the self-interest of the United States to allow an independent, self-sufficient Africa, for example, to emerge. It's not in the self-interest of the multinational corporations that relied on cheap labor and cheap resources to allow these countries to break free. A self-determined Congo, for example, super rich with minerals, would be a threat to Western supply chains. A self-determined Chile, with its vast copper reserves, would pose a danger to American business.
Okay, bro, you need to understand what's the problem in the Congo.
Nationalizing its own oil, totally unacceptable. And so, the United States did what self-interested empires have always done.
Bro.
They crushed self-determination.
The fuck, it's not about the United States and the Congo. It's about fucking Rwanda and fucking Belgium. What the fuck are you talking about?
The United Nations with the security
fucking they just throw out any country that they think of that they think is it can be fucking because it's got conflict minerals. It must be the U.S. that's the problem there.
Economic policy.
Like, could try closer to home. Try Haiti or something like that. You know.
Congo, Allende in Chile.
He mentioned Allende. Cringe, bro. Fucking cringe. No fucking MAGA voter or Trump voter is gonna have any clue what the fuck this guy is talking about.
Unity, someone like Kwame Nkrumah, who envisioned a self-sufficient pan-African economic bloc, actually called the United States of Africa, was deposed in a Western-backed coup. The United States spent decades waging covert wars, funding counter-revolutionary forces, and propping up authoritarian regimes, all in the name of what they were saying was freedom, and sold to us as some kind of Cold War existential struggle against communism. And this is the central contradiction of neoliberalism. It claims to be about open markets and free choice, but in practice, it denies people the ability to choose anything that might disrupt existing power structures. The free market, we are told, must be protected, but only when it benefits the already powerful. When a nation tries to determine its own economic path outside of a Western-friendly style, it suddenly becomes an enemy, a rogue state, a dictatorship that must be corrected. And I know I mentioned there the United Nations, and in many conservative circles there's an inherent skepticism of globalism, global government structures and all that. But I can assure you that the leftists share this same skepticism. The concentration of power on a global scale is a terrifying thing for both of us, which is precisely why so many of us are hoping for a more egalitarian global community which distills the power of the few strong countries and doesn't operate as a totalitarian global world police state, but rather something more like a global community meeting place.
Oh my god, that's literally how the global world order works. The United States may have an edge in its direction, but to think that, like, this is just silly. Because the countries that are inside the global order are allied with the United States as well, right? Like, fucking, like...
the self-determination desires of the others. And here's the thing. Leftists have always understood this hypocrisy. We've always been skeptical of the smiling face
this is fucking disguised multipolar worldism when it's already a multipolar world.
Institutions like USAID, which, by the way, Donald Trump said was filled with radical leftists, nothing can be further from the truth. We've always known that institutions like USAID, while offering surface-level goodwill, often serve the deeper function of keeping developing nations dependent on Western capital and scratching our backs when the time comes. We aren't sending condoms to Gaza, that was Gaza, Mozambique, by the way, out of pure goodwill. No, we're doing it to ensure that they remain economically entangled with us, reliant on our aid, maybe have a weaker form of government there while we do the job of it. And they're aligned generally with our interests if the time comes.
What about
it's
ECOWAS?
Charity in the same way that a billionaire philanthropist in your town might donate to a struggling institution, not purely out of kindness, but to maintain influence, secure loyalty,
France has been booted
and
out.
dictate terms. It's less of an act of generosity
ECOWAS.
than it is an investment
African
in control.
fucking Trade Confederation.
I think you Trumpers gesture at all of this when you talk about the deep state. But what you call the deep state, we leftists just call the more honest intentions of a hypocritical empire. Because this isn't
like
a
the
conspiracy.
Central African conflicts are more complicated.
If you want to know why so many
like
nations
Congo,
are skeptical of
Zimbabwe,
American power, you don't have to look very far.
Mozambique.
They were really never given a choice. They were never allowed to self-determine
Rwanda.
in a way that wasn't first approved by
Uganda's pretty
American
simple,
self-interest. And I think there are some obvious reasons
That's
why
kind
the
of
world
the
has
Eastern
drifted
zone.
in this
So is
direction
Rwanda, but-
of the worship of markets and thinking even of morality in financial terms and in utilitarian terms. Because after the Second World War and the ability to do that to each other, I think we really kind of scared the shit out of ourselves. I think we began to not trust ourselves with this immense amount of power. And I think governments themselves also scared the hell out of themselves when they realized that we were so psychologically malleable as well. So we retreated into worshiping something we thought would be maybe a little less controversial as differing gods and cultures. We figured we could all chase material wealth and status and submit ourselves to the giant board game of market dynamics, and we all just sort of disappeared into being little marketeers. And you and I were born into a world which was building its structures upon those principles. And I think you, the Trumper, and me, the leftist...
I don't know. I think
we know
we're...
there are some serious
I don't know how old
problems
this guy is, but I
with this
think you
picture.
were born in a world
And you
that
got
was
tired of the bullshit.
bipolar.
And so did we leftists. We have a lot in
And I was born
in
into
common
one that was unipolar, and now it's
For
multipolar.
decades, politicians from both parties came to your towns, shook your hands, and told you that things would get better. They promised new industries, new
Things have
jobs,
gotten
new
better, though.
investments, but those really never came. They said globalization was good for everyone, while your communities were hollowed out. They told you to learn to code, to move to the cities, to adapt to a world that didn't care about what you had built, what you valued, or what you lost.
Industries die. Just wait.
And politicians,
Oil's
by
dead.
the way, didn't even bother coming to talk to us leftists.
Just wait
Because we were
till
mostly
the
stuck
oil
in the cities
industry
getting pushed
collapses
out by
'cause it's
high-rent
inevitable.
liberals and tech bros whose votes were already locked up by the Democrats. We had no one to vote for either. While the New York Times endorsed candidates we didn't even want. You watched Wall Street get bailed out while your towns were left to rot. You saw factories shut down while CEOs cashed in stock options. You saw elites lecture you about progress while your version of progress was a declining life expectancy or stagnant at best, an opioid crisis, and boarded up main streets. And then there was Occupy Wall Street. Maybe you never set foot in Zuccotti Park, but you might remember the moment, and you might even remember feeling a little confused by it. I was there most days, observing,
Nice.
mildly participating.
Okay, so we're the same
It was
generation
kind of a
then.
mess, but you were there too, in a way. On the surface, it seemed like just a bunch of college kids pitching tents and maybe shouting about socialism or something. But what was the moment
I was there a
really
little bit, but mostly in
It
college.
was a reaction to the same thing that you were angry about. It was a response to the same elite class that had left you behind. Occupy Wall Street wasn't just about abstract economic theories. It was about the raw deal people got when the government bailed out banks and gave million-dollar golden parachutes to corporate executives and bank executives while they left working-class Americans to sink. And that was George W. Bush, Dick Cheney, and Barack Obama. Remember? The very same people who were just on the stage together a few months ago begging everyone to just stay the course and trust them a little longer and vote for their girl Kamala and not your guy. You surely remember that. I do.
Well, yeah.
And we, and I'm really
the
saying
party
here,
system
we,
changed with
as
Donald Trump.
leftists, share that anger, frustration, and resentment. And for some of us, it never really went away. It just found different expressions. And then Donald Trump came along, and he didn't give you
There you
the
go.
same song and dance. He didn't show up in your towns pretending to have some grand plan to bring back manufacturing or invest in clean energy. He didn't try to sell you a fairy tale. Well, he really does do some of that stuff, but it's not really the stuff you seem to go to the rallies for, right? I mean, no one goes to hear the specific plans or whatever. Democrats don't do that either. Everyone knows that there is no real plan other than the forces of global capitalism with, you know, varying degrees of regulation and bumping
This
a
is
notch
my
here or
grave.
there. Don't let any Democrat tell you any
The
different.
D stands for
The thing that you
Dracula.
really were into when Trump just, when he would just say in his own way, was that the game was rigged. That people running the country didn't care about you. And that he was going to wreck their party. And while I get why that was appealing,
Did I get the
I
health
get
pack?
why watching him drive the people who lied to you for years.
All I want is that health
absolutely
pack to
insane
complete the
and
objective.
Fun. We really just have to be careful here. Because Trump is tearing down a system that maybe deserves to be torn down to a degree. But what does he want to build in its place? Because if you're mad about being abandoned, about having your future sold off to the highest bidder, about having your culture mocked and erased, then I would be careful with being too excited about someone who seems to worship the very things or embody the very things that fed all of that in the first place. I mean, Trump isn't really looking to rebuild dignity, community, or fairness. He's looking to make the world into one giant casino, where everything is a transaction, where winning is the only morality, and where power is the only thing that seems to matter. Even if maybe it's based on a colorblind meritocracy, where we don't ever, seem to have time to debate or argue just what kind of skills or talents ought to be valued in the first place. And this is where you and I probably see things differently. But by now, I hope you might be thinking that, I am really not your enemy. And perhaps even you and I share the same one. But that doesn't mean that we're friends. So I want to tell you where we disagree. I want to tell you where I think Donald Trump, the man, who he really is and what he represents, because besides everything I've said about him maybe not being a neoliberal bullshitter and that being a bit refreshing for you and I think he's something else entirely. I think he's a nihilistic libertarian. And honestly, dear Trumpers out there, I don't think most of you are. I don't think you are as alike as Donald Trump the man as you think you might be. So, what's wrong with just taking Gaza and cherishing it, as he says, and turning it into some glamorous beachside resort? What's wrong with Trump's plan? The one where he basically, when he's asked about if Palestinians would be able to return to Gaza, he basically says they won't want to. Presumably because he imagines they'll have some suburban paradise built for them somewhere else, I don't know, in Syria or Jordan or Egypt. Nice houses, clean sidewalks, maybe even a few golf courses, who knows? Trump would love that, right? I mean, who wouldn't? Now, I'll give it to him. We've all seen the pictures. Gaza is the demolition site. I mean, even someone like Norman Finkelstein has been saying this rather plainly and obviously for months. Israel has succeeded in making it unlivable. And for anyone who's been paying attention at all, they've always known that this was the Zionist plan. I mean, Benjamin Netanyahu's face while Trump was delivering this plan was like all 8 days of Hanukkah rolled into one. I mean, it's literally in the charter of his party and has always been the intention of the Zionist colonial project since 1917 onward. They haven't been shy about it, and I don't know how many times they have to tell us this plan in writing and actions and words for us to believe that. But here we are. It was always going to get to this moment. There was never any seriousness about the supposed two-state solution fantasy that Democrats or Republicans, maybe some Israelis, or even Palestinians in the media had been floating for decades. I mean, you've seen a map, right? The settlements weren't exactly slowing down in the West Bank. You aren't stupid. Neither is Trump in this regard. He knew this day was coming. He just said the quiet part out loud, and it was obvious. It was always going to be either this proposal or actually a courageous equality of coexistence.
I think that America would rather have
equal rights for all peoples there,
like
of any ethnicity or religion.
An actual two-state solution with peace.
Here's
but
the thing.
because of their relationship with Israel, they're not going to stop Israel from doing anything Israel wants to pursue.
Resettlement of Palestinians plan. Even if Donald John Trump himself really doesn't understand or even feel what's wrong with it. Let me put it to you this way. Imagine someone who maybe really hated Donald Trump and you, let's say the Clintons, the Clinton family or something, came and burned down Mar-a-Lago. Just burned it to the ground, crushed it to rubble, destroyed it completely. And then, instead of apologizing, they said, "No sweat, Donald. We actually evaluated the place at $50 million before we flattened it. And we have a great offer for you. We're going to offer you a brand new home. And we built it up in the Colorado mountains, and it's really beautiful. It's just beautiful mountain views. We're constructing it now. It's worth $75 million. It has more bathrooms. It's more gold. It has better construction. What do you say, Donald? I bet you Donald Trump wouldn't shed a single tear over Mar-a-Lago. He'd probably just try to negotiate the offer up to $80 million. Sign the deal, call it a win, and brag about how the other guys are suckers and losers on social media. That's how he thinks, right? He measures everything in terms of deals and property value and increasing wealth. He is a perfect avatar of the aggressively neoliberal philosophy and mentality of our times. He extends this to all areas of life. But I don't think you think that way, even if you want to convince yourself you do. I mean, imagine if Obama came to a town in Iowa, somewhere that had been gutted by deindustrialization and globalization by both parties, where factories closed decades ago and moved overseas to countries where politicians were telling you, they were entering really good trade deals that would benefit you, and it didn't just quite happen that way. The jobs all dried up. And so Obama comes to this town and says, don't worry, we just built a brand new suburb outside of Silicon Valley along with Mark Zuckerberg. You can all move there. We've got townhomes waiting for you, and you can take out some decent bank loans that we have, great terms, I promise, and learn how to code, and then join the tech industry, and everything's going to be great. How would that offer feel to you? I mean, some might take it. Some do basically live out that offer, and quote, vote with their feet. I mean, J.D. Vance himself wrote about this stuff fairly eloquently and emotionally back when he used to call Donald Trump Hitler, but some might find this offer and this speech from Obama humiliating and insulting. Some would mourn the loss of their community, their way of life, their history, maybe fear that their children would adopt different values out there in Silicon Valley. All of these things that just can't be swapped out like furniture and moved in a U-Haul. So here's the deal. You Trumpers have pride. You've been disrespected by people who think they know what's best for you. And you don't like to beg. You don't want a handout. You sure as hell don't want the very same people who pulled the rug out from under your lives to now be the ones offering you a better one somewhere else, while they define what better means for you and scoff at your former definition. And so I think you understand why. When a Palestinian man hears Trump's offer, he scoffs and says, you see this pile of rubble? It's more precious than any palace in America. He's not just being stubborn. He's not just being stupid. He knows that he'd rather have dignity, because you would rather work hard for even a modest life than be forced to take a more lavish and happy one by the very people defining for you what lavishness and happiness looks like, as they dismantled your autonomy to achieve your version of it. I mean, I'm basically echoing the timeless words of Patrick Henry here. Give me liberty or give me death, right? Dignity, respect, responsibility, autonomy, freedom. That's the stuff that liberty is made of. And you get that. And so you're not like Donald Trump in that way. He would obviously take the deal. And I'm not even blaming him there. This is what the neoliberal market rationality assumes that people will do and what they ultimately want. But I think you know that that is a life without honor, and I think you deep down respect the dude sitting on the rubble more than the one who signed.
Dumb video. Sorry, but it is.
It seems like every day now, another bigot crawls out of the mud and needs to be put back where they belong, in the unemployment line, because these rubes love to reveal themselves and post their full name and picture while doing it. So of course, when their employers find out what they've been posting, they get axed faster than a teenager's armpits. We're gonna dive into why Carly here got fired. You're not gonna believe what her Twitter feed looks like. And then we'll take a look at another case where a CEO got fired for doing the same thing she did, except he did it in a much more public place. Remember to like the video if you're liking the video, and let's dive in. Folks, it seems like at this point this chart is going to have to be taught in schools, because for some reason for the last month or so, it seems like people have gotten very interested in the Roman military. We have another Austrian painter enthusiast who's just now finding out that we're not in the year 1933 anymore. Let me take you through the timeline. So for whatever reason, this woman Carly Minnick decided to make an account in her own name in the last couple of of months, while she has a regular account that's been around since 2020. On her regular account, she had been posting fairly normal things, but on her second account, there's all kinds of hateful rhetoric, vile vitriolic racism, support for Adolf Hitler or worse, Kanye West, Holocaust denialism, racism, birtherism, trutherism, every kind of ism there is. Now, I'm not sure what prompted this next bit. She decided to post this, a picture of her throwing up a straight Sig Heil. She's also doing a little kissy face, so you know she thinks she looks cute. I'm not sure if this was for her incel groiper Nazi followers, but it leaked to the wider internet, which prompted this. My boss says he needs to talk to me in 15 minutes, and it's an emergency. You know what? Sometimes you gotta take the time to appreciate the small little victories in life. Like knowing that when she got this text from her boss, Carly here felt her stomach drop through her asshole. And what came next was this, a picture of her that says, I got fired.
I think
and
this is all fake.
Of course she did. Once
I think this is all fake. I think she did it
fingers,
to,
they're gonna know
why
that
would she
you're a
post
bigot.
that she
And
got
people
fired
don't
right after,
usually
right?
like working
So I think
with
she set
bigots.
this whole
They
thing
tend to
up,
be
and now
racial
she's going to be hyped
assholes
as
who think
fuck.
that they're
Now everyone
genetically
knows who she
superior.
is.
And you'd think
She's
that the
probably
member
got
of a
more
master
followers
race
than ever
would have
now.
better skin. Now that might be kind of mean, but this Nazi doubled down after getting fired. She says, I'm not afraid of you. The internet was made
Now
for
she's
young,
also part of the
beautiful
cancel
people to break
culture
the
grift.
rules and create new
This is
and
how you
interesting
fucking
things.
industry
Yeah,
plant
nothing
yourself.
more new and interesting than racism. We are going to make the world beautiful again. Again, girl, be the change you want to see in the world. Am I a Nazi? No, LMAO. I'm not literally a Nazi. I'm a secret fourth thing, and we are coming to conquer the world. Secret fourth thing, more like the Fourth Reich. We've all know it, we've all seen it, and it's ugly as sin. But it's not just the young and not so beautiful finding themselves in hot water. A CEO of a construction company in Idaho was caught on camera doing the same thing. And when the video leaked to the internet, he too found himself out of a job. I don't know about you guys, but I think the company culture would have to get real rotten before the CEO would feel comfortable doing something like this. You guys heard the cheers and the laughter too, right? It's not like everybody was gasping in shock and horror that he was doing this. Clearly, this is a company of MAGA supporters, so I get the feeling that this little video wasn't supposed to get leaked. And I also get the feeling that it's not just the CEO who's been throwing that hand sign around recently. But unfortunately for Tom, the rest of us did see what happens behind closed doors at ESI Construction, and he was forced to release this hilariously lackluster apology. Unfortunately, my recent attempt at humor and parody fell short, and is being used by others to unfairly judge me and, more importantly, our amazing company and its people. At the beginning of our annual State of the Company event, I briefly commented on the election, and, as part of a political skit, mimicked Elon Musk and President Trump's signature dancing. I did so as a commentary on the craziness of our political environment, and nothing more. Without a doubt, I unequivocally reject any association with hate groups and/or hate toward any group of people. I sincerely regret that my actions offended anyone, or could be taken so out of context. What a classic non-apology. I'm so sorry that you got offended by
real.
what I said. It really sucks that you're taking what I said out of context. Like, what a piece of shit. It's very clear the attitude going on here at ESI, but it seems like the backlash was just too much for them, because he was forced to issue this much more lengthy and much more detailed apology, spending the whole time groveling, trying to convince the public that he's not a Nazi, and trying to take all the blame so that ESI doesn't look like the racist cesspool that it is. But it's too long, not going to read any of that garbage, because it doesn't matter. It was already too late for Thomas D. Hill, who has officially resigned as CEO and chairman of the board of directors. This man was the chairman of the board. You definitely know that the company culture here is horrible. While my behavior was never intended to promote hatred or extremist views, I recognize that it has rightfully generated intense backlash and has overshadowed the mission of our company. He's talking about us when he's saying generated intense backlash, by the way. Not letting these horrible people get away with those non-apologies after doing like the main gesture associated with hate speech. I mean, that's the only thing that keeps these people accountable. Otherwise, this guy wouldn't have lost his job and would have just continued to be CEO of this backwards ass company. Now we all know that ESI is a garbage company that hires garbage people. And Thomas D. Hill loves throwing up the Sig Heil. I wish him luck on his future employment. And of course these people are feeling emboldened. I'm sure you guys heard about the U-Haul full of Nazis in Columbus, Ohio, who the cops then escorted to a school and then assisted one of them in retrieving their emotional support animal. These police officers care more about the emotional support of a Nazi than they do about the health and safety of children. And then they have the nerve to say that they can't do anything to these people because they don't know who they are and they never saw their faces. When you and I can clearly see from this body cam footage, there's the guy's face right there. But we all know the old American proverb, some of those who work forces are the same that burn crosses. The same in 1992 as it is in 2025. I'm Tony Hinderman with Really American, and I'll catch you next time.
Donald Trump, and take it with a grain of salt, has promised full transparency when it comes to most of the big conspiracy theories of the past 60 years, something he campaigned on in the lead up to the election. The issue led to an absolutely Hall of Fame interview clip.
Would you declassify the 9/11
we're going to do
files?
this one again, huh?
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah.
Would you,
I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world. Yeah, I don't know about Epstein so much as I do the others.
Yep, Epstein. Sure about that? Maybe not Epstein. I wonder why Donald Trump wouldn't want the Epstein files being made public. I mean, here he is in 1992 dancing and leering at women with his buddy Jeffrey Epstein at Mar-a-Lago. In 2002, Donald Trump said Jeffrey Epstein is, and I quote him here, a terrific guy. It is even said he likes beautiful women as much as I do, and many of them are on
We've
the
heard this all
younger
before.
side. I wonder why Donald Trump wouldn't want the Epstein.
This is a history of Malawi. Malawi, a landlocked nation in southern Africa, have a rich history marked by reliance and transformation. Malawi colonization period and path to independence. In 1891, the British established the Nyasaland District Pretoria, later as known as Nyasa land. Colonial administrations priorities infrastructures development such as roads and railway primarily to benefit European citizens.
Maybe do another take.
Nigeria is also the largest market.
The global order is changing, and one continent is at the center of it all.
China has over the years grown to become Africa's biggest trade partner.
Since the year 2000, China has been making secret deals in Africa in its bid to build an empire that could destabilize the established order on the international stage. From pledging $60 billion in economic assistance for African countries in 2018 and another $40 billion in 2021. China is now Africa's biggest trading partner with a trade agreement of over $200 billion per year. The Asian giant also agreed to increase its import from Africa to a total of $300 billion. In this spirit of partnership, over 10,000 Chinese firms have called Africa home over the last 2 decades. Chinese businesses in Africa are said to be valued at over $2 trillion, with more investments pouring in every day. In fact, China now has more construction projects ongoing in Africa than it has in the entire Asian continent. According to this database that shows all the Chinese loans to Africa since the year 2000, more than 1,000 Chinese financiers have signed loan commitments worth $160 billion with African governments and their state-owned enterprises in the last 20 years. The deals include billions of dollars for transportation, power generation, mining, and telecommunications. We have spent the last few months tracking the projects tied to these loans in countries including Angola, Zambia, Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, Cameroon, Sudan, and Ghana. Well, some of the projects were indeed carried out.
I'm sure he's a great poet. I'm not really a poet type of guy.
And embezzlement of funds.
It's not really where my expertise lies.
And luxurious lifestyles for the political class in these African countries. Now, I want to show you how these deals were made, what investments were given to these countries by China, and what was the cost of those investments. As we dive deep into the dark sides of these deals, we will review some terms of the agreements and why they are concerning for the future of Africa. Buckle up, it's surely going to be a wild ride this one.
China supports the settlement of African issues by Africans in the African way.
It began in the early 1950s. Shortly after establishing the People's Republic of China in 1949, the Chinese Communist leader Mao Zedong started making efforts to build alliances with his neighbors. His primary targets were the newly independent nations in Asia. However, he was also interested in getting close to the newly formed countries in Africa and Latin America. The goal for Chairman Mao was for China to be a leader of the developing world.
He
wanted to provide an alternative to Western and Soviet influence. But rivaling the world powers wasn't the only drive here. China's decision to engage these developing countries were driven by its need for resources, markets, and diplomatic influence. Now, this last point will be very important to our story shortly. At the time, Mao Zedong referred to third world countries as, quote, a land of opportunity. And now, just a little side note here. China was part of these third world countries during this time. Oh yeah, the China we see today is quite different from Mao's China. But if the China of today is different, then why am I telling you about Mao Zedong? Well, in 1955, Chairman Mao Zedong, along with others, organized one of the most important conferences between Africa and Asia. It was the Bandung Conference in Indonesia.
At the Asian African Conference, 29 nations, with a population of more than 1,400,000,000 persons, attend the historic conference in Indonesia's capital city of Bandung.
The first large-scale Asian African conference to promote Afro-Asian economic and cultural cooperation. The leaders also wanted to use this alliance to oppose colonialism or neocolonialism by any nation. Remember, this was 1955 and the British and French were still holding on to some colonial possessions. So this conference was a vital one for all concerned parties. According to reports, 29 countries representing a total population of 1.5 billion people, which was 54% of the world's population at the time, were said to have participated in this conference. China used this platform to promote solidarity among newly independent nations. The Asian giants also provided economic and military aid to several African countries, supporting liberation movements across the continent. China leveraged the relationship with these third world countries to call for an international united front against the established superpowers, that is, the United States and Soviet Union at the time. By 1971, the investment paid off for the Communist Party of China, as the support of these third world nations was crucial in the People's Republic of China joining the United Nations, against the wishes of the United States, I must say. Since then, Chinese influence in Africa has not only multiplied to almost all countries on the continent, it has led to the formation of a new alliance that is threatening to destroy a global order that has kept third world countries poor. But how exactly did China build this alliance? Let me tell you about China's blueprint in third world countries. Africa was recently dubbed the fastest urbanizing region of the world, with the largest number of developing countries. This rapid developmental drive on the continent of Africa presents huge opportunities for countries willing to risk billions of dollars in infrastructure building. This is where China comes in. Remember how China used to be a third world country along with Africa back in the 1950s and 60s? Well, not anymore. The Asian giants have used infrastructure to propel economic growth in the last 2 decades. While Mao's China faced an unprecedented, difficult period that saw an estimated 45 million people die from starvation during something called the Great Leap Forward, all that is behind them now. China now has a high-speed rail network, has constructed over 100 new airports and built thousands of new urban areas in mainland China. All these investments propel China's economy to number 2 in the world, behind only the United States. So, when you consider the fact that Africa currently has the largest number of developing countries, you then begin to understand why many African leaders are looking to China to bring this much needed experience to their countries. Our first case study here will be Nigeria.
Nigeria is also the largest market for the Chinese project contractor and the second largest market for Chinese export.
There were no serious diplomatic relations between Nigeria and China before the Civil War of 1967. That was until February 1971, when the two nations grew closer as a result of the events of 1970s to 1998, where China faced international isolation while Nigeria suffered Western condemnation because of its military regimes. Anyways, Nigeria now ranks high among China's top 40 trading partners globally, and China's most significant investment destination in Africa. Nigeria is also an important source of oil and petroleum for China's rapidly growing economy. In return, China provides extensive economic, military, and political support to various Nigerian leaders. It's kind of like a scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of situation. Like in January 2017, when the Nigerian government ordered Taiwan to move its unofficial embassy out of Abuja, arguing that the African country was a defender of the One China vision. This order only came after Nigeria obtained a $40 billion investment pledge from China. Yeah, nothing to see here. Loyalty in international politics is always for sale. But what are these Chinese investments in Nigeria? Between 2000 to 2011, there were approximately 40 official development projects linked to Chinese funds in Nigeria. These projects ranged from a $2.5 billion loan for Nigerian rail, power, or telecommunications projects to a memorandum of understanding for $1 billion for the construction of houses and water supply in Abuja in 2009, and several other rail networks. Nigeria is now one of about 150 countries in the world to benefit from China's Belt and Road Initiative program, which has been described as the brainchild of Chinese leader Xi Jinping in his bid to enhance global trade connectivity. From this, China has become Nigeria's preferred partner in terms of development assistance. And here is where things get interesting. As you will see from all the other case studies to come, the company responsible for most of this construction has been the state-owned China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation, which has been around in Nigeria for some 43 years. This Chinese company has been involved in the construction of rail lines, airport terminals, and other mega projects. Many of these projects are financed through concession loans from China's Export-Import Bank. Some of these projects include Abuja-Kaduna Railway for $876 million, $500 million of which is loans from the Export-Import Bank of China. There's also the $6.68 billion Lagos-Kano Standard Gauge Railway. The project was awarded to the same company. China's financial involvement in Nigeria is substantial, but the reason for this is quite simple. Unlike the West, Chinese loans to Nigeria are often concessional, with favorable terms. These loans are primarily directed towards infrastructure and developmental projects. In recent years, Nigeria's debt to China stands at several billions of dollars, with major loans funding the country's critical infrastructure. So, the question here is, are these loans and businesses with China really that bad for Nigeria? Or is this some Western media propaganda to scuttle the relationship between both countries. In exchange for financing and building the infrastructure that poorer countries need, China often demands favorable access to their natural resources. If you fail to pay back what you owe, they can lay claim to your assets for a certain number of years. Financing projects abroad also allows China to boost its exports of goods and services. Most of China's financing is in the form of commercial loans which are tied to projects. So, if your country gets a Chinese loan, for example, China will not give you any money. Rather, they will send in their construction companies to come and execute the project which the loan is meant for. This is like carrying the money they promise to give to you as loan, giving it to their company, and telling the company to come and build the infrastructure for your country. These whole monies are repatriated back to mainland China. So, loans from China gives you, the borrower, a giant pile of debt, while they get contracts from you that help to boost their export of goods and services. However, the most concerning dark sides of these deals have to do with the corruption it fuels. In May 2020, Nigeria's House of Representatives decided unanimously to probe Chinese loans. Despite pleas from the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amaechi, that the inquiry might frustrate future Chinese loans, the lawmakers were hell-bent on unveiling what some saw as opaque and secretive infrastructure loans. However, by late June 2021, there were media reports that the House probe had been suspended. China responded to the House probe by saying that loans to Nigeria were mutually beneficial. Multiple reports have revealed that Chinese firms in Nigeria engage in corruption to carry out their businesses. In April 2020, the African Development Bank, ADB, blacklisted China Zhangao Nigeria Limited, a civil engineering company registered in Nigeria, from conducting business with the bank for 18 months. The Chinese company and their local associates had engaged in fraudulent practices while bidding for an ADB-financed project in Nigeria. A year later, on July 30th, 2021, two Chinese companies operating in Nigeria were debarred and made ineligible to participate in World Bank-financed contracts for breaching the guidelines relating to fraud and corruption. The two companies are China Railway Construction International Nigeria Limited, which won a deal of $10 billion to construct a railway along the coast of Nigeria. And the other one is the China National Electric Engineering Company Nigeria Limited, which is handling the construction of the 700 megawatt hydroelectric Zongero project, one of Africa's biggest hydropower plants located in Niger State. This project is to cost $1.3 billion. And there is the bribery offenses. On May 11, 2020, the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission arrested two Chinese staff of China Zhangao Nigeria Limited in Sokoto, northwestern Nigeria. Kun and Koi had allegedly offered a bribe of 50 million naira, that is about $100,000 at the time, to a local EFCC agent in order to compromise ongoing investigations into this Chinese company. The company was being investigated for fraud valued at over 50 billion naira, approximately $100 million at the time. On February 6, 2021, a Premium Times investigation revealed the allegation of money laundering involving Stella Odua, a former minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation Nigeria Limited in 2014. The amount was said to be about 5 billion naira, that is $10 million at the time. In another instance of Chinese companies trying to get ahead, Rotimi Amaechi, Nigeria's former transportation minister, announced sometimes in 2020 that the China Civil Engineering Construction Corporation will be building a $50 million transport university in Daura. According to Amaechi, this was a gift from this company. The only challenge in this gift is that Daura in northwestern Katsina State is the hometown of former President Muhammadu Buhari, who was the sitting president at the time this gift was given. But this is not just a Nigerian affair. A similar story is playing out in Angola. The Republic of Angola is a country in Central Africa that is often described as the world's richest poor country. It is endowed with massive petroleum and diamond deposits, and yet 52% of its population lives in abject poverty. After struggling for over a decade, Angola gained independence from Portugal in 1975. This was before sliding into a long civil war that lasted for 27 years until 2002. This war destroyed almost all of Angola's infrastructure. Since the end of the war, Angola has focused on post-war reconstruction and has struggled to develop its economy, which, by the way, is largely dependent on oil. The country joined the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries in 2007, and since 2008, Angola has been at the top of oil producers in Africa. This is where China comes in. Oil is said to be at the center of the Sino-Angolan relationship. Major aspects of relations between the two countries are China's loans in exchange for oil, as well as involvement in Angolan infrastructure. At one point, Angola became the second largest source of Chinese oil import after Saudi Arabia, a deal that saw China fund the country's developmental goals. Now, let me show you some of these Chinese investments in Angola. In 2002, the government of Angola was ready to rebuild the country after a 27-year civil war. The IMF offered loans to fund a large-scale infrastructure reconstruction program, albeit insisting that Angola had to play by its rules. Well, the Angolan government did not agree with the conditions of the IMF and instead decided to negotiate with China. At the time, China's economy demanded more and more natural resources, especially oil, as its manufacturing industries were on the rise. The commencement of war in the Middle East during this time made it necessary for China to diversify its imports. And here comes Angola to the rescue. In 2004, China's Export-Import Bank offered the first loan to Angola, and both countries were able to secure their national interest. China agreed to provide infrastructure investment in return for oil, leading to a massive rise in Chinese investments in the region. By 2013, there were around 172,000 Chinese living in Angola, working on infrastructure projects. The China International Trust and Investment Corporation was one of the first Chinese companies to invest in Angola, with a $350 million investment in the country's oil sector. Angola quickly became the poster child for Chinese engagement in the African continent. Although the exact volume of Chinese loans to Angola is not known, estimates show that between 2000 to 2018, Angola was at the top of recipients of Chinese infrastructure loans, with about $43 billion worth of loan commitments. In 2021, Angola was the most indebted country to China of any African state. In the same year, 72% of all Angola's oil exports went to China. The agreement between both countries allowed for Chinese investments to be recovered from extracted and imported petroleum. But what concessions are Angolans making? Aside from oil, of course.
The Kakulu Kabaka hydropower station is expected to drastically ease power shortage in Angola. It has a total contractual value of more than $4 billion.
According to Chinese credit lines to Angola, 70% of the public tenders for the contracts under Angolan reconstruction would be awarded to Chinese companies. Angola had an effective local content policy known as the Angolanization, which was in place since 1957. Under this policy, all companies registered with the Angolan National Agency for Private Investment needed to achieve 70% local employment. However, these regulations were systematically subverted to favor Chinese companies. China's relationship with Angola has come under fire more frequently than many other African countries in the Belt and Road Initiative. A key reason for this controversy is the type of agreement China entered into with the government of Angola in 2004. This agreement is known as Resources for Infrastructure, RFI. This is simply the exchange of Chinese infrastructure for African natural resources. This drew international criticism of neocolonialism. But that is not even the dark sides of the Angolan business deals with China. We will have to look at the corruption involved for that one.
Dos cofres da petrolífera Sonangol.
This is not simply a story about Angola.
Isabel's fortune is increasingly coming under scrutiny.
In February 2010, some allegations of corruption came in relation to Chinese investments in Angola linked to the China Investment Fund, a private entity with close ties to the Chinese and Angolan governments. President João Lourenço, who came into office in September 2017, vowed to fight corruption by bringing all looting of state coffers to a halt. His quest yielded results when it was announced that over $11 billion of looted funds that were stashed in Britain, Switzerland, Singapore, and Bermuda had all been recovered. The president launched an anti-corruption drive to recoup assets he suspected were embezzled under his predecessor, that is former President José Eduardo dos Santos' administration. In 2020, José Filomeno dos Santos, the son of the former president, became the first member of the former First family to be prosecuted as part of an anti-corruption campaign led by President João Lourenço. Isabella dos Santos, named as Africa's richest woman at the time, and who is the daughter of the former president, was also named by International Consortium of Investigative Journalists in their report Luanda Leaks for allegedly growing her business empire by corrupt means. But what really happened in Angola at this period? What was the corruption? Well, it started when the bank account of Angola's state-owned oil company, Sonangol, was drained in a matter of hours on November 16, 2017. It was reported that the account, which contained $57 million at the start of the day, was left with a balance of only $309 when the day was over. That same day, the head of the company, which happened to be Isabella dos Santos, the daughter of Angola's former president, was reportedly fired. The money that was so rapidly transferred from Sonangol's coffers did not, however, go directly into dos Santos' pockets. Instead, it went to a consulting company run by one of our close allies. This was reportedly one of the many attacks on the country's treasury by this woman.
My parents formed who I am as a person, but my professional choices and the risks I have taken and the businesses I have built and created were done by my own vision.
According to President João Lourenço of Angola, the scale of the looting under former President dos Santos amounted to at least $24 billion. But one of the most notorious scandals of Mr. dos Santos' rule is said to be an alliance between allies of the former president and a secretive Hong Kong group known as 88 Queensway that allegedly wiped out Sonangol, that is the Angola's oil company. Well, nothing to see here is Africa and always corruption. Let's move on to Kenya.
A new report says that Kenya's government data is under attack. Chinese hackers are trying to gather government secrets.
Talking about our bilateral relations, it's about optics sometimes, reality versus myths.
Kenya is the fourth largest economy in sub-Saharan Africa. The leading sectors that drive the Kenyan economy include agriculture, services that include real estate, finance, and manufacturing. Although Kenya is a relatively resource-poor country, that changed when natural resources such as oil, natural gas, coal, niobium, and rare earth metals were discovered. As usual, this discovery led to a competition between firms from Western countries such as the United States, the UK, Germany, and Canada, and firms from emerging economies such as China, India, and Brazil. China is currently Kenya's largest trading partner. While the robust trade investment and Chinese-led infrastructure projects have benefited Kenya's overall development and have been labeled by both governments as a win-win collaborations. Local media and foreign analysts have increasingly criticized both the potential consequences of Kenya's loan from China as well as Kenya's overall economic dependence on foreign capital and products. The most ambitious collaboration, which is the standard gauge rail, that was planned to connect Nairobi, Uganda, South Sudan and Rwanda using Chinese financing and contractors, has attracted even more controversies due to financial complications. There are also questions on the legality of its tender process and the alleged collateralization of Kenya's Mombasa port. Between 2000 to 2011, there were approximately 65 Chinese official development finance projects identified in Kenya. These projects range from $108 million grants from Chinese governments to build the Northeast Ring Road section in Nairobi to concessional loans to finance the construction of the Kenyatta University Teaching, Research and Referral Hospital project in 2011. Kenya has been receiving Chinese support for multiple road infrastructure projects since 2006. But what do these loans mean for Kenya's economy? Kenya owes more than $6 billion to China, its largest creditor. The bulk of that debt financed the 700-kilometer Chinese-built standard gauge rail between Mombasa and Nairobi. Chinese designers originally promised that the railway would pay for itself, but that has not been the case, leaving the government of Kenya on the hook for the debt. Together with money owed to the World Bank and other multilateral lenders, Kenya's debt will equal 67% of its GDP in 2024. That is according to the National Treasury of Kenya. That's about 50% higher than a decade ago when Kenya signed onto China's Belt and Road Initiative and launched a wave of infrastructure-related borrowing. This development is connected to the recent protest witnessed in Kenya. A story for another day, of course. But now, how has China benefited from Kenya's situation? The construction sector is critical to Kenya's economy, accounting for 5% of the nation's GDP and employing around 1 million people with an annual salary of 3.2 billion shilling, that is Kenyan shilling. The challenge here is, this industry is reportedly controlled by the Chinese. The Chinese government owned a majority of the firms that invest in Kenya. Now, big Kenyan contractors are said to be going out of business as they are unable to compete with deep-pocketed Chinese rivals who have backings from the Communist Party of China. Kenyan construction firms have cited delayed payments by the government as one of the major factors for breaching loan terms, revealing an operational reality that favors Chinese firms. While local firms take loans from local banks at double-digit interest rates, these Chinese rivals have cash reserves besides an option to access subsidized credit from the state-owned China Export and Import Bank. And when you talk of corruption, it's the same story as the other two we looked at. Kenya is perceived as one of the world's most corrupt countries. In August 2018, Reuters reported that 14 officials connected with Kenya's standard gauge rail, that is the $3.2 billion infrastructure project that was financed, built and managed by China, had been arrested over concerns of corruption tied to land acquisition. Ahmed Nasir Abdullahi, a highly respected senior counsel and an outspoken critic of the Kenyan government, said African countries prefer to borrow from China rather than Europe or America because of the kickbacks involved. In 2018, Abdullahi spoke of how China bribes African governments to take their loans. Abdullahi, who is the chairman of the Senior Council Committee, Law Society of Kenya, said that these kickbacks are what makes various countries in Africa prefer the Chinese loans to that of other advanced countries, such as the US and UK. Well, while this might be true, Chinese investors in Africa have rebuffed claims that they offered these bribes first. According to some of the Chinese investors interviewed, they are usually forced to bribe African leaders in order to do business in Africa. And when you move away from Kenya, a similar story could be seen playing out in Cameroon.
Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi said during his visit to Cameroon on Tuesday that China continues to seek win-win cooperation with the West African country.
During its colonial rule in Cameroon, France constructed facilities for the export of cash crops and the import of industrial products into the mainland. As a result, after independence, Cameroon was not capable of separating itself from French economically or politically. To achieve its goal of making the country more autonomous, the first president of the independent republic, Amadou Ahidjo, started building relations with major powers at the time, including the United States, Russia, and China. In 1971, Cameroon made its first bold move when it diplomatically recognized the People's Republic of China, a foreign policy tactic aimed at shifting away from the French. This decision would foster a diplomatic and economic relationship that would carry through to Paul Biya's present-day regime. Over the past 2 decades, China has become Cameroon's leading customer, supplier, as well as a leading investor. According to data contained in the 2021 World Investment Report published by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the stock of foreign direct investments, FDI, captured by Cameroon between 2000 and 2020 had grown tenfold, mainly thanks to China. Since the first forum on China-Africa cooperation in the year 2000, Beijing has successfully delivered $2.4 billion in development finance to Cameroon. In return for this generous support from China, Cameroon's foreign policy tries to appease the Chinese. For example, President Paul Biya stated in June 2018 that, quote, Cameroon firmly supports the One China policy. But like the other countries mentioned here, the Cameroonian government is beginning to face the realities of dealing with China. Reports have claimed that the country is already failing to meet its debt obligations to China, with President Biya traveling to China several times since November 2017 to plead for Beijing to be more flexible in its debt financing structure. This same story is playing out in Zambia, Sudan, Djibouti, Ghana, Ethiopia, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. But aside the corruption being fueled by Chinese deals in these African countries, there is the violation of labor laws. Chinese companies violate labor laws and workers' rights as governments do nothing to hold them accountable. For years, there have been concerns over Chinese labor practices, often viewed as unfair, with various cases reported of poor and harsh working conditions. China is no doubt the largest developing country in the world, and Africa is of course the continent with the largest number of developing countries. Partnership between both Africa and China have seen development come to the continent, but the question is, at what cost? China's Export-Import Bank has financed almost all African governments in diverse degrees. The loans are easily accessible. The Communist Party doesn't pretend to care what the governments do with the monies like the West does, and it helps expand the Chinese market. The Chinese government also doesn't try in so many ways to impose their culture and values on the people of Africa, like America and the others do. So, with just a few agreements and signatures and pictures, the money can start rolling in, or the projects rather. But at what cost?
Wanted to get to this, broke earlier this morning that Andrew Tate and his brother, who have been charged with human trafficking in Romania, are back in the United States. The United States lifted travel restrictions that had previously been imposed because of the well-documented human trafficking efforts. We had what's it called? What's the name of that book that we had those guests on with Matt Shea and Jamie Tassin?
Clown World.
Clown World, where they dove deep into the Andrew Tate world and even went to one of his kind of multi-level marketing scheme pimp.
They're pimps for cam girls. They entrapped young women that were basically looking for any sort of guidance, which is what sort of often happens with sex traffickers. And they were entrapped into making content for them online.
And people should check out that interview if they haven't yet, because it just shows how exploitative and really disgusting this is. where this new kind of online brand of misogyny culture, it's about using women essentially as gig sex workers and then disposing of them after you've exploited them. And it's not necessarily about controlling your wife in the marital sense. It's about humiliating women and tallying a body count, right? It's a very violent form of misogyny. And I think about this a lot, right? And the environment that we're in right now. That the Trump re-election this second time around was a lot of things. I think, it's about mass disaffection with the Democratic Party because of cost of living and housing being out of control. It's about Biden not being unable to use the bully pulpit and communicate with the public, so people didn't know anything about what the Democrats were doing, even the good things. And what they did know was, hey, there's a genocide that's happening on my phone. And then you have, though, broadly, a misogynistic backlash to the Me Too movement. And Trump coming into office kind of generating that energy, or, it was the grab him by the P word tapes, more Me Too, Biden gets elected, and then we have really in this time period the rise of these misogynistic manosphere influencers, and Trump gets reelected, put up against a black female candidate who we talked about doing violence against openly at his rallies. And you kind of have this toxic misogynistic stew that I think we're living in right now. And frankly, when you look at fascist movements in the past, pairing misogyny with a cost of living crisis, it's had success for fascists historically. So it's scary. And it seems like Trump was integral in freeing Andrew Tate. And oddly, Ron DeSantis is pissed about it. We'll see more about this story, but Tate touched down in Miami, I guess earlier this morning, and Ron DeSanctimonious asked about it at the press conference.
Welcome here. What the state do? Send back to Romania or whatever?
Well, we have no involvement in that. I read about it through the media. Clearly, the federal government has jurisdiction, whether they want to rebuff his entry into the United States, and I have confidence that whether it's Pam Bondi or Kristi Noem, that they will be looking at that. I do know our Attorney General, James Uthmeyer, is looking at what state hooks and jurisdiction we may have to be able to deal with this. But the reality is no, Florida is not a place where you're welcome. With that type of conduct in the air. And I don't know how it came to this. We were not involved. We were not notified. I found out through the media that this was something that was happening. Okay, guys.
You know why it happened?
Because the Republicans supported a rapist with a fake university for president?
Kind of. And also, Barron Trump's a fan. Trump's a fan of Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross and those guys. Yeah.
Is Matt Gaetz' seat still open? Because, I think, Florida District 1 has to be represented by a sex criminal. So, they gotta, I think
that's their DEI. Diversity includes some sort of quota for rapists.
Yeah, and I think the real problem is that they're not getting a homegrown Floridian sex criminal. They're importing one. It's like an H-1B visa situation all over again.
They're taking our sex pest jobs. It's fascinating to see this, especially as the Trump administration is loudly advertising that they're going to release the Epstein flight logs. Why don't you release the files that are a little bit more pertinent in this case? I know that some of the stuff is redacted, but they are not going to release, in the same way that Trump is doing this head fake about the JFK files too. They can't release more information than a limited hangout on Epstein because of, Donald Trump's deep and close friendship with Jeffrey Epstein.
Pam Bondi was the Florida Attorney General when Epstein was getting let off. What this stuff is, when Trump talks about it, whether it's the UFO stuff or, which I think is probably the most meaningless of all this, but the UFO stuff or the JFK stuff is he is announcing that he is taking note of bargaining chips. And if the CIA wants him to, say, not release the redacted Schlesinger memo where JFK talked about what he wanted to do to the CIA, which is one of the ones that is still being withheld, if the CIA doesn't want that released, then they should give him something in return for it, like they did last time, and when he kept it clear. And, I mean, also the Epstein stuff, he is... I don't know if Trump was in Dallas in 1963. He is a associate of Jeffrey Epstein, who is also a guy who Jeffrey Epstein fixed up Elon Musk's brother with a girlfriend. So like, all these guys are insanely implicated with what looks to be, if I had to guess, a massive mutual blackmail operation where they do communal sex crimes. This is just me spitballing. Communal sex crimes and have dirt on everybody else so they know nobody will talk. Because I do know another similarity between Epstein and Elon Musk is they're obsessed with spreading their seed as widely as possible in a really fucking weird way. And I would be shocked if they never discussed that.
Oh, of course. Of course. Just to plug Julie K. Brown here, making this exact point. Brown is the really kind of foremost authority journalist on Jeffrey Epstein. She broke the initial story about the cozy deal that he got from Acosta. Mm-hmm. So she's a Miami-based reporter and has written a book called Perversion of Justice, the Jeffrey Epstein story. She says, it's interesting to note that Pam Bondi was Florida's Attorney General 2011 to 2019, a period of time when Jeffrey Epstein's plane records became public, victims' lawsuits were filed, and a lot of new evidence against Epstein surfaced. So questions should be asked why she did not take up the case or launch a probe when she was Attorney General in Florida. And we know the answer. We know the answer that there was frankly, an elite conspiracy to prevent Jeffrey Epstein from facing accountability. It seems abundantly clear.
Acosta himself said there was intelligence connections that meant we have to go easy on him.
He was a very important asset to a lot of folks, I think, is what hopefully people are taking away from this, including Israeli intelligence.
Ghislaine Maxwell's father was sort
Mossad.
Of Mossad, like not just any Mossad, like high-level Mossad.
So, and then you have former Israeli Prime Minister riding on Jeffrey Epstein's plane, and Israeli intelligence and U.S. intelligence work very closely together.
And I was saying this because just in the we've talked about this a lot in the context of like why a lot of these cabinet secretaries are like useful for Trump, like Hegseth's like proclivities as a drinker, allegedly a drinker, and have in his alleged sex crimes as well. They're like an asset to Trump to like use against him. But the same thing with Bondi. Like Bondi's useful in the way that like she's shown that she would do anything for him. Well, also she dropped the Trump University lawsuit in Florida as well after he donated to her campaign. So she's very much like all of like the good tentacles of like what Trump looks for in a confidant, his own wanting to his own Roy Cohn, as it were, for Attorney General. She embodies, and we've also seen that in like how reticent they are about the Epstein stuff, as we saw from that interview that Trump had last year, where he was like, "That's a little bit more marginal, the Epstein stuff. We don't have to go there."
Yeah, that's not good.
Did you see who just left the White House earlier today? Like the photos.
I did not.
Okay, so there's a group of people who left the White House today, posing for the camera with binders they received from Bondi, labeled the Epstein Files Phase 1. And ready for the list of people who they gave them to?
Who?
The MAGA meme guy on Twitter, DC Drano, former news person turned conspiracy. Former news person turned conspiracy theorist Liz Wheeler, our good friend Mike Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, and Libs of TikTok. So this is going to be like
rotation.
This is going to be like Twitter Files, 2.0, where they carefully crafted exactly what to give and who to give it to, and to get out exactly what they want.
Because this is all information. Julie K. Brown again points this out. The second tweet I sent you, Bradley. Just go to the first one she says, and then her reply. There is no Jeffrey Epstein client list, period. It's a figment of the internet's imagination and a means just to slander people. I mean, this isn't to say that there aren't associations that we need to explore.
Like between the Clintons and Jeffrey Epstein.
Which we're not partisan about it. The Clintons and the Trumps, we should be looking into their connections with Jeffrey Epstein.
Should be locking them up.
Yeah, but her response to this person, so obviously there's no list, but just as obvious, the federal government has a file related to Epstein, right? Says, well, if you actually read my book or anyone's, you would know that the FBI file on Epstein is public. Google it in the FBI's vault. It's, however, heavily redacted. So, yes, there's a file. Now, there are redactions that are going to be for victims' names, but there will also be redactions for folks that may be sensitive and a part of it. But the list that they're circulating has already been the subject of like conspiracy theories for quite a while. And the fact that they're handing it to Chaya Raichik.
It's what's known as a shit coat, which is basically a type of a limited hangout of to reveal sort of secrets done in a way that's so stupid and disgusting that most people won't even touch it, which is how most people will view this.
But the thing is that the folks who care most about who claim to care most about the Epstein list on the right, they're the ones who demean and belittle the actual like people who should be revealed, because they're the ones who constantly share the fake Epstein lists that are out there. Like Tom Hanks's name on the internet is, for whatever you think of Tom Hanks, the actor, his name is forever in the mud because you can't write his name on the internet without people calling him a pedophile. Why do they call him a pedophile? He's done nothing to prove anything like that. It's all because his name appeared on a fake, completely debunked, non-realistic Epstein client list, and they wanted to use that when he came out and like said something pro-COVID vaccines or something to try to hurt his credibility. Now, anytime Tom Hanks, the actor's name, is said online, you have hundreds of people calling him a pedophile.
Yeah. No, it's exactly. I just to connect it to the Andrew Tate stuff. This is just what makes it so ridiculous, like, and has it ring so hollow. Really? Do you care about do you care about groomers? Do you care about groomers, or do you just essentially want to go after LGBTQ people? Really? Do you care about sex trafficking, or is this just a way to crack down on immigrants and make a case that another marginalized group that you're targeting is a bunch of people that are targeting folks and kids for sex crimes? I mean, it's just so obvious what they're doing, but
the most vocal ones
the
most vocal ones have been proved to be rapists and pedophiles themselves. There's numerous incidents of like Jan 6 folks or people that were really promoting that movie from
Sound of Freedom.
That they are actual abusers and themselves. But the other thing is so many Trump supporters. I mean, Kevin Sorbo, Minnesota native, alumni of Minnesota State University, like myself. Unlike myself, he is in Jeffrey Epstein's little black book with his full contact details. Also, Jason Calacanis, a venture capitalist, Trump supporter, a big crypto guy, who's one of these guys out here saying, release the client list. You're in the black book, buddy. Like,
wait, Kevin Sorbo is in the black book? I didn't see that.
He is, yeah.
See, that's an example of a guy that should 100% be investigated, because it's not even like he's one of those money guys who ostensibly would have crossed Epstein in like the actual business that Epstein claimed to do, like the financiering stuff. Like, what the hell is some low-level actor doing in Epstein's book if he's not partaking in as a customer in the services that like are within his like his financial range? Like, that's unbelievable that he is in that book.
Yeah,
like that's not a guy making some big business loans and dealings. That's a guy who's looking for services.
Maybe Jeffrey's just a big fan of Sorbo and his work.
Hercules. Yeah, I mean, cool.
Name another thing he's done.
Yeah, I can't.
God's Not Dead 1.
God's Not Dead, right?
How could I forget?
Pick the wrong person for that question.
I think God's Not Dead 2 is the one that sticks out in my mind. Is that the courtroom drama with Melissa Joan
that's the good
Hart?
one. And Ray Wise, yeah, that's a really good one.
I mean, much like I would say the Lord of the Rings series, the the middle one is the best, or the second one. Maybe there's God's Not Dead 6, and
I would say with the God's Not Dead movie, the even numbered ones are the best. Like 2 and 4 are pretty good, and then 1 and 3 are kind of boring.
Well, the
Although
odd numbers would be satanic. So
when Kevin Sorbo gets hit by a car in the first one, spoiler, that part's pretty good. But like other than that.
Well, the first one's got the whole like surprise element of like, what am I getting myself into? What the hell is this movie? After that, all the sequels, you know what to expect, so it's not as like, fun, I guess.
Not as novel.
Yeah.
I might have to retract the Sorbo in the Black Book thing.
Did you fall for the fake?
I fall for the fake image. Yeah.
But this is what Brown is saying. Like, this is a show trial. This is theater. They're pretending they're being transparent, and they're trying to mislead people, which is the UFO thing too.
And this just goes like what just happened shows you that like just how these guys have demeaned this to the point where it even left the right-wing circles, and now you have people pointing fingers and accusations at all sorts of people who were in Epstein's a book or not. That at this point, who's going to even believe the official thing? People are going to obviously like just say whatever they want to say. I mean, certainly you can't believe who they gave it to, these actors of these right-wing bad actors. But I mean, it's just the whole thing is a shit show.
Yeah.
And being weaponized by the right, which is like how the Democrats let the right sort of make use out of the JFK assassination is sort of why they've also, to the Trita Parsi interview earlier, been unable to be the anti-war party. It's corrupt by this military establishment people.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
I hate the phrase, the idea that the pendulum's swinging too far. I would rather say, is the pendulum going to swing to the wrong place? Are we going to overreact? And it could be, a step toward fascism. It could be, instead, it could be just too much exuberance. We take the, Doge cuts 10 too many things or whatever, There's a test coming now that whatever this new right is, that hasn't decided who it is, its identity's not set
it's
yet.
Decided who it is,
vying
buddy.
factions trying to determine who this new coalition is represented by, what philosophies, whether it's Burkean, whether it's, fascist, Evolin. There are people talking about whether it's Schmittian, whether it's Glockian.
I think it's just Trumpian and
or if it's just Trump,
American.
Or, just, make America great again. Whatever it is, there's this ambiguity in what it is. And the question is, will it survive the most brutal of all tests, which is you now have power. Let's see what a steward you are of it. And I remain, unfortunately, nervous about how we might do with that test.
James Lindsay, this has to be at least your dozenth appearance on the Rubin Report, would you say?
I think that's about right. I hope so.
Ballpark dozen. You're definitely in the top 10 of repeat guests.
I'll take it.
So let's just try not to muck it up if we could.
Oh, no.
We are here at the ARC conference, and much like when I spoke to you here about a year and a half ago, what I find most interesting about this conference is there seems to be a real move to find all of the commonalities between, say, the classical liberals, where guys like you and I fall, and the more traditional conservatives. Yeah. It seems to be working, at least for now. Certainly in America, it's working. Do you think it can hold? What do you think the weaknesses are? And do you see a difference between it holding in, say, America versus maybe here in UK or more broadly Europe?
I do think it can hold, actually. I'll say that. Given that even just standing outside the room a few minutes ago, I was getting a text message from somebody here at the conference who was saying, I don't think it can hold. So there is some nervousness about this. This is a question.
And the reason I'm starting that with you is because there are plenty of people literally in this building right now, who you've had major arguments with and spats with on that other side of it.
Yeah.
But there's some healing happening, I think, too.
A little bit. So here's what I think, though, is the reason that I think that this coalition can be somewhat stable. If we think back to, the 90s, let's say, just kind of as an archetype, we have the classical liberals and the progressives have somehow aligned themselves against the conservatives. And they say, no, we're basically the same. We're open-minded together, or whatever it is. And the conservatives are obviously not, and they're a problem. So these two are in cahoots. And slowly, and then all at once, the classical liberals discovered these guys are lunatics. The progressives are not sharing our values. They're not actually even open-minded. And so now the classical liberals have fled from the left, and they found a home with these traditional conservatives. And this other alignment is actually a bit, it's fragile as well, but I think it's a bit different. And the reason is because there is an underlying respect for reality that exists on the classical liberal and the conservative side that does not exist with the progressives. And I mean this in a deep way. To talk kind of in a very, deep sense, the progressive view, their epistemology, so to speak, the way they think about the world, is they have an idealistic future to which they are shooting. And their knowledge, their theory of knowledge, their theory of morals is all utilitarian around achieving that future.
In essence, right.
To that ideal, right? Almost this Platonic ideal. Whereas the epistemological force of the classical liberals is, well, let's check the evidence. Let's bounce it off the real world and humble ourselves. And the epistemological force of the traditional conservative, the Burkean conservative, is tradition. What has worked in the past, which is this kind of, from my perspective at least, which is this kind of heuristic to reality, as opposed to let's do the test, let's check it out directly. There's still this adherence to this has worked in the past, so there must be, even if we don't know what it is, there must be something in the sauce that works.
Well, maybe that person was a
and that's an adherence to reality. Well, they're not. Neither side is shooting for an ideal, right? No, it is possible to get idealistic. When conservatism goes idealistic, you end up with fascism, and that's a threat. But it's not intrinsic to the traditional conservative, nor is it appealing to the classical liberal. So this coalition is qualitatively different than the one that was, we're both open-minded.
Yeah, well, I'm thrilled to hear you say that, because I agree. I think it's clearly represented by what's happening with kind of the tech bros and Trump at the moment. But in some sense, Trump is the ultimate version of all of this, isn't he? Because he's ushered in conservatism while obviously not being a conservative, right? Yeah. In Trump's real head, I think if you took the 1985 version of Trump, he's just a New York liberal.
Yeah.
But he needed conservatism to sort of build a world that he could live in, and that's the world that we're all in now.
Yeah, Trump is just fundamentally American. His instincts, I don't think he's doctrinaire. I'm not to say he's unsophisticated philosophically, but I don't think he cares that much about these deep philosophical
he is
questions
unsophisticated
about,
philosophically. Who are you
what do the
kidding?
Burkeans think about this?
Right. You don't think he cares about that much?
Not too much. I'm just guessing. He might secretly be reading, in the morning. You never know. But I think it's more, what's on Fox and Friends. Yeah. And so he's just kind of this quintessential American, and what's his gut instinct is, well, what he says, make America great again. And how do we do that? And what he's realized is that progressive vision, whether he was a 1985 liberal Democrat or not, that progressive vision is not going to work. The ideal that they're shooting for is a catastrophe. And so he's brought this, a resurgent awakening to, whatever made America work, we've got to rediscover it, which is that appeal to the traditionalism. And he's forged this new kind of, like you said, this weird pro-America classical liberal thing with conservative values are somehow necessary to make this thing function.
So I always ask you every time you're on how you feel about being more in common cause with religious people, because you still are an atheist, right? So you're still an atheist, but yet you go to Christian events all the time. Now you speak at Turning Point events. Yeah. I think the world that you want to live in is actually very, very similar to the world that, say, a Christian conservative wants to live in.
Yeah.
Have your feelings on any of that changed over the years? Is it?
Certainly. While I haven't accepted the profound metaphysical claim at the center of the Christian faith, the moral precepts, the teaching, just kind of logical civilizational structure that the both Judeo and Christian, in fact, the Christians can get a little worked up about this, but my opinion is that Jesus brought the Jewish model to the Gentiles, right? And so the Judeo-Christian model ethics, the way they think through problems, the way that they deal with one another, how they order and structure society, I think are actually very, very profoundly good. The Bible, in my opinion, is a record of, several thousand years of when you do this, civilization works, and when you deviate from this, everything goes sideways, and you deserved it. And just this, the poor Israelites, go through this cycle dozens of times through the books of the Bible, and then we get to the New Testament, and you have Paul running around, you fools, you're doing it too. And so I think that this is
cringe.
a very
this
key
is so
message.
cringe. This is so
when
cringe.
you follow certain precepts for your individual life, for your family life, and this is going to sound very traditionally conservative, for your individual life, then to your family life, and then to your community life, and then to your state or nation life, and then, as Jordan's been saying here at ARC, all the way to your duties to the ultimate, things work better. And so I've become quite sympathetic to these arguments. I find it to be an intentional source when I don't know how should I think about this. I will find myself turning to go ask the Bible rather than to just sit and
oh my God,
chew
bro.
on myself or pick up Nietzsche or some lunatic.
So in some sense, is there a utilitarian version of that, or that's sort of what you're laying out there, in that I know you well enough to know that this is working within the way you live and your lens through life, but maybe from the purely atheistic perspective, it doesn't really scale properly, where religion gives it the scale.
Yeah, that's probably right. The fact is that I think that, like I said, the way that I see the Bible is that this is this is the long record of the trials and tribulations of a society that figured it out, figure out how to make something actually work, to make productivity, to make positive sum games come out of human interaction. And if that's divinely inspired, or if it's the very astute observations of a very challenged and over history and detailed people, thoughtful people, I don't know which one it is. But I think it's something that A, we should take seriously, and B, we should take seriously because of its now long proven track record. And now that we've kind of run this weird experiment of, I guess, post-1950s God is dead, and it kind of opened doors to things going off the rails, maybe we should take it a little bit more seriously than we have been. So yeah, I don't know how it scales without the faith part, but the pragmatic side, the just brash American side, like Trump, I don't know if he's Christian. I'm not positive that he is, but he seems to, resonate.
He seems to have gone to something much deeper than the political part of all of this.
Yes,
which actually, even for the first time
in
this last few months, or maybe post-assassination attempts, to hear him,
they really have
making
nothing
a
to talk
reference
about
to the
anymore,
God that
do
actually
they?
does feel more authentic than sort of his favorite Bible verse or something.
Yeah,
that he's living
he's
for
not saying
purpose.
two
Or
Yo, you're being
anymore.
pressured by
But
the fucking
he's
land
literally
shark, y'all?
to be, I guess, metaphorical with a literal, he's been touched by the angel of death. One does not merely have a bullet pass through one's flesh without doing some serious reflection on how fortunate we are to get to have this experiment of life. I know that I watched that, and I've said this on stage with Charlie Kirk at Turning Point events, that it's okay, atheist, or Charlie makes me call myself an agnostic. It's more honestly correct, I suppose.
Yeah.
I have to grapple with the fact that I'm pretty sure I witnessed a miracle on television. You were on my phone, really, before the plane took off, but I witnessed a miracle. And then, Jordan was talking out of the book of Numbers the other day. I've taken the book of Numbers very seriously. This is wandering in the desert, and they're very dissatisfied. They want to go back to Egypt where they had their cucumbers and their slavery, and at least it was comfortable. And God says, no, you're not going to the promised land. Canaan's not for you. And it's because, why? What does God say? He said, well, I've given you 10, which is maybe a literal and maybe a symbolic number for many. I've given you 10 proofs, miracles, the manna from heaven, the Red Sea, etc., etc. If you don't have faith now, you never will, so you don't deserve it, right? And so I'm sitting there thinking, God in the book of Numbers, as the story goes, is saying, I've given you miracles, so you better believe. And then I watched Trump not get shot, right, as it actually happened. And I'm thinking, did we just have, Did God turn his head at that last second and then say, all right, America, here's your moment. Do you have what it takes, which is faith, to enter the promised land or not? I have to chew on this.
Right. So regardless of whether you view it purely through a religious lens or through a more secular lens or whatever you want to call it, in some sense it doesn't matter because the fruits of that are really the same.
I think that, regardless, there's this call to a faith in the fact, Charlie Kirk very frequently says, or he said at least at America Fest several times on the stage, we've been given another chance as a nation that we didn't deserve. And I think that we really should, literally or metaphorically, fall on our knees and be grateful for that and not waste the opportunity. And of course, that's not to be weird because we're at ARC and just circle it back, but that's actually what Jordan has said ARC is all about. There's this opportunity that we now have in the world to kind of define the story of our own future and to think through what that story should look like and how do we make that story grounded in reality and also touching tradition, but maybe even not completely lost on idealism. And these are the things that we now have to grapple with as they keep, the phrase that they keep using, and I'm not entirely comfortable with, is in our civilizational moment.
Which is interesting because when we did this arc, it was a little over a year ago. It was right after October 7th. There was a real feeling of, oh my God, is Western civilization completely collapsing right now? Is this the beginning? And now we're doing this just a month after Trump gets sworn in, and there's an incredible feeling of hope, which also shows you that things change very fast. Last thing, which I think I know the answer to already, but I will ask you nonetheless. Are you white-pilled for America at the moment? It seems like everyone in this room or everyone in this building feels very positive about America right now, from what I can tell.
Yeah, have you seen those pills with the little, I think they used to have like diet pills and had the little colored balls.
I knew you were going to give me something more nuanced than just a white pill.
No, it's not.
This is like a time release.
With the there's multiple colors. Some of them are black.
Some of them are clown pills.
Some of them are I'm very nervous. I said this, you were there at the PragerU inauguration, Make Education Great Again.
Look at this thing. This thing's cool, huh?
And I said that I believe that
mushroom,
we have at least one more major test. America has one more major test ahead of it. So while I am optimistic, in general, I am nervous about what amounts to the backlash. I hate the phrase, the idea that the pendulum's swinging too far. I would rather say, is the pendulum going to swing to the wrong place? Are we going to overreact? And it could be, a step toward fascism. It could be, instead, it could be just too much exuberance. We take Doge cuts 10 too many things or whatever, There's a test coming now that whatever this new right is, that hasn't decided who it is, its identity's not set yet. There are vying factions trying to determine who this new coalition is represented by, what philosophies, whether it's Burkean, whether it's, fascist, Evolin. There are people talking about whether it's Schmittian, whether it's Lockean.
I think it's just Trumpian and
or if it's just
American.
Or, just, make America great again. Whatever it is, there's this ambiguity in what it is. And the question is, will it survive the most brutal of all tests, which is, you now have power. Let's see what a steward you are of it. And I remain, unfortunately, nervous about how we might do with that test. But I'm actually growing a little bit more optimistic, especially not to be, again, cute, but the conversations I've had here, even with people I profoundly disagree with, have been encouraging, I think, in that direction.
I guess we will have to continue this in the future to find out.
This conversation
I hope so.
Fat idiot over here.
If you're looking for more honest and thoughtful conversations about politics instead of nonstop screaming, check out our politics playlist.
Could be louder.
And if you want to watch full interviews on a variety of topics, watch our full episode playlist, all right over here. And to get notified of all future videos, be sure to subscribe and click the notification bell.
This video is brought to you by Brilliant. After a relatively positive first few months, South Africa's government of national unity is looking anything but united, with the parties fighting over land reform, education, health, and now taxes, forcing an unprecedented delay in delivering the country's national budget. So in this video, we're going to explain why the South African government is in something of a crisis, why it's a bad time for it, and whether the coalition can stay together. Explore which world leaders are winning and which are losing every week with our new podcast, The World Leader Leaderboard. Find it over on the TLDR Podcast YouTube channel or in your favourite podcast app. So let's quickly start with some context as to how and why South Africa's coalition government came about. The election in May last year saw the ruling African National Congress, or ANC, lose its majority for the first time in the 3 decades since the end of the apartheid regime. The left-of-centre ANC, which remained the largest party despite losing its majority, was therefore forced to go in search of partners to bring into government. It eventually struck an agreement with the main opposition party, the market-friendly centre-right Democratic Alliance, or DA, which was unprecedented given the ANC and DA have been rivals for decades. They agreed, along with other smaller parties, to form a so-called Government of National Unity, GNU, which eventually grew to feature a total of 10 wide-ranging parties, although it is dominated by the ANC and DA, which together make up 85% of the government's parliamentary seats. So with that background out of the way, why is the government struggling? South Africa's finance minister was due to deliver the national budget on the 19th of February. However, after an emergency cabinet meeting, the budget speech was delayed last minute and postponed until March the 12th. This was the first time that a budget had been delayed in the post-apartheid era and left the country in uncertainty over the government's economic plans. The point of contention was the ANC's plan to increase VAT by 2 points from 15% to 17%, a move that was opposed by the DA and other coalition parties. For some context, South Africa continues to struggle with weak economic growth, a rising debt burden of around 75% of GDP, high debt servicing costs, and persistent inequality and unemployment. In short, the government needs to raise money to plug a revenue shortfall and to fund its spending priorities, which includes an important shift to renewable energy that could help end the problem of rolling blackouts that started to rear its head again. The proposed increase in VAT, already the second biggest contributor to South Africa's tax revenue, was expected to raise 58 billion rand, or $3.1 billion, for the coming 2025-26 financial year. The logic in targeting VAT is that it has a broader base than other taxes, it's easier to collect, and according to the Treasury, would have the least detrimental effect on economic growth and employment over the medium term relative to increases in personal or corporate income taxes. However, the problem with raising VAT is that, because it's a flat consumption tax on goods and services, it generally affects poorer households more, as they spend a greater proportion of their income on things like food, water, and electricity. The proposal has left the ANC under fire from basically all sides. Their main coalition partner, the DA, expressed its resolute opposition to a VAT hike at a time when millions of South Africans are already suffering under a cost of living crisis, calling instead for expenditure cuts. Other smaller parties in the coalition also opposed the move, as did the far-left opposition Economic Freedom Fighters, or EFF, who called for the introduction of a property wealth tax and an increase in corporation tax instead. With the budget postponed by 3 weeks, the governing parties will have to reach an agreement on a new budget that will presumably raise money from some other source. As South Africa's finance minister said, it is not simply a rift over a 2-point VAT rise, but rather that the parties are grappling with a broader debate over whether to borrow, cut expenditure, or raise tax to fund their priorities. This is a big question, but unfortunately it's far from the only thing causing trouble for the government right now. South Africa has also been the focus of economic and diplomatic fire from the Trump administration, which has moved to cut all US funding to South Africa, citing opposition to the South African government's land reform policies and its bringing of a genocide case against Israel to the International Court of Justice. This has left hundreds of millions of dollars in limbo, and there are even fears that the Trump administration could seek to scrap the preferential access to the US market that South Africa currently enjoys through the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, which could threaten billions of dollars in trade and thousands of jobs. The Trump administration is also undertaking a sort of diplomatic boycott of South Africa, with Secretary of State Marco Rubio refusing to attend last week's G20 foreign ministers meeting in Johannesburg. Now, the land reform that Trump has railed against is also another key point of contention within South Africa's governing coalition, with the ANC supporting it and the DA opposing it. In brief, the recently signed law would allow the government to expropriate land without compensation in limited cases. The DA argues that this violates private property rights and has filed a legal challenge against it, calling it unconstitutional. Although it's worth pointing out that the DA's leader, despite his opposition to the law, clarified that Trump's dramatic claims about it were, quote, not true. The dispute over land reform is just one of a number of ideological divisions within the government, with the DA also opposing the ANC's education and health policies. So, with so many areas of disagreement, to the point that the DA has launched a legal challenge over land reform, at face value it must look like the government of national unity is on the verge of collapse under its own contradictions. But perhaps surprisingly, this is not necessarily the case. The DA, nor any of the other parties, haven't got to the point that they are threatening to walk out and collapse the government. For the DA, leaving the government would really need to be an action of last resort, as it would risk the ANC then seeking support from the more radical parties to their left, the EFF and MK, for example, something that the market and business-friendly DA has dubbed a doomsday coalition. However, that doesn't mean that the government can just continue as normal. The disputes are not just about substance, but also process, with the ANC accused of ignoring its coalition partner, the DA, and going over its head. With its honeymoon period well behind it, the government needs to recalibrate and actually act like a coalition if it is to tackle the significant domestic and international challenges that it faces. Now, the thing is, often in politics, we need to understand a wide variety of topics to truly understand what's going on. Unfortunately, our sponsor this week, Brilliant, helps us do just that, with thousands of lessons in maths, science, programming, and AI. And not only that, but their interactive lessons teach you by doing, instead of just asking you to mindlessly memorize stuff. This helps you build
Their damage was really good, but just our healing was better.
For instance, Brilliant's newly updated maths courses help you establish a strong foundation in algebra. It then helps you build on this, teaching you how to conquer calculus, all while maintaining an emphasis on problem solving and reasoning. The thing I like best about this, though, is that their mathematical courses help you develop your mathematical intuition and fluency, skills that you can use in the real world. As we've told you before, data skills are absolutely necessary for navigating the modern world, and Brilliant is the best way to get them. To try everything Brilliant has to offer for free for a full 30 days, visit brilliant.org/TLDR or click on the link in the description. And by doing so, you'll also get 20% off an annual premium subscription.
The way that these businesses are structured are consolidating power into a very small number of people's hands. And on top of that, those people have some really freaky and scary ideas about science and race and politics.
The 2000s were the petri dish for the digital world we live in today. It was an era of whiplash-inducing change, when the internet transformed from a niche playground for tech geeks to the foundation of modern life. The decade began with the implosion of the dot-com bubble, sending Silicon Valley into an existential crisis only for it to reemerge more powerful. Platforms like Friendster, MySpace, and Facebook rewired how people socialized and laid the groundwork for influencer culture and virality. Meanwhile, the launch of the iPhone in 2007 put the internet in everyone's pocket for the first time.
And the third is a breakthrough internet communications device. And we are calling it iPhone.
The 2000s were also the decade that minted some of the most powerful people in tech today, from Mark Andreessen to Peter Thiel to Jeff Bezos. This wave of founders went on to shape tech for decades. The Y2K era was a blueprint for so much of what came after it. Here to discuss how the 2000s shaped tech and internet culture and what we can learn from that decade is Colette Shade, the author of Y2K, How the 2000s Became Everything. Colette, welcome to Power User.
Hi, thanks for having me, Taylor.
Okay, so I want you to take us back to right before the year 2000, right before the kind of Y2K panic. What was the tech landscape like back in the late 90s?
So the first .com IPO happened in 1995, and the entire tech landscape was heating up for the first time ever. There was tons of money pouring into the .com sector, and people were getting rich left and right. And it was just very optimistic about this brand new technology called the internet.
We excerpted actually one of your essays from the book Empower User. That was one of my favorite things you wrote about a personal experience that you had kind of with the dot-com bubble. Your uncle worked in this startup ecosystem, right? Can you talk about what it was like for the people that sort of got rich off the dot-com boom?
Yeah, so my uncle was coming out of management. He was like an upper middle class guy in management at a more traditional tech company at Intel. And then he, in the mid-90s, went into startup investing. He was involved in a company, and overnight it got purchased by Nokia, which at the time was a blue chip company. I mean, it was written about in the New York Times. It was this huge moment in his life and in kind of our family story.
Yeah, I feel like there were just all of these stories, especially in the media back then in the late 90s, about people striking it rich through the dot-com bubble. Now we know of it as a bubble, I guess. And it seemed like it was the first time where people really started to realize that there was a lot of economic possibility on the internet, where this is a place where money can be made and there's opportunities. It's not just like a weird place where people are posting, from their bedrooms.
No, exactly. When the World Wide Web, first went live in 1991 with one website, there was this idea that it was this funny toy. And as things went by, 92, 93, 94, there were more websites, people were chatting in chat rooms, there were forums, people were sending emails. But the idea that this was a place where you could make a lot of money didn't come into play until the Netscape IPO in 1995.
Can you talk about the impact of that boom? And what do you think that dot-com sort of gold rush did to our perception of technology and the internet?
It provided a lot of legitimacy for the internet as a technology, first of all, but the Netscape IPO was really important because it created Mark Andreessen. That was where if you've seen him on Twitter posting his various thoughts and theories, that's where he first struck it rich. And there's this narrative around Andreessen and people like him of the young, scrappy, hungry entrepreneur who creates something, who bootstraps something or creates it in his garage and then strikes it rich overnight. And it's kind of a meritocratic story because the heroes of these narratives are always depicted as these nerds who don't really care about money. They just care about the technology and maybe even making the world a better place.
But I feel like soon money rushed in and these VCs started funding these dot-com era businesses. I mean, Pets.com is the one that seems like most emblematic of this era. And you wrote about it, right? With this like crazy ad campaign.
So Pets.com is held up as the cautionary tale of dot-com excess because it had a lot of money poured into it. Actually, a good amount of money was poured into it by Jeff Bezos. He was a major investor. I think he had at one point a 50 or 51% share. And it was a company that sold direct-to-consumer pet food and pet products, which wasn't a bad idea on its face. It's just that the distribution infrastructure didn't exist yet. There's this idea that the dot-com sector would expand exponentially. So Pets.com splashed out on this very expensive Super Bowl ad campaign where they paid Michael Ian Black to play their mascot, who was a talking dog sock puppet. Also, that a couple months earlier, during the 1999 Macy's Day Parade, they spent a lot of money on a float in the parade to promote their company. The idea being that this is the same as any other blue chip company that had enough revenue coming in and would, for the foreseeable future, that such things were reasonable expenditures.
And I feel like this hype of the sort of late 90s, turn of the millennium, dot-com, excess died very quickly. I think the first time that I remember, feeling like nervous about the internet was around actual Y2K, like the year 2000 and the terror around that. There was a lot of fear about, the network going down or, all these things we relied on the internet for even back then, it being taken away suddenly and having this sort of global nefarious impact. Can you talk about actual Y2K and what happened around it?
Basically, there was this worry that computers were programmed using the dates of the 20th century, so 19XX, and then as soon as we hit 2000, somehow the computers would think it was all 1900 again and would shut down, and my understanding, the world would end. Yeah, and my understanding is that there was a good amount of prep that was done to mitigate this. Yeah, it never happened the world did not end.
So right as this Y2K panic is happening and people were starting to kind of, I think, consider the impact that the internet was having on their lives and on these infrastructure that we all rely on, you started to see the .com bubble burst. And it really started to burst right around the turn of the millennium in the year 2000. How did that bubble burst and what were the after effects?
The bubble began to burst in March 2000, and it took until 2002 for a lot of that wealth to be fully wiped out. Of course, not all of that wealth was wiped out, and for some people, in fact, many of our biggest and most powerful billionaires, that bubble gave them their first step that allowed them to leapfrog from company to company and venture to venture and amass untold wealth over the next 25 years. But what happened is that for a lot of the people who were involved in the .com bubble, who say worked for a startup, they got laid off. Another thing that happened was, particularly for people who got stock options of, for example, pets.com, well, that was a worthless stock once the .com bubble collapsed. Now, if you got stock in a blue chip company, that was worth something, or if you got some other payout. Unfortunately, for a lot of people in the .com bubble, their wealth came from stock options for stocks that then quickly became worthless.
What effect do you think that it had on our perceptions of the internet and the opportunities that it brought?
The media around the .com bubble painted these really hagiographic portraits of these people who were getting rich. So people like Elon Musk, Andreessen I talked about, Peter Thiel, Jeff Bezos, these usually male, usually white, usually very young, nerdy men who got rich overnight and deserved it because they were geniuses. It's this real great man narrative of these single individual people who are usually white men.
We also start to see in the early 2000s the emergence of the social web with apps like Friendster and MySpace. And I feel like, I mean, as a kid, we were both kids. I think we're both millennials. Like back then, I wasn't paying attention to the .com boom really. But I definitely was on AIM every night, and I was on a lot of these sort of early social networking websites. How was the internet affecting kind of young people and the culture in sort of the broader public?
Yeah, so I think the really interesting thing about the millennial cohort is that we grew up as the internet grew up. So I remember the internet coming to my house in 1995 for the first time. I remember getting my first email address. I remember getting my first screen name, Lil Alien 2. And I have memories of being like in middle school, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, going into chat rooms, talking with friends on AIM, doing Teen Open Diary, which is like a proto-live journal, and then later in high school of doing MySpace, and then later in college, Facebook. And I think that that's really interesting because I was experiencing each iteration at a formative moment in my life, versus just being born into it and having the social web already in existence, or being an adult and then watching these changes happen. It really changed how we saw ourselves and how we saw each other.
How did it change, how young people started to see each other and the broader sort of social fabric?
I think it contributed to the notion that we're all brands, and it contributed to a sort of objectification of our own relationships. Instead of thinking, oh, I have all of these friends, it's, well, how many friends do I have? Which friends are in my top 8 on MySpace? Which friends do I have on Facebook? And how does that compare to the number of friends that other people I know have.
Yeah, so it was sort of the origins of this culture of comparison that would end up sort of on steroids, I guess, later in the 2010s.
Yeah, I mean, there was always a culture of comparison, but we never had the technology to make it this way. It was always just sort of a thing where people would say, oh, I'm really jealous of this popular classmate or something. There was never a way to quantify it or to spend time poring over other people's photos and images and interactions. You'd basically have to be a stalker to do that prior to the social web.
I feel like there was also a lot of emergence of sort of subcultures and allowing teens especially to connect through different subcultures. Like with MySpace, there was a bunch of like scene kind of emo kids, and you started to see a lot of people connecting with people that weren't in their immediate geographic area. So it seems like the internet was also like opening up the world, and there was so much optimism, right?
Yeah, there was this idea at the turn of the 20th century, or I'm sorry, there's this idea at the turn of the 21st century, Y2K era, late 90s, early 2000s, that the internet would allow us to make connections beyond physical geography. And that actually was true. I knew someone in high school who I went to high school outside Baltimore, and I remember he was talking to me about all of these cool people and bands in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, and how he wanted to go to college in New York and hang out in all of these places with these people that he probably wouldn't have known about prior to MySpace and blogs. And so, yeah, I think that really was a cool thing that the internet offered, that the internet still offers. But, yeah, I don't know. That was a cool thing.
I feel like there were so many interesting electronics in the era of Y2K, in the early days of the turn of the millennium. Can you describe the aesthetics, the early aesthetics of the technology and gadgets of that time, and what those aesthetics kind of tell us about the state of technology from back then?
Yeah, so the classic one was the iMac G3, which started in 1998. The first one came out. It was in one color. It was blue and clear, and you could see through and see the wires a little bit inside of the computer. Then the next year, it came out in 4 different colors, I believe, 4 or 5 different colors in 1999. And this started this trend of having technology that was translucent and colorful, and you could see inside it. It was really fun. It almost looked like candy that you could eat. It was round and blobby. And
around
this
the globby
look became popular with Tamagotchis, which itself was a very much trend of the time. It became popular with Game Boys, PlayStation controllers, floppy disks, any kind of technology you could find from 1998, 99, 2000, 2001 was copying this look of the iMac G3.
And what do you think that aesthetic sort of tells us about the way people viewed technology and the sort of the role that tech was playing in our lives back then?
Yeah, well, it was fun. It was colorful. It looked and felt optimistic and futuristic. It didn't look like anything that had ever existed before in real life. It looked like something you would see on the Jetsons or on a spaceship. But also the fact that it was translucent almost seems like it was transmitting the belief that people had about technology, that it would increase transparency, it would create more trust and honesty and openness within governments, between governments and citizens, between different citizens and each other.
Yeah, that ultimately ended up not working out so much. It's funny.
It was the opposite. It was the opposite.
This episode of Power User is brought to you by Delete Me. As a high-profile journalist who's dealt with stalking, harassment, and death threats, I know how crucial it is to protect your personal information. Unfortunately, no matter how careful you are, data brokers hackers will collect and sell your personal information to anyone willing to pay for it. This includes your name, address, phone number, and more. And when someone buys your data through a data broker, they don't just see you. They see your spouse, your kids, your family members, and loved ones. Removing this information off the internet helps protect against things like identity theft and stalking. But how do you even remove this information when there are thousands of data brokers? Delete Me is a subscription service that automatically removes your personal information being sold online. It's been an absolute game changer for me as somebody that values privacy. Delete Me scours the internet for your information and automatically handles takedown requests. They provide regular privacy reports so you can see exactly how much data they found on you, where it was found, and where it was removed. You can even make custom removal requests. Their family plans are especially critical because when you're targeted, your loved ones usually are too. Get 20% off Delete Me consumer plans when you go to joindeleteme.com/Taylor20 and use my code Taylor20 at checkout. That's joindeleteme.com/Taylor20. Use code Taylor20 at checkout. Don't wait until it's too late to safeguard your privacy. Make sure that your data and your family's stays protected.
You also talk about car design and the re-released VW Bug that came out of that era, of this little like sleek little Beetle, and compare it to, you know, cars like the Cybertruck and what we have today. Why did you choose to write about the VW Bug, and what do you think it says about tech?
The people who were helming the tech in the late 90s dot-com bubble were in most cases coming out of the counterculture in San Francisco in the Bay Area in the 1960s. My uncle, for example, he was a Stanford dropout who had experimented with psychedelics and had gone to a lot of Grateful Dead shows and toured with an Americana band around the West Coast. Someone like Steve Jobs also had a somewhat similar trajectory. So there was this idealism that comes from the 60s counterculture about tech and the internet and what it could do. And I think that that is really summed up in the revival of the Volkswagen Beetle, which was a car that specifically connotes the 60s. But it also has the look of that globby, futuristic Y2K technology. And so it's almost saying, hey, this futuristic world that's going to be brought to us by the internet and the dot-com bubble, this is the full realization of the hopes and dreams of the 1960s Bay Area counterculture. Contrast this to the Cybertruck, which comes out 25 years later. Now, that's also a view of the future, but it's sharp, it's hard, the windows are small, you can't see inside it, and it looks like a military vehicle. So the vision of the future that is put forth by the Cybertruck seems to be a future of violence and militarism. It seems really scary compared to this peaceful, sleek, open new Beetle.
Most of the early aughts were defined by this excitement around tech, like you mentioned, this sort of belief that it's going to change the world, it's going to make everything better, it's really exciting. And there's just a lot of optimism, I feel like, in the aughts, in the mid-aughts, not just towards technology, but towards everything. It's like this exciting time of opportunity. And then the 2008 financial crisis hits. And what happens next?
2008 inaugurated this era of really bad vibes. It really killed the optimism because it completely changed what people's opportunities and everyday life was like. And so I think there was a lot of searching for other kind of cultural forms and cultural affects that were different than what was happening in the Y2K era from 1997 through 2008. Now, the interesting thing with tech is that you had this second tech boom that was during the early 2010s, as well as the rise of digital media.
I feel like that was birthed kind of out of the 2008 crisis,
yes,
though, right?
Yes, it was, yeah. And a big thing that made that possible is the low interest rates that allowed for this growth. And there was this sense among people who allied themselves with Obama that tech was part of this progressive future that we could maybe still have even in the wake of the Great Recession. But what happened recently, I think, is that people have really been souring on it.
Yeah, that's to put it lightly. I feel like by the end of the 2010s, really with Trump's election, you started to see the beginning of the techlash and the beginning of like people realizing, oh, wait a minute, maybe Facebook isn't all sort of sunshine and rainbows.
It's not our friend. Like, I think people realized that these technologies themselves have dark sides, but also they started to see that the way that these businesses are structured are monopolistic and are consolidating power into a very small number of people's hands. And on top of that, those people have some really freaky and scary ideas about science and race and politics.
When you look back at the aughts and just writing this book and you look at the tech landscape today, I mean, I feel like technology is such a core theme of that era and of the experience of the aughts. What lessons do you think we can learn? Like, why is it so important to re-examine this period of history when all of these technologies and figures like Elon Musk and Peter Thiel, et cetera, were emerging?
Well, I think the media, for one, just didn't go hard enough on these people and didn't really dig into the ways that these technologies could have downsides or the ways that these people getting very, very rich very, very fast could create a dangerous political situation. And I would like to see more credulity from people going forward, particularly from the media or what's left of it, about these things, about new technology and about rich people in general.
Although it's funny to re-examine some of the media that was written about that time, because I would argue that there is actually a lot of negative coverage and moral panic. It's just, it reminds me, frankly, of the coverage today, which is really misplaced, where it's a lot of moral panic around kids are spending too much time on the internet, or, you know, they're chatting with their friends on MySpace, and that means they're going to get abducted. Never mind, that was, you know, you're most likely to get abducted by someone you know. That this was like a completely overblown sort of panic, and there wasn't a focus on, like you said, the actual founders behind these technologies and where their money was coming from and going, and what ideologies they kind of held close. So I feel like it's important to not just have critical coverage, but to aim that criticism in the right place. Like, so much criticism gets levied on sort of like it, again, pushing this moral panic around kids in tech, and we did have some of that, right, in that era, but not enough on these powerful founders and the companies themselves and their business models.
Right. I mean, I'm not an anti-tech person necessarily. I just think the problem is how the ownership is structured and the fact that people are very small numbers of people are able to accrue unprecedented levels of power, which inevitably has social consequences. It has consequences for democracy.
There's such a resurgence of Y2K aesthetics, especially in recent years with TikTok, and I saw blow up furniture recently being advertised on Wayfair, which is funny. It made me think of you. But there's also just like, you know, I feel like the McBling aesthetic is back.
Yep,
there's
that's coming back.
Silver eyeshadow. Like, there's so much nostalgia for that era, and especially from young people sort of seeking to recreate the aesthetics of it. Why do you think that is?
Well, I think that there's something really fun and hopeful about it. And I think that we live in a really scary time, obviously, politically, ecologically, economically, technologically. And I think when we look at the Y2K aesthetic, it gives us a vision of a utopian future, not a dystopian future. And so I can't blame anyone, whether they're Gen Z or Alpha or they're our age or even people who are older than us, for wanting to go back to that and relive it through the trends.
What do you think we can learn from looking back on that time? I mean, obviously, the media coverage could have been better, but what lessons do you take from that era and re-examining, you know, the events of the aughts?
This is maybe a meta answer, but we need to recognize that we live in history and that we're not special, and we are part of a historical story that's much bigger and longer than our lives. And if we want to create a better world going forward, we need to not disregard the lessons of the past.
Reading your book, it's such a time warp, and it's so good because it really takes you back, no matter what age you were, sort of to this era, and I feel like it helped kind of almost close a chapter and like contextualize the world and look back at it and kind of like be able to like move on. I feel like it gave me like closure from the Y2Ks in a way that like it was sort of like hard to do previously. Maybe it's also just the fact that it's like 15 years out now from 2010. Did writing the book give you any closure or sort of like help tie a bow on that era in any way?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the whole project of writing this book was closure, I think. It was trying to make sense of my own life first and foremost, and how my own life fit into a historical story that's bigger than myself. But it was also me making sense of an era, because I hadn't seen anyone do that yet to my satisfaction. Like, I really intended Y2K to be a decades book, like Chuck Klosterman's book, The 90s, or like David Halberstam's famous book, The 50s. I want my book to be a cornerstone that people think about when they make sense of that time. So it makes me happy, Taylor, that you and seemingly others have taken that meaning making from it.
It's so good. Well, highly recommend it. Thank you so much, Colette, for joining me today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks again to Delete Me for sponsoring this episode of Power User. To help get your data removed from the internet, check out Delete Me via the link in the description and use code Taylor20 at checkout for 20% off consumer plans.
All right, that's it for the show. You can watch full episodes of Power User on my YouTube channel. That's at Taylor Lorenz. If you like the show, give us a rating and a review on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen. Don't forget to subscribe to my tech and online culture newsletter called User Magazine. It's at usermag.co. That's usermag.co. That's it for now, and we'll see you next week.
Now more from our trip to Guantanamo Bay.
Cringe, cringe, cringe. You
When
went
people
down
think
there,
of
cringe.
Places like Gitmo, they think of 9/11 terrorists or the illegal aliens who
Or
are being
Abu Zubaydah.
housed here and then shipped out of here, and that's natural. But there are 4,500 service personnel here, including their spouses and children, and so there's a lot more to this base. This is a naval exchange. It's where you can come and buy, snacks and T-shirts, fishing gear, socks, all sorts of things. And there are needs for the people who work here. We have to remember that they're real people and they buy real things and they live on base and they have to be able to afford, things that are, essentials. And this is where you buy them.
21 years ago, then Army Second Lieutenant Hegseth was shopping at a store just like that one when he deployed to Gitmo with the New Jersey National Guard.
What's it like for you?
Hegseth is also a Gitmo guy?
Now, when you came down those stairs from that government plane this time, what was that like?
It is surreal. There's no other way to put it.
No
I kind of
way.
look in the faces of these men and women. And many of them so young. And I, in some ways, see my face from 20 years ago or the face of my guys that I was here with. And I think about the anxieties, the uncertainty, the questions that we had, the things that were important to me then. And that's why we always do lots of troop engagements with large groups and small groups. And we ask any question, whatever you want. What do you want to know? What are you thinking about? What are you feeling? Because I had a lot of those same feelings when I was here. I'm just proud. I mean, these men and women make us proud. And this is a really important admission to the Trump administration, and to get a chance to execute it, come back 20 years later is pretty cool.
During the day, we had the chance to speak with many of the troops stationed at Gitmo, including the base's senior naval officers.
Okay, I'm here with my 3 new best friends who just wandered up to me as we were doing our reports here from Guantanamo Bay. What do people have to know about this place that they probably don't know because of the stories that dominate, which is 9/11 terrorists and now the illegal immigrants who are being moved out back to their home countries?
We have families that live here. My kids live here. My kids go to school here. My wife's here. And there's just a lot of activities for the children to do here too. The great library, great pools. The kids seem to really enjoy the safety of this place. They can ride their bikes wherever they want to. It's kind of that 1950s feel to it. But I don't think people, when they think of Gitmo, that's something that actually is going on down here.
Yeah, when you heard your deployment was going to be in Guantanamo Bay, what did you think?
I was excited. Even though we're in a remote installation, I would tell our war fighters across the most lethal Navy that you have the same opportunities, both professionally and personally, as opposed to any other installation stateside. And the sky is the limit.
Young men, young women who are thinking about careers in the military, what do you say? Say it direct to camera. What do you say?
If you like this country, if you love this country, if you want to serve this country, come on down. We got lots of room for you.
Interesting story about him is that he actually was born in Iran. I think his wife lives in Ireland. It's fascinating life stories. We had a chance to talk about just the personal aspect of being deployed there. Again, some people have their families there, but many others are deployed and they're solo and not easy. But they loved it. But we also met the 4-star. From the Southern Command, General Housley, and just an unbelievable group of people. And watching Pete Hegseth kind of move seamlessly in and out of dealing with the enlisted men and women to the senior officers was quite impressive. But we really, really enjoyed it, and more to come of the Ingram Angle on the road.
Jeffrey Epstein's contact list is making headlines again. Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi's Justice Department, released over 100 pages from his address book, featuring names like Mick Jagger and
my bad, I should have done a little more there.
While most names were already known, victims' identities were fully redacted. The release also included flight logs from Epstein's private jet. Epstein's associate, Ghislaine Maxwell, is already serving 20 years in prison.
Today, conservative commentators responded at the White House carrying binders labeled Epstein files. Meanwhile, Attorney General Pam Bondi accused the FBI of withholding thousands of Jeffrey Epstein documents. In a letter to FBI Director Kash Patel, she promised to release the files, raising questions about what's being kept hidden.
Sorry, can anyone play Venom, like one of the other DPSs? If not, I don't care.
Tonight, federal employees in Central Georgia face an uncertain future. The Trump administration has ordered agencies to begin planning for major job cuts.
The directive could impact thousands of workers, including some civilian employees at Robins Air Force Base.
Play what
Hunter
you're good
King
at.
shares
That's all that
more.
matters.
The White House is ordering federal agencies to reduce their workforces
Venom
through a
is
new
sick.
initiative. The 8-page memorandum signed Wednesday afternoon
enough.
directs all federal
Nah, it's all good.
agencies to prepare for, quote, large-scale reductions in force. Agencies must submit initial layoff plans by March 13th with complete restructuring plans due April 14th.
Fair enough.
Military
At least you can
personnel
admit
and
it, though.
security positions are exempt, but thousands of civilian federal workers in Central Georgia could face job cuts.
To see cuts of tens of thousands of workers, cuts that are going to be spread across the country, is going to have a significant impact upon the economy.
For Robins Air Force Base, the region's largest employer, civilian support
Keep them
staff could see
distracted,
major
Captain's
cuts.
point.
The memo requires agencies to identify positions, quote, not typically designated as essential during a lapse in appropriations. The
They have no
directive
idea
also
yet.
imposes
Keep them
strict
fucking busy.
hiring limits, one new hire for every 4 employees who leave.
If you're living with that kind of concern, you're not going to make major kinds of investments. You're not going to buy a new home. You're not going to buy a new car.
Federal agencies must implement their reorganization plans by September 30th. The memo also says cuts should aim to consolidate offices.
In a community where there are lots of federal employees, if they get laid off, this is going to hit the car dealership, it's going to hit the local restaurants, it's going to hit entertainment.
The Federal Office of Personnel Management will monitor monthly progress reports as agencies implement these cuts throughout the summer. Reporting from Warner Robins, Hunter King, 13 WMAZ News.
The directive comes after the president implemented a hiring freeze January 20th. According to Professor Bullock, federal employee salaries make up about 8% of the federal budget.
At the White House today, the British Prime Minister said the UK is ready to put boots on the ground to support a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. When asked about a potential American peacekeeping force in Ukraine, President Donald Trump said a deal had to be reached first. President Trump, who is set to meet with Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky tomorrow, was also asked about his earlier remarks calling the leader a dictator just over a week ago.
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. I think we're very well advanced on the deal, but we have not made a deal yet, so I don't like to talk about peacekeeping until we have a deal.
And as the Trump administration continues its sweeping cuts to government spending, recently fired USAID workers were given 15 minutes to clear their workspaces earlier today. So far, tens of thousands of federal workers have been fired for accepting buyout offers from the Trump administration. Now to top stories across the state tonight. We have a new update on the measles outbreak. We've learned a school district just east of Waco has shut down.
Prime Minister, excuse me, Prime Minister, you talked about putting British soldiers' boots on the ground in Ukraine in the event that President Trump succeeds with his peace deal. But can you do that without a firm assurance that America will have our back in the form of some kind of security guarantee were Putin to breach that agreement? And Mr. President, tomorrow you're seeing President Zelensky to sign this deal on minerals and energy that could be hugely important to the United States. Will you take the opportunity to apologise to him for calling him a dictator while praising Vladimir Putin, who is a dictator?
Well, Robert, let me start by saying I've been really clear today and previously that I think that European countries, including the United Kingdom, need to step up in our own defence and security. We've been doing that in recent days. You saw the announcement we made on spending just the other day. In addition to that, I've made it clear that the United Kingdom will play its full part in ensuring that if there's a deal, and we hope there is a deal in Ukraine, that is a lasting deal that sticks. And we're obviously working with other European countries on that, France and NATO in particular, but I think I'm hosting 18 countries on Sunday to further our discussions. You heard from the President this morning that, as historically has always been the case, we have each other's backs, and today we've been talking about the deal, how that will be a lasting deal. And coming out of this, our teams will now be
healers, I'm above here. Can you hear me with a quick heal?
And
Right
I think
above
we're
you,
going to have a
Mantis.
very good meeting tomorrow, 11 o'clock. And I think we're going to have a very
no,
good
you're
meeting
shooting. There you go.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
We're going to get along really well. Okay? We have a lot of respect. I have a lot of respect for them. We've given them a lot of equipment and a lot of money, but they have fought very bravely, no matter how you figure. They have really fought. Somebody has to use that equipment, and they have been very brave in that sense.
Trump made a new friend today.
It's good to know that the United Kingdom has a true friend in the Oval Office. We look forward to welcoming you in the United Kingdom. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much. What a beautiful accent. I would have been president 20 years ago if I had that accent.
Thank you very much. Then they got down to business.
No, you wouldn't.
Mr.
Why
President,
would people
did our
vote for an
Prime Minister
Englishman
persuade you
in
not
this
to put
country?
Tariffs on the UK.
He tried.
Fucking, they would say you're a foreigner with that
I'll tell you
accent.
that. He earned whatever the hell they pay him over there. I think we could very well end up with a real trade deal where the tariffs wouldn't be necessary.
Trump's doing everything Biden couldn't, and Biden seems okay with that. The golden age looks good on Joe. He was spotted at his favorite place, a train station, with the biggest smile we've seen since inauguration. Trump put the entire 24 Democrat dream team out of a job. Tim Walz is trying out a new career, stand-up comedy.
Good for him.
I know what you're thinking. More handsome person.
But deep down, Tampon Tim can't get over the election.
Oh
He
my
still
God, you're
blames
so
himself
fucking
for the
cringe,
landslide.
Jesse.
It's not all your fault, Tim. Your whole party blew it, and they're still trying to pick up the pieces. Ducey, our very own, gave Binder PTSD.
The job is already a cooker pressure. It's already incredibly difficult, and to be the first to add that on top of what a difficult job. Some people have said it's the hardest job in the White House. It's a hard job in whatever. People would say that to me. I'm like,
Would you say that?
I'd be like, yes, it is. Thank you. Thank you. It is.
Hmm. After Binder saw Trump swear in, she threw her TV out the window.
The last time I've watched the news
Don't rub it in.
was January 20th when I was at the White House. I've not watched the news. I have really tried to focus on self-care. I have
Good for her.
deprogrammed myself so that
You
I
don't
can
need
be
to watch the
civilian
news.
again.
Unless you're here. Then, yes, you need to
deprogram
watch
us.
the
We
news.
remember Biden wandering around lost, speaking gibberish, shaking hands with ghosts, and the Binder calling it all a cheap fake, remember? Trump doesn't stop talking to the press. Biden hid at a bunker. Can Binder explain that?
The president spoke to it himself. He was very honest. He was like, look, I don't speak as well as I used to. I don't move as well as I used to. He was very honest about what the American people were seeing. So he never hid from that. As far as it comes to interviews, look, this was a different media landscape. It really was. He wanted to talk about issues, and it was very hard to have interviews where we were able to talk about issues.
A different media landscape? Every reporter wanted to interview the president. Biden said no. Then he botched the debate and got cooed. Binder still turned over it.
Shut up.
There was a disconnect from me. What was happening with leadership in the Democratic Party, it was a firing squad, and I had never seen anything like it before. I'd never seen a party do that in the way that they did, and it was hurtful and sad to see that happening. A firing squad around a person who I believe was a true patriot. That was shocking. Shocking.
The hardest part of a coup is finding a good leader to replace the guy you backstabbed. Kamala, not the answer.
I talked to a lot of Democrats and a lot of people since I've been here at Harvard say, who the hell do I look to?
I actually don't have anybody that I'm going to call out or put out there. I'm not. But I think that it is important it doesn't matter if you're a governor, Congress, senator, a local elected official.
Former vice president.
Former vice president. I want to see many voices. I don't just want to see one. I want to see many who can lead us through this time.
Here's the problem with the Democrat voices. Nobody wants to hear them. While they figure themselves out, Roseanne has some advice. Let's listen.
Oh, God.
We are at the point where anyone identifying as a Democrat at this point should just be pointed at and laughed at. That's it. No more arguing. Just point and laugh. Tommy Lahren, an Outkick.com host and host of 100 Days with Tommy Lahren. How you doing, Tommy?
It's great to see proof of life from former President Joe Biden. That was nice to see. And I think that both him and Binder are indulging in some self-care, and it looks good on them. But what really strikes me is how much they both really just hate Kamala Harris. You heard her right there when she was asked. They really try to lead her into saying, yes, Kamala Harris is the likely heir in 2028. And she wants to hear many voices. So I think Joe's so happy that the Democrat Party is in shambles. Listen, they threw him under the bus. Now he's riding on trains taking selfies. He does not care. And I think she's upset about it too. Kamala's not the girl, and I think she's just enjoying, her Bravo, her Real Housewives, her self-care, and she's so happy she doesn't have the hardest job in the world anymore.
It was a real cooker pressure, Tommy. It was a cooker pressure. God, I miss Binder. I really did. There's something sweet and endearing about her that I missed. Do you believe that she hasn't followed the news since she left?
I think she probably does have some stress over the whole ordeal, and I do believe she's probably not watching the news. I think she's relieved. Listen, I think this is probably the last we're going to see of her. I don't think that there's any federal job openings right now either. I don't think that that's the way that she's going to go. But here's the thing about the Democrat Party. We've got Tim Walz, who's trying to be a comedian. Right. Okay. We've got Kamala and Joe, who have signed with CAA, a talent agency. We've got Gavin Newsom launching yet another podcast. I'm waiting for them to link the Amazon storefront or drop the skincare routine. I don't think they even want to be a party anymore.
I can see Gavin out there with the little moisturizer right here. I'd buy anything from him. He looks like he knows what he's doing.
He's got good hair, like you.
Oh, stop it.
But he's got the new podcast. I don't think they want to be a party anymore, Jesse. I think they want to be influencers, and maybe that's a better route.
She wants to come on your podcast, Gavin.
I do, desperately.
Tommy and Gavin, let's see it. Thank you so much.
Good to see you.
The shift in U.S. support for Ukraine and its war with Russia, which enters its 4th year tomorrow, has raised alarms not only in Kyiv but in capitals across Europe. A new documentary finds that those anxieties are especially high in some of Russia's neighbors on the Baltic Sea, Estonia, Finland, and Sweden.
Every day we are working to get this message over to Russia that even if you try, we will make you pay.
Russia invaded one of their neighbors, so it was quite a awakening for the whole Swedish society and of course the Swedish armed forces.
Yeah, at least in this part of the world, we would be ready to fight tomorrow.
The film is called Putin's Endgame, The Stakes Beyond Ukraine. It was produced in partnership with the Atlantic Council's Eurasia Center. It's the work of two veterans of NBC News, producer Joel Seidman and correspondent Kevin Tibbles. Kevin, I'd like to start with you. In the film, we see you traveling through these countries, asking a lot of people the same question. What if Putin wins in Ukraine? I want to play a little bit of you talking to two young men about this in Estonia.
What happens to Estonia if Putin wins Ukraine?
We never thought about it, actually.
Why?
I don't know.
It's terrifying to think about this.
Yes, and the part of our brain is just blocking.
This scary thought about...
Yeah, because we don't know what this guy wants and what consequences this will bring.
How strong and how pervasive were those sentiments in what you found?
They were very strong, very pervasive. You know, what's interesting about that is that those two young men were in the town of Narva, which is just across the river, Narva River, from Russia. Putin has already said that he wants to retake Narva. But what is also interesting here is the fact that the Soviet Union took Estonia, Lithuania, Latvia, the Baltic nations during the Second World War. They either murdered anyone who was in any position, or they deported people to Siberia to perhaps die in labor camps working for the Soviets. So the memories of that history are very strong, but you can also tell on the faces of those two young boys that they're scared to death. They're scared to death of the question that I asked them, to be honest with you, John, because they don't know what's going to happen, but what they do know is that Putin is right across that river.
And they feel that Ukraine is fighting their war, preventing a future war with them. Is that right?
Well, absolutely. And as a matter of fact, the Estonian foreign minister said to us, listen, Ukraine is fighting our war for us. We need to give them as much support as possible. And he's talking about bringing up levels of GDP to support NATO. Of course, Article 5 says that if any member of NATO is attacked, everyone jumps in to assist in that. As we heard from one of the Estonian officials, they are hoping that NATO is going to save the day. Well, of course, John, all we're hearing now is that the whole question of Article 5 is now in doubt because of what officials on this side of the Atlantic are saying.
Joel, I've heard this described as a passion project for you. What made you want to do this?
I've been doing lots of films with Kevin over the years about the NATO alliance, about Russia's aggression toward NATO. There are ships, many of them with foreign flags, that have been dragging their anchors and severing very important cables between the Baltic nations. And that is what is called a hybrid war that Russia has been testing the alliance to see what to do. So we thought this is a good time to take the temperature of the two newest NATO members, Sweden and Finland, and also the NATO member that has its most eastern border with Russia, and that's Estonia.
Hybrid warfare sounds high-tech, but this isn't cyber attacks, this isn't hacking, this is sabotage.
Yes, and it's very, very difficult to point the finger onto exactly who is behind it. And that's the beauty of hybrid warfare. The officials that we spoke to, and also the people in Helsinki that are actually looking at this as an institute, say these ships are basically dragging their anchors, and they could drag their anchors up to 100 kilometers. So therefore, that's not just an accident. They're causing havoc and they're breaking a lot of very important communications lines.
Kevin, you mentioned NATO, and Joel just talked about NATO. Is there a sense of what frightens people in this region more? President Trump's sort of pivot away from Ukraine, or his talk about perhaps leaving NATO?
Well, I think they're both part and parcel of the same thing, and the word that I would use is fear. What Joel was talking about in terms of hybrid warfare, it goes way beyond the shipping. For example, the Estonians say that the Russians are jamming their GPS signals and that sometimes planes can't land at their airports. It all seems to be a pattern of trying to destabilize societies. We saw that in Ukraine prior to the invasion of Ukraine. In the end, the Estonian foreign minister said to us that this is Donald Trump's Churchill moment. Does Donald Trump want to be seen as someone who perhaps stopped the Third World War, stopped the invasion of the other side, as Vladimir Putin is really trying to recreate some imperial/Soviet-style Russia? I mean, these people in the Baltic nations know exactly what that's like, because it's their relatives who were sent to Siberian labor camps. So they are looking to the United States, and the events of this past week, I think, have probably scared the living daylights out of them.
Joel, what do you hope people will take away from this?
I think that certainly our audience is the American people, and I think this is an area of the world that's a little bit alien to them. So we want to give them the opportunity to see what normal citizens, border guards, heads of state, foreign ministers, think about this region and understand that they are under threat and that they do believe that they could be next.
Quickly, where can people see this?
Certainly they can see it on the Atlantic Council's YouTube channel. It is right there at the very top, and we encourage Americans to take a peek.
Joel Seidman, Kevin Tibbles, thank you both very much.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
People say, like, if you wanted to end world hunger, it would cost, like, between $30 and $50 million a year.
Billion.
Sorry, yeah.
You're a math guy.
I'm a math guy. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a math guy. Welcome to The Good Liars Tell the Truth. I am Jason Selvig.
And I'm DeVrom Stiefler, and we are The Good Liars.
And we may be the good liars, but on this show, we are going to tell you the truth. The truth is, DeVrom, it's the most wonderful time.
Christmas time, that's right.
CPAC time, which is actually not the most wonderful time of the year. It's the worst time of the year.
Sometimes it's the most depressing time of year.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's the worst time of the year, and it's the time of the year that makes you think about how not great.
A federal judge in California.
That was certainly our experience with this CPAC. I think it was our fourth one, and I wouldn't say worst. I'm going to say worst.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair.
Okay. Fair. But we want to remind everybody, you can get a whole nother episode.
An entire nother. Episode.
If you support us on herohero.co/The Good Liars. And this week, we're going to be talking about the Trump gold card, not a green card, a gold card, and how it relates to oligarchs and, of course, Hulk Hogan. Brother. Let me tell you something, brother.
I cannot wait. Some of this is going to be a surprise to me. But I can't wait to talk gold cards.
Gold cards.
If you're rich,
it's great.
You can
you can buy it. Yeah, it's great. All right, but let's get into the dystopian nightmare that is CPAC 2025. And if there's one video, one moment that kind of, you okay?
Yeah, just thinking about CPAC, thinking about being there. Yeah, threw up in my
Ted
mouth
Cruz was there, you know. Ted Cruz.
He was there.
I was just trying to get you to do a puke thing.
No. I mean, I'm just wondering if that's why I felt the way I did there and why I'm feeling that way.
I actually don't know if he was here. I assume he was. Okay, so if there was one moment that was the moment of CPAC 2025, it was probably this moment of Elon Musk getting on stage with a chainsaw.
This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy. Chainsaw!
You know, a shriek much like that destroyed Howard Dean's
I was just thinking the same thing.
Campaign. So, but I have a feeling Elon's going to be fine.
What, because of his almost $400 billion?
His $400 billion is inexplicable embrace by a lot of people that he's screwing over.
Yeah. So you saw that video, DeVrom. Obviously, we both posted it. Both were saying similar things about Idiocracy. It reminds us of Idiocracy.
Right.
It really did feel like that moment where the president in Idiocracy gets on stage. What does he have? Is it like a leaf blower or something? What does he have in his?
I don't know. Is it not
flamethrower?
There you go. That sounds right. Doesn't he also rip his shirt off and everyone's cheering and it's the best.
It's the best.
It's the best.
It's the best. But it was like, what did you think when you saw it? Because I thought Howard Dean immediately, but also like he was talking about like we're gonna win this state and this state and this state and then we're gonna take the White House. Elon Musk was saying, "I have a chainsaw and I'm cutting federal spending."
The government with it.
Yeah.
I was immediately shocked. I think I texted you a link right away, and it was just kind of like, what's going on here? Like, so to see that, which I think is objectively like, it's either kind of scary or you're laughing at it,
right?
But to like love it and respect it and be excited about it.
Which people did.
Blew my mind.
That's
CPAC,
right.
People did it. Almost everyone we spoke to really loved it.
Yes.
Save for a couple people, but almost everyone loved that. So it just got me thinking, like, how do you see the same thing from two different sets of eyes, like, so differently?
Yeah, well, we'll get to more of that later in a much sadder way. But
good.
Yeah. So he was wearing sunglasses on stage. People were speculating had something to do with ketamine, which he said on record he takes ketamine.
Right.
Like, this is not us just like slandering Elon Musk. Poor Elon.
And no hard feelings against ketamine. You can do what you want.
Yeah.
But
psychedelics are cool.
Yeah, but being on stage, psychedelics are cool, kids. Remember, the Good Liars told you that. Also, Elon, maybe that's one thing we're not going to be judgmental of, but doing it in front of doing a public trip
also
at CPAC seemed like a weird move.
Right. And we don't know. He was wearing sunglasses. Maybe he was just trying to like be a meme or whatever he was trying to do. But yeah. But also, like, if you're on drugs in office, going into like federal agencies and cutting things, like, should we talk about that?
Should
that be a good thing? Should that be a good thing? I don't know.
We talked to someone who was like, I love that RFK Jr. and Donald Trump don't do drugs. And I was like, well, what about Elon and his ketamine? She was like, no, I have no idea what that is. So
okay, great.
He seems to be getting away with his public trip, if that's what it was.
So we talked to some people, and this is a video of DeVrom talking to a gentleman at CPAC. About Elon Musk and the aforementioned dystopian hellscape that we are now living in.
Richest man on earth, running around the stage with a chainsaw, making weird, like, squealing, squeaking noises. And then, he did an interview with his sunglasses on, and he was just kind of, was it strange or no? Was it normal to you?
No, it was not strange. It was unique.
Yeah, because a lot of people are saying it's kind of like, kind of a dystopian hellscape right now, because you have the richest man on earth who's now has a very important position in the government and is just awarding himself a bunch of money, firing hardworking people, and everyone's celebrating it. And he's running around on stage with a chainsaw.
We should be celebrating that because there's so much waste in the government.
So it's not a dystopian hellscape?
No, that's ridiculous.
That's ridiculous, DeVrom.
That's a ridiculous thing to say. So what was more ridiculous? Me saying dystopian hellscape or Elon doing what he did?
Are you asking me to put myself in the shoes of the guy with the hat that you were talking to?
Yeah.
I think you saying it is
saying
a little
way
bit more ridiculous.
Yeah.
And like, just taking a step back here, like, I don't understand why more people aren't upset at just the facts of the situation where the richest man on earth is in there firing people.
Right.
And he obviously has made so many mistakes. Like he said, whatever, $50 million for condoms in Gaza. Like, he said all these things are not true.
And to be clear, that was it was a different Gaza. It was a Gaza on Mozambique.
Oh, is that?
Right?
Is that? Yeah.
So he was talking about a different some sort of.
And Trump
area
repeated it
province
again,
there,
like
that it was
last
Gaza,
week.
Yeah. I have thought a lot about, like, if George Soros, for example, was worth like 50 times more, 60 times more, whatever it is, than he is.
Yeah.
And then placed in charge of government spending, and like one of the biggest faces of the administration, and just firing all these people, like the meltdown that would be happening, and the cries
Really?
of like,
You think so?
I think so.
Really?
I really do. Call me fucking crazy, but I think people would be upset.
Yes, I agree with you. I am a math guy. You know that about me. I'm a big math guy.
Yeah.
I love math.
Sometimes I'll just look over. You'll have the receipt from our recent meal. You'll be doing
I'll
equations.
be doing math, and I always want to have a chalkboard where I can work on my
like, Jason,
equations.
we're at the place to quit doing your math.
Well, I was doing some math on Elon Musk, and everybody knows that Elon Musk spent a lot of money to get Trump elected. He spent $300 million to get Trump elected. That sounds like a lot of money,
right?
But Elon Musk is worth $384 billion. So Elon Musk spent less than 1% of his net worth to get Trump elected.
And kind of like to be president a little bit, all the power that he has.
Yes. So he spent 0.08% of his net worth. So that means if you're a Trump supporter and your net worth is $100,000 and you decided to donate $100 to Donald Trump's campaign, you donated more of your net worth than Elon Musk did.
So if you have $100,000,
yes,
and you take $100 from that,
yes,
basically you still have $100,000, basically,
yes,
and you threw that at a presidential campaign, and it won you the election, that would be the equivalent or more. Basically,
it would be that person has given more of their net worth than Elon Musk did.
That's not a lot of money, folks. That's like, I'm not going to get into my net worth here. We don't have to talk about that.
Please, actually,
that's like if I
should talk about it
went
right now.
into, I don't know, I'm going to say someone else's car, because I don't really have my own car. Someone else's car, and took what was in the change bucket.
Yes.
That would be maybe the same fraction.
It's like you're going out, it's like you go to like Best Buy or something, and you're like, I'm going to buy these headphones. Like, it's not, you think twice about it, but you're not like, this is going to ruin me financially. It's not a big purchase.
Well, and what's going through my head is which headphones or whatever, the cheap ones.
The cheaper ones.
Right.
Like
the ones at the gas
right
station.
now.
Right.
Yes.
The ones at the gas station in the front there. If you were like, you know what, I think I'll buy these headphones. Maybe I become president. They do
$300 million.
They do those things on like Instagram where it's like a grain of rice. Let's say it's worth $200,000. This is what a house costs. This is what, and they go, and when they show you Elon Musk's thing of rice, it like covers an entire table. You can't even begin to count how many grains of rice there are. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Billionaires shouldn't exist. Do you agree?
Billionaires should not exist. There's no reason. At $999,999,999
and
99 cents.
Yes.
You've done it. You've created generational wealth. In fact, even if you have that much money, give some of it to us. Give us some money.
Please,
You don't even have to be a billionaire. Give us some money. But the point is after that point, it's like exponentially more insane. And then when you talk about 400 billion, you're just you can't even wrap your head around it.
People say like it costs, if you wanted to end world hunger, it would cost like between $30 and $50 million a year. Elon Musk could like
billion.
Sorry, yeah. So people say if you want to,
you're a math guy.
I'm a math guy. I'm not a numbers guy. I'm a math guy.
You're so bad with numbers, but the math is always right on.
If you wanted to end world hunger, he'd have to spend between $30 and $50 billion a year. Elon Musk could do that and still be a multi-millionaire. Like he could still billionaire.
What are you doing here?
Well, I'm saying, if you're trying to do it right, you'd have to do.
Are you ending world hunger every year? You don't. It's not. You're not going to have to invest $50 billion every year.
Well,
you're going to have made a dent. My point is that maybe it's 50, maybe then it's 40, maybe then it's 30. Elon Musk could effectively end world hunger, probably still be a billionaire. I would think.
Yes.
And given that his company's going to continue growing, and people say he's going to be the first trillionaire, I'd say he'd be fine.
Yes. Also, he's saying he wants to give everyone $5,000 for all these government savings, even though he's cutting all these jobs that maybe are critical to the government working and the country moving. If he wanted to, he could give everybody $3,000, every household in America, and still be a multimillionaire. Like, still have over hundreds of millions of dollars. It's just fucking wild that he's the guy.
He should really
doing
put his
this.
money where his mouth is and just give us the money. That's what you're saying. And you heard it here first. You heard it here from a numbers guy.
That's right.
A math guy, not a numbers guy. But I think you. Good job, Jason. You broke it down.
I broke it down.
It's an unfathomable amount of wealth, and it's crazy that people with not a lot of wealth are cheering him on as like a hero.
Yes.
It's hard to wrap your head around. I mean, so what he spends on one of his children's nannies.
Well, now we're going into a space where maybe he's not actually spending money.
We don't have the fruit.
I'm not going to get into that, but yeah.
Some father stuff here. That's fine. That's his business. The point is, it's too much money.
Let's change the subject here. We were talking about Elon Musk and how he's a rich asshole and billionaires shouldn't exist. Let's talk about some other asshole stuff that Elon Musk has done.
Sure.
This is a tweet that Elon Musk sent out the other day. Consistent with Donald Trump's instructions, all federal employees will shortly receive an email requesting to understand what they got done last week. Failure to respond will be taken as a resignation.
Wow.
The richest man on earth.
Right.
The richest man on earth. So he's sending this out, and there's been so much confusion from people who work in the government. Like, do you actually have to respond?
Right.
Trump has said both things about it. He's like, you might
I don't
get
know.
fired.
It sounds like you could
yeah,
get fired.
It sounds
if
like
you don't.
you kind of
I
get
believe
fired.
Trump said you could get fired or semi-fired if you don't respond. So, not sure what that means.
So he's asking people to say 5 things they did that day. And I thought it would kind of be fun and maybe helpful to people out there to give them an email that they can write to Elon Musk if they're a government worker. You can use this email.
An email because they're busy. They're probably doing real work.
Real work.
Right.
Yes, exactly.
So now they have an email that they can just use.
Yes.
That's smart.
Okay, so this is an email to anybody working in the government who doesn't have time to write an email to Elon Musk. We wrote this for you, so you're welcome. Dearest Elon, here are 5 things I did today. Number 1, I stopped doing important government work to write an email because the richest man on earth said I would be fired if I didn't. Number 2, I wondered how much money Elon Musk made in the last minute. Number 3, looked it up, and Elon Musk makes $37,879 per minute. Number 4, realized that in the 3 minutes it took me to write you this email, you made my entire annual income. Number 5, I fantasized about a French Revolution-style uprising where the common man take down the entitled billionaire elites who bully and fire hardworking people for their own amusement. Hope this helps. Sincerely, government employee. So there you go. Feel free to copy and paste that. We'll put that up
That's
online.
so great.
It's
and
nice.
It's so easy, because these people presumably are busy. They're justifying their jobs. They probably have a lot to do. This takes almost no time at all.
No time, because copy and paste.
Right.
Literally. You don't
copy and paste. And it seems like a pretty valid way to spend your week if you got that email.
If you got the email.
Yeah.
Yes.
Smart.
It's smart.
We did a little digging, and we realized that Elon actually had responded to his own email. Which is also smart, because you don't want to send out an email to hundreds of thousands of people or whatever, then not respond to it yourself as like a government worker, and then end up fired.
So you got your hands on this? I didn't even know this isn't even in our outline here. Wow.
I got my hands on it, and I'll just read it, and just because, of course, I'm going to try to read it as Elon.
Oh, of course.
Just otherwise, you'd be like, who is this again?
Right. It looks just like him.
Yeah, on stage at CPAC, right?
Yeah. I'm saying.
Okay, so you feel like you're sitting next to Elon Musk, right?
Kind
well,
of,
so we got a hold of this, and you're gonna want to hear it.
Okay, good. Can't wait.
I took the liberty of dividing it into days of the week, since that is also equals 5. I tend just to think just like a little bit different, you know?
Well, that would sound
yeah.
good. That
So
sounds good.
I basically I separated it into 5 days. That's 5 bullet points.
Okay.
Monday. It was President's Day today. That's me. I tell the president what to do, which makes me the real president. So I guess for this bullet point is that on Monday, I was president.
Got it. Copy. This is
I'm just reading.
No, you're just reading. I appreciate it. Yeah.
Tuesday. Got into the ketamine bowl pretty early today. Or was it late? It's hard to tell from the bottom of a K-hole. Anyway, I smoked ketamine. Did I say that already? Who cares? I'm so rich. Oh, also, I fired some EMTs from the national parks and avoided my 13th child. Also, Google says I only have 7 kids. Wonder why. And separately as DeVrom, I did Google. That's what Google
Could you
says.
take the sunglasses off? Because I just see Elon.
Separately as DeVrom, I
Yeah.
Googled it. I'm not sure why it said 7. I think it's 13.
Okay.
Anyway, Wednesday. Not sure if it's Tuesday or Wednesday. Ketamine still in full effect. Also thought of starting a cool gaming bar just for me and other non-poor people called Oligarcade.
Nice.
The day wasn't all good. I started getting self-conscious about bringing the sink into Twitter and tweeting, "Let that sink in." What the fuck is wrong with me? Am I lame? Is that a little weird?
Okay. So that's Thursday?
That
was Wednesday.
Wednesday.
Oh my God.
Thursday. CPAC was lit. I'm starting to think I'm literally invincible. I ran around the stage with a chainsaw and made a shrieking noise, and people loved it. Honestly, starting to wonder if every day is just some kind of simulation that I've had created to serve my desire to be liked, no matter how much and how uncomfortable I make people. Yeah, I think he had misspelled a couple things.
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
he misspelled a couple
Okay,
things.
yeah. That's 'cause it's, yeah.
Friday, ketamine come down. Not good. Sent and received emails. Dry skin for lunch.
Dry skin for lunch?
I don't know.
Take it off. Wow, thank you, Elon Musk, for joining us. I mean, I know, DeVrom, I know it was you there.
I just didn't want it to be confusing while I was reading his words.
But there were moments when you were doing the Elon Musk voice. And then
I
you
could probably
lost
give
it a
little
couple
more-
times.
I could probably give it a little more practice.
No, but it sounded good
If
overall.
we ever get a hold of it, any more of his texts,
Oh, wow. That would, yeah.
I will read them as in maybe a better Elon voice.
Well, I certainly appreciate that. And I'm not going to ask how you did it. I'm not going to, tell you to reveal your sources. But thank you for doing
No, I have
the
all
hard
these
work.
hacker friends. It's a whole dark
wow.
network of...
Wow. Well, that's amazing. That was a lot of fun. Do you want to move to something incredibly sad and terrible?
Please.
Yes.
Please.
All right. So also at CPAC, I had a conversation with a gentleman who was wearing a costume.
Oh, this sounds fun.
It does sound fun, doesn't it? But it's not. Watch this video here. Do you actually work for ICE?
No, not at all. Nope.
Explain the outfit.
It's $29.99 on Amazon. I would recommend buying a small if you're my size. This one's a little too loose for my liking. But yeah, if you want some entertainment, wear this and go to a Home Depot in a sanctuary city like where I live right now, Washington, D.C., and you'll see all the illegals. Not all of them, but you can maybe see a lot of them start to run away. And you feel like a group fitness instructor. It's really good.
And you actually think that's funny?
I think it's hilarious. Absolutely. What's not funny is them illegally...
There you have it, everybody. One of the worst people I've seen here at CPAC, and that's saying something. Appreciate it.
You still feel that way? You still feel like he was one of the worst people at CPAC?
Yes,
Yeah.
I do. And I just want to put all the cards out on the table here about the reaction to this video. It was like an inkblot test with the people on the right and the left. Like, people on the left were like, oh my God, this is similar reaction to what I had. Like, this is absolutely terrible. Like, going and trying to scare undocumented people who were just presumably trying to do a day's work there. And there's also been other videos of people impersonating ICE officers who are pulling people over. One guy in South Carolina was arrested for kidnapping when he was saying he was an ICE officer. But then there was a reaction to people on the right who was like, that guy is the funniest fucking guy in the world. What a hilarious prank. And because of the video, people watched that on the right, and they were like, we should all buy this ice jacket on Amazon, and it went to like the top of like the bestsellers list for like the item, like the costume category or something.
Wow.
Which
good job, guys.
Was so fucking
so sad.
depressing.
Yeah.
So it was like just depressing on a million different levels.
Right. I mean, how the obvious level that you touched on already, but how divorced do you have to be from your humanity to think that it's hilarious to scare people, like to make people frightened who are there to try and find a day's work, or probably want to send money to their families, who are just existing? Like, how much of a non-human do you have to be to not realize that like those are people?
Right.
Pretty fucked up. Also, like, there's been a full circle moment here. January 6th, which he was a January 6th.
Yeah, it's kind of buried the lead there. Yeah.
He had been in jail. So now, a month and change after being pardoned, he's so emboldened, he is now posing as a federal agent. He was taken into custody by federal agents then, and now he's posing as a federal agent. So these things have consequences, I guess. Also, just kind of a real loser, right? just walking around CPAC hoping to talk to someone.
What he was trying to do, he was trolling, you know, and like the whole thing is getting a reaction, and like you say something terrible, you get somebody to like react to it. You're like, you've gotten the reaction, and that's the win in that situation. From his mind, I think from other people's minds, like, oh, we made people on the left upset. That's a win. That's a win, and that's like how they're looking at it. But it's also like just after this budget's been passed, where it's like, oh, there's gonna be cuts to Medicaid. Billionaires are gonna keep these crazy tax cuts, and it's not gonna do anything to balance the budget or anything like that. It's just like, what are you actually doing to own the libs here? Like, what are you actually like? You're just saying.
Are you
terrible
saying it's
things?
kind of a throw things at the wall and try and get a reaction, and there's no outcome? I mean, why are people doing the Nazi salute
well,
now?
Yeah.
Why is that now something that is like a legitimate way to get attention that people do not run away from? They're like fine with.
And like, wow. And I think you talked to somebody at CPAC about this. It's like, yeah, I think it's hilarious, the people's reaction to it, and now you can just kind of do it to get under people's skin. It's like, is that the thing, or is just the getting under people's skin thing? Because like, I guess there's a lot of awful stuff.
Yeah, you could walk down the street and just push strangers, and you'd be getting under their skin.
Right,
what's the actual goal of it? If your goal is just to like upset people, you're going to be able to do that in life, I guess. If you're just being a shitty person. But the other thing is that they keep saying it's so unfair that we, people liken this party to the party of Nazis and this invoking World War II and these kinds of things as Donald Trump tries to, consolidate more and more power. That comparison has been brought up, and people are like, that is so unfair.
Yeah.
It's like, also, we would like to do the Nazi salute on a semi-regular basis, but we would like to not be compared to Nazis ever, or even thought of in that way.
I was thinking about this. I was trying to find a historical parallel to this, like a guy who like committed violence on behalf of a leader who was like losing his grasp on power, and then was pardoned by the leader, and then feels emboldened to like go and harass people who are different than them.
You're trying to think. You're racking your brain.
And I looked up.
You're racking your brain.
I looked it up online. I was trying to be like, well, maybe there's other people who wore red hats, and that's what it is. That was like they were called like the Red Hats in a different time in history.
It could be. Yeah, history tends to repeat itself.
And I didn't see anything.
What'd
with
you
red
come
hats.
up with, bud?
Well, then I was like, maybe it's red shirts or something.
Oh, could be
and
red
I was like,
shirts.
oh, maybe it's red shirts. And then I was like, maybe it's brown shirts.
Right.
Brown shirts. Maybe this is very similar to like brown shirts.
Wait. Are you likening what was going on at CPAC and generally on the right to brown shirts?
No, what is brown shirts?
Oh.
I was just thinking
Isn't
of
that
different
a World
colors.
War II thing?
Oh,
come to think of it, they are doing the Nazi salute, so maybe that's what they're trying to remind you of.
You know what? I'm going to do some research on this. I'm more of a math guy than a history guy.
Not a numbers guy, keep in mind.
I'm not a numbers guy.
A math guy.
So that was our experience, and just like a fucking whirlwind of like, what the fuck is going on? And then just like I guess I said it in the video. Like I said in my thoughts in the video.
Well, one other thing we did bring up was like, so this guy's spending his days at Home Depot.
It's like, what are you doing with it? It's just going to dress up.
It's buying a costume on Amazon and then spending presumably your days. That's when people are there looking for work.
Right.
Your days walking around Home Depot as a goof in your mind. Get a job or do something, right? Do anything else productive. It seems like a very lazy way to spend a day.
Yes. Well, maybe you're having a hard time getting a job because of all the stuff on January 6th, but maybe not. So that was one experience at CPAC. We talked to some other people who maybe they were a little more, but they weren't as bad. We said that's the worst person that I saw. So, but we were asking people, because at CPAC there was a stand. There was like the third term project, and it was people saying they want Trump to run for a third term.
Right.
As president. So we asked some people about it, and here are a couple of the reactions. Would you like to see Donald Trump run for a third term?
Of course.
Would you like to see Donald Trump run for a third term?
That's unconstitutional.
But hasn't stopped him before with some stuff.
Well, not really.
Would you like to see Donald Trump run a third time?
Certainly, I think constitutionally he can do that if he chooses.
He can run for a third term?
As far as I know, if it's non-contiguous terms, it's sort of one of those nether worlds.
And so you would vote for Donald Trump in a third term?
Yeah, I think I would.
And what do you think about the Constitution?
I'm a constitutionalist.
What about the 22nd Amendment that would prohibit him from running for a third term?
Yeah, it would bother me, but
But you would still get your vote.
You would still get my vote.
Pretty telling. I think a lot of people really want to run for a third term. Some of the people are like, I've heard you're not supposed to do that. But most of the people say, yeah, I would, and I really wanted to, and I will vote for him.
I'm more nervous about those netherworlds. Going into those. That sounds spooky.
Well, it's spooky.
It actually
you
does
don't know
sound
what you go down there. You don't know what you're going to come back with.
That's true.
It's like Stranger Things when you go into the upside down,
right?
And you come back, you might have a little black growths on you and stuff that can start to.
You kind of see that on Trump's hand now.
Yeah.
They
start to creep up on you in your daily life. You sneeze, one of them comes out of your nose.
Yeah.
So it's just the idea of flirting with the netherworlds there.
Yeah, the dark
magic.
The
not a good
crafts.
idea.
Yeah. Well, what do you think, DeVrom? What do you think about the third term idea?
What do I think about the third term idea?
The third term idea. Are you a supporter of the third term project? Which is all about Caesar too, which I thought was a crazy thing. They're like, Caesar was a great leader. It's like, how did that end?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So, given how that ended, sure, we'll just let it run its course. It'll be a while, but
that's DeVrom's take, everybody. That's DeVrom's little editorial section of the podcast that I have nothing to do with.
Oh, that's not true. We talked about it before.
Not true. This is still part of the editorial and
I guess
part.
I guess no more jokes. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Be serious.
I would not be surprised at all if this actually gains traction. Nothing seems to be off the table. There's no norm that has been upheld in the first few weeks of office. So who's gonna say no?
Right.
Congress doesn't do anything. Doesn't say no to anything.
They asked about that at Eamon. They said, and they were, because a Republican had put out that Trump should be able to run for a third term, but they didn't say, they said only him, because I think the worry was Obama might be
right,
do it then. I can't believe everything's backwards.
Everything's
literally going backwards. It's just crazy.
Progress is being drowned.
I feel like I'm in a netherworld right now, DeVrom. I just have to be honest. I feel like I'm I don't know what's right, I don't know what's wrong, and I kind of need a moment of truth. I need some truth in my life.
Same. What a journey. I really could use it.
I hope you wrote one.
I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Oh, I sent that in a text last night to you. So will you write a moment of truth? All right, I got it. I'll wing it. So So, this is a winging moment of truth. So the truth is, you're seeing something on your phone, you're seeing news, and your emotional reaction to it is the complete opposite to a large percentage of this country right now. And the truth for us is, over the last week, we put something out where we were like, well, we think there's a pretty obvious right and wrong here. And a lot of people thought the opposite. They thought something that we thought was terrible was super funny. And they thought it was so funny that they all decided they were going to buy ice jackets and go impersonate federal agents. But I guess when you pardon a bunch of people for their violent actions during the interruption of the certification of a presidential election, causing a riot, you kind of feel emboldened. You kind of feel like you could put on a red hat or a red shirt or a brown shirt and do whatever the hell you want. And unfortunately, that's the truth. Winged it. What'd you think?
Wow. Winged and you wung it.
Wung it. Might have lost the train of thought.
I think
there
there's so much truth to that, and bizarrely and fortunately or unfortunately, depending on how you look at it, we're all in it together, right? We're stuck.
So you've been feeling a little kumbaya, a little trying to, but I just want to know, like, let's just say, okay, all right. I want to get like on the scale of 1 to 10. At inauguration, I think it was inauguration, maybe it was the next week. We're all in this together. You said that. It was a little bit of kumbaya. Didn't really know. This was before we even knew about the January 6th pardons, Elon's salute, all that stuff. Let's just say that was a 10 of kumbaya.
A 10?
A 10. Where are you now on the kumbaya scale?
2. It's just fallen off a cliff. We're not. People are buying ice jackets to intimidate people they've never met before, just to create sadness and despair.
All right. Kumbaya, my lord. Kumbaya. Before we get out of here, I want to remind everybody, you could support us.
We're doing 2 verses. All right, whatever.
Oh, Lord, kumbaya. All right. Before we wrap this up, we want to remind you, you can support us on herohero.co/thegoodliars. We have a whole
I don't know anything about her,
episode.
but she's cool.
Another
Talking
coming
about
right
the
up.
Green cards, the gold cards, the gold belts, Hulkamania, brother, all of it. But before we go, Devram, do you have any words of wisdom for the audience? And
I do.
Say it right into the
Yeah, I
fucking
do
camera.
have some words of wisdom. If you're gonna drink any canned soda, anything that's in a can, drop it first before you open it. Have a little bit of curiosity in your life. You don't know what might happen, and that, my friends, is some good advice.
Sounds like you're doing the bad advice right now.
No. I'm saying embrace a little bit of chaos in your life.
Embrace the
You can
chaos.
only control so much. So drop that can of soda, crack it open, drink it, and if it gets all over you, just know that it was meant to.
Okay. Sounds like you've been to the netherworld. Some black slime is
Got
in your
into my brain?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that does it for the Good Liars Tell the Truth. We'll see you next time. Bye.
This episode is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Fiscally responsible, financial geniuses, monetary magicians. These are things people say about drivers who switch their car insurance to Progressive and save hundreds. Visit Progressive.com to see if you could save. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Potential savings will vary, not available in all states or situations.
Oh, it's Spidey Zero and...
This episode is brought to you by LifeLock. During tax season, your personal info travels to a lot of places. Between payroll, your tax consultant, and the IRS. If your W-2 gets exposed, that's just the ticket for identity thieves. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity is stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Don't let identity thieves take you for a ride. Save up to 40% your first year. Visit LifeLock.com/podcast. Terms apply.
When Donald Trump was running for his second term as president last year, he gave plenty of hints that he didn't care all that much about staying chummy with our European allies. For example, he once said if NATO countries didn't pay their fair share, he would encourage Russia to, quote, do whatever the hell they want. So maybe no one should be surprised a year later that he and members of his administration are spending their first few weeks in office offending their allies and shaking up the world order. But it is kind of surprising, at least the speed of it and the dismissive tone. For example, Vice President J.D. Vance telling EU leadership, some of whom he referred to as commissars, that their countries were suppressing free speech. Or Donald Trump repeating Russian propaganda about the war in Ukraine.
3 years. You should have never started it. You could have made a deal. I could have made a deal for Ukraine. That would have given them almost
I'm Hannah Rosen. This is Radio Atlantic. Today, we talk about what this shift in the world order might mean. In the second half of the show, we'll be talking to staff writer Shane Harris, who covers national security, about how intelligence agencies are reacting to these changes. But first, we talk to Anne Applebaum, author of the book Autocracy, Inc., and host of the podcast Autocracy in America. Anne started her career tracking autocracy around the globe. And with the rise of Trump, she started noticing it creeping up in her own country.
You know, I went around Germany like 5 years ago and did Cassandra-like lamentations, and nobody believed me, you know. And now, like, I have every German newspaper wants me to say, "How do you feel about being right?" And I'm like, I feel like shit, you know. What do you mean, how do I feel about being right? I feel terrible. I don't want to be right.
And this new administration's shift in tone has been so sudden and so stark that I want to understand it better and figure out what its implications might be.
So, number one, the language and body language that have been coming out of not just from the White House, but from the Defense Secretary, from many people affiliated with Trump over the last few days, last couple of weeks, has been strikingly negative. The vice president went to a security conference in Munich where generals and secretaries of defense and security analysts were gathered to hear the administration's view of what it felt about the Russian military threats to Europe and to the United States and to the rest of the world. And instead, he made a supercilious speech mocking them. That was number one. Number two, Donald Trump announced a restart of conversation with Russia that wasn't an attempt to find a solution to the war that would keep Ukraine safe and sovereign. It seemed to be an attempt to create a U.S.-Russian relationship of a new kind that seemed very sinister. You know, and then finally, I think it was the real turning point, and this for many people was a stunner, I think was a UN vote. Ukraine and its allies around the world proposed a motion condemning Russian aggression. The U.S. not only did not back the motion, the U.S. voted against it together with Russia, Belarus, Nicaragua, the Central African Republic, and a handful of other Russian allies around the world. And that package of things put together is an indication that the U.S. appears to be switching sides.
Yeah, I guess that's the way to put it. The U.S. appears to be switching sides. I mean, I'm trying to think of the right way to characterize this. I mean, you immediately said the end of the post-World War II order. Like, you declared that right after these things happened. Do you feel strongly, you feel definitively about that?
I feel definitive about it. That doesn't mean other things aren't going to happen. It doesn't mean it's not reversible. It doesn't mean that Trump won't get pulled in other directions. The Russians are famous for lying about what their plans are and for promising things they don't deliver. He may find himself disappointed with the relationship he's trying to build with Putin. I'm not saying that there's a straight line from here.
some blue state Republicans are trying to sound the alarm to Donald Trump about these Medicaid cuts. Because he's saying publicly, and I guess there are some people that believe Donald Trump at his word at this point, which is shocking to me, because he's probably the most notorious liar in American history. He's saying that he doesn't want to cut Medicaid, but the Republican House budget slashes Medicaid to the bone. Now, there was a piece in the Washington Post today that Representative Jeff Van Drew, he's a Republican in New Jersey, which is a blue state, is talking to Trump, among other blue state Republicans. Hey, you know, Medicaid provides health coverage for like 1 in 5 Americans, 41% of births nationwide, basically half of coverage and care, or at least it helps around half of kids with special needs. 83 million low-income Americans are a part of Medicaid programs. 5 in 8 nursing home residents. I mean, this would be so devastating for our elderly in nursing homes. And it's more, there are 41 out of the 50 states in this country have Medicaid expansion. There are 9 Republican states that still resisted it. That was a part of the Affordable Care Act, where essentially the federal government pays for all of it, and then they split the administrative costs, the federal government and the state government. So, like, it's barely skin off the back of these red states. But this is the policy of conservatism. This is their ideology. They want to immiserate people so that they continue to be in the workforce and can be exploited. And they can transfer more wealth to the top of the income threshold. So Ben Shapiro responded to this and talked about Medicaid. It's been a fun kind of year and a half to watch Ben Shapiro struggle in the Republican rebrand of being economic populists, which is not a thing, but they try to pretend they're for everybody. And you have Ben Shapiro chiding people for celebrating the death of that United Healthcare CEO. And most of his audience is like, wait, I'm on board with this. And then I'd be curious to see how his audience responds to this kind of thing, this kind of coverage of Medicaid, because almost everybody knows somebody who, or has been on Medicaid, because 1 in 5 Americans benefit from it. This is Ben Shapiro's take.
So the House Energy and Commerce Committee is responsible with coming up with $880 billion in the savings. But the reason the Democrats are saying that's all coming from Medicare and Medicaid is because the House Energy and Commerce Committee presides over programs like Medicare and Medicaid. So House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, he, of course, is suggesting that's exactly where all the cuts are going to come from. They're going to come from Medicare. They're going to come from Medicaid. They're not going to come from Medicare. President Trump does not want any cuts to Medicare. Medicaid is a bit of a different story, and we'll get into that in a moment, because the truth is Medicaid is one of the great boondoggles in American public policy. We expend literally hundreds of millions of dollars a year. We expend literally hundreds of billions of dollars a year on Medicaid, and the returns on Medicaid are truly atrocious, just speaking in terms of public policy, speaking in terms of health outcomes. There's some good studies that actually demonstrate that Medicaid coverage is no better than you having no coverage and just going for emergency care to the hospital. Why? Because the reimbursement rates on Medicaid are so low that doctors don't even take Medicaid. Good doctors don't like taking Medicaid because the reimbursement rates are pennies on the dollar of what they could earn from private insurance.
Pause it. Good doctors don't take Medicaid. Why is that the case? Why do we have tiered healthcare in this country? I mean, he's just being factually, he's correct that there are only certain doctors that take Medicaid, and that's a part of our tiered healthcare system, where the wealthy get to benefit from private insurance and top doctors, and doctors who take Medicaid, yeah, they're maybe more used to taking more low-income patients, and perhaps the care quality isn't as good. That's the problem of an underfunded healthcare system, where we have mostly privatized it all. And so Medicaid, a government program, has to compete with the private insurers that are gouging people. I have a proposal for the Department of Government Efficiency and the Republicans who are looking to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse they falsely tell us in our government. How about we make it illegal for there to be a private middleman mafia boss in between us and our health care, and make that universal across both income thresholds, if it relates to Medicaid, and disability, and age when we're talking about Medicare.
Because actually, when you talk about bad cost value for money, it is our private health insurance system and our collapsing life expectancy because of that.
And so cutting out waste, fraud, and abuse would mean maybe just make us have one payer, the federal government, for our health insurance. And you know how much costs would go down? Exponentially. So what he's talking about poorer outcomes for Medicaid, which isn't borne out in reality when he says it's better to have no coverage than to have Medicaid coverage, is what he just claimed there. Better to have no coverage than Medicaid coverage. You're serious? If you go into the hospital with a Medicaid card with an emergency, I'm not saying that you're going to be able to have it all covered, but if you go in with an emergency and no health insurance, it could bankrupt you for the rest of your life. What he's saying is completely verifiably false. But then he does that little shift, you can tell, right, when he says the good doctors part. That's when you know he's lying to you.
I mean, he's just trying to gaslight the audience. He's trying to gaslight his audience to get them ready for losing their Medicaid. You're seeing this in, at Republican town halls across America, telling people that, like, oh yeah, you might experience some difficulties, but don't worry, it's actually not so bad. And, because he knows his audience, some people in his audience physically have to be on Medicaid, and they're going to experience that, and he wants them to, have this in the back of their head when, they're forced to, try to find some way to pay for their health care.
Right.
And family members are going to have to pay for this stuff for seniors, the 6 and 10 that Medicaid covers for nursing home residents.
That's exactly right. And the nursing homes are increasingly being bought up by private equity that are cutting nursing services and healthcare services to extract as much money as possible. So when we talk about waste, or we talk about how we could improve Medicaid, in part, it's
shoot them, retard.
This money is going towards these private entities that are exploiting government services for profit and not giving our nursing people in nursing homes the right amount of care.
Well, I mean, it's a bit of a conundrum now, isn't it? Right? Because when you talk about the administrative cost of social programs like Medicaid, anything that you're not spending in their minds literally on care must in fact be waste. And we know that's because ideologically they view the whole thing as wasteful. But when a private company has 5 times the administrative cost, that's not waste. That's just profit. That's profit for them. That's revenue. The government doesn't operate that way, so it's easy to frame any spillage as waste. But in the private sector, all of that, all those profits that people tout, that's the waste for you. That's them wasting your money.
Yep. What we really need here is the United Health CEO to come in and tell people what care they can and what care they can't have, because everyone loves that guy, right?
Everyone. Populist right that Ben Shapiro is speaking to. And I have this stat, I didn't want to forget it, that so there are 40 states, and I guess 41 now, but in the 40 states from what I have written down that expanded Medicaid under the Affordable Care Act, the states that didn't expand have nearly doubled the uninsured rates of the states that expanded and added Medicaid. 41.1 to 7.5% is the statistic. So if Ben Shapiro is so right about how Medicaid, it's almost the exact same as not having any insurance at all, then why did people voluntarily join the Medicaid rolls and become eligible for it in the states that expanded it and double the rate of the states that didn't? Why did they? So keep going.
Why? Because the reimbursement rates on Medicaid are so low that doctors don't even take Medicaid.
Don't get me wrong.
Good doctors don't like taking Medicaid because the reimbursement rates are pennies on the dollar of what they could earn.
So make them more. Sorry, again, that's the problem. That's the
people
problem.
like you are pinching pennies. Billionaires aren't letting it be as generous or even competently to pay the cost as it should be.
I'm sure, I know his wife's a doctor, I'm sure she's a millionaire along with him, but I don't know if we should be reorienting our healthcare policy or continuing to orient it around the profit maximalization of doctors.
I think I did.
Well, yeah, because I mean that's what's driving the cost up. It's not necessarily a
how many assists you need? 30.
Rate is
30
low for Medicaid in a vacuum because
it
it means that the government, by nature of being the government, has a large amount of negotiating power. We know that what drives up healthcare costs in America is that magic triumvirate of health insurers, large health systems, and pharmaceutical companies that are creating a price rising spiral of well, you can charge more and you can pay out more and we can charge more, and then it makes everyone rich except for the person looking to get healthcare. That's just there's a slightly different motive when it comes to Medicaid and the administration of Medicaid, which is to maximize like health outcomes for the patient, not to like maximize profits for like the insurance company or the health system. So it's just like it's competing motives. Like, that's why it's like it worries more about keeping costs low.
And doctors that are in it for profit are part the reason we don't have a healthcare system. They are the ones who hired Ronald Reagan back in the 50s to speak against Medicare for all. And the truth is we should be making it much easier to train more doctors by making higher education more available. And any doctor, like Ben Shapiro's wife, presumably, that thinks it would be slavery to work under a public health insurance regime or something like that, should be encouraged to find a new line of work, because that's fucking evil. And those people are disgusting.
It's actually a complete violation of the Hippocratic Oath, but
exactly.
not to be corny about it.
Those are the people that, like, if there's one group that should be wiped out by AI, it is doctors that think that they should be able to extract maximum profits and drive Benzes around everywhere, as this country is massively undercared for.
Or people who come into that way of thinking because they're $200,000 in debt coming out of medical school, to Matt's point, which is what is a big problem in our healthcare system in particular, is that it's so expensive to become a doctor that it, like student debt more broadly, but specifically with graduate school, and you can apply it to law school, it funnels people into the jobs that will let them pay off their debt as quickly as possible. And that it makes it so that it exacerbates the income and wealth inequality. Billy in Portland says, I was diagnosed with stage 4 ovarian cancer in September 2023, September 2023. Medicaid paid for 7 cycles of chemo, major surgery with 5-day hospital stay, radiation, regular screening CAT scans and MRIs, countless medications, including one that is $37K out of pocket per month. Even services to help with chemo side effects like acupuncture. Ben Shapiro can suck on my chemotherapy port that Medicaid paid for. Thank you, Billy, in Portland, for telling us your story. Now, here's Ben Shapiro telling you that having Medicaid is the same as having no health insurance at all.
Medicaid is, in fact, a giant government make-work program that does not have particularly good outcomes. But just as with every giant government make-work program, it has now become a third rail of American politics. The Democrats are, of course, going to suggest that it's tax cuts for the 1%, and on the basis of that, it's going to be cuts for the poor. Yep. Let's be realistic about this.
Oh, shit.
Only
Cheaper town hall.
Taxes in the United States of America on an income level are the people in the top quintile. In terms of net taxes paid, net of benefits received from the government, the only people paying any level of net income taxes in the United States are people in the top income quintile.
This is just verified.
Everybody else is receiving on net money from the federal government. So if you're going to cut taxes, who else presumably is going to have their taxes cut? How would that work?
No,
By the way, it also happens to be the case that the Trump tax cuts disproportionately affected people in actually the middle income quintiles.
I just can't tell, like, you know, I guess Ben Shapiro's audience is probably pretty.
You should have got it that one right.
Like, you know, probably older, upper middle class. Like, but I can't imagine not having hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank and listening to Ben Shapiro just like talk down to you about how you don't need healthcare and like feeling good about that. Like, it's so like demoralizing. It's like so demeaning. Like a very, you know, I can only imagine like the audience must not be comprised of that many people who fall into that category, or if they do, like I don't know what they're attracted to in the show. Like, it seems like, you know, half of the show is just like telling you that you don't deserve to live. Like, you don't deserve to be able to live.
Conservatism is by and large like a bunch of very stupid, like 40 to 50-year-old men that will just eat shit entirely. And then you got the rich guys there. Like, the idea that Elon Musk doesn't get, like, we've fully accounted for what he gets from the government by being able to, frankly, privatize NASA for the guy, when Barack Obama in 2009 was saying, look, we need to do something else. We need to bring in private industry to do space stuff. SpaceX was the main company mentioned. Like, and it would not exist if Obama hadn't decided to do that. Same with all this Starlink crap, that he's a government contractor. The self-driving stuff he's only allowed to experiment with cameras which don't work as well as LiDAR, which frankly shouldn't be allowed on the road. He's allowed to do that because the government is actually, every self-driving car, not only Teslas, but also the Google ones and all the other ones all over Austin and San Francisco, they are providing American streets as a test environment for corporate benefit. Like, we are all getting screwed. None of us can pay for a fucking house because these guys run the government and they think that they're the ones getting the raw deal. Ben Shapiro is paid to lie to you on behalf of those folks.
He absolutely is. And like, it's borne out in the data. How long can this little man gaslight his audience for? We see that we are at levels of income and wealth inequality that are analogous to the Gilded Age and even pre-revolutionary France. So the idea that this is like in any way sustainable and that he can keep saying that rich people are paying more into taxes and his audience is like, okay, I mean, really? How dumb are you? How much of a mark are you? I guess enough to vote for Donald Trump.
He's oh, are you talking about the
his audience?
Yeah, they're stupid. I mean, he's a mercenary.
I mean, honestly, we have seen through the Joe Rogan experience and these online influencers, if you talk with authority, there's about 35% of the country that's just going to automatically think that you have something to say, and that I don't know what to do with. So.
You don't need to
talk with authority. Like, I'm seeing people just share whatever bullshit they see that basically, holds up their already preconceived notion of what's going on or their worldview. Like, I see people sharing right now an old, I don't even know where it came from, but there's this old like Snopes debunked thing from like the first Trump administration, where Obama received royalty checks every year from the government for the use of the term Obamacare, and I'm seeing
the Republicans came up with that.
He should.
But I'm seeing, oh yes, no, but I mean specifically where it came from. But now I'm seeing it all of a sudden after not seeing it for like 6 years. It's all over the place again, as Doge uncovered that Obama receives $2.5 million of the year for the government to use the word Obamacare. And people online, I've seen it on TikTok, videos of people going crazy over this, screaming at their camera about how their hard-earned tax money is going to Obama. It's not true. It's a lie. There's no Obamacare royalty.
They should have said 2.4 billion. They should have put a B on that. Like, that would have made people really upset. That's like million is barely any like money. Come on.
B for Barack.
B for Barack.
You were talking about how the term Obamacare came from Republicans. Right. It's not even a government-used term. I was saying I'm not sure where this specific lie came from. Obviously from like a right-winger. But like where it originated, who knows? But people are sharing this shit today.
That was the rare branding. Like, most of the time, the Republicans are able to force something, enforce, whatever they're doing with DEI now or cancel culture and make it into some politicized phrase that benefits them. The Obamacare thing did not benefit them. He ended up owning it because turns out
it forced him to own something they actually did, which Democrats never want to do.
Exactly. And I was thinking about that in the context of the checks, where Obama was going out there and saying how Trump signed the stimulus checks as if that's like a bad thing. Oh, wow, he tried to own a policy that he passed. Maybe you guys should try it sometime. And the one time that happened, as Matt says, it kind of worked.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.5 hours. We even take phone calls. You should check that out.
Siberia has a very dark history that actually echoes into the modern day. Russia is very afraid of China taking Siberia from them. China has actually made a move to reclaim a portion of their historical lands from Russia. Russia has disproportionately been conscripting and recruiting from Siberian villages, a deliberate attempt to keep the Siberian people separate because Moscow has always feared their unification. Hey guys, Paul Warburg coming to you back from Utah today, and today I am at a crossroads. Literally, everywhere I look there is a trail. There's a trail there, there's a trail there, there's a trail there, there's two trails behind me, and they all converge at this one spot. Now this is a massive trail system that goes off in every direction for miles and miles and miles and miles. But theoretically, if I wanted to control everything that goes on here, I would just have to stand and control this one spot. That is going to come into play a little bit later in this video, as we explore a very important topic. Today we're asking an important question. Could Russia ever lose Siberia? Would any Siberian territories ever secede from Russia? Or could any Siberian territories ever be forcibly taken from Russia? Which at first might sound like kind of a crazy topic, until you realize that actually within the past year, Russia has already lost some Siberian land to China, who happens to have taken a crossroads in Siberia from Russia, which we'll talk about a little bit later in this video. As we all know, because of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, Russia is right now at the weakest point it has probably ever been since the Soviet Union collapsed. That is creating lots of different events, some of which people are noticing, some of which people are not noticing, just due to their sheer volume. And today I want to shed light on some events that very few people have noticed. Now, as we open up today's discussion, it's important that we start by level setting on what Siberia actually is, beyond just being a massive wilderness zone in the eastern half of Russia. Siberia, of course, is famous for its
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Mark Green. Mr. Chairman, it's great to have you back. Thanks so much for being here.
Great. Yeah, great to be with you, Maria. Thanks for having me.
Tom Homan told me recently that border crossings are down 93%. Have you seen a change in terms of the safety and security of the homeland? We've been talking in the past about the effects of some of these criminals that were unvetted. Have you seen any changes?
Yeah, absolutely. We're far more secure than we were just months ago. And think about it this way. You know, national security is a combination. It's deterrence, which is a combination, or actually it's the product, not the sum, of willpower and capability. You can have all the capability in the world. If it's multiplied times zero willpower, you get zero deterrence. Ukraine, the war in the Middle East, all of those things, the border wide open. We basically had cartels committing, violent acts in the United States. All of those things under the last administration, those things are stabilizing now. We're definitely more secure. And as far as the fentanyl goes, the enemy, so to speak, the cartels and the Chinese suppliers are just going to try to find other ways. And that's why, besides just shutting down crossing sites and things like that, we have to plus up the Border Patrol. We got to build more border wall. Those things take a little bit more time. And we're working with the president, the administration, to get that done in reconciliation.
So this Tuesday, I want to get back to reconciliation in a second, but this Tuesday, President Trump has confirmed the 25% tariff is going into effect on Canada and Mexico, 10% on Canada energy, and then there's going to be an additional 10% tariff on all China goods. So that becomes 20% because there's already 10% on that. Are you seeing enough from Mexico and Canada with regard to helping us with this, and China, by the way, with this fentanyl situation?
The issue with Mexico specifically is their government is doing sort of a schizophrenic, dual personality thing. On the one hand, they're putting their military on the Guatemalan border, so they're helping with the flow of migrants, things like that. but they are still beholden to the cartels in their country. You might recall that the president of Mexico said, no U.S. troops will come here. We're a sovereign nation. Look, if she really cared about the drug cartels, she'd be inviting us down there to take care of this. They're killing Americans. And she's got to be a better partner in taking on these cartels and the fentanyl. And so I'd say it's sort of a split personality thing with regards to Mexico.
Well, I know she's the president of Mexico, but are the drug cartels really running Mexico?
Well, I think you can make a lot of arguments for and against that, but I mean, very clearly, they get their way. So, I'd say so.
You've done such a great job on China, communicating the threat. I want to get into China for a moment here, Mr. Chairman, because Chinese-linked cyber attacks have surged by 150% last year. It's according to CrowdStrike's annual global threat report. Hits on sectors like financial services, media, manufacturing, industrials increased from 200% to 300% in that time frame. Mr. Chairman, the House Homeland Security Committee passed the Cyber Pivot Act out of committee this week. Tell me about this threat of cyber. Who's getting impacted, and how important is this pushback on communist China?
Well, it's absolutely critical, and again, it comes back to willpower. We have the capability to stand up and go on the offensive in cyber, and we need to do it. It's time that we act and show the Chinese that we're not going to tolerate the fact that they're in our infrastructure, they're in our water systems, our power systems. They invaded our telecoms. They're in AT&T and Verizon's systems right now. I mean, and they could turn them off if they wanted to, we believe. So imagine if Russia or China put a satchel charge against a cell tower. Americans would be livid. Blew up a cell tower. But China basically has the ability right now to do those kinds of acts of espionage and acts of war by invading our telecoms and our infrastructure. It's unacceptable, and it's time we push back. And I agree with my former colleague, Mike Walls, who's now in the administration. It's time to go on the offensive. But we've also, this issue with the Pivot Act, the number one challenge we have is the number of people that we've been training to be cyber experts. Director Wray, when he was leading the FBI, came in and testified and said if he put every cyber person he had on the China desk, he'd still be outnumbered 50-1. We have 500,000 empty jobs in this country, and so we created a scholarship program that will put kids into cyber fields, pay their way. They pay the government. They pay the taxpayer back by serving the government at all levels of government. And this is how we start the step. I mean, readiness is about right people in the right jobs. That's the number one thing, of the 5 things that are critical with readiness.
So I want to get your take on how policy can help here, because the president issued a memorandum. It was the America First investment policy last week, and it limits China's access to U.S. capital markets as part of the America First investment policy. It orders the Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States to block Chinese investments in sensitive sectors like technology, energy, and defense. And God knows they do that to the United States. It also looks into auditing standards, Mr. Chairman. They're exploiting capital to develop and modernize their military, intelligence, and other security apparatuses. The Chinese companies raise capital by selling to American investors securities that trade on American and foreign public exchanges. This is not an executive order. This is a memorandum from President Trump, America First investment policy. How will this be used in terms of actual changes to our relationship with China?
Well, honestly, Congress has to act too. CFIUS is porous, and we've got legislation that I've brought forward that will require a license. It's another step to sell technology to China. We've got to put more eyes on our business sector. And honestly, we need American businesses to put America first too. This partnership with China to get low-cost labor has put our nation in a national security threat situation, and we need the business community to listen to President Trump, listen to those of us who recognize China as a threat, and start acting that way.
Yeah, that's a very important point. Stop going into China to sell goods to 1.4 billion people because you want to make money on it. Start understanding the national security impact here. corporate America. I want to get your take on the
Absolutely.
reconciliation, sir, because you just mentioned it, and considering now, Congress is considering how to pay for the Trump agenda, including in the House's budget resolution. Some lawmakers concerned that the committee in charge of finding the $880 billion in savings will have to dip into Medicaid. Where are you on this, and do you believe that it's a fair point to make that the House's version of the budget plan that was passed this week does not allow for the tax cuts to be permanent? The Senate is going to say, wait, we can't take up your bill because our two bills will allow this to be permanent.
Well, the tax cuts should be permanent. There's no doubt about that. And in this budget, there were people on both extremes of our party that were unhappy with it. But clearly, from my perspective, it should have done more cutting. If you look at the 2019 budget and this budget we're having for 2025, it's $2.6 trillion more from 2019 to 2025. There's absolutely $2 trillion we can cut out of the budget, and we should. Now, I want to correct the false, narrative from the left. There are no cuts to Medicare. In fact, Medicare is not even mentioned. And in terms of Medicaid, we're just going after the waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not. No one's
They
benefits
keep saying
is
this
going
fucking
to,
line.
going to change.
Waste, fraud, and
And
abuse.
we-
Waste,
we
fraud,
think
and
that
abuse.
people ought to work if they're
They got it.
capable of
Every
working
fucking
to get the benefit
Republican
from the
message
government.
point has
Look,
to
the
have this
taxpayer
fucking
has to write this
trigger
check.
phrase.
Your neighbor who's sitting across from you is paying for your health care and Medicaid. If you're able-bodied, you ought to be able to work for that. Go out and do something to help cover it. I think the budget that we put together in the House is a good compromise between our extremes in the House.
Yeah.
Now, as far as permanency, it should happen, but it's a negotiation.
Yeah, but if 76% of the spending is going to mandatory programs and just 24% to discretionary, don't you actually have to cut into mandatory?
Eventually, we have to, absolutely. Yeah. There's no doubt about it.
Mr. Chairman, great to talk with you. Please come back soon. We so appreciate your time, sir.
Thanks, Maria. Have a great day.
And your leadership. You too, sir.
This is a great bit. I need to give AOC more credit, I feel like sometimes I'm kind of a little bit oppositional because I'm annoyed that whenever I say we need a new presidential candidate who isn't Kamala Harris, Buttigieg, or whatever people are like, AOC, and then I have to explain why that's a terrible idea, and then everyone gets mad at me. But I do like her.
It has all of our support. For folks following at home, Democrats supported it, Republicans supported it. So why isn't this moving? It's not because there's no substance for it. All four witnesses testifying today are in support of it.
Oh, to be clear, she's talking about pharmacy benefit manager reform.
Republicans are in support, Democrats are in support. So what happened? Well, on December 17th at 4:15 in the morning, Elon Musk began firing off a barrage of social media posts opposing pharmacy benefit manager reform, PBM reform. And all of a sudden, this bill that had almost unanimous support fell apart in a matter of hours. And the vote was postponed on that day. After he tweets, it gets canceled. Elon Musk tweets, we have nearly 435 members of Congress all on board of it. He sends one tweet and all of a sudden, everyone backs off. And it kills drug pricing reform that saves people money on their insulin,
It is, insane how quickly he took control of the entire party. This is one of the problems with an extremely authoritarian cult-like dynamic within a party, which is that you can take control of everything instantly. You literally just take control of the head and then you're done. This couldn't really happen with the Democrats because the Democratic Party, the constituency, the voter base, isn't a cult, I obviously disagree with the general tendencies both of the DNC and of a lot of their voters, but it's not a cult. Nobody acts that way, or at least not enough people act that way. You couldn't really have this happen. You couldn't have, give me a person. I don't know, Bill Gates or what, Bill Gates. Who is I'm blanking on the name. Who's that one billionaire who's the nice one? Active on social media, anti-Trump. You know who I'm talking about. Mark Cuban, thank you. If Mark Cuban pulled this gambit that Elon Musk had, you would not get this level of uniformity. You don't have that kind of cult of personality business. So I'm really glad that AOC is talking about it directly, because you have to humiliate in order to win this. It's not enough to say Republicans are evil. We know that, and they know that. It's not enough to say what they're doing is bad or irrational. They know, they don't care, okay? You have to lay on the point over and over, you are cucked. Like, you are completely cucked. You have no independent decision-making capabilities. You are absolutely subservient to the people who pay your paychecks or who run your party, you know? You have to rub their noses in it. You have to make a spectacle of how captured they are. That's the thing you have to lean in on, and I'm glad that AOC is talking about it. Because so often when Democrats talk about this, I think they presuppose something. When they say, why does Elon Musk get to make these decisions? Why is Elon Musk the one running Doge? Why does Elon Musk, an unelected official, get all this power? And I think you're skipping a step, which is, why are you, the Republicans, letting him? Like, okay, why does he get all that power? Sure, but it's kind of a rhetorical question. I want you to ask it directly. Why are you letting this one guy blow over all of you, you know?
On their asthma inhalers, on everything that they need. And then, to kick it off, 5 days after he kills pharmacy benefit manager reform.
I love this.
We get this tweet from Elon Musk. What is a pharmacy benefit manager? This was at 1:02 a.m. on December 31st of 2024, 5 days or so, a couple days after he kills the bill. So
Me when I ban a chatter and then look at their logs and see the context that vindicates them.
the problem here is not a
The woman laughing is the move. Wait, I missed it.
2024, 5 days or so, a couple days after he kills
guy
the
laughing,
bill.
yeah. What can you even say,
The
you know?
problem here is not a substance issue.
Like, again, like, this is what I mean. And AOC has been doing this better than anyone. You have to call Elon stupid, too. Because the idea, and respectfully, I disagree with Bernie Sanders very much on this, the idea of Bernie Sanders being a very talented engineer, a very smart, sweaty boy, you can't do that. You have to be like, no, he's like an idiot. Like, this isn't just like, because it's just a modern version of what the Nazis did, which is that when you called the Nazis evil, misspoke, you know what I mean? When you call the Nazis evil, Nazis online are like, yeah, we're like, epic, evil, stoic, cold, hard, unrelenting. Yeah, we're evil, like in a cool way. They love that shit. They get off to it. In reality, they were like, you know, a bunch of weird, drugged up pedophiles who got lucky on an economic bounce back that every other country got and managed to benefit from being the first to step into a new modality of warfare. It's happened many different times across history. But they love it. They love jerking themselves off and how cool and evil they are. Yeah, we're evil. We're like the Empire in 40K. Yeah, evil, but like for humanity. Rah! You. Cut that shit out, okay? Elon's not smart. To not get censored in the halls of Congress, you can point out that he's an unexceptional person. And yes, French Vanilla, thank you. I procrastinated long enough for somebody to find the link.
Doge did not exist 2 years ago. 19-year-olds were not raiding the Treasury 2 years ago. People who have no idea with medical background have not been hauling in and creating kangaroo courts for scientists to dismiss them 2 years ago. That started happening now. Elon Musk is not a scientist. He is not an engineer. He is a billionaire con man with a lot of money.
That's good.
He does not have this kind of good background. And in fact...
And even this is a light touch, by the way, but it's still more than what a lot of Democrats say. Democrats call him evil, they forget to call him stupid or, you know, uneducated or whatever. Democrats have an obsession with calling him unqualified, which I think is really bad because it feeds into Republican messaging that the Democrats are a bunch of like institutionalist technocrats who are obsessed with technical credentials, but not with actual, you know, competence, which is true. They are that. That is a correct assessment on the Democrats. I don't give a fuck if Musk is qualified. If he had a technical qualification, do you think that would make any of this okay? Anyway.
It's not a process issue. It's an oligarchy issue. It's a power issue. And this room is where the power of the people of the United States reside. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, everyone here was elected to be accountable to the people of the United States, not to be governed by tweet, but to be governed by their duly elected representation. And so we can get this done because there are more of us than there are of him. So I would love a commitment.
This tweet is so funny. The Democrats need to start printing out more Elon Musk tweets and holding them up while they talk in Congress.
From our Republican counterparts who we agree with on this issue, to just put it on the floor and let us vote for it, where there is bipartisan agreement, and we can actually get a result of for the American people by booting this guy out from political influence. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, AOC. Is there just a Kinko's in Congress? Where do they get these boards? It's literally the job of congressional staffers to just like run around DC doing whatever they're told to do. Get coffee, get this printed out, get it on a foam board, whatever. Like, that's their job, you know? It's good that she said political influence, not political power. I agree. Yeah, for sure. Oh, speaking of effective messaging, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz caught on tape saying America has been stolen by fascists and Nazis. Tim Walz? How dare you be so correct?
You see the nonsense that's being put forward on that. We're going to need your voice there, because I would just end with this. And we're seeing it in these town halls. That charismatic leader's not going to come there. I see the pundits on TV. What's wrong with the Democratic Party? What's wrong is our country's being stole by fascists and Nazis, and we're trying to do all we can to try and do that. But we need...
Actually, like a big hope pill that I remember back in 2016, that referring to Republicans as Nazis was basically a no-sell with mainstream Democrats, and nowadays I feel like you could go to a mainstream Democratic event and talk about Republicans the way a third worldist would talk about the United States of America, and they'll like cheer for you. Yeah. Alpha News is a Minnesota local Nazi news organization. I mean, it's called Alpha News, so based. How's this caught on tape? He's speaking to a live audience? Well, we're not seeing a recording, so in all likelihood, this was a private meeting of some kind that somebody recorded audio for and leaked to a Nazi group to present. Unfortunately, Tim Walz only said base, true, and correct pilled things, so there wasn't much to go off of, you know? Walz 28. How about you guys let things develop a little bit more organically, okay?
Democracy depends on a free press. Please support our independent journalism at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. A federal judge in California ruled late Thursday President Trump and Elon Musk's mass firings of probationary government workers were illegal, siding with a coalition of labor unions and nonprofit groups. Judge William Alsup ordered the Office of Personnel Management to retract memos directing numerous agencies to fire an estimated total of 200,000 workers and to inform department heads that the OPM has no such authority. But he stopped short of ordering a halt to the firings, leaving that move up to the affected agencies. The news came just as a wave of layoffs was underway at NOAA. That's the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration. Hundreds of probationary workers working on crucial climate and weather projects lost their jobs. It's not clear if Judge Alsup's ruling will lead to the reversal of those or any other firings. In related news, a federal judge in Virginia ruled the Trump administration can fire dozens of CIA and intelligence officers who worked on diversity programs, DEI. Earlier Thursday, the Trump administration announced it's cutting
so
90% of USAID's overseas contracts and $60 billion in U.S. assistance around the world. The move will terminate funding for critical polio, HIV, malaria, and nutrition programs, among other things. Thousands of USAID workers were given 15 minutes to clear out their desks. Peers and supporters greeted fired workers as they left the building.
I worry about the people that have gone this many days without food, without medicine, without the humanitarian assistance that we promised them.
Talk to the average American. Do they want to see people dying because of assistance cut off? You know, there would have been a very clear and particular way to reform the foreign assistance sector in this country, to reform USAID. And frankly, a lot of people would have wanted to see that.
The Trump administration canceled a planned FDA meeting of the Federal Vaccine Advisory Committee next month that was set to determine the composition of next season's flu shots. It's the second canceled vaccine panel meeting since Robert F. Kennedy Jr. became Health and Human Services Secretary. To see our interview with a pediatrician in Texas where there's a measles outbreak, go to democracynow.org. Beijing pledged to retaliate after Trump said the U.S. would slap another 10% tariff increase on Chinese goods starting Tuesday, March 4th. Trump also said Thursday 25% tariffs on goods from Canada and Mexico will go into effect Tuesday after a one-month pause. Both Canada and Mexico have vowed retaliatory tariffs. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum says her government is still in talks with the U.S. in hopes of heading off a trade war.
Sabemos que el presidente Trump We know President Trump has his way of communicating and setting negotiation timings and joint work. We must think we can reach an agreement.
This comes as European nations slam Trump's 25% tariff threat on European Union goods as irresponsible and blasted Trump's comments Thursday.
I mean, look, let's be honest. The European Union was formed in order to screw the United States. That's the purpose of it. And they've done a good job of it, but now I'm president.
Meanwhile, President Trump indicated the UK would be spared from any sort of U.S.-instigated trade war as he met with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer at the White House Thursday. We'll have more on that meeting after headlines. During Starmer and Trump's Oval Office meeting, Trump also appeared to soften his stance on Ukraine, saying he has a lot of respect for the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, a man he had called a dictator. He also suggested the presence of U.S. workers in Ukraine to exploit rare earth minerals would provide security from Russian troops. Trump was asked about his recent remarks calling Zelensky a dictator.
Mr. President, do you still think that Mr. Zelensky is a dictator?
Did I say that? I can't believe I said that. Next question.
President Zelensky is meeting with Trump at the White House today. Hamas is calling on the international community to put pressure on Israel as Gaza ceasefire talks resume in Cairo. And the first phase of the agreement is set to expire Saturday. On Thursday, Israel released, after a delay, the remaining 46 Palestinian prisoners of the latest captive swap. 24 of them were children. This is Nida Abu Salul, mother of one of the released children.
Muhammad has been detained for 420 days. He has spent the second birthday in prison. Please be to God that he was released after all this wait.
In Israel, an internal probe has acknowledged the military's complete failure to prevent Hamas's October 7th attacks, which killed over 1,000 people and saw another 200 taken hostage. In the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces shot and killed another Palestinian child. 16-year-old Hamid Mohammed Fadel Nazal was shot near the northern Kokilia checkpoint. Here in the United States, Axios is reporting House Foreign Affairs Chair Brian Mast has instructed Republican committee staff to refer to the West Bank by its Hebrew name Judea and Samaria. It's the latest attempt to deny Palestinians rights in the Israeli-occupied territory. In Turkey, the jailed Kurdish rebel leader Abdullah Öcalan has called on his followers in the PKK, that's the Kurdistan Workers' Party, to lay down arms and dissolve their organization, paving the way for the first ceasefire since the peace process collapsed in 2015. Since 1984, Turkey's waged a counterinsurgency campaign against the PKK in Turkey's Kurdish-dominated southeast region, where fighting has killed more than 40,000 people. Meanwhile, the commander of the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces group, which controls northeastern Syria, said Öcalan's directive does not apply to his organization.
I wonder if they have it written for phonetically or something.
This issue is related to the PKK, the issue of laying down arms, and it has nothing to do with us, and it is not directed at us and our forces. But if this operation succeeds, we will also benefit from it, because Turkey has concerns about the PKK, and because of the PKK, Turkey is attacking our regions, and because the PKK will dissolve itself and lay down its arms, then there will be no danger to Turkey, and there will be no excuse to attack our regions.
Turkey's military has repeatedly attacked Kurdish forces in Syria, including the People's Protection Units, or YPG, which Turkey considers part of the PKK. In the Democratic Republic of Congo, at least 11 people were killed, dozens injured after explosions at a mass rally held by the Rwanda-backed M23 group in Bukavu. M23 leaders accused Congolese security forces of orchestrating the attack. Survivors described the chaotic scene.
A plastic bag was thrown in front of us over there. We didn't know what was inside. We were just looking at it. Suddenly, there was an explosion.
One of the DPS
Poof.
has to target
We fell to the ground
Wolverine
and ran
'cause he
away.
counters both her tanks.
Some 7,000 people have been killed by the escalating violence since January, with hundreds of thousands displaced from their homes. To see our coverage of the DRC, go to democracynow.org. Thailand's deported 40 Uyghur asylum seekers to China, ignoring warnings from human rights groups that they'll likely face torture and imprisonment if returned. The group of asylum seekers fled China, seeking protection in Thailand, where they were instead arrested in 2014 and detained for over a decade. This is UN High Commissioner for Human Rights spokesperson Liz Throssell.
Their deportation violates the principle of non-refoulement, for which there is a complete prohibition in cases where there is a real risk of torture, ill treatment, or other irreparable harm upon their return.
China has been accused of human rights abuses against Uyghur Muslims that may amount to crimes against humanity. In news from Europe, Austria's three main centrist parties reached a deal Thursday to form a new ruling coalition without involving the far-right Freedom Party that won Austria's parliamentary elections 5 months ago. Meanwhile, Germany's conservative Christian Democratic Union, which won last Sunday's elections, and the center-left Socialist Democratic Party are launching coalition talks today. The far-right AfD, Alternative for Germany Party, came in second place, but all other parties have ruled out forming a coalition with the AfD. World leaders have agreed to establish a global fund aimed at protecting biodiversity and preventing the worst impacts of nature loss by 2030. The deal by negotiators at the UN Biodiversity Summit in Rome, known as COP16, came after days of marathon negotiations. The deal comes as global wildlife populations have plunged by more than 70% over the last 40 years, largely due to human activity. Questions remain on the establishment of the fund and the commitment from global North nations, which are largely responsible for the worsening climate crisis. Back in the U.S., the House and Senate voted to overturn an EPA rule that would have required oil companies to pay fees for emitting methane, a potent greenhouse gas known as a super pollutant. The measure came as part of 2022's Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, but had not yet gone into effect. The rule was expected to bring in billions of dollars. Elon Musk has called